Chapter 1 The Body Off Heavenly Injury. Under the cloak of night, shadows darted between the hills sinastat of disarray. Chen Feng gazed towards the nearby forest, a flicker of hope painting within him. Just as she stepped into the thicket, a figure surged forth from behind. Swish! A glimmer of cold light split from that figure, aimed at Chen Feng's back. Only when Thu Hu shoved Hu in Dreechethime did Chen Feng sense that the impending danger instinctively sidestepped, but the dart struck his left shoulder. Theprin caused him to falter, allowing the pursuer to close at the distance same mere moments. Damn it, such exceptional lightness offut. Chun Finker said inwardly. The assailant lunged at him with a sword, the moonlight casting Gamina Sato Sass the cold gleam swirled. Each strike lay said with lethal intent. Unarmed, Chun Feng couldn't livadian twist, dodging the bloody sedge. Yet, the sword pressed relentlessly, each thrust quicker and more forceful hand he last, until Chen Feng ultimately succumbed, the blade piercing his right leg. The sword technique infused with true energy caused blood to gush from thwound. It was a verhe could no longer escape. Just as shed awakeneth body off heavenly injury, Washid esteemed Toperishwe, without having turned the tide? How bitter theth it! With a fierce glint in his eyes, Chen Feng resolved that if death waseminent, he would take EP Sophia with him. Young Masterly, I bejerped in the youth cast a flayed glance at the gold coins before seizing Chen Feng by the collar and dragging him into the courtyard. Master, we have a visitor. The boy pulled Chen Feng into the grand hall, calling out ethereal. Therakuromov medicinal herb enveloped Chen Feng, invigorating his spirit as chef and a lie glimpse a glimmer of hope. Had it not been for the faint trickle-leaf true energy surging within Yizdenshin, he would not have survived to his moment. Anosti realder emerged from the depths of the hall, Atoel in hand as she whipped the sweep from his brow. Fielder prompt lyciate himself behind the consultation table, while the youth placed Chen Feng on toe chair opposite to him, pulling his left hand forward for Fielder to examine. Fielder glanced at Chen Feng's injuries, extending 12 fingers towards upon his wrist. Discard him. After a brief pause, Fielder rose and spoke nonchalantly. The youth, accustomed to such tasks, began to lift Chen Feng by the collar to dispose of him after all, had performed Thizich numerous times, and Chen Feng wasmer litha fierce ps off refuse for the day. Save him. Chen Feng smiled, taking gammament to comprehend Fielder's sentence. "He have money," he exclaimed, tossing a handful of gold coins and tothable. "I'd no to accept the coin of te deceased," Fielder replied flatly. "Is still have yak and satoja vive. Please, save him." Fielder ignored him, turning to Retria to the back room. "Tree at his dead horse's salivion, y'assure you haven't ever encountered a patient like me before," Chun Feng shouted with the last vestiges of his strength. The elder, on the verge of departing, halted dancer ned to meet Chen Feng's gaze. After a prolonged silence, he spoke, "This amount is insufficient." With her sounding clap, Chun Feng slambly gongs this long sword untothable. The youth unsheathed this word, the blade glint tingent light, and nodded decisively at Fielder. "Place a month of dishal administra acupuncture. Retrieve the arth cabinet, prescription A, and brew 3 doses soft medicine. After the acupuncture, administered every 12 hours," Fielder instructed. "Understood." Chun Feng opened edices, the azure sky dazzling before him. Turning head lightly, Heba held Drosof wooden racks laden with the medicinal materials. Hele upon a bamboo bed in a small courtyard, bereft of even a blanket. Goodness, how miserly. They couldn't even provide a room? 3 gold coins sand a fine's word, anthesis the treatment they receives? At that moment, the youth returned Togather the herb sand, upon seeing Chen Feng sitting up, revealed on tough surprise before summoning Fielder. "You're not deity, you may take your leave," Fielder stated, his expression as impassive e severa shera movidis, fingers from thals. "Cough. May I stay a couple more days?" Chen Fengus tweakly, Anotov pleading in his voice. "Certainly, but do you possess any funds?" Fielder inquired. "How much?" Chun Feng recalled the few silver soins she had on him. 1 gold coin per day. "If I forgo medication, call the out at lower thepris?" Medication was never included in the cost. Chen Feng grows fromthed, only then realizing that the true energy within Yizdenshin had miraculously recovered behalf. Really in this true energy, heckled walk normally, and this recovery would accelerate. Could you provide me with some food and water? Chen Feng implored, exasperated. Adrebunandable lof cold tr presentedo him, and after consuming them, Chen Feng staggered out of the courtyard. Master, what sort of martial arts does these individual practice? Such severe injuries, and I ethican walk with hinaday, the youth inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes a shaluptithister. Itis theficatio of medicine. Yet, hisdenchian can spontaneous slime manifest inner strengthy haven ever, heard off such miraculous capabilities. And no not, Thielder replied, his gaze cold dashery guarded is disciple. You must also forge it. The youth was taken aback and hastily noted, you understand, master. Having followed his master for over Odkid, he had forgotten far to mook about PPN matters, yet Chen Feng's uniqueness speaked his curiosity, while his master's warning kept them alert. Those in their linofork knew that themerian inu, thegria turtha trouble. And with Maret trouble came a shorter lifespan. Acid of fromafuse, Chen Feng possessed a finely crafted agar, yet it seemed there were butain fuel off household synth the village, and he could procure no food or drink, forcing him to gradually exit the village. Currently, Chen Feng faced numeruses, yet the were limited. Returning to Ezect posed a risk of exposure and investigation should elderly discover they had slain Hissen, Li Chao, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. If here framed from returning to Ezect, elderly would desolidi do sethith he was responsible for Li chaos demise. With his current strength, could evade the sexman hunt? Bearing through Adophamin hunt who dalsa precludian yother sect from accepting him were ill scoopers martial arts? Chen Feng arbored an intense hatred for Li Chao. Days prior, he had been assigned to patrolaton under sex jurisdiction. Coincidentally, Anatolia Jian master from the sect visited the town for leisure, and the patrol leader brought his brothers along for accompaniment. While shopping, Li chaos this sights an AU girl, brazenly attempting to force himself upon her in public. So coincidents were hardly newsworthy, merely one among minimus deeds committed by Li Chao. Li Chao cased the girl through Healy, akin to toying with a captured mouse, indulging himself until he deemed Thimaman tripe for the kill. Thelaf Tirof Thean master, Thegral sterified Crees, and Thessalency of Tebritishman filled the air. Thedral was morally 15, utterly frightened by the ordeal. Chen Feng, like Ealather patrolling disciples, stood at the entrance, his conscience swaying heavy. Shoal dalgosmuthly, perhaps Li Chao would bizites fidan generous lireward them, resulting in a mutually agreeable solution. However, through unexpected occurred when the girl ran towards Chen Feng instinctively moved aside. Chen Feng had traversed 5 years. Chapter 3. The Importance of Lighting the Way Under the Blazing Sun. Chen Feng entered the town of Ninghai. As a wandering hero, he found that half of the town's populace was comprised of merchants accompanying their caravans. This town was one of the 2 major strongholds under the control of the Haiwa sect, with 70% of the shops owned by the sect, while the remaining 30% were subject to hefty taxes imposed by it. Upon arriving at the sect stationed hall, Chen Feng discovered that the team leader, Zhou Daliang, who had assigned him this task, had already returned to the sect with his team, as their watch had concluded. An acquaintance among the disciples inquired why he hadn't returned with them, to which Chen Feng, filled with pride, replied that he had completed a mission and jovially suggested going for a drink. However, his friend had duties to patrol and politely declined. Chen Feng rummaged through the disciples' quarters to gather his belongings and changed into the attire of an outer sect disciple. He then ventured out in search of a tavern, where he ordered a few small dishes and a pot of fine wine, indulging in self-reflection as he drank. The tavern was frequented mostly by transient merchants, with a considerable number of Haiwa sect disciples seeking merriment. Whenever he encountered fellow disciples, Chen Feng would raise his cup in greeting. Those who could afford to drink at such an establishment were typically not wealthy, mostly comprising outer sect disciples. Having been in the sect for 8 years, with 5 years spent traversing realms, and having served as a disciple for 7.5 years, Chen Feng was well acquainted with most of the outer sect members. Although he may not have exchanged many words, the warmth of camaraderie was met with enthusiasm from all. After thoroughly enjoying himself for an hour, finishing off the small dishes and consuming 2 pots of wine, Chen Feng, a quintessential example of a disciple with a taste for drink but limited funds, relished the moment after acquiring some extra earnings. The tavern owner had seen many such disciples and, knowing that it might be a while before they returned, still offered Chun Feng a discount. Recognizing him as one of Hai's sect's own, such a small favor could yield goodwill from a sect disciple, making it a shrewd transaction. Chun Feng smiled at the owner in gratitude, his demeanor slightly tipsy as he sauntered out. However, as he navigated through the crowd and entered the alleyway, his drunken state vanished. He removed his sect robes, donned a nondescript outfit, and finally placed a bamboo hat with a gauze covering over his head. The outermost alley of Ninghai town was an unspoken black market tolerated by the Hai sect, where the items were expensive yet rare. As long as no conflicts arose, the disciples on watch would generally not patrol there. The black market alley housed very few shops, primarily tea stalls. Yet, every individual standing in that alley was engaged in commerce, either buying or selling, depending on one's needs. This was Chun Feng's third visit to the black market. The first was purely to satisfy his curiosity, while the second was driven by his inability to cultivate true energy and ascend to the Zhenwu realm, leading him to seek medicinal pills. He had found sellers, yet their prices dissuaded him. This time, he sought to acquire a concealed weapon. Initially, he also intended to purchase healing salves to expedite his recovery, but he soon realized he lacked sufficient funds. Moreover, he wished to test the theory of his Tianshang physique, which purportedly allowed for accelerated healing after injuries. The alley was spacious, with stalls set up at intervals, displaying various wares. A cloth spread out with medicinal herbs, a few rusted knives and swords, or even a solitary bundle of straw laid out on a piece of fabric. After wandering through the stalls, Chun Feng finally stopped at one where two battered throwing darts lay discarded. He lingered there for half a tea's worth of time before the stall owner, who had been dozing against the wall, opened his eyes to speak. "What do you want?" "Sleeve arrows. Do you prefer the premium or the regular?" "Regular." The stall owner rose and led Chun Feng toward a tea shop. The establishment was nearly empty, as genuine tea drinkers would not venture into this alley. The stall owner ascended to the second floor, entering a private room without a glance from the tea shop's proprietor, as if the room had been reserved beforehand. Once Chun Feng entered the room, the stall owner had already laid out two types of sleeve arrows on the table. The Tiangong Pavilion's sleeve arrows could hold 3 arrows at once, allowing for reloading, and could be activated manually or by inner strength, priced at 1 gold coin. The stall owner indicated the left sleeve arrow, then pointed to the right as he began his explanation. The Bai Lian Gate's sleeve arrows could also hold 3 arrows, but were non-reusable, expiring after one use and relying solely on inner strength for activation. Costing 5 silver coins more. After a careful consideration, Chun Feng pointed at the Bai Lian Gate's sleeve arrow and inquired, "Has this sleeve arrow been used before?" "Only 2 arrows remain." "Indeed. Why is this 2-use sleeve arrow more expensive than the 3-use? "Reloadable one." "Because it's from Bai Lian Gate," the stall owner replied matter-of-factly. "If it hadn't been used, it would cost at least 25 silver coins. Is this truly from Bai Lian Gate?" The stall owner picked up the sleeve arrow with 2 remaining arrows, indicating a dark red mark on it, and stated, "This mark proves it is authentic. I wouldn't dare sell a counterfeit from Bai Lian Gate. One sleeve arrow can hold 3 arrows, allowing for reloading as long as it remains undamaged, and it is also the cheaper option. The other, however, cannot be reloaded and has only 2 arrows left. I'll take this one." Chun Feng decided to purchase the sleeve arrow with only 2 arrows remaining, the wise choice. The stall owner acknowledged with a smile, recognizing Chun Feng's discernment. With a clink, Chun Feng placed several gems and precious stones on the table. "Red goods?" The stall owner scanned the items. "Enough for 1.5 gold coins," Chun Feng asserted. "Red goods are subject to markdown." "This is only worth 1 gold coin," the stall owner countered, slightly frowning, "and no matter how good the Bai Lian Gate's items are, it is still missing an arrow." This was Chun Feng's first experience buying something. Prior to his journey, he had never been skilled in haggling. Yet, he understood that every coin counts, and, not being a hero, he could only muster the courage to negotiate patiently. "My friend, if it were intact, I wouldn't sell it as a regular item. These gems and stones should be sufficient. Please, do me a favor," Chun Feng implored earnestly. The stall owner scrutinized Chun Feng, contemplating the customary discount on red goods, which was 3 parts in the realm of martial arts. Chun Feng remained silent, holding 6 silver coins, with 5 being entirely accessible. However, since his arrival in this world, he had never been so affluent. Saving a bit was prudent. After a long moment of mutual gazes, the stall owner relented first. "Very well, business has been slow today. Consider it your luck." "Thank you." Chen Feng expressed his gratitude. Chun Feng clasped his fists in greeting. After exchanging pleasantries using a hidden projectile, he exited the tea house. By the time nightfall descended once more, he had already been away from Ninghai Town for an hour. The distance from Ninghai Town to the headquarters of Haiyu sect was merely a little over an hour's journey. With the application of lightness techniques, it could be traversed in less than half an hour. Rather than returning directly to the headquarters, Chun Feng opted to visit a small village situated 10 li away from the main hall. There were only a handful of households still illuminated in the village, so Chun Feng pulled out a black cloth to cover his face and began to knock on doors, hoping for fortune. This place had been mentioned in passing by 2 disciples during their casual conversation, and today marked the second day since the group had returned to the sect. The first day was reserved for receiving their monthly stipend, and routine reports undoubtedly left no time for anything else, making it highly probable that they would come today. Since it was still early in the night, they surely had not yet retired. If they were awake, it was likely they were engaged in some business, and to conduct business, one must light a lamp. It was said that the widow was quite beautiful. Any man would surely light a lamp. At last, Chun Feng spotted a horse in a brightly lit courtyard. It was a war steed, with the emblem of Haiyu sect branded on its hindquarters. Most importantly, Chun Feng recognized this horse as belonging to his squad leader, Qiu Daliang. Chapter 4. The lights went out. Like many sects in the martial world, Haiyu sect categorized its disciples into various roles: menial workers, outer disciples, inner disciples, and those who received direct transmission. The criteria for classification were straightforward. Talent and strength were the most superficial measures, which the sect referred to as rules. Beneath the surface lay complexities involving wealth, connections, influence, and appearance, which added layers of intricacy that no one dared to explicitly name. Chun Feng spent 7.5 years transitioning from a menial worker to an outer disciple, a journey that was both normal and abnormal. Many who trained their entire lives could not muster even a trace of true energy, ultimately resorting to practicing external techniques to enter the outer sect through competitions. If one could not cultivate true energy after 5 or 6 years, it was generally accepted that their fate was sealed. Though exceptions did exist, among 100 individuals, there were typically 3 or 4 such cases, and Chun Feng was one of them. However, few paid much attention, as martial arts were inherently complex, and surprises were not considered remarkable. Besides, he was merely an outer disciple. Outer disciples formed their own assembly, known as the Outer Hall. In addition to the Hall Master and 2 Vice Masters, there were numerous instructing elders. 10 disciples formed a group, with 3 groups constituting a small squad. After becoming an outer disciple, Chen Feng was assigned to Qiu Daliang's group. Although the group leader managed only 10 individuals, he held a certain status in the martial world. There was no notion of equality. Whoever had authority could manipulate you in various ways. Chen Feng had been in the group for a short while, remaining inconspicuous. Qiu Daliang had not made things difficult for him, as he paid his tributes like everyone else. Chen Feng speculated that Qiu Daliang had been instructed by Li Chao to send him on this mission. The accuracy of this assumption was high. For external missions came with their own rewards, and one needed to provide additional tributes to receive tasks, something Chen Feng had not done. Of course, there was a minuscule possibility that Qiu Daliang simply wished to look out for him. A fleeting moment of conscience, wanting to assist a fellow with a sense of righteousness. This possibility was exceedingly slim, yet not entirely dismissible. However, Chun Feng could not afford to gamble. For him to return to the sect, Qiu Daliang had to perish. Donning his hidden projectiles, Chun Feng drew the dagger he had retrieved from Li Chao's corpse. He had removed the jewels from the hilt and sheath, using them to purchase the hidden projectiles. Wrapping the hilt with hemp rope anew, he wielded the dagger and found it suited him better. Qiu Daliang's skills undoubtedly surpassed his own. He had been an outer disciple for 3 years, implying at least 3 years of internal energy cultivation. Chen Feng's injuries were not yet healed, and the wounds on his shoulder and leg would hinder his agility. Nevertheless, as he felt the true energy filling his dantian, it became his greatest source of confidence. With a calculated mindset and 200 refined hidden projectiles at his disposal, eliminating a man just returning from his endeavors would not pose much difficulty. Listening intently from the courtyard, Chen Feng, empowered by true energy, possessed hearing slightly superior to that of an ordinary person. To significantly enhance one's hearing would require special techniques. Inside the house, there was no conversation. Only heavy breathing and low grunts, as someone who had been born and bred in this world. Chen Feng's face flushed slightly upon listening for a while. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest. It would be best if he turned into a limp shrimp. Chen Feng silently cheered on Xiao Daliang while finding a shadowy corner to sit and meditate, waiting for the light in the house to extinguish. The body of one with a celestial injury would produce true energy each time it was harmed by external forces, strengthening bones and skin, stimulating healing, and granting enlightenment. Cherish life. Self-harm is ineffective. This was Chen Feng's trump card. The foundation for his comeback, and the fundamental reliance for this assassination attempt on Xiao Daliang. His survival after sustaining grave injuries relied on the miraculous nature of his celestial injury physique. Having traversed this world for over 4 years, Chen Feng initially believed his fate was sealed, devoid of any golden finger or exceptional talent. Among ordinary martial artists, the likelihood of cultivating true energy was around 70%. This probability was not insignificant, exceeding half. Yet, Chen Feng found himself among the remaining 3 or 4 individuals who could not, as a transmigrant. He yearned daily for his golden finger to arrive, calling out for a system until he became somewhat delusional. Just seeing a stone would prompt him to consider a bloodline connection, leading to prolonged periods of anemia. This condition persisted for 6 months, and the hardships of being a menial worker intensified his longing for a golden finger. After half a year, he resigned himself to the reality of being an ordinary transmigrant. He endeavored to practice diligently, tread cautiously, and began to adapt to this world as an average person. During that time, he despised the notion of transmigration, as his experience differed vastly from the novels he had read. He had transitioned from the bottom of one world to the bottom of another, thus merely repeating his suffering. Before his transmigration, he had already graduated and worked for a year, just beginning to establish himself in a company and industry. Now, he was forced to face the challenge of starting from scratch once more, which plunged him into depression for 4.5 years before awakening his celestial injury physique. The inability to cultivate true energy posed another pathway to ascend to outer disciple status, challenging existing outer disciples. Victory over an outer disciple would suffice. This route primarily catered to those specializing in external techniques. Some individuals, though lacking talent in internal energy, possessed extraordinary gifts in external martial arts, thus their strength could not be assessed solely by their internal cultivation level. Others might have weak internal skills and mediocre external techniques, but were bold enough to fight fiercely, making them valuable assets to the sect. Consequently, competitions for advancement became a commendable method, and the sect placed great importance on it. As long as a menial disciple could surpass the outer disciples arranged by the sect, they too could ascend to the outer hall. Chen Feng diligently practiced external techniques and, during the sect's grand competition in his 5th year of transmigration, faced off against an outer disciple. In just a few exchanges, he was sent flying by the opponent's internal energy. Internal true energy was the mainstream in this world. Chen Feng was defeated and sustained injuries from the internal energy. This outcome was within his expectations. It was all right. He would fight again next year. Despite feeling dejected, he recognized that there was no other path to overturn his fate. Though he had transmigrated, he still had to endure the pains of exam preparations as in his previous life. He gathered experience and resolved to persist. This was how he comforted himself. However, the day after he began recuperating, he was astonished to discover a change in his body. A stream of energy emerged within his dantian. He quickly activated his cultivation technique, and the energy circulated throughout his body in accordance with his will. This was true energy. He had entered the true martial realm. Cultivating true energy signified his entry into the true martial realm, marking him as a genuine martial practitioner in this world, though external experts were counted separately. With true energy, Chen Feng automatically ascended to the status of an outer disciple. Simultaneously, surprise and confusion filled his heart. The changes in his body were not limited to the emergence of true energy. He sensed a difference in his skin, which felt tighter, and the flow of true energy was exceedingly evident. The sensations during training felt distinct, as if he had suddenly found clarity, resolving many of his martial arts inquiries. After researching for roughly half a year, he finally discovered the answer in a book on martial arts discussions. He was a celestial injury physique, one of the three great sacred bodies. Could this be considered his golden finger from transmigration? Chen Feng was uncertain, yet it no longer mattered. He simply knew that he could finally make a comeback. With newfound hope in his life and motivation to practice, Chen Feng was no longer depressed. However, just a month after awakening his celestial injury physique, the incident with Li Chao occurred. Chen Feng exhaled softly, halting his recollections, and stood up, gripping the dagger tightly. The lights in the courtyard had gone out. Chapter 5. I only care for the tumultuous waves. The extinguished lights indicated that the business was concluded. How long would it take for them to fall asleep afterward? Chen Feng lacked experience, but even if he had, everyone's habits might differ. He looked up at the moon. It was still early, and he could afford to wait a little longer until both individuals were soundly asleep. Should they reignite their enthusiasm and return to the battlefield, it would be exceedingly awkward for Chen Feng to charge in with his knife. If he had some incense, his chances of success would increase, but that would be overly greedy. There is no foolproof method in this world. To succeed, one must be audacious and ruthless. Chen Feng silently admonished himself. After waiting for another hour, when only the sound of even breathing could be heard, he stealthily entered the courtyard. How would he storm into the house? Chen Feng stood in the courtyard, somewhat troubled as he gazed at the door and windows. Entering through the door would take him too far, while the noise from the window would be too loud. With a steely glint in his eyes, Chen Feng gripped his dagger and leapt towards the window. It was the closest route to his target, and speed was of the essence. Bang up, thud, hoo, clang, clang, bang. The moonlight streamed through the shattered window, illuminating a plump figure huddled in a corner of the bed, trembling, on the ground. Two imposing figures faced each other in tense confrontation. They say that a moonless night is the perfect time for murder, yet during these 2 nights of Chen Feng's intent to kill, the moon shone blindingly bright. Breaking in through the window had indeed granted an advantage, although it was an advantage for Qiu Daliang, not for that widow. Qiu Daliang lay by the bed, and as Chen Feng crashed through the window, he leapt over the woman and landed directly atop Qiu Daliang. Upon realizing he was on top of a man, Chen Feng thrust his dagger downwards. Pfft. The startled Qiu Daliang instinctively swiped at Chen Feng, who raised his arm to block. Thud. Chen Feng fell to the ground, and Qiu Daliang quickly followed. The dagger-wielding figure swiftly closed in, executing 2 rapid slashes. Qiu Daliang, slightly more skilled, managed to evade the critical strikes even in such close quarters, sustaining only 2 shallow cuts. Clang, clang. The two exchanged a powerful palm strike, both unleashing their maximum internal energy, creating a deafening impact. Bang! A surge of astonishment erupted from Qiu Daliang. You are Chen Feng? You're alive. Familiar with the martial arts of their sect, he was acutely aware that Chen Feng only knew this one technique. Chen Feng had recently joined the outer sect and had yet to learn any additional skills. Moreover, they had trained together, making them well acquainted with each other. In the dim moonlight within the room, the black cloth covering Chen Feng's face could no longer conceal much from Qiu Daliang. Yet, he could not fathom why Chen Feng's internal strength seemed to match his own. Was it Li Chao who sent you to expel me from the sect? Chen Feng tore off the black cloth, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. The moment Qiu Daliang uttered Chen Feng's name, the fates of the 3 individuals in the room were already sealed. You're alive? You killed young Master Li? Qiu Daliang gazed at Chen Feng in terror, forgetting to apply pressure to his wound. The situation was clear. There was no need for further conversation. Chen Feng leapt forward once more, launching a powerful palm strike. Yes, it was the only internal martial skill he currently possessed. Yet, he channeled the utmost essence of his energy into this strike. Bang! Qiu Daliang raised his palm to counter, employing the same Bitao palm technique. Yet he executed it with far greater finesse and variety. Raging waves. Ocean waves push, silent tides. The energy surged forth, his techniques varied. Chen Feng's expression hardened as he took a deep breath, focusing solely on unleashing his internal power. Raging waves, raging waves, raging waves. Though his techniques were singular, Chen Feng's abundant internal energy overpowered each subsequent strike, becoming stronger with each wave. The wound in Qiu Daliang's abdomen had compromised his organs. He was relying entirely on his internal energy to endure, causing his 3 strikes to weaken progressively. Bang! Ultimately, Qiu Daliang was sent flying. Chen Feng did not hesitate, rushing forward to thrust his right-hand dagger. He dared not engage in another palm exchange with Qiu Daliang. The fierce battle had already torn open the wounds on his shoulder and leg, and he was uncertain of the outcome should the fighting continue. Pfft. The dagger plunged into Qiu Daliang's wound, his mouth agape in despair as he struggled to speak. Bang! Chen Feng followed up with a left palm strike, crushing Qiu Daliang's skull. Casting a glance at the motionless woman in the corner, Chen Feng raised his right fist, charging it with internal power, and struck Qiu Daliang's corpse twice. These 2 blows were devoid of any martial techniques, thus concealing the marks left by the Bitao palm on the body. The fellows from the punishment hall were indeed quite adept at uncovering the truth if they chose to investigate. After delivering his blows, Chen Feng rose and approached the woman. "Please, spare my life," she implored, opening her arms to reveal all. "I will do anything. I can only grant you a swift end." Chen Feng slowly placed his palm atop her head. The woman collapsed onto the bed, and Chen Feng rifled through Qiu Daliang's clothing, retrieving 5 gold coins and 4 silver coins. Such a substantial fortune, though he wondered if any of it belonged to Li Chao. Chen Feng rode away from the village. Finding a secluded grove to release the horse, it could fetch 7 or 8 silver coins, but dealing with it was too troublesome, and he had no time to spare. After releasing the horse, Chen Feng sat against a tree, regulating his breath and internal energy. By dawn, he would return to the sect. The widow was indeed beautiful, yet she had heard his name. Had she not heard it? Would he have killed her? It was all rather troublesome. Having decided to retaliate, he might as well embrace his ruthlessness. Chen Feng clenched his fist. The following morning, he strode confidently into the sect. He first visited the outer sect dining hall, relishing a hearty meal. Although the meat was scarce, it was satisfying, far superior to the fare offered to the servant disciples. Having filled his belly, Chen Feng leisurely made his way to the residence of his group. Each group had a row of houses, comprising 4 to 5 rooms. "Oh, you're back." His fellow disciples Su Wei and another group member were practicing together, and upon seeing Chen Feng return, they greeted him with laughter. "I am back," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Did you strike gold this time? You'd better treat us to drinks." Su Wei chuckled. "No doubt. Just the 3 of us tonight. Don't invite anyone else." "All right." Chen Feng smiled at the 2. "Haha, don't worry. You're not exactly a big shot," the other disciple teased cheerfully. "Where's the group leader? I need to report to him first," Chen Feng asked with a calm demeanor. "He left yesterday afternoon. Who knows if he'll return today?" Su Wei replied with a knowing smile. "Oh." Chen Feng nodded in understanding. The events involving Qiu Daliang and the widow were common knowledge among the group, and Chen Feng's performance had been just right. Meanwhile, Elder Li Kaiji of the punishment hall received news that sent him into a frenzy. "What do you mean, my son? What happened?" In the Li family study, Li Kaiji gripped his subordinate's collar, his eyes blazing like a volcano ready to erupt. "Young master, he is dead." The violent surge of internal energy sent the subordinate flying, and Li Kaiji's frenzied roar echoed through the study, reverberating throughout the entire Li family. Chapter 6. Return to the sect. The day after returning to the sect, Chen Feng began a regimen of early mornings and late nights dedicated to martial training. From an outward perspective, Chen Feng's routine appeared unchanged. However, internally, he was far from the calm he projected. It had been several days since he killed Li Chao, and the Li family had surely discovered his body by now. Yet, he had heard not a whisper of any movement. This indicated that the Li family had not openly employed the sect's resources to investigate. Ironically, this was what worried Chen Feng the most. He found himself in a passive position. He could not ascertain who else, apart from Qiu Daliang, was aware of Li Chao's intentions against him. Even after eliminating Qiu Daliang, returning to the sect felt like a gamble. He was betting that Li Chao would not spread the word of his intent to kill him. Even the murder of an ordinary outer sect disciple would be a grave crime against fellow sect members. Once word got out, it would undoubtedly bring considerable trouble to the Li family. A young master from a prestigious family would not be so foolish. However, what if? After much contemplation, Chun Feng still felt uncertain. Yet there was little he could do at present. His most pressing need was to expedite the healing of his injuries and focus on enhancing his own abilities, so that when the truth eventually surfaced, he would possess the means to escape. Currently, Chen Feng's dantian continued to manifest true qi. Previously, it would emerge once every cup of tea, but now it appeared once every hour. The impact of Li Chao's palm strike and sword attack had inflicted considerable damage on him, and the more severe his injuries, the greater the feedback from his heavenly wounded body. The influx of true qi had yet to cease, and Chen Feng speculated that it was connected to the battle from the previous night. The true qi from Qiu Daliang had also affected him, which explained the ongoing generation of true qi. The ability to grow true qi from injuries made Chen Feng utterly enamored with his heavenly wounded body. His current reservoir of true qi undoubtedly surpassed that of Qiu Daliang at his peak, considering Qiu Daliang had at least 3 years of inner strength cultivation. Tio avoid arousing suspicion from Su Wei. His cohabitant, Chen Feng, refrained from applying any medicine to his wounds, fearing the scent might be detected, and only returned to their dwelling at night to sleep. His injuries needed to heal swiftly. Yet the self-healing capabilities of his heavenly wounded body were insufficient for rapid recovery, thus medication was necessary. Chen Feng had to devise a legitimate reason for using medicine. On the 3rd day, after returning to the sect, Chen Feng arrived at the martial arts arena of the sect. To enhance the combat skills of its disciples, the sect had established this arena. Any 2 disciples willing to engage could ascend the stage to spar. Moreover, there were stakes involved in these matches, with a minimum bet of 1 silver coin. The currency system here was straightforward, reportedly a remnant from an ancient unified empire, and had been maintained for its convenience. Even across different nations, the standards remained consistent. 1 gold coin equaled 10 silver coins, which in turn equaled 1,000 copper coins. As an outer disciple, Chen Feng received a monthly allowance of 2 silver coins. Thus, a wager of 1 silver coin was substantial for an ordinary disciple. The arena was perpetually open, and those wishing to spar would gather there to select an opponent. One had to choose an adversary superior to oneself, Chen Feng mused. The referees at the martial arts arena were all elders of the sect, each possessing at least the strength of the Yuanwu realm. Given their comparable strength, any feigned injury on his part would be easily discernible. "Brother, may I seek your guidance?" Chen Feng approached an outer disciple he recognized, who had been in the outer sect for quite some time and possessed considerable martial prowess. The individual scrutinized him, noting that although he wore the garb of an outer disciple, he had no recollection of him, likely due to Chen Feng's recent admission to the outer sect. "You're offering to pay with your own silver coin?" The disciple accepted with delight, being a seasoned veteran of the arena who relied on such matches for extra income. "Are we using fists and feet or weapons?" he inquired. "Weapons," Chen Feng replied. "Let us go." The arena boasted 3 platforms, 1 large and 2 small, with the smaller ones typically in use. On this day, the number of combatants was low, and the 2 quickly ascended the platform. The other disciple wielded his own blade, while Chen Feng did not possess one, as he could not afford it. Indeed, it was nearly impossible for a servant disciple to acquire a decent weapon, given their monthly allowance of less than 1 silver coin. Having recently ascended to outer disciple status, Chen Feng had yet to accumulate much wealth. Fortunately, the arena provided various weapons, though they were merely ordinary ones and certainly not as suitable as one's own. Chen Feng casually picked up a steel saber, and the 2 began to clash on the platform. The other's strength was undeniably superior to Chen Feng's. He wielded a long knife with ease. Advancing steadily towards Chen Feng recognized the knife technique as the 5-string blade technique from the sect. He practiced the angry goose blade technique, and the technique he had used to defeat Li Chao. The body sacrifice blade skill was indeed a move from the angry goose blade technique. With many instructors among the elders in the sect, different elders would openly teach various techniques each day. Any disciple, regardless of status, could attend if they had the time. However, martial arts focused on depth rather than breadth. Most disciples specialized in a particular form of boxing or a specific weapon. Chen Feng, Relying on his rich true qi, managed to endure a direct confrontation with the other for over a dozen exchanges. During their engagement, Chen Feng was astonished to find that his mastery of the angry goose blade technique had improved significantly. Could this be another benefit of the heavenly wounded body? A moment of enlightenment. After being injured, his comprehension ability had surged. Chen Feng opened his mind, fully dedicating himself to the angry goose blade technique. With each move, he gained new insights. Yet, he remained in a state of suppression, as his opponent's mastery of weapon techniques far surpassed his own. While Chen Feng reveled in his newfound clarity, his adversary grew increasingly perplexed. At the outset of their duel, the other had discerned that Chen Feng's blade skills were mediocre at best, his inner strength being his only notable asset. However, as the exchanges continued, he noticed Chen Feng's technique evolving impressively. What was happening? Was he merely feigning weakness at the beginning? The opponent began to exert his full strength, eager to conclude the match swiftly to secure his silver coin. At this point, Chen Feng had thoroughly experienced the benefits of enhanced comprehension. Not only had his grasp of the angry goose blade technique advanced, but he even began to discern certain principles of the five-string blade technique employed by his opponent. Despite having never learned it, suppressing his excitement, Chen Feng recognized that sustaining an injury during this match was his true objective. With a swift motion, Chen Feng's steel saber lagged by a fraction, allowing his opponent's long knife to leave a gash on his left arm. I concede. Chen Feng retreated 2 steps, raising his hand in surrender. The other, still perplexed, dismounted the platform. It was quite normal to concede due to injury. Though he was somewhat surprised that his strike had managed to wound Chen Feng, the elder referee scrutinized Chen Feng curiously before announcing the result of the match. Chen Feng lost 1 silver coin, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Departing the martial arts arena, he hurried to the sect's medical hall and returned to his residence with some healing ointment. Chapter 7. I can master any martial art. Oh? How did you get injured? Su Wei, upon entering the room, found Chen Feng applying medicine to his shoulder. I just returned from sparring and got cut. Chen Feng sighed. You lost? Su Wei approached the table to pour himself a cup of tea. Injuries are a common occurrence for martial practitioners. As long as you're not missing limbs, there's nothing to be surprised about. Yes, considering the cost of the medicine, my monthly allowance is nearly gone. The martial arts arena has become quite challenging. Some individuals intentionally play the fool, appearing inconspicuous, yet they are actually formidable masters. Su Wei reclined on the bed, indulging in his customary afternoon nap. Among the sect, there are still accomplished masters who, before gaining fame, visit the arena to earn some extra cash. They make money and gain recognition, perhaps even catching the eye of an elder who might take them on as a personal disciple. Once I grow stronger, I must return to the arena and make a significant profit, Chen Feng replied. Having completed his application of medicine, the scent of the healing ointment quite pronounced. How much can one really earn at the sect's martial arts arena? If I truly had the capability, I would definitely participate in the life and death battles of the demon sect. That's the way to become wealthy overnight. But if one fails, it could lead to death. Chen Feng countered. In this world, everything one desires must be fought for with one's life. That sentiment holds some truth, Chen Feng acknowledged with a smile. By the way, has the team leader not returned yet? Chen Feng suddenly recalled and glanced at Su Wei. Old Xiao must have something spectacular in store this time. Su Wei chuckled. Why haven't you visited the Spring Fragrance Tower? Chen Feng casually engaged in conversation. I went there the very night I returned. I'm completely out of stock now, Su Wei lamented. Lying on the bed in a state of ennui, Chen Feng smiled and began to meditate on the bed. He practiced an inner strength technique called the Azure Sea Heart Sutra, one of the several inner strength methods of the High West sect. This Azure Sea Heart Sutra was a decent inner strength technique. Yet before awakening his heavenly wounded body, Chen Feng had been unable to grasp even the fundamentals. Now, with his heightened comprehension, he found the practice of this technique to be remarkably smooth and effortless. Chen Feng firmly believed that it would not take him long to cultivate the High Heart Sutra to the first level of great perfection. The second level of the technique was not accessible to ordinary disciples. Yet this should pose no issue for Chen Feng. By the time of the grand competition at the end of the year, he was certain that he could secure a good ranking, thus qualifying for the cultivation of the second-level technique. Everything was imbued with hope. On the third day, as dawn broke, Chun Feng concluded his morning exercises and made his way directly to the teaching square. Today, Elder Zhang was instructing on the leg technique, the flying locust leg. Chun Feng had little foundation in leg and body techniques, having never even established a basic understanding. Although he had been there for 5 years, the burdensome duties of a servant disciple left him with limited time each day for practice, compounded by his mediocre talent. Elder Zhang lectured for an hour, covering the key points and core concepts, and even performed demonstrations. Throughout this, Chun Feng remained seated, listening intently without asking questions or attempting to practice, thereby drawing no attention to himself. After Elder Zhang departed, Chun Feng sought a secluded spot to practice alone. In just an hour, he felt as though he had grasped the essence of the technique. Given enough time, or perhaps after listening to the explanation a couple more times, he believed he would be able to make a breakthrough. Mornings were dedicated to learning martial arts at the teaching square, while the remainder of his time was devoted to practice. This routine persisted for 10 consecutive days, during which he sensed rapid progress in his skills. The energy feedback from his previous injuries had ceased, but he was able to cultivate his internal energy through the heart method. Although this was significantly less than the feedback he had received from his injuries, based on his understanding of ordinary martial artists, he felt his cultivation speed surpassed that of the majority. Furthermore, this speed would only increase as his comprehension deepened. During these 10 days, Chun Feng familiarized himself with 10 different martial arts. While this was not an extraordinary feat, martial artists universally acknowledged that it was better to excel in one area than to be mediocre in many. Chun Feng had a strong feeling that he could indeed master them all if he desired. Of course, his current level of comprehension was still insufficient. He needed to further awaken his celestial injury body to enhance his understanding. On the 7th day of this 10-day period, news of Qiu Daliang's death finally reached the sect, and all members of the group were summoned by the punishment hall for questioning. The punishment hall did not disclose the location of Qiu Daliang's demise, but directly inquired about the circumstances leading up to his departure. Apart from Chun Feng, who was on a mission, everyone else speculated that Qiu Daliang had gone to meet his romantic partner. When asked who knew the whereabouts of Qiu Daliang's partner, only 3 individuals raised their hands. The punishment hall engaged in conversation with those 3, and then briefly questioned Chun Feng about his mission. The task he had undertaken was not fabricated by Qiu Daliang. It was a routine errand for the Merchant Alliance. Chun Feng had only completed the task when he was ambushed by Li Chao. Li Chao had intended for Qiu Daliang to lead Chun Feng away, ensuring that his scheme was flawless. He had never anticipated that it would instead serve as a cover for Chun Feng. Thus, Qiu Daliang's case passed without incident. Although he was the team leader, he remained merely an ordinary outer disciple. The investigation by the punishment hall was merely a formality, and it would not be pursued relentlessly in the short term. What worried Chun Feng was that there had been no news regarding Li Chao's death within the sect. Beneath the tranquil surface, tumultuous currents surged. The air before a storm was the most suffocating. With the absence of a team leader, the other members began to stir, vying for the position of team leader. The leader not only held authority but also received an additional silver coin each month. Chun Feng refrained from involving himself in their schemes, adhering steadfastly to his daily routine of learning and practicing martial arts. Days passed in this manner, and Chun Feng gradually honed his martial prowess amid the monotony. On the day of the monthly distribution of silver coins, after completing his knife techniques in the afternoon, he first went to collect his coin. On his way back to his residence, he contemplated visiting the competition arena the following day to assess the fruits of his recent labors. Upon arriving at his dwelling, he noticed that all the members of his group were gathered outside, conversing animatedly around a lean man whom Chun Feng recognized as their vice-captain, Gao Ping. "Greetings, vice-captain." Since he had encountered him, Chun Feng could only step forward to greet him. "You are one of the newcomers, correct?" Gao Ping inquired with a smile, sizing Chun Feng up. "Indeed." Chun Feng responded respectfully. "Good. Keep up the good work and strive to enter the inner hall as soon as possible." Gao Ping encouraged him politely. "I hope to receive your guidance, Vice-Captain." Chun Feng replied with an expression of earnestness. Gao Ping continued to chat casually with the other group members, the majority of their conversation revolving around who would be the next team leader. Just as Chun Feng intended to go inside for a drink, Su Wei followed him in and quietly pulled him aside. There's a rule in our team. Newcomers in the outer hall must show respect to the team leader. This month, since we stood guard, now that the coins are distributed, you need to contribute. Xiao Wu has already done so, Su Wei explained. Oh, I see. My finances are a bit tight right now. Perhaps next time? Chen Feng said, lifting a cup of tea and drinking deeply. Chapter 8. Why bully me? What? What? Su Wei was taken aback. I said my finances are a bit tight right now. Perhaps next time, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Su Wei glanced nervously outside and, pulling Chen Feng's sleeve, whispered, a team leader and 2 vice captains. We really cannot afford to offend them. It's just a monthly stipend. If you give it, it's done. The real issue is not getting into trouble later, I understand. But I truly am short on funds, Chen Feng reassured him, patting Su Wei on the shoulder. Su Wei ceased his persuasion. Today was the day of the stipend distribution, and regardless of Chen Feng's financial constraints, he still had the monthly coin. As a fellow team member, he felt he had done his utmost to advise him, and how Chen Feng chose to proceed was no longer his concern. Gao Ping had already taken a newcomer's stipend for himself. As vice captain, he only received 4 silver coins each month, which were hardly sufficient. Whether spent on martial arts or indulgence, both were bottomless pits. No amount of money ever seemed to be enough. Thus, whenever a fresh batch of green recruits emerged, he would be there on time to seize the opportunity. Following Qiu Dayang's death, the competition for the leadership position among the group members had only intensified. Providing Gao Ping with ample gains, the money he extorted would be shared with the team leader. As for what the recruits received, only heaven knew. Gao Ping grew impatient as the girls from the Tsuehong building awaited him. Are you settling in well in the outer hall? Gao Ping asked as he entered the room where Chen Feng and Su Wei were. Thank you for your concern, Vice Captain. I am adapting well. Chen Feng nodded and smiled. Our team leader takes good care of his brothers. Since you're new, there's not much you need to offer. I'll help you present this month's stipend to the team leader. If you have any issues in the future, feel free to approach him directly, Gao Ping said cheerfully. I see that I sustained injuries during last month's competition and incurred quite a bit of medical expenses. So I'm a bit short this month, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Gao Ping laughed in surprise. What did you say? I said I'm a bit short this month, perhaps next time, Chen Feng reiterated politely. Gao Ping scrutinized Chen Feng with a forced smile, staring intently for quite some time, while Chen Feng maintained a cheerful demeanor. All right, we shall wait until next month. Gao Ping finally relented and left. Witnessing the entire exchange, Su Wei understood that Chen Feng was in trouble. On the following evening, upon returning to his residence, Chen Feng discovered Su Wei moving out of the room. When he inquired about the reason, Su Wei mentioned it was the arrangement of the new team leader. Chen Feng's group was the second team in the squad, and the new leader had been specifically appointed by the captain. Su Wei moved to a nearby room and, before leaving, imparted a final piece of information. The new leader was a confidant of the vice captain. Chen Feng nodded and expressed his gratitude with a smile. On the third evening, Chen Feng returned home to find his room cluttered with miscellaneous items, leaving no space to set foot. He looked at the disarray and chuckled to himself. Had the bullying begun? On the fourth evening, upon returning, he discovered his bedding was missing. He did not bother to search for it, and simply lay down to sleep fully clothed. Every member of the group avoided Chen Feng, casting him sidelong glances filled with disdain. The newly appointed team leader, Du Gaokai, regarded him with contempt whenever Chen Feng returned at night. On the fifth day, as Chen Feng walked home, he speculated about what new antics might unfold that night. Yet nothing transpired until he fell asleep. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open, jolting Chen Feng awake. Du Gaokai entered accompanied by 2 others. Hey, the battle hall needs someone to guard the mountain gate temporarily. You go. Du Gaokai pointed at Chen Feng, his tone haughty. What? Chen Feng rubbed his eyes, yawning, still groggy as he sat up in bed, appearing not fully awake. Did you hear me? Hurry up, Du Gaokai cursed loudly. While the 2 accomplices looked at Chen Feng with disdain in their eyes, Chen Feng was the odd one out in the group. However, it was fortunate that such a person existed. When someone sought to bully, they would not think of him. Chen Feng, yawning and stretching, descended from the bed, gazing at Du Gaokai with a look of helplessness. Are you bullying me? Du Gaokai was taken aback. What? I said, you are deliberately bullying me. Aren't you? Heh, I'm your team leader and I'm assigning you a task. Stop wasting my time, Du Gaokai declared arrogantly. Why bully me? I diligently practice, avoid trouble, and merely wish to lead a peaceful life. If all disciples were like me, our sect might very well be the 11th strongest. Chen Feng gazed at Du Gaokai with sincerity. Ha ha. One of the group members could not contain himself and burst into laughter, while Du Gaokai let out a hearty guffaw. You, my friend, are nothing but a fool. I previously believed you were merely dim-witted, attempting to stir trouble in the second group. I never imagined you were such an imbecile. Du Gaokai looked at Chen Feng with a pitiful expression. I do not comprehend your meaning, but could you refrain from bullying me? Chen Feng replied, his face devoid of emotion. From now on, you shall hand over half of your monthly salary to me. Now, be off and guard the mountain gate. Du Gaokai leaned in closer to Chen Feng, pointing towards the entrance with his right hand. Chen Feng shook his head. I shall not go. Please remove the clutter from my room and return my bedding. Ha! You are truly ungrateful. I shall teach you a lesson. Du Gaokai raised his right hand high. Slap. In an instant, Du Gaocai's left cheek compressed, and he spat out 3 bloody teeth, being utterly sent flying from the room. The 2 individuals standing at the doorway were momentarily stunned, unable to react. Du Gaokai, having been struck, bellowed and charged back into the room, launching a powerful punch towards Chen Feng, filled with potent energy. He had just been ambushed by this fool. He could not afford to lose face today. Chen Feng slightly shifted his legs, retreating 2 steps straight back. His footwork, 9 stances, Du Gaokai's punch missed. And before he could adjust, Chen Feng's palm had already struck his chest. A tremendous wave. Puff. Du Gaokai was once again propelled out of the room, spewing a warm spray of fresh blood midair. Chen Feng turned his gaze towards the 2 individuals at the door. They instinctively recoiled, pressing against the wall, silently watching him step outside. This fellow is unexpectedly formidable. Du Gaokai lay on the ground. Not only was his internal injury severe, but his breath was also disordered. With a deep breath, Du Gaokai quickly steadied himself, preparing to rise. Whoosh crack! Chen Feng leapt like a wooden post from the doorway directly above Du Gaokai. He aimed a single foot towards Du Gaocai's right arm. A weighty descent! Chen Feng withdrew his foot, and that arm had already been broken beneath his weight. Help me! Du Gaokai cried out from the ground. Slap! Chen Feng raised his hand high, delivering a resounding slap that silenced him. Du Gaokai propped himself up with his left arm, looking at Chen Feng with fear. He dared not kill. This was within the sect. He could not dare to kill me. Why do you bully me? Chen Feng crouched down, gazing innocently at Du Gaokai. Next time, I shall kill you. Why do you bully me? Why yes. I apologize, Du Gaokai stammered, trembling in fear, his entire being quaking in terror. Chen Feng waved his right palm in front of him. If I were to strike your dantian, would you not become a fool as well? No. Please don't. Du Gaokai frantically shook his head, pleading, spare me this once. At that moment, all members of the second group had gathered outside, witnessing this unexpected scene. Although Du Gaocai's martial prowess was not particularly high, far inferior to Zhou Daliang, he had the backing of the vice-captain, the team leader. Chen Feng's audacity was indeed remarkable. You wish for me to spare you? Chen Feng inquired. It was the vice-captain who instructed me to make things difficult for you. It has nothing to do with me. I beg you, Du Gaokai implored. After a prolonged silence, Chen Feng stood up and nodded. Very well, I shall spare you. However, next time, I will slap you to death. Having said this, he turned and returned to his small dwelling. All members of the second group watched him close the door before someone finally helped Du Gaokai up. Next time, I will slap you to death. These words echoed in Du Gaocai's ears, lingering and refusing to dissipate. The following morning, Chen Feng appeared unperturbed as he stepped outside, heading to the training square to practice martial arts, not returning to his residence until evening. The clutter in his room had been removed, and the entire place was spotless, with a new set of bedding added to his bed. This was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. Power could not suppress strength, and a mere sect group leader or captain was far from sufficient. Had it not been for the sect, Chen Feng would undoubtedly have slain Du Gaokai. With the golden finger now in his possession, why would he hesitate to deal with a mere lowly adversary? Immersed in the world of martial arts, Chun Feng had already mastered the first layer of the Blue Sea Heart Sutra to perfection. Without the subsequent internal cultivation methods, he could not continue to enhance his vital energy. To obtain the following layers of techniques, he must achieve a ranking in the year-end martial competition, yet several months still lay ahead. Chun Feng could not afford to wait. He resolved to injure himself once more, utilizing his heavenly injury body to continue cultivating his vital energy. The feedback mechanism of the heavenly injury body was undeniably potent. Injury could lead to strength, which was both its defining characteristic and its fatal flaw. If Chun Feng could control the extent of his injuries and prepare thoroughly during the recovery period, he could walk the path to invincibility. However, reality rarely aligned with his intentions. Each deliberate injury could spiral out of control and become a fatal mistake. Thus, Chun Feng decided to head to the sect's martial arena, where judges would intervene if things escalated, providing a certain degree of safety. The next day, Chun Feng planned to finish his martial training at the teaching square before heading to the arena. However, he was immediately confronted by 3 individuals at the entrance. Initially, Chun Feng assumed it was the Vice Captain Gao Ping sending someone to create trouble, but upon closer inspection, he realized the 3 wore the garb of the punishment hall. "You are Chun Feng of the second group?" one of the swordsmen inquired, his sharp eyes seemingly piercing through Chun Feng. "I am," Chun Feng replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he nodded. "I am a disciple of the punishment hall. Chao Cheng. I am here to investigate a case," Chao Cheng stated coldly. "A case?" Chun Feng feigned appropriate confusion. "Let us speak inside." "Very well." Chun Feng nodded and turned to enter his room. The 3 from the punishment hall stepped inside. One stood at the door, another at the window, while Chao Cheng sat across the table from Chun Feng. "Last month, your group was stationed in Ninghai Town." Chao Cheng fixed his gaze on Chun Feng's eyes. "Indeed," Chun Feng replied. "Did you have a conflict with Li Chao?" "Young Master Li forcefully abducted a maiden, and I let her go." Chun Feng hesitated slightly. "After that day, have you met again?" Chao Cheng pressed. Chun Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No, you have not seen each other since that day?" Chao Cheng raised his voice. "From that day until now, I have not seen him," Chun Feng affirmed. "How did your group leader die?" Chao Cheng abruptly shifted the topic. Chun Feng was taken aback, uncertain. The room fell silent, and Chun Feng nervously surveyed the 3 individuals. After a long pause, Chao Cheng stood and walked towards the door. What happened to young Master Li?" Chun Feng rose, hesitantly inquiring. Chao Cheng glanced back at him, then departed with his 2 subordinates. Chun Feng stepped outside, where members of the second group stood nearby, casting curious and wary glances at him. "What business do the punishment hall members have with him?" Chun Feng maintained an unruffled expression as he made his way to the teaching square. Commencing another repetitive day, he had finally drawn attention. Furthermore, he had misspoken. Would he be able to navigate this predicament? The arrival of the punishment hall altered Chun Feng's plans. His intention to sustain injuries in the arena was scrapped. He could be summoned by the punishment hall at any moment. He needed to ensure he remained in peak condition. Li family. "Have the culprits been identified?" Li Kaiji sat in a grand hall, his expression grim as he stared at a man on the floor. "There are too many suspicious individuals. It is difficult to investigate," Chao Cheng replied hesitantly, as a core disciple of the punishment hall. Chao Cheng bore an unspoken burden. The case concerning Li Chao was not a simple matter to unravel. Chun Feng considered a suspect, indeed, but there are more than 10 individuals who resemble the murderer far more. Chun Feng and Li Chao had merely had a quarrel. Those unaware of the truth would hardly suspect Chun Feng of murdering Li Chao. As a quintessential playboy, Li Chao was embroiled in numerous troubles daily. In the half-month leading up to his death, he had engaged in a dispute with another disciple from the Wang family over gambling debts, and they had even come to blows a month prior. He had clashed with a young master from the Wanjian sect over a renowned courtesan, causing quite a stir. These were merely the 2 most significant incidents within a month. Countless minor conflicts could not even be counted. With so many people wishing to kill him, could Chun Feng's minor grievance even rank? "Provide me with the list," Li Kaiji commanded. Chao Cheng handed over a paper filled with names, detailing the suspected individuals and their reasons. "The Wang family need not be investigated. Those 2 children won't go so far as to kill." "The Wanjian sect?" Li Kaiji's gaze flickered as he pondered for some time before coldly stating, "Investigate thoroughly, but do so discreetly." Chao Qing hesitated for a moment. What if the Wanjian sect discovers? Silence. Li Kaiji glared at Chao Cheng. This is a top secret of our sect. Do you wish to endanger your life? Yes. Chao Cheng quickly fell silent. Li Kaiji continued to scrutinize the list before suddenly furrowing his brow. This Chen Feng. I inquired and learned he had a minor dispute with young Master Li. His likelihood of being the murderer is quite low, Chao Cheng remarked. His group leader also died during those days. Li Kaiji, as the elder of the criminal hall, possesses a keen intuition when it comes to handling cases. Indeed, that particular case remains unsolved. Reinvestigate this matter, he instructed. Look into the relationship between Chao and the group leader, Qiu Daliang. Yes. Chapter 10. That widow was quite beautiful. Chen Feng felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. So he devoted all his time to honing his martial skills. During this period, he had nearly mastered all the common martial arts of the High West sect. Of course, the ultimate techniques of each martial art were not easily imparted by the elders. They could not be learned in the teaching square at the very least. Those ultimate techniques were the treasured skills of each elder, and it was almost impossible for anyone who was not their personal disciple to acquire them. The only ultimate technique Chen Feng had learned was the surprise flash from the Angry Goose Blade technique. This was a technique deliberately taught by the sect, one that was ferocious and perilous, typically reserved for life and death situations. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to use it. However, if it enabled an ordinary disciple to exchange their life for that of an enemy expert, it would be seen as a gain for the sect. After dinner, upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Feng found the vice-captain, Gao Ping, waiting outside his door with several men, some wielding weapons. Du Gaokai stood behind Gao Ping, his injured arm hanging limply. When he noticed Chen Feng looking at him, he hurriedly shrank back. Vice-captain, Chen Feng greeted Gao Ping respectfully. Chen Feng, you have harmed your fellow disciples. Do you not realize your crime? Gao Ping barked. The surrounding disciples quickly encircled Chen Feng. Du Gaokai has bullied his fellow disciples and oppressed them. He is guilty, while I am innocent. Chen Feng calmly shook his head. But he is the one who is injured, not you. You have harmed your fellow disciples, and today I shall represent the sect to deal with you. As soon as Gao Ping's words fell, the surrounding disciples prepared to act. Chen Feng's expression turned icy, his vital energy gathering in his palms. Some matters are such that one does not shed tears until they see the coffin. Just as Chen Feng prepared to strike first, a disciple came running from a distance. Boss, the people from the criminal hall have arrived. Upon hearing this, Gao Ping immediately waved his hand, and the disciples surrounding Chen Feng quickly dispersed. The criminal hall has come again. Chen Feng was not afraid of Gao Ping's group, but the arrival of the criminal hall made him tense. Chao Cheng, accompanied by two subordinates, entered Chen Feng's room. Li Chao died recently. Chao Cheng fixed his gaze on Chen Feng and uttered the first words. Chen Feng paused. Are you suspecting that I am the murderer? Qiu Daliang is also dead, Chao Cheng continued. What do you mean by that? Chen Feng stood up, agitated. After completing your task, why did you take a day to return to the sect? Chao Cheng leaned slightly forward. I traveled slowly and had a bit to drink. Chen Feng explained that I need to search your room, Chao Cheng stated, and without waiting for Chen Feng to respond, his two subordinates began a search. I also need to search you, Chao Cheng said coldly. Chen Feng's displeasure was evident, yet he ultimately stood up. Clang. Chao Cheng tossed several silver coins he had found onto the table. Aside from that, nothing else was uncovered. You broke your new group leader Du Gaotsai's arm. Chao Cheng resumed his seat, his eyes still fixed on Chen Feng. He extorted disciples, and when I refused, he bullied me. Chen Feng replied, Oh, you broke his arm? Chao Cheng retorted coldly, I intended to kill him. He should be thanking me. Chen Feng responded nonchalantly. Do you know that harming fellow disciples is a grave offense? Chao Cheng pressed. The sect only concerns itself with cases of harming fellow disciples, and not with the bullying of disciples. Chen Feng countered boldly, playing the role of a disciple who had neither killed nor committed grave offenses but was merely skilled in martial arts. Strength is the foundation for martial practitioners. Having strength without grace arouses suspicion instead. These are two different matters, Chao Cheng replied. They are the same matter, Chen Feng asserted. After a pause, Chao Cheng spoke again. You are quite skilled in martial arts? I have only recently entered the true martial realm. I merely dare to fight fiercely, Chen Feng said. It is a fact that you harmed a fellow disciple. The sect will. I did not harm a fellow disciple. I was teaching a scoundrel a lesson on behalf of the sect, Chen Feng declared boldly. Chao Cheng chuckled slightly. Rules are rules. It is a fact that you broke Du Gaocai's arm. So you must be punished. However, I assure you, Du Gaocai will face a punishment far more severe than yours. Thank you. Chen Feng nodded. If you were to become the group leader, could you act justly? Chao Cheng asked with keen interest. That I could, but I do not wish to be the group leader, Chen Feng replied. That widow is quite beautiful, Chao Cheng remarked casually. The image of the widow's fair skin and alluring figure filled Chen Feng's mind. Her pleading expression just before her death tightening his heart. What widow? Chen Feng looked at Chao Cheng in confusion. Chao Cheng remained silent, his gaze seemingly fixed on Chen Feng. After a moment, he retracted the sharpness from his eyes and replied. Oh, nothing. Have you finished searching? If you have, then please leave. Chao Cheng instructed the two who were searching the room. The room was painfully sparse, and the two nearly lifted the floor tiles in their search. We are leaving. The sect will provide you with a fair account regarding Du Gaocai's matter, Chao Cheng said before exiting. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Feng bid farewell. Once the people from the criminal hall departed, Gao Ping did not return with his men. Chen Feng maintained his usual demeanor as he washed, extinguished the lights, and went to sleep. Split the personnel in half. Investigate this Chen Feng, and first ascertain what he knows about that widow. And her family, Chao Cheng instructed his two subordinates. Just capture him. Using the same methods as before should suffice. One subordinate casually suggested, No, this person has considerable talent. He may have prospects in the future. So we must be cautious, Chao Cheng replied. This fellow took over 7 years to enter the outer sect, yet he can actually contend with Du Gaocai, the other subordinate questioned. In the realm of martial arts? It is common to see those who accumulate strength over time. What is so strange about that? Chao Cheng remarked. That Du Gaocai is no expert. If someone is fighting for their life, it is quite normal to break an arm. The first subordinate added. Is Chen Feng a confidant of Qiu Daliang? Chao Cheng inquired. He does not seem to be, the second subordinate pondered. Running errands for the Merchant Alliance is a good job. If he is not a confidant, why would he do it for him? Chao Cheng halted. As the second thorough investigation revealed more discrepancies, he recalled Chen Feng's expression upon hearing about the beautiful widow. Set aside the matter of the Wanjian sect for now. Let us clarify this Chen Feng first. Focus our efforts on eliminating one suspect at a time. This is faster than investigating separately. An elderly has not given us much time. Chao Cheng issued his final command. Yes, the two subordinates responded at 18 midnight. As Chen Feng lay in bed, he suddenly opened his eyes. He had gone to bed early, yet sleep eluded him. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, Chen Feng remained on edge. This Chao Cheng was not an easy opponent. His frequent topic shifts made Chen Feng uneasy. Although he had strived to maintain composure, his expression and gaze could not be completely devoid of telltale signs. The moment there was the slightest hint of suspicion, Chao Cheng would pursue it relentlessly. Not good, Chen Feng abruptly sat up. He could no longer remain in the High West sect. He had to leave. Tonight, he would depart. Right now. Chapter 11. Chen Feng leaped from his bed, moved to the center of the room, and struck a small tile on the ground with his fist. The tile shattered into pieces, revealing a simple wooden box embedded in the earth. Extracting the box, he found 5 gold coins, a set of hidden arrows, a dagger, and a bottle of healing ointment inside. This was all of Chen Feng's possessions. Strapping on the hidden arrows and gripping the dagger, Chen Feng stealthily left his residence. The High West sect had a night curfew, prohibiting disciples from wandering about after dark. Chen Feng executed the 9 stances step, carefully evading the patrolling disciples. The High West sect was constructed upon a mountain, offering many routes down, aside from the critical areas of the sect and the mountain gate. The patrols on the lesser paths were not stringent. Chen Feng chose a familiar narrow path, eluding 2 groups of patrolling disciples before descending the mountain. The path was rugged, allowing passage for only a few individuals. Fortunately, the gentle moonlight illuminated a route to freedom for Chen Feng. Suddenly, he halted, his temples throbbing slightly, standing motionless on the path. Did you truly kill Qiu Daliang? A voice emerged from behind a tree along the roadside. instantly igniting a murderous glint in Chen Feng's eyes. That widow is indeed quite beautiful, isn't she? Chao Cheng stepped out from behind the tree, blocking Chen Feng's way with his sword. I cannot fathom your motive for killing Zhou Daliang. Chao Cheng said, gazing at Chen Feng in confusion. You are mistaken, Chen Feng replied enigmatically. Humph, at this point, spare me the nonsense. Just your violation of the night curfew and leaving the sect unauthorized is enough for me to arrest you and subject you to severe interrogation. Chao Cheng replied sharply, and my point is, you may guess even bolder, Chen Feng said disdainfully, looking at Chao Cheng. What do you mean? Chao Cheng furrowed his brow, realizing Chen Feng was acknowledging that he had killed Zhou Daliang. Could it be? Chao Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chen Feng. Li, young Master Li is also. Congratulations. Chen Feng lunged forward, dagger aimed at Chao Cheng. You guessed correctly. Clang. As Chao Cheng reached for his sword, the dagger struck, forcing him to barely deflect it with the blade. Chen Feng's strike was infused with 90% of his internal energy, the immense force pushing Chao Cheng back several steps. A tempestuous wave. Chen Feng's left palm surged forward, unleashing a powerful strike akin to turbulent waves. He must not be allowed to draw his sword. Bang. Chao Cheng launched a fist, their palms colliding, releasing an overflow of true energy. Clang! Chen Feng redirected his energy, pressing on with ferocious attacks. The dagger lunged again, and Chao Cheng blocked with the sword sheath. With a left palm strike and a right thrust, Chen Feng engaged in a flurry of close combat with Chao Cheng. Exchanging over a dozen blows in quick succession, bang, bang. Suddenly, Chao Cheng leapt into the air, delivering a series of rapid kicks. Chen Feng hastily crouched and retreated. Whoosh! The sound of a blade being drawn sliced through the night sky. Chao Cheng had drawn his sword. Chen Feng glanced at the descending path. He was nearing the foot of the mountain. If he couldn't eliminate Chao Cheng in a short time, he had to descend first. Swish, swish. Just as Chen Feng was about to act, two fierce sword energies shot toward him. True energy radiated outward. Yuan Wu realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng swiftly executed the 9-posture step to evade. I didn't expect your true energy to remain as robust as ever. Chao Cheng, sword in his right hand and fingers poised on the blade, felt the subtle ripples of true energy emanating from his sword. Are all the people from the punishment hall this foolish? Chen Feng retorted as he renewed his assault. The Haiwei sect was a second-tier sect with a certain level of foundation, yet its martial arts were not comprehensive, at the very least. Chen Feng had not learned any techniques related to daggers at the training plaza. His greatest reliance lay in his palm techniques and saber skills. Unfortunately, the sect required the practice weapons to be returned that day, and he had yet to purchase a dagger for himself. Chao Cheng thrust his sword forward, and Chen Feng nimbly dodged, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Bi-Tao palm. Flying locust leg, 9-posture step. Chen Feng, relying on the versatility of his martial arts, barely managed to fend off the sharp edge of Chao Cheng's weapon. In less than 10 exchanges, Chen Feng discerned that Chao Cheng was employing the soul-seizing sword technique. Chen Feng had also studied this swordplay, but due to the lack of a sword, his comprehension of it was not profound. Whoosh whoosh, another 2 sword energies sliced through the air. Chen Feng swiftly turned, yet one sword energy left a bloody mark on his waist. Whoosh! Just as Chen Feng regained his footing, he heard the sound of something piercing through the air from behind. He bent low, and an arrow grazed his nose as it flew past. A booming voice, accompanied by a glint of blade, closed in on Chen Feng. He hurriedly executed the 9-posture step, narrowly avoiding the sweeping blade. 2 disciples, armed with bows and blades, rushed in to assist. The disciple wielding the blade adopted a fierce stance. Seeing Chen Feng evade, he swung his sword to pounce again. Humph! Just when I was troubled by the lack of a suitable weapon. Chen Feng did not flinch or retreat, but instead, he advanced boldly. The disciple employed the sect's dragon-slaying blade technique, which he was quite familiar with, having spent countless hours in the training plaza. Whoosh, whoosh. The disciple's 2 strikes were easily sidestepped by Chen Feng. And before the disciple could react to his astonishment, Chen Feng seized the back of his blade. Bang! A palm strike, powerful as a raging tide, landed squarely on the disciple's chest, launching him away and leaving only the blade behind. Clang! Chen Feng raised the long blade effortlessly, blocking the second arrow shot by the bow-wielding disciple. He turned to gaze at Chao Cheng, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. The soul-seizing sword technique? Huh? The Yuan Wu realm. You say? Just the opportunity one sought to witness it. Ah, with a low roar, Chun Feng charged at Chao Cheng, blade in hand. Whoosh! Chao Cheng unleashed a wave of sword energy, and Chen Feng countered with a fierce assault. With a blade in hand, Chun Feng felt utterly fearless against Chao Cheng. The angry goose blade technique was executed with all his might, momentarily pushing Chao Cheng into a defensive position. Chao Cheng, astonished by Chun Feng's mastery of the blade, realized that despite being a level higher in internal cultivation, Chun Feng's blade skills had entirely bridged the gap. The bow-wielding disciple hesitated to shoot, fearing repercussions, and could only watch anxiously from the sidelines. The whistle! Chao Cheng shouted to that disciple. Whoosh! A piercing whistle echoed through the night sky. The sect's patrolling disciples would arrive shortly. Initially, Chao Cheng had planned to personally lead his men to capture Chun Feng, which would have been a significant achievement. However, Chun Feng's blade technique forced him to rethink his strategy. Should he allow this person to escape, he would face Elder Li's wrath. Time was running out. Chun Feng struck with 3 rapid slashes, aware of the soul-seizing sword's characteristics. These 3 blows would significantly diminish Chao Cheng's sword momentum, presenting him with an opportunity. Indeed, after blocking these 3 strikes, Chao Cheng's sword momentum noticeably weakened. Just as he prepared to counterattack, a dark flash shot from Chun Feng's sleeve. Whoosh! The sleeve arrow pierced through Chao Cheng's chest, exiting from the back. Chao Cheng's arm, holding the sword, froze mid-air as Chun Feng decisively swung his blade. Whoosh, whoosh. He severed the arm before swiftly beheading him. With 2 crucial organs gone, Chao Cheng collapsed to the ground. Chun Feng ignored the bow-wielding disciple, picked up Chao Cheng's sword, and sprinted down the mountain. The disciple, wary of Chun Feng's prowess, waited for the patrolling disciples to arrive before pursuing him. The earlier warning whistle had summoned half of the High West sect's patrolling disciples to this small path. The guards at the foot of the mountain instantly became vigilant, igniting all the torches at the entrance. Moonlight bathed the path, and the guarding disciples spotted a shadow descending the mountain, brandishing both a blade and a sword. Fire arrows! The guarding disciples unleashed a barrage of arrows, and Chun Feng raised his weapons, creating a dazzling display of blade and sword. This was the flourishing blossom blade technique, which emphasized advancing with stability, prioritizing defense before offense, making it ideal for countering arrows and hidden weapons. This dual weapon technique was Chun Feng's first attempt, and though he wielded a sword in his left hand, he felt no discomfort. After fending off the rain of arrows, Chun Feng plunged into the ranks of the guarding disciples. Chapter 12. Breaking through the encirclement, most of the guarding disciples were of the true martial realm. As the Yuan Wu realm was not easily attained, fueled by sheer determination, Chun Feng carved a bloody path through the guarding disciples. He dared to fight desperately, while the guarding disciples did not dare to do the same. Relying on their numbers, the guarding disciples hurled hidden weapons from a distance, using long-range weapons to harass him, as long as they could trap him. Once reinforcements arrived, he would naturally have no means of escape. Chun Feng executed the flourishing blossom blade technique to its limits, enveloping himself in a nearly impenetrable defense. If this dragged on, it would mean death. Chun Feng's eyes hardened. He hurled the long sword at a disciple blocking his path while charging at him with his blade. Whoosh, whoosh! 2 hidden weapons struck Chun Feng's back. Clang! The long sword was deflected by the disciple. Whoosh! Chun Feng cleaved the disciple in half with a single stroke. This blow left the remaining disciples stunned in place. Rather than retreat, Chun Feng pressed forward, lunging at another disciple. A stunning flash. The angry goose blade technique, a self-sacrificing skill, was purely offensive. The disciple attempted to block with his blade, but was cleaved in 2. Both man and weapon point 2 long spears lunged at Chun Feng from the side. He swung his blade to deflect one, while the other thrust toward his abdomen. Chun Feng invigorated his true energy. Twisting his body to the side, the spearhead grazed his flesh, drawing a stream of blood. He also practices external training. The spear-wielding disciple was astonished. He clearly could have pierced Chun Feng's abdomen, Yet the spearhead seemed to slide past him like it struck a pebble. Chen Feng executed the 9 posture step, squeezing between the 2 spears, and his long blade swept across, sending 2 heads flying. Only 4 bow-wielding disciples remained at the mountain's guard, and they now raised their weapons to form a formation. With robust true energy and proficient martial skills, they fought without regard for their lives. This was the reason Chen Feng had managed to endure until now. Would he be able to eliminate all 4 before reinforcements arrived? He must. Chen Feng swept his long blade horizontally, charging at the 4 of them. His blood-red, fierce gaze sent shivers down the spines of the 4 disciples. In such dire circumstances, he still dared to counterattack? Every martial artist possesses a certain boldness. At the brink of life and death, these 4 disciples were also prepared to fight to the end. Could 4 of them not handle a single one of him? Chen Feng executed the 9 posture step, in the blink of an eye leaping above the 4 disciples. A particularly strong disciple thrust his spear upward, and Chen Feng, bracing himself, descended. Landing amid the 4, Chen Feng spun and struck, while the other disciples swung their blades fiercely, clang, clang, clang. After 2 breaths, Chen Feng stood bloodied in the center point. 3 of the 4 disciples had already fallen, leaving one clutching his wounded stomach, roaring as he charged at Chen Feng. Clang! Chen Feng cleaved the long sword from the disciple's grasp, pivoting his long blade to rest against the disciple's neck. Tell the sect that I, Chen Feng, have no further entanglements with the Hai sect. If you dare to pursue and hunt me down, the Hai sect shall be my enemy. For everyone that comes, I shall kill one. Bang. After delivering his ultimatum, Chen Feng struck, knocking the disciple unconscious. Discarding the battered long blade, he searched for another on the ground, forcing himself to hold on to a breath, disappearing into the night. Just as he vanished, a large contingent from the Hai sect arrived at the scene. The captain responsible for guarding the mountain gate had a grim expression. Severe punishment was inevitable. Check for any survivors and rush to provide aid. The rest of you, pursue. Light more torches. Look for blood trails. Send swift horses to relay the message. No one is to enter or leave. Before long, Li Kaiji also arrived at the foot of the mountain. His fierce gaze swept over the disciples present, instilling fear that made all of them lower their heads. The killer of his son had been found. It was the very Chen Feng who had raised his suspicions. This person had just entered the outer sect and had the strength to kill Chao Cheng, and now had successfully escaped after slaying so many disciples. Was he truly of the true martial realm? Li Kaiji inquired of the surviving disciple. Yes, he did not release his true energy outward. But his true energy was quite formidable. As if what? As if he also possesses external training skills. The disciple hesitated to respond. External training skills? And that sleeve arrow. No wonder Chao Cheng was no match for him. Gather all the men from the punishment hall and search for him. He is wounded and cannot have gone far. Li Kaiji was not concerned about failing to capture Chen Feng. His true fear lay in the inability to uncover the identity of the assailant. After all, he was merely a trifling figure of the true martial realm. How far could he possibly flee? Elder, the sect leader summons you. A disciple approached Li Kaiji and whispered. 20 miles away from Hai sect, in a secluded village, Chen Feng concealed himself within a haystack. His outer garments and trousers had been torn into strips, fashioned into makeshift bandages to bind his numerous wounds. The medicinal powder he carried had been entirely consumed. Barely sufficient to dress the larger injuries, seated cross-legged among the hay, he placed a long sword before him, accompanied by 3 bloodied shurikens and a dagger. Could he indeed evade this calamity? A warm sensation emerged from his dantian, and his wounds began to tingle slightly. Chen Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. The feedback from his celestial wounded body had commenced. To fully heal his injuries would likely require several days at the quickest. However, his vital energy would rapidly increase in a short span of time. Though he had not sustained internal injuries this time, the external wounds were significantly more numerous than before. He could not ascertain whether the feedback from his celestial wounded body was greater or lesser than before. Although he had not yet escaped the influence of Hai sect, the mere fact that he had distanced himself from the sect granted Chen Feng a sense of relief. Theo used an analogy from his past life. It felt wonderful to be free from the shackles of work, According to the memories he inherited, this world's Qin Feng had been purchased from human traffickers by Haiwei sect. His childhood recollections were filled with loss, begging, wandering, and servitude. After being sold to Haiwei sect, he was spared the life of a vagabond but condemned to be a slave. The chores assigned to the menial disciples encompassed all the arduous labor of the sect. Yet this enslaved existence held a glimmer of hope, ensuring a degree of security in life. He had believed that if he persevered, he would eventually rise above his station. The previous owner of this body held this belief, as did the Qin Feng who had traversed here. Even upon awakening his celestial wounded body, he still clung to this conviction. Despite the exploitation and oppression he faced within the sect, it provided a stable income and the opportunity to learn inner strength techniques, which he deemed most crucial. Yet on this night, as Qin Feng fought his way through the encirclement, he realized what truly mattered to him: freedom. If he could overcome this ordeal, no one in this life would force him to bow, impede his steps, or bind his liberty. Time flowed slowly as he cultivated his energy, preparing himself to spring forth from tranquility into a fierce battle at any moment. When he felt a gentle warmth upon his face, Qin Feng opened his eyes. Dawn had arrived. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the haystack, warming his body. A mouse scurried past his feet, and he swiftly caught it in his hand. The bleeding from his wounds had ceased entirely, and even the minor injuries had begun to scab. The larger wounds had tightened and shrunk, and aside from the pain, his normal movements were unaffected. The rapid healing of his wounds could hardly be attributed to the meager efficacy of the medicinal powder, which he had procured from the sect. Its quality was merely average and served only to staunch bleeding. Such a terrifying healing ability stemmed from the powers of the celestial wounded body. Chapter 13. Breaking Through the Encirclement, Part 2. Qin Feng examined the wound on his abdomen, contemplating. If only he had some needle and thread, he could stitch the wound, ensuring swifter healing. Yet he wondered if engaging in combat would cause the wound to burst open. The mouse in his grasp continued to struggle, and Qin Feng stared blankly at it. The healing process had drained his body of significant nutrients. He must consume it. Neither in his past life nor this one had Qin Feng ever eaten raw game, let alone a mouse. Venturing out to seek food could easily expose his location, and he needed time to recuperate, at least until his injuries no longer hindered his combat ability. With resolve, Qin Feng waited half a stick of incense's time. Soon, nothing remained of the plump mouse but its skin. His eyes bulged, his mouth tightly closed, desperately suppressing the churn in his stomach, barely preventing the scant morsel from being expelled. By midday, he captured another mouse. Although he had the experience from his first encounter, this second endeavor was equally arduous. However, to his astonishment, each time he consumed the mouse meat, a wave of warmth surged through his stomach, followed by an intensified itchiness of his wounds. The vital energy accumulating within his dantian grew more abundant and swift, reaching its peak by the afternoon, persisting at this accelerated rate for about an hour before gradually slowing. The amount of vital energy amassed during that hour far surpassed what Qin Feng had achieved through months of arduous training. Though the pace slowed thereafter, based on past experiences, the vital energy feedback would persist for a while longer. Additionally, he felt a marked enhancement in the hardness of his bones and their self-healing capabilities. The celestial wounded body was indeed remarkable. As under the formidable force of true energy, the terrifying might cleaved down the disciple's long sword, subsequently carving a path through skulls and abdomens, extinguishing their life force. Just as the other disciples' weapons were about to strike Qin Feng, he seized the long sword of the fallen adversary, wielding two blades with grace as he unleashed his flourishing swordplay. The sounds of clashing steel rang out incessantly as Qin Feng's dual steel blades formed an impenetrable defense around him. The sheer strength of his true energy astonished the encircling disciples. They had devoted years to their training yet had never possessed such profound internal power. How had this newcomer from the outer hall achieved such prowess? Chapter 14. The arrow approaches in the wake of his injuries. Qin Feng's comprehension of martial arts deepened once more. The flourishing swordplay became increasingly fluid in his hands, the two blades resembling petals that sheltered him at their core. The besieging disciples found themselves unable to breach his defenses, none daring to risk their lives in a direct confrontation, prompting thoughts of delay. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Feng lunged at the nearest disciple, abruptly shifting his chaotic blade technique to target the vital points. Angry Goose Sword Technique? The sudden transition in Chen Feng's swordplay caught the nearest disciple off guard. After a frantic exchange of 2 strikes, the disciple's throat was severed, as the blade pivoted. Chun Feng deflected 2 swords that lunged towards him. With a single step forward, Chun Feng advanced, his immense true energy propelling his long sword as he claimed 2 more lives with his relentless technique. In a mere exchange, Chun Feng had slain 2 out of the 10-man group. The remaining disciples pressed forward, adopting a desperate demeanor. These individuals were merely ordinary outer disciples, wielding the most common martial arts of the High West sect. Chun Feng was exceptionally familiar with these techniques, consistently evading their strikes while targeting their vital points in the span of half a tea's time. He had dispatched 3 more disciples, yet he bore several fresh wounds as well. Surround him. Archers, prepare. A cacophony of noise heralded the arrival of other searching teams. It was over. There was no escape now. Gripping his long sword, Chun Feng's cold gaze turned crimson with fury. If there was no escape, then let them witness the resilience of the Chen family's patriarch. Chun Feng roared, sacrificing himself to inflict harm, slaying another disciple. Blood flowed onto the hilt of his sword, the slick sensation making it difficult to maintain his grip. Hissing, Chun Feng tore off a strip of bandage and bound his right hand to the sword, while his left blade had already shattered into 2 pieces. The approaching disciples had formed an impenetrable encirclement, and the archers stood ready, awaiting a command. Stop! A commanding shout interrupted the bloody melee, and the disciples engaged with Chun Feng hastily withdrew. Leaning on his sword, Chun Feng gasped for breath as he turned towards the source of the voice. A middle-aged man in his 40s stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his cold gaze scrutinizing Chun Feng. Chun Feng recognized him as Shen Xiuxian, the vice-master of the High West sect. It was said that this man possessed formidable skills, with hands tougher than any blade or sword. Behind Shen Xiuxian stood a young man with a bow. Chun Feng recalled the earlier arrow and wondered if it had been shot by this individual. You are Chun Feng. Why did you betray the sect and flee? Shen Xiuxian demanded. Betray the sect and flee? I abandoned it, not betrayed it. Chun Feng replied with a sidelong glance, wiping the blood from the corner of his eye. You killed Li Chao and harmed your fellow disciples, Shen Xiuxian accused. He attempted to abduct a maiden, and when I intervened, he plotted against me, which led to his demise. Chun Feng met the vice-master's gaze without a trace of fear. Resolute in his defiance, your swordplay is skilled, and your true energy is abundant. How is it that you have only just entered the outer hall? Shen Xiuxian's tone shifted, seemingly intrigued. The sect fails to recognize talent. Allowing it to languish, Chun Feng replied with a chuckle. Shen Xiuxian furrowed his brow. Had Chun Feng not exhibited such strength, he would not have wasted words in this manner. For the sect, exceptional talent was a vital force for its advancement, and the emergence of gifted disciples would swiftly capture the sect's attention. Chun Feng's performance undeniably met the criteria of a gifted disciple, yet there were no such talents in the outer hall. Those who demonstrated promise were immediately promoted to the inner hall or even designated as direct disciples. Given that Chun Feng had only recently joined the outer hall yet had managed to slay so many disciples and persist until now, his adept techniques and profound internal energy were indeed indicative of exceptional talent. Thus, even with the gravity of his actions against fellow disciples, Shen Xiuxian sought clarity, hoping to salvage the situation, even if he had killed over a dozen outer disciples. If Chun Feng truly was a genius, the loss of 100 outer disciples would be a price worth paying to retain him. Come back to the sect with me. I will personally investigate this matter and provide you with an explanation. Shen Xiuxian proposed. I killed the son of the Li family. Do you think your status as vice-master can protect me? Chun Feng retorted mockingly. The Li family was deeply entrenched within the High West sect, holding numerous positions of authority. With many descendants serving in other sections, the Li family was a quintessential family of the martial world, while there was no such family named Shun within the High West sect. You cannot escape. Lay down your sword, and I will ensure your survival. If your talents are commendable, the sect may consider leniency in your punishment, Shen Xiuxian stated. Losing an arm or a leg is still not death. If my talents are mediocre, then I am doomed, am I not? The one at fault is Li Chao. I defended the sect's honor and acted in self-defense. What crime is there in that? Why should I be punished? Qin Feng questioned in rapid succession, leaving Shen Xiuxian at a loss for words. This young man was no ordinary individual. If he could not be retained, then he would surely have to be killed. The expressions of the surrounding disciples varied. They were the lower echelon of the sect, slightly better off than the struggling errand disciples. They felt sympathy for Qian Feng's plight, yet also indifference, schadenfreude, and some sought to seize the opportunity for personal gain. However, one sentiment unified them all. They believed Qin Feng had brought this upon himself, entirely inviting trouble by provoking the young master. Just as Shen Xiuxian was about to speak again, a shadow darted swiftly from the distance. Weaving and darting as it approached, Li Kaiji, wielding a sword, landed before the crowd. "It is you? Who killed my son?" Li Kaiji glared at Qin Feng with malice, consumed with thoughts of how to make him suffer more than death, how to torment him to alleviate his own hatred. "What? Do you want me to recount the details?" He met a rather brutal end. Qin Feng replied with an innocent smile. Enraged, Li Kaiji hurled a punch at Qin Feng. Faced with the swiftly approaching fist, Qin Feng barely managed to raise his blade, but the accumulated true energy enveloped the sword just in time. Boom! Qin Feng was sent flying like a kite with severed strings, only coming to a halt upon crashing into a tree. His long sword was shattered into two pieces by Li Kaiji's punch, even though Qian Feng's true energy had mitigated much of the force. The residual shockwave still sent him sprawling. Pfft. Qin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing he had sustained internal injuries. This old man must possess the cultivation of the transformation realm. Qin Feng grinned through his bloodied teeth, offering Li Kaiji a radiant smile. Death was certainly inevitable, but he would die with a smile, denying this old man the satisfaction of revenge. Li Kaiji glared with cold, vengeful eyes, advancing step by step towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng gathered his breath, preparing to take a piece of flesh from the neck of the father of Li Gongzi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of whistling arrows filled the air above the heads of the crowd, including Qin Feng and Li Kaiji, who all looked up in bewilderment. Pift, pift, pift. A rain of arrows descended, and over a dozen High US sect disciples collapsed instantly. Reacting swiftly, Qin Feng propelled himself backward, sprinting away, a moment too late. Li Kaiji hastily pursued, deflecting the incoming arrows with his sword. Chapter 15. The war between two factions. The dense volley of arrows significantly hampered Qian Feng's speed. Fortunately, his mastery of the 9 steps allowed him to cover considerable ground without being struck. Li Kaiji, undeterred by the arrow rain, relied on his overwhelming internal strength to charge directly through it, quickly closing the distance with Qin Feng. Qin Feng exerted every ounce of strength to flee, despair echoing in his heart as he vowed that if he survived this ordeal, he would diligently study a form of lightness skill. Kill, kill, kill. Just as Li Kaiji was about to catch up with Qin Feng, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A group of white-clad swordsmen charged forth, their battle cries reverberating through the forest. What the hell? Even in the midst of fleeing, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Who are these people? Qin Feng changed his direction, running parallel to the advancing group to Li Kaiji, momentarily taken aback by the enemy's arrival, quickly resumed his pursuit of Qin Feng. A white-clad swordsman lunged at Qin Feng, and in the end, he could not escape the reach of these attackers. Bang! Qin Feng deftly sidestepped, his palm striking the sword, causing it to miss his chest. He sent the swordsman flying with a powerful blow. It's the people from the Wanjian sect. He recognized the sect insignia on the swordsman's attire, a star-shaped emblem woven from swords. Why are the Wanjian sect attacking us? Qin Feng narrowly evaded another swordsman's strike, confusion flooding his mind. The Wanjian sect was one of the top 10 sects, a pillar supporting the High US sect. Why were they turning against their own? Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal echoed behind Qin Feng as Li Kaiji and the disciples of the Wanjian sect engaged in fierce combat. Seizing the opportune moment, Qin Feng channeled his inner energy and darted toward the areas with fewer people. Although a few disciples from the Wanjian sect came at him, he evaded them effortlessly. Refusing to linger in any confrontation, Chun Feng appeared disheveled, devoid of any weapon, yet his ability to avoid entanglement rendered him nearly untraceable. In stark contrast, Li Kaiji found himself in a perilous situation. A master of martial arts, he wielded a sword and effortlessly dispatched every Wanjian disciple that dared to stand in his path. Such a formidable adversary naturally drew the focused attention of the Wanjian sect. And soon, more disciples surrounded him. Initially, Li Kaiji could pursue Chun Feng for a few steps, but it was not long before he was engulfed by the sea of white robes and glimmering swords of the Wanjian sect. Chun Feng had vanished, leaving him trapped. At this moment, Deputy Leader Shen Xiuxian could no longer concern himself with Chun Feng. The sudden onslaught from the Wanjian sect had left him bewildered. All disciples returned to the main hall. "Guard the mountain gate," Shen Xiuxian bellowed, and the disciples of the High sect found their resolve, hastening toward the mountain gate. Li Kaiji, heavily surrounded, felt a surge of frustration and rage. The fact that Chun Feng had escaped right beneath his nose gnawing at him more than anything. Yet, there was no time to wallow in despair, as even his own escape was becoming increasingly difficult. A skilled Wanjian disciple had ensnared him tightly, and he was now encircled by 3 layers of white-clad swordsmen. A senior elder of the punishment hall, undoubtedly a significant figure within the sect. Moreover, given Li Kaiji's commendable martial prowess, he was a key combatant for the High sect. His ability to eliminate formidable opponents right at the onset of battle had invigorated the commanding leader of the Wanjian sect, who promptly summoned 100 disciples to encircle Li Kaiji. The bloodthirsty Li Kaiji regained his composure. He realized that catching up to Chun Feng was an impossibility. The pressing matter now was to break free from the encirclement and retreat to the main hall. Dragon God Break. A vividly lifelike dragon's head formed from his right claw, surging toward the Wanjian master. Li Kaiji swung his sword in a frenzy, unleashing waves of sword energy around him, directing his blade into the throng of Wanjian disciples. However, he had underestimated their strength. The white-robed swordsman had formed a cohesive sword formation, steadfastly resisting his escape attempts. It was akin to striking a fist into dough. He managed to penetrate but couldn't break through. Becoming ensnared instead, he could not afford to exert more energy, as the Wanjian master who had initially held him was now pressing closer, engaging him in a relentless struggle. It seemed they intended to wear him down slowly. He had never anticipated that the Wanjian sect would strike so suddenly. It appeared that the sect had long been exposed. Li Kaiji summoned his skills and fought valiantly, convinced that even if the sect did not come to his aid, the Li family would arrive in due time. Elder Li, sure enough, not long after, Shen Xiuxian led the disciples of the High sect into battle. The two factions clashed, with Shen Xiuxian and a master of the High sect fighting desperately to rescue Li Kaiji. Meanwhile, Chun Feng pressed his hand against his wound as he climbed onto a tree trunk, taking a moment to catch his breath. The disciples of the Wanjian sect were relentlessly pursuing the disciples of the High sect, who were organized in groups, with the targets clearly defined. Individuals like Chun Feng were rare, and with darkness falling, few paid him any heed. Dragging his wounded body, he finally slipped out of the sight of everyone. The High sect was closely allied with the Wanjian sect, their relationship being exceedingly intimate. Even if tensions existed, it was improbable that such a large-scale conflict would erupt without warning. Perhaps there had been signs. But being at the bottom rung, he could not perceive them. The reasons behind the conflict had become irrelevant. Chun Feng merely hoped for the fighting to intensify, providing him with an opportunity to slip away amidst the chaos. Taking a deep breath, Chun Feng examined the fresh wounds adorning his body. The pressing concern was to procure some healing ointment. Otherwise, these injuries could prove fatal in addition to the new external wounds. The fierce battle, coupled with Li Kaiji's earlier strike, had reopened several old injuries. Chun Feng felt a numbing pain, and were it not for the self-healing abilities bestowed by his Tian Shuang physique, he would have already bled out. After a brief rest, Chun Feng jumped down from the tree trunk. The sounds of battle in the distance had become noticeably concentrated. Both factions had congregated. Yet, Chun Feng was certain that there were still stragglers in the surrounding woods. Whether they belonged to the Wanjian sect or the High sect, he needed only to capture one. He pressed his hand against his wound, slowly making his way toward the Haiyu sect's mountain gate, where the clamor of battle was loudest and both sides would undoubtedly converge. Finally, Chun Feng heard urgent footsteps nearby. Judging by the sound, it was a skilled fighter. He sprang into action. The figure in motion sensed the impending attack from behind and swiftly turned to draw their weapon. With a resounding thud, Chun Feng's palm struck the person's chest, sending them flying. He then closed the distance, delivering a fatal blow. It was a disciple from the Haiyu sect, possessing mediocre skills. Chun Feng quickly searched the body, finding nothing but a few copper coins. Alas, yet another bottom-tier unfortunate soul. Chun Feng lamented before swiftly grabbing the fallen sword and making his escape. Before long, Chun Feng encountered another isolated skirmish. Two disciples from the Wanjin sect were teaming up to hunt down a Haiyu sect disciple wielding a staff. Chun Feng stealthily approached from behind. Chapter 16. The mountain gate breached. The two Wanjin disciples flanked the Haiyu sect disciple, who wielded his staff with impressive skill, creating an impenetrable defense. Despite their persistent assaults, the Wanjin disciples could not break through. However, their inner strength was far more substantial, and the Haiyu disciple was gradually wearing down. After several exchanges, the Haiyu disciple was pierced and wounded. Just as the two Wanjin disciples prepared to strike the final blow, Chun Feng sprang from the shadows. With tenfold strength, he struck the nearest disciple, the surge of his inner energy instantly shattering the man's internal organs. The remaining disciple, sensing the anomaly, spun around, unleashing a flurry of sword light. Chun Feng's legs danced like the wind, each kick landing deftly against the side of the sword. His grasshopper leg technique had become increasingly adept. The Wanjin disciple, astonished by Chun Feng's exceptional leg skills, realized he was no match for him. Yet, before he could retreat, Chun Feng brandished his knife. Startling swallow flash. A swift and lethal flash of the blade cut through the air, and the Wanjin disciple's life was extinguished in that instant. Chun Feng found a tree and sat down to meditate, contemplating his escape route. If the Wanjin men advanced inch by inch from the periphery, it was only a matter of time before his cover was blown. Although he had been fortunate enough to escape from Haiyu Zong and Li Kaiji, he lacked confidence in breaking through the encirclement of Wanjin men. Haiyu Zong would certainly not sit idly by. Reinforcements from Ninghai Town, Linyu Town, and several other sub-branches would undoubtedly come to their aid. After all, Haiyu Zong had been a second-tier sect for over a century. How could it be so easily exterminated? He decided to wait. As a mere shrimp, he would find a gap to slip through once chaos ensued. Due to his recent injuries, the feedback from his heavenly wounded body had intensified. The emergence of new true qi in his dantian accelerated once again, and the transformation of Chun Feng's body became increasingly evident. He did not know when he would break through to the Yuanwu realm. For a martial artist, the moment they cultivate true qi within their body signifies their entry into the Zhanwu realm. When one can project their true qi outward, they have reached the Yuanwu realm. The sole criterion for distinguishing between Zhanwu and Yuanwu realm warriors lies in the ability to project true qi. Thus, one cannot assert that Yuanwu warriors are inherently stronger than Zhanwu warriors. There are numerous examples of Zhanwu warriors possessing more robust true qi and greater strength than their Yuanwu counterparts. However, the ability to project true qi means that a martial artist's attacks can extend exponentially beyond a mere punch or kick. In a life and death struggle between Zhanwu and Yuanwu warriors, neither dares to claim a guaranteed victory. Yet, Zhanwu warriors would never provoke Yuanwu warriors lightly. The only way to break through to the Yuanwu realm is through comprehension. Breaking through is related to the application of true qi, but not significantly to its quality. This insight has been distilled from the experiences of martial artists over millennia. Chun Feng sat cross-legged on the tree, attempting for the first time to project his true qi outward. The elders and instructors in his sect had shared some insights on projecting true qi, but without personal experience, it was impossible to grasp. For warriors at the Yuanwu realm, projecting true qi is as natural as breathing. How could they possibly articulate it? Chun Feng felt as though his body was a barrier, and no matter how hard he tried, the true qi remained confined within. His comprehension had evidently increased. Yet was it still insufficient to understand how to project true qi? After several attempts, Chun Feng paused. Such endeavors required intense focus, which would relax his vigilance towards his surroundings. One cannot rush the process of breaking through. He would address it after escaping. The sounds of battle at the gates of Hai Yuzong echoed throughout the night. By dawn, the Wanjian men had sent another contingent to support the mountain gate. Chen Feng hid at a distance, observing the encircling forces. As the light of day illuminated the scene, he discerned that the encircling forces consisted not only of Wanjian men but also other smaller sects allied with them. The Jin Daozhai, Tianhu Bang, and Lei Hua Min, 3 factions comparable in strength to Hai Yuzong, had also joined the fray. Last night, Wanjian men had dispatched their disciples for a surprise night attack, aiming to swiftly breach Hai Yuzong's mountain gate. Yet, they unexpectedly encountered a search party looking for Chen Feng, which allowed Hai Yuzong to prepare in advance. Now that dawn had arrived, the commanding leader of Wanjian men sent weaker subordinates from the 3 allied sects to join the assault, launching an all-out effort to seize the mountain gate. As far as Chen Feng knew, only half of the disciples from Hai Yuzong's battle hall were at the main headquarters. He wondered if they could withstand such a large-scale assault from Wanjian men until reinforcements arrived. Chen Feng had initially thought that the encirclement would loosen after Wanjian men commenced their general attack, yet it remained as tight as ever. Observing Wanjian men's aggressive posture, it seemed they intended to annihilate their foe completely. What kind of grudge could incite such ruthless treatment of their own subordinates? Puzzled, Chen Feng could only remain hidden in the woods. He could not believe that this encirclement could hold indefinitely. By noon, while Chen Feng lay atop the tree basking in the sun, a thunderous cheer suddenly erupted from the mountain gate. The mountain gate of Hai Yuzong had been breached. Chapter 17. The mantis stalks the cicada. Breaching the mountain gate was merely the first step. A sect's main headquarters consists of more than just one barrier. The disciples of Hai Yuzong were now counterattacking from the mountain's waist. The sect leader, with a grave expression, organized his disciples to fend off the enemy. He had not anticipated that Wanjian men would act with such decisiveness and aggression. Sect leader, I will personally lead the charge to reclaim the mountain gate. Xin Xian, covered in blood, approached the sect leader. No need. We must hold the mountain's waist, the sect leader replied. As the leader of the sect, he was acutely aware that Hai Yuzong lacked the strength to retake the mountain gate. Sect leader, Xin Xian was about to plead for battle, but was stopped by a wave of the sect leader's hand. I have already sent Lin Er down the mountain with supplies. Go and inform the other 2 families to prepare their departure as well, the sect leader commanded. Reinforcements from the sub-branches are surely en route. Xin Tianjiao will also dispatch aid, Xin Xian insisted. Let the outer disciples and auxiliary disciples take the front line. If the inner disciples are all killed, we will be of no use to Xin Tianjiao, the sect leader replied. Li Kaiji, who had been rescued by Shen Xian, was gathering his belongings with his family. Anyone with a semblance of sense recognized that Hai Yuzong was in dire straits. Ordinary disciples had no choice but to charge forward recklessly. However, the upper echelons of the sect had the means to ensure their family's safety. Xin Xian arrived at the Li family, where Li Kaiji promptly came out to greet him. For the man who had saved his life, Li Kaiji bestowed unprecedented respect. Young Master Lin has already descended the mountain. You should let your esteemed son leave as well, Xin Xian stated directly. Is the main headquarters unable to hold? Li Kaiji asked in surprise. Just in case. All right, I understand. Li Kaiji nodded. That I will go inform the Wang family. After Xin Xian departed, Li Kaiji turned to his eldest son, Li Ming. Gather your things. I will send you away immediately. Leave now? Father, will Xin Tianjiao abandon us? Li Ming, Li Kaiji's eldest son, questioned. As long as the assets of our 3 families remain intact, Hai Yuzong will endure. And our Li family's prosperity will persist. Preserving our belongings is paramount, Li Kaiji stated solemnly. What about mother and the others? Take your trusted confidants. I will send you away first. I will remain behind to fight alongside the sect leader. In the afternoon, reinforcements for Hai Yuzong finally arrived. Upon hearing the sounds of battle outside the woods, Chen Feng excitedly stood atop the tree, peering out. After a night and half a day's rest, Chen Feng felt invigorated. The successive injuries had transformed him thoroughly, thanks to the feedback from his heavenly wounded body. As long as he could recover from this injury, he believed his strength would increase significantly. Chen Feng did not rush toward the battlefield. Instead, he first circumnavigated the edge of the woods. The encirclement by Wang Jianmin remained impenetrable, showing no signs of loosening with the arrival of reinforcements from Hai Yuzong. Just how many people had they brought? Chen Feng was astonished. Although he had not traveled the martial world extensively, he was knowledgeable about its affairs. Based on swordplay, Wang Jianmin had stood firm in the martial world for hundreds of years, boasting comprehensive martial prowess among their disciples, totaling over 10,000. Given Wang Jianmin's current stance, it seemed they were committing the full might of their sect to assault Hai Yuzong. Just as Chen Feng prepared to investigate the battlefield for any potential openings, he suddenly noticed a group of figures moving toward the edge of the woods. Was this a team from Hai Yuzong attempting to break through? Chen Feng speculated, observing that the group consisted of about 30 individuals, more than half of whom wore the disciple garb of Hai Yuzong, while a few were dressed as ordinary civilians. Yet all wielded weapons. After a brief calculation, Chen Feng stealthily followed. The group halted not far from the forest's edge, prompting Chen Feng to cautiously approach, finally recognizing a few familiar faces. To his surprise, it was none other than his former vice-captain Gao Ping and team leader Du Gao Kai. What a twist of fate! After careful observation, Chen Feng realized that these individuals were all captains from the outer sect, with nearly no ordinary disciples among them. This meant that the team consisted of competent outer sect members. Under Chen Feng's watchful gaze, the group gradually neared the forest's edge, drawing their blades and preparing for combat. Suddenly, a figure rose from within the ranks, drawing a bow and shooting at the encircling disciples of Wang Jianmin. Chen Feng recognized this person as well. He was the archer who had stood behind Li Kaiji that night. With a single arrow, the archer felled a disciple from Wang Jianmin, prompting all those in Hai Yuzong garb to charge forth, while those in civilian attire remained behind in the woods to observe. The disciples of Wang Jianmin immediately organized a counterattack, and nearby disciples converged on the scene. What a fantastic opportunity! Chen Feng's eyes brightened. Now that a battle had ignited, and the disciples of Wang Jianmin were gathering, there would be a gap in the encirclement. He took off in the direction where the disciples of the Wang Jianmin had just departed. After taking just a couple of steps, he suddenly halted, scrutinizing once more those individuals clad in the garb of common folk. The ones who had already dashed out were mere decoys. Their purpose was to shield these individuals as they made their escape. Chen Feng gripped his steel blade, remaining in place as he awaited the disguised members of the Hai Yu sect to carve a path for him. Having waited for such a lengthy duration, he could afford to linger a moment longer. The young archer was remarkably fierce, each arrow he loosed claiming a life. With him providing cover from the rear, the disciples of the Hai Yu sect quickly gained the upper hand. The nearby reinforcements from the Wang Jianmin were gradually increasing, and as the disguised individuals sensed that the moment was ripe, they immediately surged forth from the side. A few Wang Jianmin disciples instinctively attempted to intercept them, but were swiftly dispatched by a flurry of arrows from the young archer. The disguised individuals managed to cover a considerable distance, their abilities commendable. Though lacking in sophisticated lightness techniques, it was evident they were channeling their true energy as they sprinted. Just as Chen Feng was preparing to seize an opportunity to break free, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Clouds of dust appeared in the distance, as scattered horsemen charged towards the disguised individuals. By the heavens! Chen Feng halted in his tracks, realizing that there were still roaming horsemen on the periphery. Without exceptional lightness skills, one could not outrun a horse. Upon witnessing the arrival of the horsemen, the young archer grew anxious, slinging his bow over his back and drawing his sword to lend support to the disguised individuals. The Wang Jianmin disciples surrounding them attempted to intervene, but were effortlessly wiped out by the young archer's sweeping sword energy. A master of the Yuan Wu realm, Chen Feng not only discerned the young archer's skill level, but also recognized that the Wang Jianmin disciples responsible for the encirclement were not particularly formidable. His assumption proved correct. Most of those remaining within the encirclement were merely the Wang Jianmin's auxiliary disciples, primarily tasked with maintaining a watchful eye. The main force attacking the mountain and the roaming horsemen were the genuine disciples of the Wang Jianmin. Besides the young archer, there was also a skilled practitioner clad in the garb of the Hai Yu sect. This individual wielded a long spear with grace, moving with an ethereal elegance, his spear akin to a soaring dragon. Originally, He had refrained from exerting his full strength to draw more Wan Jianmin disciples closer, but upon seeing the disguised individuals being cornered by the horsemen, he unleashed his full prowess, sending forth a barrage of spear light towards the Wan Jianmin disciples besieging him. Chapter 18. Repeated maneuvers. The full-force strike of the spear-wielding master instantly felled 6 or 7 Wan Jianmin disciples, after which he rushed towards the disguised group, leaving the remaining disciples to fend for themselves against Gao Ping and his comrades. The horsemen had already engaged in combat with the disguised individuals, all of whom were formal disciples of the Wan Jianmin, placing the disguised individuals at a distinct disadvantage. Who were these disguised individuals? How could they command the protection of 2 formidable masters during their escape? Chen Feng realized it was time for him to take action. Otherwise, once the Haiyu sect members were eliminated, his chances of escape would vanish. He glanced at Gao Ping and the others dressed in Haiyu sect attire, then looked down at his own attire as a Wan Jianmin disciple, before discarding his blade and drawing his sword, charging towards Gao Ping and the others from the thicket. The auxiliary disciples of the Wan Jianmin were being driven back by Gao Ping and his companions, who were contemplating a temporary retreat to await their mounted senior's support, when suddenly, a fellow disciple burst forth from the woods, sword drawn, charging towards them. Chen Feng's sudden appearance, attacking from behind Gao Ping and his comrades, caught them completely off guard. With a swift tremor of his sword, the soul-seizing sword technique claimed the lives of 2 Haiyu sect leaders in an instant. With his sword infused with true energy, the force was so robust that one Haiyu sect disciple, attempting to block with his weapon, was sent sprawling as his weapon was sent flying. The unexpected arrival of this unfamiliar fellow disciple invigorated the Wan Jianmin auxiliary disciples, empowering them to muster their final strength to withstand the fierce assault from Gao Ping and his group. Chen Feng leaped forward, landing before Du Gao Kai. This fellow had an injured hand and was currently wielding a blade with one hand to fend off foes. The sudden appearance of the figure in white startled him into instinctively swinging his blade. However, just as the long blade was halfway raised, Du Gao Kai froze in place. "Long time no see, Captain," Chen Feng grinned. Du Gao Kai screamed as if he had seen a ghost, wildly swinging his long blade towards Chen Feng's head. Clang! Chen Feng deftly flicked his sword against the blade, sending it spiraling away. Whoosh! In a single stride, Chen Feng closed the distance to Du Gao Kai, delivering a palm strike that crashed against his head. Thud! With a sound akin to a deflating balloon, Du Gao Kai's skull shattered, blood staining the ground. "I told you, next time I would slap you to death." After delivering that remark to the headless corpse on the ground, Chen Feng flicked off the remnants of brain matter from his hand and continued to slaughter the next Haiyu sect disciple. Only 4 individuals in Haiyu sect attire remained, while 6 Wan Jianmin disciples were still standing. Without Chen Feng, their forces would have been evenly matched. Du Gao Kai's cries drew Gao Ping's attention, who pushed back one Wan Jianmin disciple and charged towards Chen Feng. As he closed in, Gao Ping recognized Chen Feng's face. "It's you?" Chen Feng smirked mockingly, swinging his sword towards Gao Ping. The moment they clashed, Gao Ping realized he was no match for Chen Feng and immediately called for aid. "Help me! This person is—" Before he could finish, Chen Feng was already upon him, delivering a palm strike that shattered his jaw and knocked out all of his teeth. In the depths of Gao Ping's despairing gaze, Chen Feng swept his sword across his neck, allowing him to collapse to the ground, bleeding out slowly, to swiftly eliminate the remaining 3 Haiyu sect disciples. Chen Feng altered his sword technique, employing the self-sacrificial move from the Angry Goose Blade technique, the Stunning Flash. This was the most powerful strike he could unleash, though it was a blade technique. Executing it with a sword felt somewhat awkward, yet the lethality remained undiminished. With successive strikes, he dispatched 2 of them, leaving the last Haiyu sect disciple filled with trepidation and confusion, as he discerned Chen Feng's martial prowess. Before he could contemplate further, Chen Feng and the other Wan Jianmin disciples descended upon him, tearing him apart with their blades. Who was this brother? Those individuals were key figures of the Haiyu sect. Hurry to assist. Just as one Wan Jianmin disciple was about to inquire about Chen Feng's identity, he was cut off by Chen Feng. The others dared not hesitate, brandishing their swords as they followed Chen Feng towards the disguised individuals. The young archer and the spear-wielding master were both experts of the Yuanwu realm, Yet the Wan Jianmin horsemen possessed exceptional swordsmanship and coordinated their attacks and defenses, subtly aligning with the principles of battle formations, leaving the two unable to break through for the time being. Only two disguised Haiyu sect disciples remained, while the young archer and spear-wielding master fought fiercely to protect one of them. Qin Feng and his comrades joined the assault, but he remained on the periphery, never engaging directly with the young archer. At that moment, the young archer was oblivious to Qin Feng's presence among the fray. Young master, ride. The spear-wielding youth twirled his spear, the long weapon dancing in the air with vigor, as he charged towards the direction where the horses were tethered. A master of the Yuanwu realm. His spear unleashed an array of dazzling light, forcing the besieging Wan Jianmin disciples to evade, creating a path for him to break through. Seizing the opportunity, two disguised Haiyu sect disciples surged forth through the gap. The besieging Wan Jianmin disciples immediately lunged at them, intent on eliminating the pair. Whoosh, whoosh, two arrows accurately struck the bodies of two Wan Jianmin disciples, successfully covering the escape of the two disguised disciples. The remaining Wan Jianmin disciples continued their pursuit, but the young archer's arrows found their marks, dispatching those at the forefront of the chase. After 5 Wan Jianmin disciples fell, a lone disciple in white continued the pursuit. Whoosh! An arrow sped toward his back, and just as it was about to strike, he smoothly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the projectile. This is the 9 stances step. The young archer instantly recognized the technique from his sect. Who is this person? A spy from the Wan Jianmin? Or a disguise of a sect disciple? Perhaps an undercover master sent by Elder Li? As he pondered, the two disguised Haiyu sect disciples had already mounted Wan Jianmin horses and fled. With Qin Feng also seizing a horse, hot on their trail, the number of Wan Jianmin disciples surrounding them was steadily increasing, and several disciples approached the steeds, eager to mount and pursue. The young archer was indeed a top-tier marksman, having not missed a single shot from the very beginning. The spear-wielding expert and the remaining Haiyu sect disciples formed a protective circle around him, allowing him to draw his bow with ease. However, despite his exceptional archery skills, his arrows were limited. Just as 2 Wan Jianmin disciples had mounted their steeds, he still had 1 arrow left in his quiver. The young master should have escaped. We should withdraw as well. The spear-wielding youth dispatched 2 enemies and urged the young archer. Agreed. The young archer readied his bow and sword, preparing to break through and retreat back to the headquarters. They were merely tasked with escorting the individuals out and now needed to return to report. However, the figure who had performed the 9 stances step lingered in the young archer's mind, causing him considerable unease. No, I must follow and investigate. The young archer twirled his sword and struck down a nearby Wan Jianmin disciple. What? The spear-wielding youth glanced at him in surprise. Someone is very suspicious. The young master must be completely safe. After voicing this, the young archer leaped into action, maneuvering through the clash of blades towards the distance in pursuit. Chapter 19. Repeated Maneuvers, Part 2, Drive. Drive! The wind urged the steed to hasten, and he had already caught the scent of freedom. Each breath seemed to awaken the vigor within him, filling him with a sense of boundless possibilities in the vast expanse of the world. Yet, all was not concluded. Before him, 2 disguised disciples of the Haiyu sect fled on horseback, pursued by 2 riders from the Wanjian sect. Qin Feng had initially intended to simply choose any direction and make his escape on horseback. However, his riding skills were woefully inadequate, and the 2 disciples from Wanjian sect were swiftly closing in. Diverting to another route would undoubtedly arouse suspicion, leaving him no choice but to press on in pursuit of the 2 disguised Haiyu disciples. Before long, the 2 Wanjian disciples caught up with him, glancing back at him with some confusion before galloping ahead. The riding skills of the 2 disguised Haiyu disciples were somewhat superior to Qin Feng's, yet still fell short of those of the Wanjian riders, and it was not long before they were overtaken. One Wanjian disciple leaped from his mount, hurling a dart at the horses of the 2 disguised individuals. The steed neighed in agony before collapsing, forcing the disguised pair to turn back to face their assailants. One was a fair-skinned youth, while the other was a middle-aged man with stubble. The stubbled man exhibited a significantly greater prowess than the fair-skinned youth. Bearing the brunt of the assault against the 2 Wanjian disciples, the latter, skilled and well-coordinated, wielded their swords with precision, rendering it difficult for the stubbled man to gain any advantage. The melee soon reached a stalemate. In a short while, Chun Feng arrived on horseback, and his presence elicited delight from the Wanjian disciples, while the hearts of the Haiyue duo sank. Chun Feng joined the fray with his sword, launching unremarkable strikes at the two Haiyue disciples. Moments later, the two Wanjian disciples exchanged puzzled glances at Chun Feng, for he had not coordinated with the others to execute the sword formation. The sword formation of the Wanjian sect was renowned throughout the martial world, serving as a crucial pillar of their formidable strength. This formation was all-encompassing and unpredictable, capable of being formed by as few as 2 to as many as 100 or even 1,000 practitioners, each contributing to its might, rendering the whole far greater than the sum of its parts. Mastery of the formation was a fundamental skill required of every disciple of the Wanjian sect, including the auxiliary members. Yet, this newcomer appeared to have forgotten to employ the formation. "What are you dawdling about? Quickly form the sword array," one Wanjian disciple shouted at Chun Feng. "Understood," Chun Feng replied loudly, then moved closer to the Wanjian disciple. Just as the latter cast a bewildered glance at him, Chun Feng suddenly lunged forward, thrusting his sword towards the disciple's neck. Startled, the disciple instinctively swung his sword to defend, easily deflected by Chun Feng, whose palm, infused with true energy, struck the disciple's chest. "Have you lost your mind?" exclaimed the other Wanjian disciple in horror, as Chun Feng turned his blade toward him. The duopai sword technique was agile and fluid, its essence lying in the deceptive feints that concealed lethal strikes, excelling in ambushes and rapid assaults. The disciple found himself unprepared and quickly fell to a disadvantage as Chun Feng was about to deliver a fatal blow, when the stubbled man abruptly withdrew, urging a retreat. "The elder sent me. Hurry up and deal with this man, or we shall be entangled." Chun Feng tore open his outer cloak, revealing the garb of the Haiyue sect underneath. The stubbled man was taken aback, and they joined forces once more. Seeing their advantage grow, the fair-skinned youth also joined the fray, transforming the skirmish into a 3-on-1 confrontation, with all three attacking fiercely. The remaining Wanjian disciples soon sustained 2 serious injuries. Chun Feng and the fair-skinned youth doggedly pursued the Wanjian disciple, while the stubbled man seized the opportunity to leap high, brandishing his blade. Should that heavy blow land, the battle would come to an end in the midst of despair. As the Wanjian disciple faced certain defeat, Chun Feng's sword suddenly arced, redirecting toward the leaping stubbled man. Chun Feng's blade pierced the man's abdomen, withdrawing to reveal a spurt. Chun Feng savored his meal for nearly half an hour, relishing each bite with a leisurely pace. He had never eaten so slowly before. Not even in his previous life, however. Ever since he fled to this small town and embraced his newfound freedom, he discovered the exquisite pleasure of savoring his food. After finishing the last drops of soup in his bowl, the plates on the table were completely clean. Leaning back comfortably against the wooden chair, Chun Feng closed his eyes for a moment. Only after finishing his cup of tea did he lazily rise. "Boss, the bill please." "Did you enjoy your meal, sir?" the shopkeeper inquired cheerfully. "Yes, it comes to 30 copper coins. Wrap up 2 jean of cooked beef and 5 flatbreads for me to take away." "Certainly, that will total 40 copper coins." "Thank you," Chun Feng replied with a smile. Grabbing the large and small paper packages, he strolled leisurely towards the outskirts of the town, heading to a desolate ruin. Once a house, the ruin now consisted of only a few sections of earthen walls. Chun Feng had spent the last few nights behind these walls. This moment, it was midday. The sun was bright, but not overly harsh. Besides Chun Feng, there was another person present, wearing a tattered hat that barely shielded him from the sun. He leaned against the earthen wall, dozing with a grimy knife in his embrace. His grizzled beard peeked out from a dirty scarf, revealing both his age and his plight. This man had arrived the previous morning and had been dozing against the wall ever since. Having only seen him drink a bit of water, as Chun Feng approached him, he noticed the man's feet move slightly, and his arms appeared to relax. Chun Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, sensing the instinctive vigilance mingled with lethality emanating from the man. "Have something to eat, old senior," Chun Feng said, taking 2 steps forward to place the packages of beef and flatbreads by the man's legs. After setting down the food, He continued to the corner of the wall to bask in the sun and doze off. Before long, he heard the sound of someone eating. Chun Feng kept his eyes closed. Indulging in a meal and napping under the sun was a blissful experience, although the absence of a hat made the sunlight somewhat blinding. "Hey, kid." A coarse, weathered voice interrupted the tranquility, causing Chun Feng to open his eyes. The old man with the hat was scrutinizing him, his lips glistening and crumbs of bread lingering at the corners of his mouth. "You treat me to a meal, and I'll treat you to a drink. Old Daozi never owes anyone a favor." The old man removed a large gourd from his waist, uncorked it, and took a couple of hearty swigs before sealing it again and tossing it toward Chun Feng. Thud! Chun Feng raised his hand to catch the gourd that was thrown at him, gradually sitting up straight and twisting the gourd open. A rich aroma of liquor wafted out, prompting him to sniff appreciatively. Gulp, gulp. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Feng tilted his head back and took 2 swigs, the crisp and fragrant liquid making his eyes widen in delight. "This liquor is exquisite," Chun Feng exclaimed. "Ha ha, if it weren't for this drink, I could still scrape together the money for 2 flatbreads." Old Daozi laughed heartily. Chun Feng secured the gourd and tossed it back. "Go forego a meal for the sake of drink. You truly have a bold spirit. What should I call you?" Old Daozi inquired, fastening the gourd back to his waist with reluctance. "My surname is Chin," Chun Feng replied after a brief pause. "Where are you from, and where are you headed?" Old Daozi shifted his position, leaning against the wall again. "From the rivers and lakes, heading towards the rivers and lakes." "Ha ha, I've roamed the rivers and lakes for half a lifetime. If you wish to venture into the lakes, I could point you in the right direction." Old Daozi chuckled heartily. "Never mind. I have no interest in the lakes where one cannot fill their belly." Chun Feng lazily shut his eyes once more. Old Daozi fell silent, momentarily choked. Their exchange was a mere interlude under the sun. As the sun began to set, Chun Feng stretched and made his way back to the tavern. His recovery required a substantial amount of food daily, and given the desolate surroundings, meat was the best nourishment available at the tavern. After devouring a roasted chicken, several flatbreads, and a plate of pickled vegetables, Chun Feng packed another roasted chicken and a few flatbreads to go. Accompanied by some fresh water from the tavern, he consumed 2 healing pills before leisurely stepping outside. Just as he exited, the distant sound of a thundering horse team reached his ears. Upon returning to the wall corner, a caravan of dozens of horses entered the small town. Among them were several cargo carts, and everyone appeared fatigued. Half of them bore blood stains, and a few were bandaged, clearly having recently been through a skirmish. The caravan halted in front of the tavern, seeming to have reserved the entire establishment, as the tavern staff set up new tables outside. "Is this a merchant convoy?" Chun Feng approached Old Daozi, offering him the roasted chicken and flatbreads. Old Daozi swallowed hard at the sight of the chicken, hesitating before taking a bite. "It's a bodyguard company," he exclaimed, tearing into a chicken leg, his stomach clearly not in a state of discomfort. "Strange, why don't they display the bodyguard company's banner?" he remarked, sipping his drink while observing the horse team a bodyguard company. "Is it unusual not to display a banner?" Chun Feng inquired, also scrutinizing the horse team. Chapter 21. A bodyguard team. Such a sizable horse team certainly did not belong to a small bodyguard company. It was common for smaller companies not to display their banners, but it was somewhat peculiar for a larger one to do so. Old Daozi continued eating, his voice muffled. Chun Feng listened intently. This knowledge of the rivers and lakes was something he sorely lacked. Although he had executed a few tasks outside his sect, his exposure to the external rivers and lakes had been quite limited. "Oh, are you waiting for a merchant convoy, hoping to snag a job?" Old Daozi suddenly turned his gaze to Chun Feng, realization dawning upon him. "Indeed, you are quite the old hand at this. Filling one's belly is paramount when navigating the rivers and lakes." Chun Feng admitted, having no reason to deny his intentions. "You must have waited for passing merchant convoys before, perhaps guarding carts or escorting them for a meal." Chun Feng observed Old Daozi, who had already consumed half of the chicken. For martial artists, bodyguard and assassin were the 2 most common professions. When funds ran low, these were the first occupations that came to mind. Chun Feng had lingered in this town for several days, partly to rest and recover, and partly to await a merchant convoy that could provide him with some earnings and a means of entering Liang Kingdom. Now that he had not spotted the merchant convoy, A bodyguard team had instead arrived. Ha ha, indeed. My luck had been poor recently, even losing my horse. Otherwise, I would have crossed the border long ago. Old Daozi tossed aside the chicken's rear end, devouring it with gusto. How long until a merchant convoy passes by? Chinfeng returned to his spot, the sky nearly darkening. Who knows? Old Daozi was wholly absorbed in his chicken. Meanwhile, the bodyguard team began to eat as well. There were so many members in the bodyguard team that Chinfeng noticed most of them were dining outside, taking turns to eat while a constant guard of 10 remained by the cargo carts. What intrigued Chinfeng the most was the eerie silence among them. Aside from eating and drinking, conversation was scarce, and even exchanges were conducted in hushed whispers. Sensing Chinfeng's gaze, a few men stationed as guards from the bodyguard team shifted closer to his direction, their sharp eyes scanning him, openly displaying their wariness. Chinfeng naturally averted his gaze. He was merely curious and had no intention of causing trouble. The distance between the tavern and the earthen wall was not far, only a few dozen paces. The guard's vigilance did not compel Chinfeng to change his position. The corner had already formed a comfortable indentation for him to rest. Old Daozi soon finished an entire roasted chicken, then happily drank his liquor. He wanted to invite Chinfeng for a drink, but was met with a wave of Chinfeng's hand in refusal. Hey, if you're in a hurry, this bodyguard company might be looking to hire. Old Daozi suggested, inching closer to Chinfeng's spot. Chinfeng was somewhat surprised. It was uncommon for bodyguard teams to casually recruit outsiders. Haha, usually they wouldn't, but this time. I'm just guessing. Old Daozi tightened his clothing and drifted off to sleep. Martial artists who had entered the true martial realm were not easily affected by the common chill. It was midsummer now, making outdoor slumber a trivial concern. Inside the tavern, Su Wancheng, the head of the Hongxing bodyguard company, sat on a stool, feigning slumber. The tavern had been reserved by the bodyguard team, the staff having left early, leaving only the members of the bodyguard company. Aside from Su Wancheng, there were 7 others in the room. 6 young men of varying ages, each clutching their weapons, either resting against the chairs or sprawled over tables, were also taking a break. The remaining individual was a fair-skinned young woman, consuming food at the dining table. Dressed in male attire, the young woman made no effort to conceal her flowing hair or delicate features, perhaps for practicality and movement. Wanner, finish your meal and get some rest, Su Wancheng urged helplessly. It's too early to sleep, I can't. The girl, named Wanner, tossed a peanut into her mouth, lamenting the lack of decent food in the tavern. Tomorrow morning, I'll send 2 people to escort you home, Su Wancheng said, casting a worried glance at his daughter. No, we're already shorthanded as it is. Besides, what if I get ambushed and used as leverage against you? What then? Su Wanner replied casually. Su Wancheng fell silent. Realizing he had no better alternatives, if I had known this convoy would occur, I shouldn't have let you come along. He sighed. I have hidden arrows, poison needles, and a hand crossbow. I can still defend myself. She retorted. Su Wanner dismissed the matter with indifference. What you have is mere child's play. Relying on such trivialities is tantamount to courting disaster, Su Wancheng remarked. Who said you could forbid me from practicing martial arts? Even if I cannot master the Overlord's blade, I can still find a master to learn some self-defense techniques, Su Wanner retorted. She set down her chopsticks and sought a clean table to rest her head upon and sleep. When we return home this time, I will find you a master, Su Wancheng pondered for a moment, his tone turning serious. Really? Su Wanner lifted her head in surprise. Isn't it too late for me to start learning now? Humph, what's late or early? It's merely a matter of picking up a few basic skills. If you are willing to learn, you will, he replied. I still want to wield a sword in the martial world, Su Wanner declared stubbornly before dozing off at the table. On that day, as the sun began to rise, the escort team stirred into action. The tavern owners set out 3 large tables for breakfast, and the members of the escort took turns to eat. Chinfeng awoke, his stomach grumbling loudly. The tavern owner had steamed dumplings for the escort team, and the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, even waking the snoring old Daoba. Chinfeng stretched widely and walked towards the tavern. Upon reaching the entrance, all the escort members who had not eaten fixed their gazes on him, while those who were eating paused. Waiter, bring me 20 dumplings, Chinfeng called out with a hearty voice. Young hero, the tavern owner hurried over with a forced smile. I'm afraid we don't have enough dumplings this morning. All the guests have taken them. Then I'll wait a moment, Chen Feng replied, seating himself. The owner opened his mouth, wanting to say that they would not be able to make more dumplings, but he dared not offend Chen Feng, who bore a blade. Boss, share our dumplings with this friend. A man in his 30s from the escort team approached. The tavern owner's pressure eased considerably, and he cupped his hands in gratitude before hastily fetching the dumplings. Thank you. Chen Feng nodded at the man. Just as the man was about to leave, Su Wanner walked over. Brother, do you sell warm milk? She inquired. No. The man replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. All right then, Su Wanner said helplessly. Traveling with the escort is so dull. I won't come out again next time. Hurry and eat the dumplings. We are about to set off, the man urged. And what about the young lady? Chen Feng looked at Su Wanner in surprise. This girl, who appeared to be around his age, though dressed in male attire, possessed a remarkably pretty face, and her outfit added an air of heroism to her demeanor. Noticing Chen Feng's gaze, Su Wanner glanced back at him. Chapter 22. The Swordsman and the Escort. Is this what a swordsman in the martial world looks like? How shabby. Su Wanner scrutinized Chen Feng, her resolve to wield a sword in the martial world wavering. Chen Feng, in turn, discerned the uncertainty in her eyes. His own appearance was hardly better than that of a beggar. While his features were not exceptionally handsome, they were well-defined, and years of martial training imbued him with a certain ruggedness. Particularly, his pair of eyes radiated a sharpness, and the contained vigor within made him appear anything but easy to provoke. However, several days of exposure to the elements had left him looking disheveled. To conceal his identity, he wore a tattered outfit scavenged from the streets. The garments from Wanjian's sect and Haiue's sect had been torn into strips and haphazardly wrapped around him. Even his blade was ensconced within a shroud of cloth, as it was an item of value that could attract unnecessary trouble if exposed. This disheveled appearance naturally drew Su Wanner's attention, who aspired to enter the martial world. As for Chen Feng, his initial gaze towards Su Wanner was purely that of admiration for a young woman, followed by curiosity and speculation. The Haiue sect also had female disciples and relatives, but Chen Feng had had little interaction with them, thus he could not help but steal a few extra glances. However, his unabashed scrutiny ruffled Su Wanner's feathers, and just as she was about to frown, the tavern owner brought out the dumplings. Chen Feng withdrew his gaze, grasped the dumplings, and stepped out of the tavern, and no matter how beautiful a woman may be, a fleeting glance suffices. The dumplings would lose their allure if left to cool. After watching Chen Feng's retreating figure for a while, Su Wanner finally sat down to have breakfast. This youth, who appeared to be of similar age, exuded a unique aura that set him apart from the scions of wealthy families and martial clans. Was this the essence of those who roamed the martial world? Chen Feng took 10 dumplings from the 20 he ordered and handed the remaining 10 to old Daoba. Haha, Chen kid, though we have never met. Why do you keep treating me to meals? Old Daoba exclaimed, swallowing a dumpling whole while continuing to speak. What does it matter if we are acquainted? Just tell me if the dumplings are delicious. Chen Feng replied, relishing the dumplings. The tavern's culinary skills were commendable. Seems like you've read quite a bit. Old Daoba regarded Chen Feng with newfound interest. You see, my beard has turned white, yet here I am, struggling to fill my belly in this martial world. You must pity me to treat me to meals. At home, one relies on their parents. Out in the world, one relies on friends. I have neither father nor mother. And without a sect, I must make a few friends, Chen Feng said, biting into his 4th dumpling. So how many friends have you made? Old Daoba inquired as he picked up his 8th dumpling. Not a single one, Chen Feng replied. Haha, if we meet again after leaving this town, I'll treat you to drinks. We might just become friends, old Daoba offered. Sounds good, Chen Feng acknowledged, casting a glance at old Daoba. Before long, the two finished their breakfast and returned to rest. Meanwhile, the escort team had completed their meal and was preparing to depart. Xu Wanqing mounted his horse, surveying the escort team before turning his attention to the 2 figures leaning against the earth wall. Did you see clearly? Xu Wanqing asked his eldest disciple, Ming Bei, the very man who had ordered the dumplings to be shared with Chen Feng. 2 drifters. Ming Bei replied. Bring them in. Understood. Ming Bei approached the earth wall, stopping within 10 paces of the 2 men. You two are looking for work as swordsmen? Ming Bei clasped his fists. Chen Feng and old Daoba opened their eyes simultaneously, slowly rising. "Is there something you need?" Chen Feng inquired. "I am Ming Bei from the Hongxing Escort Agency. Would you two be willing to accompany us on an escort mission? 1 silver coin per day, and additional for drawing your blades." Ming Bei proposed. "They are indeed recruiting." Chen Feng glanced at old Daoba. Old Daoba, rubbing his sleepy eyes, murmured, "Is it to Liang Kingdom?" "Yes," Ming Bei nodded. "Are you going?" Chen Feng asked old Daoba loudly. 1 silver coin per day. Old Daoba mumbled, then looked at Ming Bei. "I'm an old hand at this. I'll go for 2 silver coins." "Very well," Ming Bei readily agreed without hesitation. "Can I also request 2 silver coins?" Chen Feng asked. "Are you an old hand as well?" Ming Bei did not overlook this question due to Chen Feng's youth. "Not really," Chen Feng shook his head. "You two get 2 silver coins?" Su Wanqing called out as he rode over. Chen Feng turned to Su Wanqing and replied, "All right, then I will go too. Provide them with horses. They can follow along on the outskirts." Su Wanqing finished speaking and commanded the escort team to set off. The cavalry stirred up a cloud of dust as they departed from the quiet and desolate border town. Chen Feng, mounted on his horse, glanced back to observe the townsfolk beginning their daily routines. The earthen pit where he had slept was now succumbing to the encroachment of wind and time. The Liang Kingdom, an ancient and vast empire, boasts a history spanning over 8 centuries. Alongside Liang, there exist 2 smaller states, Zhou and Qi, making up the trio of nations on this land. Liang lies to the north, Zhou to the southwest, and Qi to the southeast. The headquarters of the 10 major sects of the martial world are located beyond the borders of these 3 kingdoms, with the 3 nations and their 10 sects forming the power structure of the realm. Chen Feng had heard whispers of numerous micronations and tribes surrounding the 3 kingdoms, their figures occasionally appearing in the martial world. As for what lies beyond the eastern sea, the western mountains, the northern deserts, and the southern ice fields, such territories remain undocumented. After all, the known lands and the human ventures into the martial world have yet to be fully explored. Even the western mountains have claimed the lives of countless warriors throughout history without revealing their enigmatic veil. Chen Feng chose to journey to the Liang Kingdom precisely because it is larger and more chaotic. Though the headquarters of the 10 major sects are situated outside the 3 nations, their business primarily thrives within them, and most martial artists are entangled within these realms. In recent years, Chen Feng had heard much about Liang, seemingly a precursor to impending turmoil. Whether drawn by the prospects of chaos or the grand stage of the martial world, Liang represented Chen Feng's optimal choice. After all, a body like his, marked by the heavenly injury, craved challenge and combat. The cavalry's pace was swift, even the laden carts raced along. Yet this speed was only maintained on good roads. Upon encountering potential dangers, the escort team would become exceedingly cautious. Several scouts continually reported on the road conditions ahead, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension within the escort. Initially, Chen Feng, too, felt a surge of anxiety. However, as time passed, he grew numb to it. This was largely due to the presence of an elderly swordsman beside him, who, since their departure, had been dozing off in the saddle. With such a character nearby, it was difficult to remain tense. Chapter 23. The Realm of Weapon Transformation. "Hey, do you have any water?" the old swordsman yawned. Addressing Chen Feng, who rode alongside him. "No," Chen Feng replied, shaking his head. He suddenly realized he had forgotten something quite important, to bring along a water flask or pouch, and he had also neglected to prepare provisions. Setting out without food or drink felt rather frivolous for a journey in the martial world. However, it was likely that the escort would provide sustenance, and he could purchase supplies in the next town. "Don't you have any wine? Just drink that," Chen Feng suggested casually. "Huh? No way, we don't drink while on duty. It's the rule," the old swordsman replied, shaking his head. That moment, the cavalry entered a rocky area, and the scouts reported on the road conditions, causing the speed of the escort to decrease once more. The escorts became increasingly vigilant, their focus sharpened. "Hey, brother, could I trouble you for some water? I'm parched." The old swordsman cheerfully called out to one of the escorts nearby. The escort paused, then frowned in displeasure. Everyone was on high alert, yet he chose this moment to ask for water. There's no killing intent around. No need to be tense. Just give me some water. I'm dying of thirst," the old swordsman continued, grinning. Humph! The escort huffed discontentedly, unfastening his water pouch from the saddle and tossing it to the old swordsman. Ha ha, water at last! The old swordsman raised the pouch and drank deeply, causing Chun Feng to swallow hard in envy. Here, little buddy, have some water. The old swordsman tossed the pouch to Chun Feng. By now, the escort had passed the rocky area, revealing a sparse forest ahead. The pace quickened again, yet the old swordsman resumed his yawning, remaining unperturbed even as the horse's speed increased. Chun Feng noticed the man's impressive horsemanship and looked at him before uncorking the water pouch to take a drink. Suddenly, the sound of a blade being drawn echoed in his ear. Turning around, he saw the old swordsman's gaze sharpen as he scanned the woods, his demeanor now fierce and alert, entirely devoid of the earlier drowsiness. What's going on? The surrounding escorts gazed at the old swordsman in astonishment. Chun Feng hesitated for a moment, then secured his water pouch and grasped his long knife. Prepare for battle, the head of the escort, Su Wanqing, shouted, drawing his blade as a group of masked assailants surged from the forest. Damn it, this money is easy to earn. The old swordsman was the first to dismount, brandishing his weapon. Seeing that the escort team showed no intention of fleeing, Chun Feng followed suit, realizing his skills on horseback were inadequate for combat. Su Wanqing also dismounted, dragging his hefty blade along the ground. All the escorts drew their weapons, forming a protective circle around the cargo carts, bracing for the impending assault. The number of attackers was clearly greater than that of the escort team, and Chun Feng loosened his muscles in preparation for the fray. Kid, how is your skill? The old swordsman stood beside Chun Feng, as they were paired together, naturally needing to support one another in battle. Not bad, Chun Feng replied casually. Then let us see what you've got. This is the martial world at that moment. The masked assailants closed in, now mere paces away. The old swordsman swung his long knife and charged forward. Time to make some money, he shouted as he lunged at one of the attackers. His blade descending with force. Chun Feng followed closely, targeting an approaching assailant wielding a knife. Upon engaging, Chun Feng quickly discerned that his opponent was of average skill. However, he refrained from unleashing his full power for a quick victory. Instead, dedicating some attention to assessing the situation on the battlefield, he aimed to appear formidable and draw the attention of the masked assailants, as that would be counterproductive. The old swordsman seemed to share this sentiment, trading blows with his adversary in a balanced exchange. Observing Chun Feng, the old swordsman even managed a subtle smile of understanding. Despite the attacker's numerical advantage, their individual capabilities paled in comparison to the escorts. The escorts remained largely unharmed while the assailants began to suffer casualties. Although some masked figures possessed considerable skill, they were all focused on battling Su Wanqing. Chun Feng's opponent, sensing his disdain, retaliated with desperation, attempting a lethal strike. Chun Feng deflected the opponent's knife and swiftly closed the distance, pushing forward with a palm strike. The assailant responded quickly, launching a counterattack with his palm. As their hands met, the opponent felt an overwhelming force surge through him, followed by an unsettling numbness in his hand. In an instant, Chun Feng's blade returned, slashing across the man's throat. In the next moment, two masked figures lunged at Chun Feng in unison. Unfazed, he met their advance head-on with his long knife. His martial arts training stemmed from Haiwa sect, and to conceal his identity, he had deliberately muted his own knife techniques. The various styles he had learned were intentionally softened, making his execution somewhat awkward. Yet against opponents whose skill was inferior and whose inner strength was lacking, Chun Feng was more than capable of handling the situation. After a series of exchanges, he dispatched another assailant. The remaining foe, now enraged, wielded a sharp sword with increasing ferocity. With heightened comprehension, Chun Feng discerned a nuance in the man's swordplay and instinctively employed a defensive flower-cutting technique. Once he grasped this fleeting essence of swordsmanship, he swiftly dealt the final blow. Though he favored knives over swords, knowing how to wield both was undeniably advantageous. The escorts of Hongxing Escort Agency showcased formidable prowess. And within a short period, half of the masked assailants had been eliminated. After slaying two more, Chun Feng ceased seeking further combat and instead observed Su Wanqing's fight. 5 masked masters surrounded Su Wanqing, launching a relentless assault. The ferocity and sharpness of their strikes revealed their prowess at the Yuanwu level. Yet, even in a 5-on-1 scenario, the masked masters found themselves at a disadvantage. Su Wanqing's great blade danced with fury, each strike seemingly infused with colossal force, leaving none of the five daring to confront his might directly. However, the five appeared to have devised a strategy. Four of them coordinated an attack on Su Wanqing's front, while one circled behind, preparing for a sneak attack. Before the ambusher could execute his plan, Su Wanqing bellowed, unleashing a violent arc of blade energy that forced the four attackers back in an instant. As Su Wanqing turned, he struck downwards, the assailant behind him unable to evade in time. His true energy channeled into the long spear raised defensively above his head. Yet, the hefty blade cleaved through it as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Chen Feng barely registered the movement before Su Wanqing lunged at the remaining four. Mere breaths later, the figure holding the spear was split in two, each half still clutching a segment of the steel weapon. Su Wanqing delivered another strike, conjuring a massive blade shadow composed of true energy, resembling an enlarged scabbard enveloping his hefty blade. As Su Wanqing's long knife fell, this illusory blade shadow rocketed towards a masked figure several paces away. This is true energy taking form. The Realm of Weapon Transformation. Chapter 24. The Bandits Arrive. A strike from a warrior of the Realm of Weapon Transformation. Chen Feng observed the scene before him, his heart filled with astonishment. This marked the first occasion he had witnessed a warrior at the transformation of Qi level employing such an awe-inspiring display of martial prowess. Meanwhile, he remained trapped within the true martial realm, unable to project his Qi outward. The notion of projecting Qi, of transforming it into form. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he were on the verge of grasping something intangible. Impressive, indeed. This must be the renowned leader of the Hongxing Escort Agency. The formidable broadsword Su Wanqing. To his surprise, he was personally escorting the goods. Just then, a voice broke through Chen Feng's reverie, causing him to startle as he instinctively moved to evade. He realized it was merely the old knife wielder. At this juncture, the outcome of the battle was all but decided, with few masked assailants remaining alive. With another slash, Su Wanqing cleaved a masked adept open, leaving only two of the five struggling to hold their ground. Broadsword, Chen Feng murmured, his gaze fixated on Su Wanqing and his blade. Such a terrifying swordsmanship, even a mere glimpse would prove immensely beneficial to him. After observing for less than the duration of a tea break, the remaining two masked experts surprisingly made their escape. Su Wanqing, however, did not pursue them, commanding the escort team to continue onward. Chen Feng sighed inwardly at the lost opportunity, but mounted his horse to proceed. The casualties within the escort were minimal. Only 3 had perished, none severely injured. As he scanned the escort team, he suddenly noticed several individuals had not engaged in combat at all. Among them was Ming Bei, who had stood at the center of the group alongside 3 others, remaining entirely passive throughout. His curiosity piqued, Chen Feng scrutinized the trio. 2 of them exuded an air of expertise, likely possessing the cultivation of the Yuan martial realm. The remaining individual appeared somewhat anxious, constantly glancing around with trepidation. Suddenly, Ming Fei turned to Chen Feng, a clear sense of vigilance in his eyes. Chen Feng instinctively averted his gaze. After all, he was merely a temporary worker. With no need to entangle himself too deeply, I knew this money wouldn't come easily. Once we reach the next town, let us just part ways. The old knife wielder approached Chen Feng on horseback. Leave? The escort team is quite formidable. As long as we can protect ourselves, we should be fine, Chen Feng replied. Have you escorted goods before? No, the Hongxing Escort Agency is a newly emerging agency in the Liang Kingdom, rapidly approaching the status of a top-tier escort service over the past few years. If Su Wanqing is personally escorting, it surely cannot be an ordinary job. The old knife wielder cautiously surveyed their surroundings. This was not his first encounter with bandits, and it certainly would not be his last. Who could say what kind of adversaries might emerge next? I am an old hand. Trust me, you won't go wrong. Although the old knife wielder's words held merit, Chen Feng had his own considerations. Firstly, he needed to cross the border into the Liang Kingdom, and traveling alone could invite unnecessary troubles. Particularly, He was uncertain whether the Haiwei sect had issued a bounty for his capture. Despite not being one of the top 10 sects, apprehending a minor figure like Qin Feng should be a simple task for them. Furthermore, Su Wanqing's broadsword had indeed piqued Qin Feng's immense interest. He was not afraid of bandit attacks. Rather, he feared the absence of such encounters. Without bandits to engage Su Wanqing, how could he seize the opportunity to learn? Earning 2 silver coins a day. Where else could one find such a lucrative opportunity? Qin Feng glanced at the old knife wielder. I hadn't realized you were such a money grubber. The old knife wielder chuckled. You're an old hand? Well versed in the storms of fate. It's just an escort mission. Surely you possess the skills to escape if we encounter true danger. Qin Feng casually remarked, Haha, don't underestimate me. If you truly wish to stay and earn this money, I, the old knife wielder, will accompany you through it all, he replied with a hearty laugh. The escort team continued its steady pace, adhering to their prior rhythm, and by afternoon, no bandits had appeared. Shortly thereafter, they approached a town where the escort team would likely halt for the night. After a prolonged silence, the old knife wielder spoke again. How long until we reach the Wolf Pass of Liang Kingdom? Qin Feng inquired. At this pace, perhaps 2 more days, came the old knife wielder's response. Theo hastened their arrival at the next town. The escort team quickened their pace considerably. From morning until now, they had been leisurely riding, and Qin Feng began to feel fatigued, a growing yearning for the town stirring within him. We've arrived, the old knife wielder suddenly exclaimed. Qin Feng's spirit surged, and as he turned to survey the surroundings, the escort team had already come to a halt. Soon after, the sound of approaching hoofbeats grew louder, and a cloud of dust billowed from the direction ahead. In a matter of moments, a group of horsemen, each clad in differing attire and armed with blades, blocked the path of the escort team. Qin Feng gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharpening. This band of horsemen numbered over 100, each appearing to be a desperate outlaw. Bandits. The old knife wielder's expression turned grave. Even this seasoned veteran felt the tension. One rider from the bandit group charged forward, halting before the escort team. The figure was a man with disheveled hair, his eyes shadowed, holding a curved blade over his shoulder. Leave the goods, get lost, the man shouted, his arrogance tinged with bloodlust. Su Wanqing rode forward, cupping his fist in salute to the disheveled man. I am Su Wanqing of the Hongxing Escort Agency, seeking passage for my friends. As he spoke, Su Wanqing produced a cloth pouch from his bosom and tossed it to the disheveled man. As the pouch soared through the air, the bandit suddenly swung his blade, sending a flash of steel slicing through the pouch. It burst open, scattering a shower of gleaming gold coins across the ground. Leave the goods, get lost, the bandit declared with brazen confidence. Su Wanqing sneered coldly, reaching toward the spilled coins. A colossal hand formed from Qin Feng raised his blade over his shoulder, channeling his vital energy into the sword's body. With a fierce and reckless determination, he clamped his legs tightly around the horse's belly, charging headlong towards the bandits. He refused to believe that his mastery of vital energy could not compensate for his lack of horsemanship. The bandits, wielding their steel blades with agility upon their steeds, posed a formidable challenge. With a fierce expression, Qin Feng urged his horse forward without hesitation. Clang! The first bandit swung his blade at Qin Feng. But under the enhancement of vital energy, Qin Feng's strike shattered the bandit's weapon. Though the bandit narrowly escaped disaster, he was rendered powerless without his weapon. Clang! The second bandit swung his sword at Qin Feng, who, without even glancing, effortlessly parried the attack. Once again, the bandit's blade snapped in two. The bandits wielded subpar weapons, lacking both quality and the support of vital energy, and their charges were uncoordinated. In contrast, bolstered by his profound vital energy, Qin Feng charged forward relentlessly, eventually reaching the vicinity of the escort team. Upon seeing Qin Feng return, the bloodied veteran swordsman approached to assist. This seasoned swordsman displayed superior horsemanship compared to the bandits, deftly maneuvering his blade while evading their strikes, causing torrents of blood to spray forth. I thought you were going to be turned into a meat pie, the veteran exclaimed as he dispatched a bandit behind Qin Feng. My bones are too tough, and their hooves too soft. Ha ha ha, I reckon your mouth is the real challenge. The veteran surged forward, engaging other bandits with his blade. After rejoining the escort team, Chen Feng, hampered by his lack of riding skills, focused on running forward to block the bandits attacking from the side. Before he could catch his breath, a cacophony of whistling arrows filled the air above. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows descended upon the front of the escort team. Meng Bei and the others raised their swords to defend, but the arrows came in relentless waves. While few human casualties were reported, many horses fell, forcing the entire group to halt. Chen Feng's horse was struck and collapsed. Leaving him to gather with Meng Bei and the others, as the bandits advanced, Meng Bei was the first to confront them, unleashing a slash that severed several horse legs, causing a few bandits to tumble to the ground. The surrounding escort members surged forward, dispatching the first few bandits. More and more bandits closed in, as Su Wanqing led the rear guard into the fray. To capitalize on their numerical advantage, the bandits dismounted and advanced en masse. Su Wanqing's great blade trembled, radiating vital energy, as he plunged into the enemy ranks. Relying on his overpowering and fierce swordsmanship, coupled with his mastery of internal martial arts, he maneuvered effortlessly among the bandits, drawing their attention away from the escort team. Yet, the pressure on the escort remained intense, as Meng Bei and the others formed a defensive circle around the cargo wagons, fending off wave after wave of bandit attacks. Chen Feng struck down a bandit with his left palm, deflecting 3 blades aimed at him with his right hand. Then, he pushed off the ground, kicking 3 bandits away, and as he landed, his steel blade cleaved the head of another bandit. No longer constrained by the need for mounted combat, Chen Feng unleashed his full potential. His steel blade danced with ferocity, as the less experienced bandits fell victim to his relentless assaults. However, the veteran swordsman began to show signs of fatigue. Although seasoned and skilled, he lacked the depth of internal energy and found it increasingly difficult to withstand the relentless onslaught of bandits. Observing this, Chen Feng moved closer to support him, absorbing much of the bandits' attacks. "Damn it, I never thought I might be getting old," the veteran grunted through clenched teeth as he swung his blade. "Your mouth is quite tough as well," Chen Feng retorted, kicking aside a bandit while quickly catching his breath. Under the frenzied assault of the bandits, the casualties among the escort members escalated, and the pressure on Chen Feng intensified. Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierced the air, and a blinding flash of light erupted as a group of bandits was instantly obliterated. Su Wanqing stood amidst the chaos, his great blade in hand. As no one dared approach him, Bei, hold the line. I will take the bandit leader's head. Yes, master, Meng Bei replied, raising his sword in response. As the bandits surged forward once more, Su Wanqing charged towards the flowing-haired leader at the rear. Capturing the leader would likely scatter the bandits. Chen Feng, seeing a glimmer of hope, immersed himself back into the fray. This meager sum of money is truly hard-earned. Blood and flesh flew amidst the flashing blades, as cries of anguish were drowned out by the sounds of battle. For the first time, Chen Feng perceived the value of human life as negligible. Had their leader offered gold for safe passage, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Amidst the chaos, Chen Feng kept an eye on the veteran while also glancing towards Meng Bei's position. What he saw filled him with surprise. Chapter 26. Su Wanqing's swordsmanship. Meng Bei's strength appeared to surpass Chen Feng's, wielding his steel blade with overwhelming presence. Moreover, Chen Feng discerned that Meng Bei was employing Su Wanqing's swordsmanship. The defining characteristic of this technique, as Chen Feng noted, was its sheer dominance. Each move was a lethal strike, devoid of any unnecessary flair. The overwhelming force instilled dread in every opponent who attempted to parry. This swordsmanship was profound and intricate, becoming increasingly difficult for Chen Feng to comprehend as he delved deeper. While observing Su Wanqing earlier, he had gleaned nothing of significance. However, Meng Bei's execution, though impressive, revealed that he had yet to master the more advanced aspects of the technique. Each strike bore a deliberate quality, unlike Su Wanqing's ability to simplify complexity. This provided Chen Feng with an excellent opportunity for observation, allowing him to discern the intricacies of the swordplay. Move towards that direction. Chen Feng urged the veteran, gesturing towards Meng Bei. The veteran, without hesitation, followed Chen Feng's lead. Chen Feng maintained a distance that allowed him to clearly observe Meng Bei's actions. Balancing the need to defend against the bandits while simultaneously monitoring Meng Bei proved to be a tremendous strain. The veteran sensed Chen Feng's unusual focus but, in the face of death, had no time to ponder, instead dedicating himself to fending off attacks. Chen Feng lost track of how long he had been immersed in battle. But he finally grasped the essence of Meng Bei's swordsmanship. This revelation exhilarated him. He could distinctly feel that this sword technique was far superior to any he had studied at Haiyue sect. Chen Feng committed the key principles of the swordplay to memory, convinced that with time and dedication, he could extract its essence. The bandits continued their relentless assault, driven by a desperate resolve, knowing that the fight was a matter of who could endure the longest. Chen Feng felt his vital energy waning, marking the first time he had expended such a significant amount. Despite his injuries healing rapidly, the feedback from his celestial body had bolstered his vital energy once more. Yet, the intensity of this battle had nearly depleted his reserves. Few escort members remained standing, but Chen Feng noticed a skilled fighter joining the outer defense. This individual was one of the three who had remained inactive until now. Chen Feng glanced back, noting that aside from the girl in the center of the convoy, the other two individuals were still not engaging. Who were they? The girl's bodyguards? Before Chen Feng could ponder further, a cry of agony erupted from the veteran beside him. Reacting swiftly, Chen Feng intercepted a blade aimed at the veteran's head. Damn it, these bandits wield sharp swords. The veteran clutched his wounded arm yet continued to fight. Relying solely on sheer physical strength as his vital energy had long been exhausted. I'll have Su Wanqing increase your pay. Chen Feng struck down a bandit and deflected several more blades, creating a brief respite for the two of them. Kid, your skills are impressive. You should leave, the veteran gasped. Leave? Chen Feng questioned. No. The veteran shook his head resolutely. Why not? I'm here for the pay. It's the code of the Jianghu. Chen Feng chuckled lightly. So you believe I am not one to uphold such principles? You're new to the Jianghu and don't yet understand the code. If you don't comprehend it, there's no need to be burdened by it. As the bandits charged once more, the veteran raised his blade to meet them. Chen Feng hesitated not a moment, moving in close to strike. These bandits are of no concern to me. Chen Feng glared with fierce eyes, exuding an aura of murderous intent, and, exchanging injury for injury, he felled 4 or 5 bandits in quick succession. Unfortunately, few of these bandits had reached the true martial realm. Their injuries, lacking the influence of vital energy, did not trigger the celestial body's feedback. Damn it, if I could project my vital energy, I could slay even more. Chen Feng mused, contemplating how to release his vital energy outward. With a blade imbued with vital energy, he swung, and regardless of whether it met steel or flesh, everything crumbled like paper. Such was the power of vital energy. 4 bandits charged simultaneously, but Chen Feng, blinded by rage, did not retreat. Instead, he lunged into their midst. With his long knife held high, its blade whirled with a deadly grace. Like a spinning top, Chen Feng plunged into the heart of the 4. His blade swiftly severing their lives in an instant. This was, after the bandits fell, Chen Feng gazed in astonishment at the knife in his hand. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly felt a thread of genuine energy detach from the blade. It seemed as though the energy was emanating outward. Before Chen Feng could ponder further, more bandits surged forward to attack. Once re-engaged in the fray, he hastily unleashed his energy, and it became evident that he could indeed project it outward. Yet, it felt as though he had only just grazed the surface of this newfound ability. The release of his energy was far from smooth, and he could not manifest a blade's radiance. Chen Feng ceased his attempts and focused on the battle at hand. Grasping the fundamentals was sufficient. Given time to practice, he was certain he could break through to the Yuanwu realm. However, it was not long before his energy was completely depleted. Damn it, I mustn't overreach. Chen Feng supported the nearly exhausted old knife master, asking if he still had the strength to walk. Indeed, the old knife master cast a disdainful glance at the approaching bandits. Do you still wish to speak of righteousness? Chen Feng inquired of the old knife master. The old knife master appeared troubled, opening his mouth twice without uttering a word. He understood Chen Feng's meaning. Yet he was a seasoned veteran, a man who had espoused righteousness for many years. I've danced on the edge of death more times than I can count. This is but a minor skirmish. The old knife master brandished his knife, a fiery determination in his eyes. Chen, you go ahead. I'll cover you. We haven't yet secured our payment, so there's no need to be so earnest. Qin Feng implored him with a heavy heart. When an elder speaks, a single spit is a nail. Then I will wait for you to die before I leave. Qin Feng, not wishing to press further, was nonetheless curious to see if this old veteran would meet his end today. Ha, how amusing. You help me discern whether it is the knife master's neck that is sturdy, or the bandit's blades that are swift. The old knife master laughed with abandon. As the two prepared to engage in battle, a surge of violent energy suddenly erupted, carving Su Wancheng, controlling his horse, approached the mouth of the canyon and shouted loudly. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man rode swiftly out from within the canyon. A broad smile adorned the man's face as he called out from a distance. Ha, Brother Su, why are you taking this route on your way back? Are you here to escort another convoy? Indeed, fortune smiles upon me. I've happened upon a convoy to escort. This time, I hope you can offer me a better rate. Su Wancheng replied with a smile, clasping his fists in greeting. Ha, no problem. Since you take such good care of my business, this time I shall only charge you 70%. Yaoer responded cheerfully. Su Wancheng tossed a bag of gold coins, and although the other party had stated he would only charge 70%, he paid the full amount. Yaoer caught the bag of coins and, without even glancing at it, tucked it into his bosom. The escort team proceeded in an orderly manner into the canyon. Chapter 28. Something feels off. Qin Feng had initially assumed that the path within this canyon would be rugged and narrow. Yet to his surprise, it was even better than the official roads. The road was wide enough to accommodate 3 carriages side by side, devoid of any stones to trip over. The evidence of manual labor on the path indicated that it had been artificially widened from its original state. In some constricted areas, to maintain the road's breadth, tunnels had even been carved directly into the mountains. It appeared that the Yao family had put considerable effort into securing their livelihood over 3 generations. Such a precious asset suggested that the Yao family would not jeopardize their century-old reputation by robbing a convoy. Qin Feng stretched and relaxed. Turning to observe Lao Daobao, he was surprised to find the old fellow nervously scanning both sides of the road. Why had he become anxious upon entering the canyon? Hey, what are you looking at? Didn't you say this place is perfectly safe? Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. Something feels off, Lao Daobao muttered, slowly shaking his head. What's off? Qin Feng frowned, suspecting the old man was merely being paranoid. It's too quiet on both sides of the road. Quiet? What's wrong with that? I've traveled this road no less than 10 times. Lao Daobao's hawk-like eyes surveyed the surroundings. Never has it been this quiet. You suspect an ambush? Qin Feng placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Could it be? Lao Daobao looked at Qin Feng uncertainly. After all, this was the Yao family's traditional route. If they damaged their reputation, who would dare to traverse this path again? If they could exchange their iron rice bowl for a golden one, the choice would be easy. Qin Feng trusted Lao Daobao's instincts even more than the old man did himself. The reputation of a 100-year-old establishment was difficult for this seasoned rogue to accept, yet for Qin Feng, who was new to the world, it was not particularly shocking. The escort team continued forward, and Lao Daobao grew increasingly restless, fidgeting nervously in his saddle. Hey, Qin kid. Lao Daobao rode closer to Qin Feng, their horses nearly touching. What is it? Qin Feng asked, his voice low. The further we go, the more it feels wrong. There's definitely something amiss, Lao Daobao whispered, and for the first time, Qin Feng witnessed him so agitated. Even when they had been besieged by horse bandits, he had not displayed such a loss of composure. Is there any other way to break through? Qin Feng surveyed their surroundings, noting the steep rock walls on either side, with few stones or branches to use for leverage. If there were an ambush hidden on both sides, those above could easily descend, but it would be much more challenging for anyone below to climb up. Other ways? Aside from the entrance and the exit, were left with the road to the Yellow Springs. Lao Daobao sighed ruefully, his voice heavy with despair. We've walked ourselves into a dead end. Qin Feng lamented his misfortune, having stumbled into such a predicament so soon after entering the world of martial arts. Qin kid, what kind of convoy is Su Wancheng escorting that would make the Yao family stake so much? Lao Daobao's gaze shifted toward the few cargo carts at the center of the convoy. Indeed, Qin Feng suddenly realized, What kind of cargo could warrant such reckless abandon, prompting so many to risk their lives and livelihoods? He turned his attention to the crates on the carts. What could possibly be inside? Even if they were filled with gold, the Yao family would not act so irrationally. If there truly is an ambush, when do you think they will strike? Chen Feng asked in a low voice. At the midpoint of this path, there is a section called the Teapot Road, which narrows from the width of 4 carriages to that of 1. If they block the entrance, they could slowly whittle us down with arrows. Is there any way to break through? Chen Feng inquired. None, Lao Daobao responded in despair. Think? I can't come up with anything. The old rogue seemed to envision himself riddled with arrows. Does a seasoned rogue like you simply wait for death in a dire situation? Chen Feng scoffed. Damn it, I shouldn't have waded into this mess, Lao Daobao lamented. How far is it to the Teapot Road? At this pace, just over a stick of incense's worth of time. Do you think Su Wanqing has sensed anything? Chen Feng asked. Not sure. If he has never traversed this path before, he might not notice anything amiss. When I've taken this road, I could always feel someone following on either side. They were likely the Yao family's watchmen, monitoring travelers. But today, I sensed no one. Lao Daobao finally articulated his own unease. The Yao family must have withdrawn their watchmen to avoid alerting the convoy. Chen Feng conjectured. They concentrated everyone at the ambush site, waiting to strike. Lao Daobao added. The two men had arrived at a rough understanding. What if you're just overthinking it? After a long pause, Chen Feng could no longer contain his curiosity. Damn, can I say I don't know? Lao Daobao clearly felt uncertain, but he was like an ant on a hot pan, and Chen Feng observed that he felt no sense of security. Is your many years of experience in the martial world merely bluster? What does your intuition tell you? Chen Feng pressed. Why, intuition tells me that our suspicions are correct, Lao Daobao stated firmly. Then there's nothing more to discuss. It's better to err on the side of caution. Let us move closer to the group, Chen Feng declared, pulling on the reins to steer his horse toward the center of the convoy. In truth, there was little to guess. Regardless of whether there was a threat, he needed to be prepared. Yet, this situation seemed undeniably dire, and Chen Feng could not envision a way out. Thus, he could not help but question the old man, hoping that it was merely the latter's overactive imagination. As the two drew their horses into the center of the convoy, they did not attract the attention of others. Should we inform Su Wanqing and have him prepare in advance? Lao Daobao suggested quietly. How many do you think will survive this escort? Chen Feng replied. Su Wanqing might have a plan, Lao Daobao said after a moment of silence. I don't care whether he is aware or has a plan. I only know he will prioritize the convoy over my life. What do you propose? Let us move toward the front of the convoy, stay close to Su Wanqing, and look for an opportunity to break free, Chen Feng said, increasing his horse's speed, with Lao Daobao quickly following suit. Given Su Wanqing's capabilities, if he wished to extricate himself, it would be difficult for the dire situation to hold him back. Even if he did not escape alone, it would be challenging for the Yao family to kill him. Chen Feng hoped to catch a glimmer of hope from Su Wanqing's actions. The two continued to reposition themselves. They caught Meng Bei's attention. He rode ahead of the cargo carts, responsible for their safety. Su Wan'er and the 3 peculiar individuals who never intervened were also close by. Chapter 29. Trying to act tough? Is something the matter? Meng Bei looked toward Chen Feng and Lao Daobao. The 3 peculiar individuals eyed the two warily, and Su Wan'er regarded them with curiosity. Do you have any water? Lao Daobao asked with a smile. The old man was quite the actor, Chen Feng thought to himself. Meng Bei glanced at the water pouch on Chen Feng's saddle, but tossed a gourd of water to Lao Daobao. Gulp, gulp. The old man drank with great satisfaction, taking his time to finish. You two should move to the outskirts. We have no shortage of manpower here, Meng Bei said coldly. All right, but by the way, what kind of cargo are we escorting? Lao Daobao inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng distinctly sensed the 3 peculiar individuals tense up, casting wary glances at Lao Daobao. The details of the convoy are confidential and cannot be disclosed. Just ensure the cargo is safe. You will not lose a single coin, Meng Bei replied tersely. Of course. I've escorted convoys before and have plenty of experience. You can rest assured with me around? Lao Daobao boasted grandiosely that a flicker of annoyance crossed Meng Bei's face as he urged the two to leave again. Yet Lao Daobao seemed oblivious, continuing to chat casually with him. The three peculiar individuals relaxed their vigilance. Ignoring the toots, Yu Wan'er listened intently, captivated by Lao Daobao's blustered eye. In contrast, Chun Feng remained silent, tightly gripping the reins as he stayed close, unwilling to leave. After a while, Lao Daobao's incessant chatter suddenly ceased. Qin Feng looked at him, and he gave Qin Feng a discreet signal. We've reached the Teapot Road. Whether it is a self-imposed dire strait or a mere false alarm will soon be revealed. The path ahead grows increasingly narrow, allowing only one cart to pass at a time. However, after traversing a stretch of this constricted route, the space suddenly opens up to a wide expanse, nearly 100 feet long, unfolds before everyone's eyes. Yet, at the end of this spacious passage lies another narrow road, barely accommodating a single cart. This is what the old blade master referred to as the Teapot Road. Located at the heart of Shuangfengku Mountain Path. Hey, old blade master, why have you stopped speaking? Continue, Su Wan'er exclaimed, filled with eagerness as she called to the old man. The blade master paid her no heed, his gaze frequently darting towards the rocky thickets on either side, tension palpable in his demeanor. As the escorting team approached the midsection of the open road, Qian Feng distinctly sensed that something was amiss. This was an instinct honed through countless battles. Clearly, Su Wanqing shared his unease, as Qin Feng observed him exchanging a subtle signal with Ming Bei. Wan'er, stay close behind me, Ming Bei instructed Su Wan'er with utmost seriousness. What is happening? She asked, bewilderment etched across her face. At that moment, the entire escort team had entered the open area. The old blade master trembled slightly, the tension evident on his face, while Qin Feng resolutely placed his right hand upon the hilt of his sword. Whoosh! Open the boxes, grab the shields, prepare for battle. The sounds of arrows slicing through the air, Su Wanqing and Meng Bei's shouts, and the collective clamor of swords being drawn fill the air. The first arrow aimed at Su Wanqing was easily dodged. Immediately thereafter, a deluge of arrows descended upon the entire escort team. Qin Feng swung his sword to deflect them, while Ming Bei leapt onto the cargo cart to pry open a wooden crate. To his astonishment, the crates revealed an array of shields. He quickly retrieved one and jumped down to shield Su Wan'er. The trio of peculiar individuals hastily raised their shields against the onslaught of arrows. While nearly all the escort guards positioned near the cart managed to arm themselves with shields. Damn, they have shields. The cargo being transported as shields. Qin Feng thought incredulously. What kind of shields are worth so much that not only do they require escort, but also attract so many bandits? Without time to ponder further, he leapt towards the cart, only to find it empty. Damn it! The escort team had evidently anticipated this, their reactions swift. Why now? Most of the guards were equipped with shields. While those hastily hired swordsmen succumbed to the rain of arrows, a few agile fighters continued to wield their swords defiantly. Clearing away 2 arrows, Qian Feng turned his gaze towards the trio of peculiar individuals, who had astonishingly managed to gather 5 shields, crouching closely together like an impenetrable iron barrel. Give me a shield! Qin Feng shouted as he leapt beside them, tugging at the shields. Get lost, one of the individuals, a gaunt-faced swordsman, barked menacingly at Qin Feng. How dare you? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the insult. You bastard! With a swift kick, he aimed for the shield. The trio's defensive formation collapsed under the force of his kick, catching them off guard, and one of them was struck by an arrow in the shoulder. The injured man appeared rather unremarkable in skill, while the one beside him, possessing commendable prowess, quickly picked up a shield to protect him. You asking for death? The gaunt-faced swordsman, now enraged, clawed towards Qin Feng. You'll be the one to die. Qin Feng swung his sword downwards, the blade narrowly missing the man's nose as he attempted to grab the sword's back. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, channeling a surge of vital energy into his blade, twisting his wrist. With a spinning motion, he forced the man to relinquish his grasp, while the swordsman brandished his shield in a sweeping motion. Ah! Qin Feng roared, halting his blade mid-swing, then leaping forward to deliver a horizontal slash at the gaunt-faced man. With a fierce expression, the swordsman raised his shield to block the incoming arrows, while his other hand struck against Qin Feng's long sword. A sharp clang resonated as they parted ways. Chun Feng snatched a shield from the ground to defend himself. This opponent was formidable, clearly possessing inner strength at the Yuanwu realm. Their clash drew Meng Bei's attention, who observed in disbelief. What the hell? We've just been ambushed, and we're fighting among ourselves? What are you doing? Meng Bei shouted at Chun Feng. Get lost? Chun Feng shot a murderous glare at Meng Bei. You expect me to fight for you and not even spare a shield? Chun Feng's anger boiled as his regard for the Hongxing escort agency plummeted. Seeing Chun Feng's audacity, Meng Bei momentarily fell silent, recognizing that with danger looming, internal strife could only serve as a minor interlude, not a full-blown symphony. The old blade master's anguished cry reached Chun Feng's ears. Turning his head, he saw the old man with an arrow lodged in his back. Damn! I almost forgot about this old fool. Chun Feng hurriedly rushed over, holding the shield to drag the blade master beside the cart. The gaunt-faced swordsman did not pursue. He had more pressing matters at hand. The horse pulling the cart had been shot dead, and the fallen cart created a small blind spot amid the rain of arrows. Though only one shield remained, it provided just enough cover for the two of them. Chun Feng had the old blade master hold the shield while he examined the wound on his back. The arrow had not penetrated deeply, likely due to the protective energy surrounding him, and the archer appeared to lack significant strength, probably a lowly lackey. Hold on, Chun Feng called out, grasping the arrow shaft. Once he confirmed the old blade master was ready, he yanked it out forcefully, pulling the arrow free along with a spurt of blood. The old man grimaced in pain but remained silent. Chun Feng applied a healing powder liberally, then tore a strip from his clothing to quickly bind the wound. By the time he finished, the rain of arrows had ceased. A glance around revealed that aside from those wielding shields, no one else from the escort team was standing. Chapter 30. The tyrant destroys the bandits. Not a single one of the 20 or more swordsmen hired by Su Wanqing had survived. These swordsmen were truly unfortunate, setting out in the morning only to lose their lives by noon. This escort mission had left them in utter solitude, devoid of any sense of participation, and they had ultimately paid with their lives. The costly swordsmen hired by Su Wanqing had merely helped to share some of the firepower. Chun Feng peered out, the air eerily still after the rain of arrows, and just as everyone cautiously turned their gaze towards the rocky slopes. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from both ends of the road. Two formations of shield bearers emerged from either end, advancing in unison. Towering iron shields moved forward in a disciplined manner. Spears poised between them, the two formations resembling two steel hedgehogs as they closed in on the escort team. Damn it, they've even formed a military formation, the old blade master exclaimed, his heart racing. Everyone had anticipated an assault from the rocky flanks, yet they were taken aback to discover that the Yao family stronghold was familiar with military tactics. Su Wanqing's expression turned grave. He had miscalculated. He could never have imagined that the Yao family would gamble their reputation at Shuangfengku to ambush an escort. Moreover, the formation astonished him, while he could undoubtedly breach it with his skill. The others, he regretted taking on this escort mission. He should never have allowed his daughter to accompany him. Bear, protect Wanner. Su Wanqing commanded Meng Bei and Su Wanner. Rest assured, master, Meng Bei replied resolutely, while Su Wanner, anxious, hid behind him, clutching a crossbow. I'll clear the way. Everyone charged together, Su Wanqing declared, his long knife vibrating, a sharp ringing echoing through the valley. Confident, he believed that no matter how thick those iron shields were, they could not withstand his tyrant blade. Everyone gathered behind Su Wanqing, awaiting him to forge a path. Chun Feng gazed at the advancing military formation, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Previously, the bandits had merely swung their blades recklessly, lacking coordination or strategy, relying solely on ferocity and disregard for their lives. Now, confronted with such sturdy iron shields and long, sharp spears, Chun Feng felt a sense of helplessness. He couldn't even see the enemies hidden behind the shields. Suddenly, Chun Feng sensed a powerful surge of vital energy. Turning his head, he beheld Su Wanqing, his hair and beard standing on end, his clothes billowing without wind. A tempestuous wave of energy radiated from his thick-backed blade, and within moments, numerous blade shadows materialized around him. Damn! Chun Feng stood in awe, realizing that Su Wanqing was about to unleash a devastating move. With a forward step, a tyrannical pressure surged through the air. Causing the hearts of all present to tremble, Tyrant destroys the bandits. With a swift swing of his long knife, the hundreds of blade shadows surrounding him shot forth towards the military formation. Boom, boom, boom. The blade shadows surged forward, shattering the formation. Iron shields splintered, spears snapped, and the protective barrier vanished, revealing the bandits behind. Kill! Su Wanqing bellowed, leading the charge into the enemy ranks. All those behind him hurriedly followed. Plunging into the midst of the bandit horde like a thrusting dagger, at that moment, Chun Feng was filled with astonishment. Though his long knife moved mechanically, his mind was consumed with the brilliance of Su Wanqing's earlier strike. Is this the might of the weapon transformation realm? Such a sword technique? Vital energy emanating outward, transforming into tangible forms. He realized how far he still was from reaching that level. With a thunderous roar, Chen Feng channeled his vital energy to the utmost limit into the long blade, followed by his right arm. Before unleashing a powerful swing, a bandit was cleaved in two, both blade and head severed. Yet, the vital energy coursing through the blade could not manifest into true blade qi. Meng Bei, a warrior who had entered the Yuanwu realm, could effortlessly dispatch 3 or 4 bandits with a single stroke of his sword. In contrast, Chun Feng, unable to release his vital energy, could only fell one foe despite expending an equal amount of energy. Chun Feng strained to push beyond his limits, sensing that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet, he could not seem to cross the threshold. The escort team pressed forward against the bandits, with Su Wanqing leading as the spearhead, facilitating their advance. However, a glance ahead revealed the narrow path choked with bandit lackeys, stretching endlessly before him. Meanwhile, the military formation behind them continued its steady advance, showing no signs of chaos despite the ongoing assault. The Yao family stronghold was indeed formidable. Chen Feng hoped Su Wanqing could lead them to safety. The narrow corridor had the advantage of limiting the number of assailants. Even with the bandits' numbers, only 6 or 7 could engage at once due to the constraints of the path. The escort team boasted superior individual combat prowess compared to the bandits. And as long as the escort masters could maintain their stamina, there remained hope for a breakthrough. The bandits were acutely aware of this, and after exhausting their arrows, they opted for a pincer attack, aiming to encircle the escort team and dispatch them with their spears. Fortunately, Su Wanqing managed to carve a path, or else most would have found themselves unable to even raise their blades. "Conserve your strength and protect my rear," Chen Feng shouted, pulling the old blade master behind him, stepping forward to dispatch one bandit after another. "Damn it, this Yao family stronghold is cunning. If this continues, we will be worn down," the old blade master gasped heavily, watching as the shield and spear formation advanced steadily. It wouldn't be long before they caught up to the escort team, and they would be overwhelmed by the throng. It would be the escort team that would suffer attrition. Chen Feng steeled himself, reminding himself that as long as he could wield his blade, he had yet to reach a point of no return. At the forefront, Su Wanqing unleashed another powerful strike, this time executing a horizontal slash that spanned several yards. The blade aura swept through, felling dozens of bandits as if they were wheat. The narrow passage left the bandits no room to evade, forcing them to endure, yet they could not withstand the might of a weapon forged in the realm of transformation. This strike invigorated the escort team, a beacon of hope for their escape. Chen Feng watched Su Wanqing's silhouette, feeling as though he had grasped a fleeting insight. He needed time to assimilate. Given the opportunity, he was certain he could break free and release his vital energy. However, time was a luxury he did not possess. "Kill!" Su Wanqing bellowed, and the escort team plunged deeper once more. In less than a short while, their pace slowed again. Even Chen Feng felt the weight of his arms as he swung his blade. Several escort masters had been left behind due to excessive injuries, and the approaching military formation loomed like a monstrous beast ready to engulf them. The anguished cries of the escort masters echoed from the rear, sending chills through everyone. Su Wanqing prepared to channel his vital energy for another uplifting strike. Suddenly, a scream erupted from behind the escort team. A ghostly figure leaped from the bandit ranks, swiftly closing in on the rear of the escort team. The vigilant escort masters turned to defend themselves, but the figure struck like lightning, wielding a long sword that felled 2 escort masters in a heartbeat. As Chen Feng fought fiercely, he heard the cries from behind. Had the military formation reached them? He turned swiftly, spotting an old man with a goatee lunging toward the old blade master with a sword. Behind him, 2 escort masters lay fallen. The goateed man moved with incredible speed. The old blade master barely had time to lift his weapon in a moment of desperation. Chen Feng instinctively swung his blade toward the airborne goateed figure. The blade aura detached from his long knife, shooting towards the goateed man. Staring at the blade aura he had unleashed, Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. The goateed man executed a mid-air somersault, evading the blade aura. With a powerful kick, he sent 1 escort master tumbling, then propelled himself toward the old blade master and Chen Feng once more. "We fight to the death," the old blade master roared, leading the charge. Chen Feng understood that he was creating an opportunity for him to strike. With a swift motion, the goateed man's sword grazed the old blade master's steel blade. Chen Feng seized the moment, aiming for the goateed man's waist. The goateed man swiftly withdrew his sword, parrying Chen Feng's strike. A tremendous force surged through Chen Feng's arm, leaving it numb, as his blade nearly flew from his grasp and Chen Feng's helpless gaze. The goateed man's swift sword lunged toward his throat. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed towards the goateed man, forcing him to dodge once more. Chen Feng narrowly escaped, retreating while glancing back to see that the arrow had been shot from Su Wanner's hand crossbow. Su Wanner held the crossbow, her face filled with terror. The goateed man landed on the ground, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Feng and the others, before shaking his sword and lunging forward again. A figure leaped towards him, the oppressive wave of vital energy causing the goateed man's expression to shift dramatically as he hurriedly evaded. The dominating blade aura cleaved the earth, and though Su Wanqing's strike missed, its momentum remained unabated as he turned his great blade to assault the goateed man once more. "Bye-bye. Clear the path." "Yes." Su Wanqing engaged the goateed man in a fierce struggle, while Meng Bei stepped forward to act as the spearhead. The escort team's pace faltered, nearly coming to a standstill. The ironclad military formation was closing in, and had it not been for Su Wanqing and the goateed man's entanglement, the formation's spears would have already pierced the escort team. Previously, Su Wanqing had been the one to carve their path. Now, he stood alone against the oncoming tide. Thus, every member of the escort team fully committed themselves to the melee ahead. Chen Feng, filled with fervor, swung his blade with renewed vigor as his vital energy flowed freely, coalescing into a blade aura that erupted forth without hindrance. He had broken through. Vital energy externalized, entering the Yuanwu realm. "You sly one. Are you hiding your strength or achieving a breakthrough from the brink of despair?" The old blade master gritted his teeth, wielding his knife, as Chen Feng's externalized vital energy enhanced the escort team's might, granting him a glimmer of hope for survival. "Guess." Chen Feng could not afford to speak, fully immersing himself in the battle of his newfound realm. Every strand of vital energy within him felt alive, undergoing a transformation, surging outward with an urgency that was palpable. Chen Feng unleashed his vital energy with reckless abandon, the blade aura dancing and slicing through the air, causing bandits within several yards to hesitate to approach. Within the escort team, aside from Su Wanqing and Meng Bei, 2 additional Yuanwu realm escort masters struggled to lead the way, but Chen Feng's breakthrough provided them with much-needed support. The speed of their escape increased, and the bandits' morale visibly waned. Their assault lost its decisiveness, their strikes less vicious, and some even began to retreat slightly. "Second Master, the brothers can't hold on any longer," a bandit leader reported to Yao Er from a rocky outcrop, where a middle-aged man stood behind him. "What do you mean they can't hold on?" Yao Er's voice turned icy, causing the leader to instinctively shrink back. "Su Wanqing is truly formidable. The Overlord Blade is no mere title. My master's lightning sword may not be enough to take him down." Yao Er's expression was grim as he observed the slowly advancing escort team and the wild swings of Su Wanqing's great blade. He was confident in intercepting the escort, but he wished to minimize casualties, especially for his master, the only transformation realm expert of the Yao family stronghold, whose safety was paramount. "Fire arrows," Yao Er commanded coldly. "Yes." Huh? Fire arrows? The leader was taken aback, glancing at the chaotic melee in the narrow passage, doubting his own understanding of the command. I said fire arrows. But the brothers have yet to retreat. Without shields, they cannot withstand a rain of arrows. Prolonging this will only lead to more casualties. Fire arrows. Yao Er's gaze sharpened, causing the leader to shudder. Yes. The leader obeyed, while the elegantly dressed middle-aged man behind Yao stepped forward. Yao's stronghold master, do not harm my goods. This man's attire was meticulous, unlike that of a bandit. Can the experts from the Wang family not withstand a mere rain of arrows? Rest assured. Yao scoffed. Chen Feng's control over his externalized vital energy grew increasingly adept, with the old blade master trailing behind him, unable to find an opening to strike. How much farther to the exit? Chen Feng called back. 1 mile. The old knife wielder glanced around and muttered, damn it. Chen Feng shook his somewhat numb arm, gripping his knife to continue the onslaught. After felling one bandit, he and the next adversary raised their blades, poised to strike at each other's heads. Suddenly, the sound of whistling arrows pierced the air above them. Both men halted their movements and looked up, only to be met with a torrential downpour of arrows. Instinctively, Chen Feng executed the flourishing blade technique, deflecting the arrows aimed at him. The bandit across from him was pierced like a hedgehog. The skirmish between the escort team and the bandits descended into chaos. Their formations intermingled. The rain of arrows blanketed the area occupied by the escort team, resulting in numerous bandit casualties. Damn it, the bandits have gone mad, even disregarding their own. Rush into the bandit ranks, or there will be no escape. The old knife wielder urged Chen Feng forward into the depths of the bandit horde. Indeed, mingling among the bandits was the only viable option. The bandits would not unleash a rain of arrows for the sake of one individual. With a thrust of his left palm, Chen Feng sent one bandit flying, seizing his long knife in the process. With dual blades in hand, strands of true energy emanated from them, rendering his flourishing blade technique impenetrable. Chen Feng leaped into the air, executing the 9 steps technique, using the heads of several bandits for leverage as he charged into their ranks. Mastering the flourishing blade to its utmost, the arrows and blades could not touch him, and he refrained from harming anyone, solely focused on forging ahead. Previously, without breaking through to the Yuan martial realm, he lacked the confidence to carve his own path, having to stay close to the escort team. But not anymore. As for the escort team, he could no longer concern himself with them. Hey, Chin kid, wait for me. The old knife wielder's anxious voice echoed behind him. Damn, there's this old guy too. Chen Feng turned back, observing the old knife wielder desperately pushing his way toward him. Having shared life and death together on this journey, Chen Feng could not bear to leave him behind. Hurry up, as he spoke. Chen Feng unleashed 2 slashes of blade light, dispatching several bandits in front of the old knife wielder to clear a path. Chapter 32. Breaking through Shuangfeng Pass. Chen Feng's dual blades danced as he interwove his legs, forcefully carving a path through the bandit throng. The old knife wielder followed closely behind, barely managing to keep up with Chen Feng's protection. The other members of the escort team, witnessing Chen Feng's solo breakout, did not intervene, as everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. Xu Wanqing pushed back the goat-bearded bandit with a knife and shouted to Ming Bei behind him, Bayer, take Wanner and go. Abandon the cargo. His reluctant shout signified that this man had forsaken decades of reputation built by his escort agency. Had he not brought his daughter on this mission, he would never have abandoned the cargo. No matter the cost, however, with his daughter in tow, he could not take that gamble. Ming Bei hoisted Su Wanner onto his back and similarly charged into the depths of the bandit ranks. His lightness of foot was exceptional. Even while carrying someone, he maneuvered through the bandits with ease. In no time, he caught up to Chen Feng. Watching Chen Feng carve a path with his knife, he could only envy, as he lacked the lightness of foot. Chen kid, can you use lightness of foot? Carry me, the old knife wielder implored. I could fly if I wanted to. Just hop on, Chen Feng replied, exasperated. Other escort members, wishing to emulate Chen Feng and Ming Bei, found themselves unable to breach the bandit ranks, either lacking in lightness of foot or defensive techniques. Upon hearing Su Wanqing's call to abandon the cargo, The three peculiar figures instantly panicked. The knife-faced man exchanged glances with a burly companion, and they dragged along the last red-faced man, also beginning their own breakout. The cargo must escape. A well-dressed man behind Yao Er shouted anxiously. Don't worry, he won't get away. Yao Er replied confidently. Indeed, the bandits' focus swiftly shifted to the three men, making their breakout arduous. The previous arrow storm, indiscriminately targeting both friend and foe, had significantly reduced the escort team's numbers to a mere handful, rendering the battle's outcome inevitable. I'll clear a path. You take the cargo and escape, the burly man told the knife-faced man before picking up a spear and charging into the bandit horde. The knife-faced man, his face filled with sorrow, followed closely behind the red-faced man. His lightness of foot was superior, giving him a greater chance of breaking free, with all attention diverted to the three. Chen Feng felt the pressure ease as he and the old knife wielder swiftly carved their way out. Chen Feng lost track of how long they had been fighting. Upon defeating another bandit, he suddenly found himself in open space. Let us go. Hurry. The old knife wielder's weak yet exhilarated voice rang out. As Chen Feng turned to look back, he saw the old man covered in wounds. Despite Chen Feng's impressive flourishing blade technique, the dense forest of knives and arrows had been overwhelming, leaving him unable to constantly protect the old knife wielder. He himself had sustained several cuts, let alone this old man. Upon breaking through, several bandits pursued closely behind, and Chen Feng pulled the old knife wielder forward. After a short distance, they reached the mountain pass at the end of the road. Meng Bei guarded Su Wan'er, confronting a dozen bandits stationed at the pass. Several bandit corpses lay strewn across the ground between them. Is this the exit? Chen Feng asked the old knife wielder. Yes, the old knife wielder nodded, leaning on his blade and gazing at the opening. Can you still wield your knife? Chen Feng inquired, observing the old man's numerous wounds. I can. The old knife wielder straightened up. Even if I can't, I must. It would be a disgrace to die at the exit. The two advanced with their blades, joining Meng Bei. There's a master among them, Meng Bei remarked, eyeing a shirtless bandit. Chen Feng followed his gaze, spotting a bare-chested bandit wielding a 9-section whip, coldly assessing the group. Take care of her for me. I'll handle this one, Meng Bei instructed Chen Feng. No problem, Chen Feng nodded seriously. Positioning himself beside Su Wan'er, he glanced at her and the hand crossbow in her grasp. She had indeed assisted him earlier. Without hesitation, Meng Bei charged at the shirtless bandit, prompting all the other bandits to swarm forward. Protect her! Chen Feng directed the old knife wielder to shield Su Wan'er as he stepped aside to confront the bandit lackeys. The shirtless bandit unleashed a flurry of glistening strikes with his 9-section whip, but his internal cultivation was evidently still at the true martial realm, making it manageable for Meng Bei, albeit requiring more effort. The burly man, wielding a large spear, was already bloodied and battered, yet he fought valiantly to shield the knife-faced man. Brother, go. Tell the prince to take care of my family, the burly man urged the knife-faced man. Understood. I won't let your family suffer, the knife-faced man resolved, brandishing the red-faced man and employing lightness of foot to leap over the bandit throng. The bandits immediately converged on the knife-faced man, and the burly man roared, thrusting his spear fiercely to force the bandits to divide their forces to counter him. The knife-faced man, carrying the red-faced man, fled desperately, only to be halted by a barricade of spears formed by the bandits. Just as despair set in, a figure suddenly burst forth from behind. The figure, radiating a ferocious aura, shattered the bandit spear formation. Let us go! Su Wanqing shouted, ushering the knife-faced man and the two others through the bandit ranks. At this moment, Yao Er had already reached the passage, staring in shock at the goat-bearded bandit, who had lost an arm. Master, the Overlord's blade is truly formidable. I am no match, the goat-bearded man lamented, clutching the shoulder where his left arm had been. Master, you tend to your wound. I'll handle the rest. Yao Er gritted his teeth. Don't push yourself, the goat-bearded man replied weakly. Yao Er led his men onward toward the exit. The burly man wielding the spear finally succumbed to exhaustion and was overwhelmed by the bandits' blades. At the exit, Meng Bei navigated through the barrage of whips, swiftly decapitating the shirtless bandit. Chen Feng also dispatched the remaining bandit lackeys. As the four prepared to exit, they suddenly heard the sounds of pursuers behind them. Su Wanqing, armed with his blade, and the knife-faced man, carrying the red-faced man, rushed toward the opening. "Father, hurry!" Su Wanner waved excitedly. Chen Feng intended to step ahead, but having already broken through, he recalled the arrow Su Wanner had fired to assist him. The four stayed put, waiting as Su Wanqing and the knife-faced man quickly caught up, but Yao Er had also brought men pursuing them. "Hurry!" Su Wanqing slashed his blade, unleashing a wave of energy toward the rock wall at the exit. Debris tumbled down, blocking the way out. Yao Er watched helplessly as Su Wanqing and the others escaped right before his eyes. "Clear a path, go pursue them," Yao Er roared menacingly. "Yao Zhaizhu, the cargo is lost." "I wonder how you will explain this to the general," a well-dressed man beside him accused angrily. Yao Er remained silent, his expression dark as he observed his subordinates climbing over the rubble to pursue. Half an hour later, the pursuing bandits reported back, having lost all trace of Su Wanqing and the others. "Yao Er, I look forward to seeing how you explain this to the general." The well-dressed man glared at him fiercely. "Uve ruined Shuangfeng Pass, the general's iron cavalry." Suddenly, the chilling sound of a blade being drawn interrupted the well-dressed man's tirade. Yao Er looked down at the fallen figure, spitting contemptuously on his corpse. "Send everyone to continue the pursuit. Seal the mountain pass. Business will halt for a while," Yao Er declared, his face filled with reluctance. Chapter 33. If you mess with me, I'll take you down. By the side of a babbling brook, Su Wanqing and his companions came to a halt. "Buyer, take good care of Wanner. I shall meditate and recuperate," Su Wanqing declared as he settled beneath a tree. Entering a state of deep concentration. "Father, are you injured?" Su Wanner exclaimed in alarm. "It is merely a slight wound." "It is of no consequence," Su Wanqing reassured her as he began to channel his energy. With Su Wanner and Meng Baixiu standing vigil beside him, the ability to sever a goat's beard with a single arm was not without its price. Chen Feng and the old knife master had not departed but remained close, following their trail. Initially, Chen Feng had contemplated leaving, but the old knife master insisted that with a formidable figure like Su Wanqing present, even the local ruffians of Yao's stronghold would think twice before pursuing them. For they possessed a fighting chance. Yao's stronghold would undoubtedly not relent, for their livelihoods were at stake, and they would pursue with deadly intent. Should they be caught, it would be a fight to the death. Without the unmatched combat prowess of Su Wanqing, Chen Feng harbored no confidence in evading the wrath of Yao's stronghold. "Hiss, be gentle. Lie still. Are we done? All right, it's my turn." Chen Feng handed the healing ointment to the old knife master, instructing him to tend to his wounds. Compared to the grievous injuries of the old knife master, Chen Feng's condition was considerably better. Though he bore wounds deep enough to expose bone, their number was far fewer. At that moment, the old knife master resembled a blood-soaked gourd. Once they had finished applying the ointment, the old knife master lay on the ground, groaning in discomfort. Although Chen Feng also felt pain, he had grown numb to it. Ever since awakening the heavenly wounded body, his injuries had not ceased. One could not discern if it was divine favor or cruel fate at play. Despite sustaining injuries this time, the damage from the true energy was minimal, thus the backlash from his heavenly wounded body was not particularly severe. After meditating for a brief period, Chen Feng noticed the knife-faced man glaring at him with ominous intent. He bore a grudge for the kick Chen Feng had delivered earlier. Chen Feng met his gaze defiantly. The knife-faced man was evidently taken aback by Chen Feng's boldness in returning his glare. As they had escaped the bandits and found themselves without arrows raining down or a common enemy, his intention had been to provoke Chen Feng, seeking a reason to deal with this audacious swordsman. However, he was surprised to find that this fellow was undeterred by death. The knife-faced man dismissed the red-faced brute and approached Chen Feng with deliberate steps. "What are you staring at?" Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with menace. The knife-faced man faltered, and before he could speak, Chen Feng seized the initiative. "You seek death." The knife-faced man lunged at Chen Feng, claws outstretched, one aimed at his neck, the other at his chest. In an instant, both Chen Feng and the old knife master drew their blades. "Stop!" A fierce shout halted the knife-faced man before Chen Feng. The blades of Chen Feng and the old knife master also froze mid-air. "Back off," Su Wanqing warned, fixing the knife-faced man with a steely gaze. The knife-faced man, sensing Su Wanqing's authority, reluctantly turned away. The old knife master exhaled a sigh of relief, lowering his weapon. Suddenly, two streaks of although my broadsword may not be renowned throughout the martial world. It has carved out its own reputation, so how could I casually take on a disciple? Su Wanqing chuckled softly. Chen Feng remained silent for a considerable time, while Su Wanqing awaited his decision. There are 10 days of travel ahead. For these 10 days, I will serve you without a single coin in return. After 10 days, will you teach me a couple of techniques? How does that sound? Chen Feng articulated his thoughts. You have no desire to join the escort agency, nor do you wish to become my disciple. Su Wanqing responded with a hint of surprise. Why life is too resilient. It brings misfortune to family and friends alike. It is better to remain solitary, Chen Feng replied candidly, locking eyes with Su Wanqing. Are you not afraid that I might withhold genuine teachings from you? Su Wanqing inquired. You are a venerable figure celebrated in the martial arts community, while I am merely an obscure novice. Surely that is not the case, Chen Feng asserted with confidence. Very well, I accept your proposal. Su Wanqing nodded, then glanced at the old swordsman. What about him? Will you heed his words? The old swordsman hesitated. Alas, I suppose I will accompany you for a stretch. You are grievously injured. Do not wade into these murky waters. Chen Feng advised. The old swordsman turned to Su Wanqing and asked, Would you be willing to hire a swordsman in such a condition? You are an old hand in this world, with your experience. You are worth 2 gold coins a day, Su Wanqing replied with a smile. As darkness enveloped the sky, the group set off once more. Su Wanqing led the way, with Meng Bei safeguarding Su Wan'er and the red-faced man in the middle. Chen Feng and the old swordsman brought up the rear. Why take such risks when you are injured? The gold you earned these past few days would suffice for a while, Chen Feng whispered to the old swordsman as they walked. You saved my life. I wish to treat you to a drink. If I do not follow you, who knows when we shall meet again? The old swordsman remarked casually. Chen Feng chuckled upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that his first friend upon entering the martial world would be such an old fellow. But you? Why do you not wish to join the Hongxing escort agency? Since they have expressed interest in keeping you, there must be a reason for their admiration. I have grown accustomed to my freedom. Working for the escort agency? Ha, I cannot abide it, Chen Feng replied with a shake of his head and a smile. To learn unparalleled martial arts, to wander the world, and to revel in the joys and sorrows. This is Chen Feng's aspiration, and he believes he can achieve it. After all, he possesses a body of celestial injuries. Su Wanqing led the group along a narrow path, circumventing the treacherous rocky hills, thereby evading the search efforts of the Yao family stronghold. Each member of the group was skilled in martial arts, and with Meng Bei carrying Su Wan'er, their pace remained swift despite the challenging terrain. Before the day fully broke, they reached a small hill a few miles outside of Wolf City. Wolf City serves as a border town in the western part of Liang Kingdom. Any merchant convoy wishing to trade in the western mountains must pass through here and pay the requisite taxes. Although not the most prosperous city in the west, it undoubtedly possesses the strongest military presence. Here, 10,000 wolf cavalry of Liang Kingdom are stationed, perpetually safeguarding the borders. Even the most skilled martial artist must temper their spirit upon entering Wolf City. The city forbids swords and blades, and martial artists are not treated with any special consideration. Fighting within the city is strictly prohibited. Violations result in severe penalties. At dawn, as the city gates swung open, Su Wanqing led the group towards the entrance. Their arrival startled several light cavalrymen loitering nearby. These were members of the Yao family stronghold, positioned here to catch unwary travelers. However, Su Wanqing and his companions had concealed themselves well, reaching the city gates just as the first light broke. The bandits from the Yao family could only watch helplessly as they queued to enter the city. Once through the gates, the reach of the Yao family dwindled. Chen Feng internally sighed with relief. He could not summon his inner strength at the moment, and should a battle ensue, the odds would be decidedly against him. A long line formed at the city gate, composed of merchants and pedestrians. Fortunately, their queues were separate, and soon it was Su Wanqing and his companions' turn. The reason for the line was not for body searches. Apart from merchants undergoing strict inspections, pedestrians were not subject to searches. The guards primarily aimed to identify any wanted criminals. As Su Wanqing and his companions advanced slowly, the guards scrutinized each passerby. Their gaze passed over Su Wanqing, Ming Bei, Su Waner, the red-faced man, and the old swordsman. Before abruptly halting, the guard blinked, a look of both surprise and wariness fixating on Chen Feng. Confused, Chen Feng turned to the guard, bewildered. Was there something amiss with him? Just as he pondered this, the old swordsman spoke up. The Xintian sect has issued a warrant for your arrest. What? Chen Feng was taken aback. Look at the notice on the city wall. Su Wanqing and the others turned their eyes towards the wall. Chen Feng followed suit, observing 2 columns of wanted posters affixed there. The upper column bore the official seal of Liang Kingdom, while the lower one was marked with various insignias, all belonging to the top 10 sections. His likeness appeared in the lower column, marked with the seal of the Xintian sect. He was wanted by the Xintian sect, with a bounty of 100 gold coins for any who could provide information on his whereabouts. Chapter 35. Each on their own path, the Liang Kingdom merely assists the top 10 sects in posting wanted notices and does not partake in their capture, but soldiers will certainly provide information to earn the bounty. The old swordsman enlightened Chen Feng on this common knowledge as they entered the city. Chen Feng turned to glance back and indeed noticed a soldier trailing them from a distance. The government actually aids the sects in issuing wanted notices. This is quite an eye-opener, Chen Feng commented. Not just any sect, but the top 10 sects. This is the court's way of showing favor to them. The old swordsman corrected. The top 10 sects can have the court assist in issuing tracking warrants, but they cannot issue kill orders. Ha, talk about having it both ways. Chen Feng scoffed. By the way, how did you offend the Xintian sect? The warrant states that you killed several of their disciples, and they have put a bounty of 100 gold coins on you. The old swordsman asked, curiously. The Xintian sect is not a benevolent organization. If they wish to kill, then let them, Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Yet, he was perplexed himself. If it were the Haiyue sect wanting him, that would be understandable. Even if it were the Wanjian sect, it would not be surprising. But what did the Xintian sect have to do with him? He had never even encountered them, nor had he come into contact with a single hair of theirs. Chen Feng instinctively touched his chest. Could it be that map? Su Wanqing led the group to an inn and ordered a feast. I did not expect you to have such a significant background. Even daring to provoke the Xintian sect, Su Wanqing remarked, sipping his tea while observing Chen Feng with interest. Chen Feng wolfed down a bowl of lamb noodles in just a few bites. Waiter, bring me 2 more bowls, Chen Feng called out, tossing a generous piece of braised beef into his mouth as he spoke. I did not provoke the Xintian sect. It is they who have provoked me now. Oh? What do you plan to do? Su Wanqing inquired, watching Chen Feng stuff his face with braised beef. As long as the Xintian sect retracts the warrant, offers me an apology, and compensates me with some gold coins, I will let bygones be bygones, Chen Feng replied casually, grabbing another pair of chopsticks filled with beef. Pfft. Su Waner spat out a mouthful of tea. Su Wanqing shot a disapproving glance at his daughter. Ha ha ha, Su Waner giggled, covering her mouth. Chen Feng, noticing her laughter, joined in, feeling no offense taken. Do you have any idea how powerful the Xintian sect is? Even the court does not dare to offend them lightly. Su Waner stared at Chen Feng as if he were a fool. As a child of a martial arts family, she had heard tales of the martial world since childhood, and the top 10 sects were the pinnacle of that realm. She had never seen anyone treat them with such disdain. The barefoot need not fear the one in shoes. I am the barefoot one, so the Xintian sect has stumbled into trouble. Chen Feng smiled. Yet his eyes gleamed with cold light. Su Waner opened her mouth but fell silent, lowering her head to resume eating. She thought this fellow might be a madman or simply a fool unaware of the gravity of the situation. Master Ming Bei glanced at Su Wanqing with concern. It was already quite challenging to evade the bandits, and if they also attracted the Xintian sect's ire, even Su Wanqing might struggle to protect them. The red-faced man wore a face full of fear and worry, helplessly looking at Su Wanqing. Though not worry, I will protect you, Su Wanqing assured the two with a calming glance. Here comes the noodles. The waiter set 2 bowls of lamb noodles before Chen Feng, and also bring 4 pounds of flatbread and 4 pounds of cooked beef. Su Wanqing instructed. Right away, the waiter replied. Chun Feng slurped down the noodles, his body battered and in need of substantial nourishment. Chen Feng, Su Wanqing called out to him, having learned his name from the wanted notice. Chun Feng looked up. You need not worry. Since you have committed to serving me for these 10 days, I shall naturally ensure your safety. Su Wanqing said solemnly, I am not worried. If you are concerned, we can part ways right here, Chen Feng replied with a smile. After speaking, he cast a glance outside the inn, where the soldier trailing them had also settled at a nearby tea stall. Su Wanqing noticed as well but chose to ignore it, his attention fixed on Chen Feng. He could not comprehend where this young man drew his confidence. The emergence of the Xintian sect caught him off guard, yet it also sparked his curiosity and desire to recruit Chen Feng. He had seldom witnessed such ferocity in someone during combat. Every individual can become ruthless when pushed to the brink, but the ruthlessness of this young man seemed to emanate from his very core at all times. Su Wanqing sensed the pent-up fury within Chen Feng's being. He could not fathom why, indeed, Chen Feng himself might not fully comprehend the situation. He merely feels that the physique of the celestial wounded grants him the audacity to act with impunity. At long last, he can unleash his pent-up anger and proclaim a resounding no to all the injustices he encounters. The four burly men have finished their meal, while Chen Feng drains the last remnants of broth from his bowl. When food is available, one ought to indulge as much as possible. This is the first lesson Chen Feng learned upon entering the martial world. Su Wanner is the slowest eater, and once she finishes, Su Wanqing exchanges a knowing glance with Meng Bei. Follow me, he commands. Meng Bei picks up the packaged provisions and beckons everyone to move deeper into the inn. Chun Feng shares a brief look with Lao Daozi before trailing behind Meng Bei. Only Su Wanqing remains at the table. Innkeeper? Check, please. The middle-aged innkeeper approaches the table with a cheerful demeanor, positioning himself between Su Wanqing and the door, obstructing the view of the soldiers outside. Thank you. Who innkeeper, Su Wanqing says, placing a small stack of gold coins in the innkeeper's hand. You're welcome, Su Master. Safe travels, who innkeeper replies with a smile and a respectful gesture. The soldiers at the tea stall can only see who innkeeper's figure. And once he departs from the table, it appears completely empty, with Su Wanqing having vanished as well. The soldiers rush into the inn, but none of them can locate Su Wanqing or the others. Shortly thereafter, another soldier arrives with a group of individuals clad in dark blue robes. Each of these figures carries a sword and bears a somewhat disheveled appearance, yet their formation remains remarkably orderly. Those versed in the martial arts can immediately recognize them as disciples of the Xintian sect. The dark blue robes are emblematic of the Xintian sect's disciples, much like the pure white robes favored by the disciples of the Wanjian sect. They've escaped. One of the monitoring soldiers informs his companion. The other soldier is filled with regret, for that was a sum of 100 gold coins, enough to sustain 2 individuals for a lifetime. Before his companion could express his frustration, a Xintian disciple inquired, Did you see clearly? Are you certain it was this person? The disciple brandished a portrait of Chen Feng. Absolutely. It was him, the 2 soldiers affirmed. Nodding vigorously. Thank you for your efforts. The Xintian disciple tossed each soldier a gold coin. Though reluctant, they accepted it, realizing it was better than nothing, and departed with a sense of relief. Mobilize all disciples. Conduct a citywide search, dispatch individuals beyond the city, and notify all the branches to remain vigilant, commanded a leader from the Xintian sect. Their greatest advantage lies in their numbers. Few can evade the reach of those they seek to apprehend. Chapter 36. Daytime Concealment. Nighttime exits. Chun Feng and Lao Daozi closely follow Meng Bei, guided by an inn attendant as they exit through the back door of the establishment. They weave through various secluded alleys. And before long, Su Wanqing catches up with them. He gestures for everyone to remain silent and simply follow the attendant. After a while, the attendant leads them to a small gate beneath the city wall. This gate sees little foot traffic, and the guards stationed there are few. The attendant exchanges a few words with the soldiers, then waves for the group to exit the city. They successfully make their way out, with Su Wanqing leading everyone into the woods, choosing paths less traveled. They finally stop to rest as evening falls. Su Wanqing had procured a route within the city to evade the watchful eyes of various factions. As Lao Daozi nibbles on his provisions, he whispers to Chen Feng, who nods absently, his mind preoccupied with the intricate and unpredictable nature of the martial world. There are numerous ways to profit from the trade of routes. After a brief respite, Su Wanqing resumes their journey. The path is arduous, and the moonlight is dim, but under Su Wanqing's guidance, they maintain a steady pace. The untrained Su Waner ultimately has to be carried by Meng Bei. Just as dawn begins to break, Su Wanqing halts and seeks a concealed spot for everyone to rest. This break lasts throughout the day, and when nightfall arrives, Su Wanqing urges everyone to move swiftly. After 8 days of this pattern of daytime concealment and nighttime travel, they find a valley to settle in one morning. Chun Feng finishes his meal and engages Lao Daozi in conversation. Lao Daozi informs Chun Feng that they are 5 days away from Tiger City. The previous estimate of 10 days referred to traveling on horseback during the day. Now, relying solely on foot and traversing the dimly lit paths at night. Reaching their destination in 5 days would be commendable. This won't do. I must inform old Su. Originally, it was a 10-day transaction. If this continues, I shall incur a loss, Chun Feng mutters. Why bother with such trivialities? If he can impart genuine knowledge, regardless of the cost, the benefits will be boundless. Lao Daozi reflects, for after all, he is a master at the level of Wawajing. Business is business. I am a man of clear pricing, honest dealings, and I will not take advantage of others, nor will I allow anyone to take advantage of me, Chun Feng retorts as he strides towards Su Wanqing, getting straight to the point. Su Wanqing chuckles upon hearing this and yawns. Aren't you tired? Chun Feng replies, not particularly. Su Wanqing stands up, saying, since you're not tired, I shall teach you a technique. How much you learn depends on your own aptitude. With that, he walks toward the center of a valley where a massive boulder stands. This is what I shall teach you. Chun Feng is momentarily taken aback before promptly following. Why sword technique is called the Overlord Sword. Su Wanqing stands proudly with his sword, his gaze sharp. Chun Feng adopts a serious demeanor, attentively listening. The Overlord Sword's essence lies in its momentum. One must embody an indomitable spirit, a sense of who else if not I, to truly unleash its power. I do not impart this technique lightly, and few possess the talent to wield it. I have 2 disciples. My first disciple had potential but perished after mastering the 5th form of the Overlord Sword. Meng Bei is my second disciple. Though he learned the 6th form, he lacks the aura of an overlord, rendering each strike merely superficial. You are the 3rd person to whom I shall impart the Overlord Sword. Wait, Chun Feng interjects, raising a hand to pause Su Wanqing, whose eyes are alight with intensity. Senior Su, we previously agreed this is a transaction. I did not seek to become your disciple, I understand, but the Overlord Sword is fundamental to my existence and legacy. It is of immense significance to me. Su Wanqing gazes at Chun Feng, asserting, while this may be a transaction between us, it is also due to the talent I perceive in you for mastering the Overlord Sword that I consented to this exchange. Therefore, I wish for you to comprehend the importance of this technique. It possesses the potential to make you stand unrivaled in the martial world. This technique is taught to you by Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing's expression is complex and profound, imbued with meanings both understood and inscrutable to Chun Feng. Jr. I am grateful for your teachings. The grace of your impartation shall be etched in my memory. Chun Feng solemnly bows to Su Wanqing. He had initially viewed this merely as a transaction, never expecting Su Wanqing would genuinely wish to teach him the Overlord Sword. Given Su Wanqing's prowess at the Wawajing level and his years of immersion in sword techniques, even without teaching the Overlord Sword, a few pointers would suffice for Chun Feng's benefit. Yet, Su Wanqing is determined to teach him the Overlord Sword, seemingly believing in his potential, regardless of the reason. This is a favor Chun Feng will remember. I shall impart to you the 1st form of the Overlord Sword. The Overlord emerges. The Overlord emerges. Chun Feng's eyes brighten, filled with anticipation. When you killed that man with the blade-like face, you likely employed the Haiyu sect's Angry Goose Blade technique, the Stunning Swallow Flash, correct? Su Wanqing inquires, indeed. Chun Feng hesitates, then nods in affirmation. While the Haiyu sect is not one of the top 10 sects, its heritage is commendable, and for someone like Su Wanqing, it is no surprise he could discern this. The move the Overlord emerges shares similarities with the Stunning Swallow Flash. The Stunning Swallow Flash emphasizes a desperate last-ditch effort. Requiring fierce momentum and the courage to risk all. In contrast, the overlord emerges focuses on establishing dominance with the blade. When the sword is drawn, all shall submit. The momentum must be fierce, must be overwhelming. It must declare, who else but I? The stunning swallow flash is often used as a final strike. As long as your momentum is strong and your life intact, you can employ it as many times as necessary. However, the overlord emerges can only be enacted upon drawing the sword. Applicable solely to the first strike. Point 1 must strike with unparalleled momentum, as it seeks to conquer all. For the entire overlord sword technique, should the first form fail to resolve an issue, subsequent forms are available to address it. Yet, I shall only teach you this one move. I hope you can grasp its essence if you can consistently resolve matters with a single strike. That in itself will be a stroke of fortune. Thank you, Senior. Chen Feng expresses his gratitude once more with a bow. Did that man with the blade-like face leave you with internal injuries when he clawed your chest? Indeed, but it has healed today. Chen Feng replies. Oh? Su Wanqing expresses mild surprise, noting that your internal cultivation is no ordinary skill. Chen Feng remains silent, as this is the formidable self-healing capability of the celestial wounded physique. Not only does it facilitate rapid recovery, but that claw also significantly enhanced his true energy. Since you bear no internal injuries, I will now impart to you the energy circulation method for executing this first form. Su Wanqing states, refraining from probing further into Chen Feng's internal cultivation techniques. He is merely teaching a sword technique, not taking on a disciple. He has no right to inquire into such vital secrets of a martial artist. Chapter 37. The Overlord emerges. Have you memorized the energy circulation method? Su Wanqing asks. I have. Chen Feng nodded slightly. I will strike once. Pay close attention. Su Wanqing stood before the boulder, gripping the scabbard with his left hand while allowing his right hand to rest naturally. Suddenly, Chen Feng sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Su Wanqing, causing him to feel breathless and his heart to race. Whoosh! Before Chen Feng could acclimate to this oppressive force, a chilling sound of the blade being drawn pierced the air, and a flash of steel darted past Su Wanqing. Did you see clearly? Su Wanqing inquired, holding the blade while gazing at Chen Feng. No. Chen Feng shook his head. I only used 20% of my strength just now. With a swift motion, Su Wanqing pushed against the boulder, cleaving it effortlessly in two. I shall strike again. This time utilizing 50% of my strength. He returned the blade to its sheath, as Chen Feng once more felt the pressure. Su Wanqing unleashed his second strike. The remaining half of the boulder was again split apart. Did you see it clearly this time? Su Wanqing asked. I think I did. Chen Feng murmured. Hee, practice on your own. If you have questions, feel free to ask me. With that, Su Wanqing retired to rest. Chen Feng stood dazed before the fragmented boulder. The smooth cuts bore witness to Su Wanqing's prowess and the finesse of the Overlord blade. He had failed to grasp the first strike, but he had comprehended the second. The blade was swift, yet not to an extreme degree. Chen Feng was confident he could replicate it, but that strike held an extraordinary significance. It seemed as though Su Wanqing had deliberately restrained the speed of his strike. Overbearing, Chen Feng pondered these two words. Su Wanqing had claimed to possess a natural talent for this sword technique. Did he himself harbor that same overbearing spirit? He closed his eyes and endeavored to circulate the mental techniques of the Overlord's emergence, carefully sensing the flow of qi within his meridians. After a considerable duration, Chen Feng fully channeled his qi, preparing to execute his first strike. Just as Chen Feng reached for the blade, his arm shot forward under the vigorous impetus of his internal energy. Even before his hand could grasp the hilt, adjusting his breath, Chen Feng decided to grip the blade first before channeling his qi again. Whoosh! The blade was drawn, yet Chen Feng found himself utterly unable to control the direction of his strike. Was it truly this overpowering? The unique manipulation of his qi yielded such tremendous force. Estimating, Chen Feng realized that if he were to rely solely on the most rudimentary method to propel his qi, achieving such potency would require at least 10 times the energy. When Su Wanqing had spoken of his talent, Chen Feng had felt a surge of confidence. Now, he was taken aback by the difficulty of this technique. His eyes sparkled with excitement. How challenging! This proved it was genuine. It was something of value. Moreover, With the profound comprehension granted by his heavenly wound body, he was absolutely confident he could master it. Adjusting his breath, channeling his internal energy, drawing the blade, time after time, he faced failure, yet he persisted in drawing the blade. After an hour, Chun Feng finally ceased, sheathing his blade and retiring to rest. Throughout the entirety of his efforts, he had yet to successfully execute a single satisfactory strike. Nevertheless, he could distinctly feel that with each attempt, he gained clearer, fresher insights. He was acutely aware that this was entirely due to the comprehension bestowed by his heavenly wound body. After Chun Feng fell asleep, Su Wanqing opened his eyes and glanced at him. During Chun Feng's practice, Su Wanqing had observed him several times, noting with each observation that Chun Feng's sword intent grew more stable. Such progress startled Su Wanqing. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. The Overlord's emergence is the first form of the Overlord blade, and mastering this form is essential to learning the blade. Once one grasps the Overlord's emergence, they have entered the realm of the Overlord blade. Therefore, this initial form is the most challenging. Su Wanqing recalled the arduous journey he had faced while learning this technique. It had taken him an entire day just to manage a proper grip on the blade. 3 days were required to execute a strike, and 10 days to deliver a satisfactory blow. Even then, his father had praised him, suggesting he might one day make the Overlord blade renowned throughout the realm. This young man, should I truly take him on as my disciple? With this contemplation, Su Wanqing gradually drifted into slumber. As night fell, the group rose to continue their journey. The exhausting schedule of night and day travel demanded considerable stamina, which was why Chun Feng had only practiced the blade for an hour. He needed to ensure sufficient rest. 3 days later, Chun Feng committed an hour each day to practice the blade. Each session brought a sense of progress, yet he still could not deliver a competent strike. The Overlord blade was indeed difficult to master. Without the comprehension granted by his heavenly wound body, Chun Feng could only wonder how many years it would take to learn this technique. The Overlord's emergence. One morning, Su Wanqing led several companions into a town. They had reached the central region of the Liang Kingdom, where the town boasted considerable size and prosperity, far surpassing the 2 smaller towns under the Sea Summit sect's control. Throughout their journey, they had endured the elements, with Su Wanqing personally sourcing food from farms. Their meals consisted solely of coarse grain and occasional game. It was fortunate to have enough to stave off hunger. As for the taste, it bore little distinction from the raw rat meat he had consumed before. Su Wanqing risked exposing their trail by entering the town, partly because they were nearing Tiger City, and partly to allow everyone to rest properly. The martial practitioners could endure, but Su Wanqing, being a young lady, found it somewhat unbearable. Su Wanqing, feeling concern for his daughter, led the group to a small inn where they rented 2 rooms. After finishing their meal in the room, everyone began to rest. Su Wanqing and his daughter shared one room, while the others occupied the other. Chun Feng lay on the floor, comfortably slipping into slumber. The bed in the room was given to the burly man, leaving the rest to sleep on the floor. Chun Feng had grown weary of the unprotected outdoors. Even the inn's floor felt exceptionally warm to him. In his dreams, he envisioned discovering a treasure based on a treasure map. Alongside heaps of gold, silver, and jewels, there were also top-tier martial arts manuals and unparalleled divine weapons. Just as he contemplated how to carry them away, he suddenly heard others intruding into the treasure chamber, the clashing of weapons jolting him awake. Clutching the martial arts manual to his chest, he felt a hand suddenly grip his shoulder. "Wake up." Chun Feng opened his eyes to find the old knife wielder shaking him. "What's wrong?" Instinctively, Chun Feng reached for his blade and sprang to his feet. The door to the room was ajar, and Su Wanqing had also arrived. While Meng Bei positioned himself protectively behind the burly man and Su Wanqing. 2 assassins have arrived, the old knife wielder announced. The fierce sounds of combat next door indicated that Su Wanqing was engaged in battle. "Just 2? Chun Feng asked. "Surprise. 2 experts," the old knife wielder replied, his expression grave. "Master will handle those 2. Our priority is to protect Master Lu and Wanqing," Meng Bei stated. "Master Lu?" Chun Feng turned to the burly man. Realizing this was the first time he learned the man's name. Boom! Suddenly, the window next door shattered, and Su Wanqing, along with 2 figures clad in black, crashed through, landing in the inn's backyard. Chun Feng peered through the window. Observing that the two dark-clad figures possessed impressive skills, their internal energy at least at the Yuan martial realm. Their coordinated attacks were fierce, matching Su Wanqing blow for blow. Chapter 38. The female assassin. The battle outside heightened the tension within the room. Su Wanner, her heart racing, watched the flashing blades and gleaming swords outside, while Meng Bei comfortingly patted her shoulder. The old knife wielder had already drawn his blade, vigilantly guarding against any threats. His injuries had healed significantly, enough to allow him to engage in combat. Chen Feng focused intently on Su Wanqing's strikes, unwilling to miss such a valuable opportunity for comprehension. From his observations, Chen Feng realized that overcoming these two adversaries was not beyond Su Wanqing. He was simply seeking a stable victory without sustaining injury. Just as everyone was captivated by the duel in the courtyard, a slender sword appeared outside their room. Whoosh! The sound of the sword slicing through the air reached the old knife wielder's ears. The razor-sharp blade now mere inches from his chest. Ding Meng Bei swiftly drew his blade to block, the slender sword leaving a shallow cut on the old knife wielder's chest. Whoosh! Chen Feng drew his blade and struck at the third figure clad in black. The individual moved with remarkable speed, evading Chen Feng's attack and leaving his blade unblemished. The black-clad figure retreated several paces, then propelled himself forward once more, intent on engaging the others. Chen Feng, seizing the initiative, met him head-on, employing his most proficient technique, the furious goose blade art. Despite exchanging several blows, Chen Feng found himself at a disadvantage. Although the opponent was shrouded in night attire and concealed by a veil, Chen Feng discerned that she was a woman. The female assassin deftly redirected her sword, thrusting it towards Chen Feng's neck. He attempted to parry, but her strikes came in rapid succession, leaving him no opportunity for a counterattack. With no other recourse, Chen Feng altered his tactics, adopting the flourishing flower blade art, focusing entirely on defense to obstruct the female assassin's escape. Though the female assassin possessed superior martial prowess, Chen Feng's relentless defense rendered it impossible for her to best him in that moment. Meng Bei hesitated to assist, fearing the emergence of a fourth assassin. He could only place his hopes in Su Wanqing. Once he resolved his own confrontation, the situation would become manageable. Su Wanqing did not disappoint, swiftly dispatching one of the assailants, which clarified the dynamics of the battle. Sensing her companion's impending defeat, the female assassin unleashed a fierce assault. Streams of sword chi emanated from her slender blade, cascading towards Chen Feng like rain upon his protective blade shadows. As the sword chi penetrated his defenses, Chen Feng was caught off guard, feeling the sharpness graze his skin. Retreating while slashing out in desperation, he unleashed several arcs of blade light, yet the female assassin, with an agility akin to a dancer, evaded all his strikes and advanced towards Meng Bei. The old swordsman swung his blade to intercept, but with a single stroke, his weapon was sent flying. Though the sword was delicate, it carried immense force. Meng Bei drew his sword from its sheath, the blade glinting coldly as he aimed it at the female assassin. It was the emergence of a sovereign. Chen Feng recognized the move. In his estimation, it was entirely formidable, at least, beyond his own capabilities. However, the female assassin deftly evaded it. Without a block, she effortlessly dodged while simultaneously thrusting her sword. Chen Feng hastily unleashed a blade of light to support Meng Bei. A sword pierced Meng Bei's shoulder, yet he did not falter, continuing his assault. The incoming blade light compelled the female assassin to pivot and evade, narrowly avoiding Meng Bei's strike. Close to Chen Feng, as he raised his blade, the female assassin casually swept out a wave of sword chi behind her. Having witnessed the terror of such sword chi before, Chen Feng could only evade. The sharp clang of metal rang out as Meng Bei's and the female assassin's weapons finally clashed. However, the might of the sovereign blade was suppressed by the female's slender sword. In the depths of Meng Bei's despair, the slender blade advanced towards his neck. He found himself unable to evade or block it. Suddenly, a flash of cold light shot from within the courtyard towards the female assassin, causing her sword to veer sharply and intercept the incoming threat. The slender blade bent under the immense force, but ultimately succeeded in deflecting the projectile away. The cold light embedded itself in the wall, and Chen Feng discerned it to be a flying knife. Another flash of cold light surged from the courtyard, and Chun Feng realized it was cast by Su Wancheng. The female assassin, unwilling to confront it head-on, could only retreat. The flying knife grazed her figure as it lodged into the wall. Chun Feng's resolve hardened, and he charged forward once more. Having been repelled by this woman twice was an unbearable affront. With swift strokes, he slashed twice, only to have both attacks elude her. The female assassin retaliated with 3 rapid thrusts, which Chun Feng barely managed to parry, yet he was forced to retreat repeatedly. Before he could regain his footing, he sensed a murderous intent locking onto him. The female assassin closed the distance, seizing the opportunity presented by Chun Feng's moment of vulnerability, her sword entwined with true energy. Poised to pierce his chest in that critical moment, another flying knife surged forth, aimed at the female assassin's head. She tilted her body, narrowly avoiding the strike, which tore away her veil, revealing a pure and stunning visage before Chun Feng's eyes. As she stabilized herself, she quickly grasped her veil, casting a fierce glare filled with lethal intent at Chun Feng. Damn, she is quite beautiful. Chun Feng gritted his teeth, steeling himself to press forward into the fray. But Su Wancheng leaped in from the courtyard. The 2 other injured assassins had already collapsed to the ground, though not lifeless. The female assassin, sword in hand, appeared to waver between continuing the fight or fleeing. In her hesitation, Su Wancheng stepped forward, declaring, "I have no intention of becoming enemies with Cold Moon Tower. I merely ask for a favor." Cold Moon Tower? Chun Feng was taken aback. These 3 assassins hailed from Cold Moon Tower? Cold Moon Tower was one of the 10 great factions, yet it was not a traditional sect but rather an organization of assassins, the largest and most powerful of its kind in the world. The female assassin remained silent, her gaze sweeping over the group. Chun Feng met her eyes, and for reasons unknown, having glimpsed her true face, he found her eyes particularly captivating. After a prolonged silence, the female assassin sheathed her sword and retreated, casting one last glare at Chun Feng as she departed. The 2 injured assassins supported each other as they fled. Chun Feng was still lost in thoughts of the female assassin's appearance when Su Wancheng urged everyone to hasten their departure. After another night of travel, Su Wancheng dared not enter the town, opting instead to seek a concealed spot in the wilderness to rest. Chun Feng still pondered why Cold Moon Tower had sought them out at the inn so swiftly. Such was the terrifying prowess of the 10 great factions. That female assassin was indeed formidable. She appeared to be around his age. The martial world was truly teeming with hidden talents. After 3 more days of travel, they finally reached a town near Tiger City. They had journeyed tirelessly, hoping to enter the city before nightfall, but alas, they were a step too late and could only find lodging in an inn outside the city. That night, none of them managed to sleep well, remaining vigilant and prepared for dawn. If they could survive the night, entering the city would be within reach, as the headquarters of the Hongxing Escort Agency lay within Tiger City. Chun Feng initially believed Tiger City to be a delivery point, but Su Wancheng clarified that it was not. Their route would pass by the escort agency, allowing them to replenish their ranks. As dawn broke, the group departed the inn, however. As they stepped outside, Chun Feng was met with the sight of over 30 burly men brandishing weapons, blocking the inn's entrance. Chapter 39. Finally home, damn it. This truly seems never-ending. Chun Feng gripped the hilt of his sword, ready for a confrontation. Master Zhao. Su Wancheng called out to the foremost figure, a middle-aged man leaning on a hefty sword. Su Dezangjia. It has been too long, Master Zhao returned the greeting with a fist salute. An acquaintance? Chun Feng relaxed his grip on the sword. Su Dezangjia, let us speak plainly. I have been waiting here since before dawn, seeking your assistance with a matter, Master Zhao declared emphatically. Speak freely, Master Zhao. Su Wancheng replied, I wish to request that you hand this individual over to me. Name your terms, for my Yunlin gang owes the Hongxing Escort Agency a significant favor. Master Zhao's tone was earnest and insistent. Master Zhao, you jest. This person is under my escort. If I hand him over, the reputation of the Hongxing Escort Agency will be tarnished. Hundreds of mouths depend on it for sustenance. Su Wancheng shook his head. If that is the case, draw your sword, with a clang. Over 30 burly men unsheathed their swords in unison, the chilling sound igniting a sense of urgency within Chun Feng. He flexed his neck, red dripping the hilt of his sword, his expression betraying the suppressed urge to kill. Master Zhao. Su Wanqing looked at him with a blend of resignation and sorrow. If I draw my sword, our decades-long friendship will be severed. Was it worth it? It is worth it. Master Zhao spat the words through clenched teeth. Then, with a thunderous roar, charged at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing leaped forward to meet him. The two clashed in midair, Su Wanqing drawing his blade to deliver a strike while Master Zhao swung his sword in a sweeping motion. The air crackled with energy, sparks flying as Master Zhao was sent hurtling back. The sovereign emerges. This was the true emergence of the sovereign. With a single move, he subdued his opponent. None could rival him. Qin Feng grounded himself, charging into the throng of foes. Clang! The steel blade unsheathed heralded a wave of carnage. The martial prowess of these individuals far surpassed that of the bandits, almost akin to the skilled escorts from the previous convoy. Over half of them possessed true martial realm cultivation, rendering Qin Feng incapable of dispatching them one by one. The moment Su Wanqing repelled the leader Zhao, he unleashed a colossal arc of blade energy towards the disciples of the Yunlang gang. Instantly, a dozen of their members were toppled. Before Su Wanqing could execute a second strike, Zhao, undeterred, charged back into the fray. Wielding a heavy sword with a ferocity that stirred the winds, Su Wanqing dared not underestimate him, fully deploying the Overlord Blade technique to counter. Qin Feng exerted his utmost to ensnare more adversaries. Yet over 10 foes still surged towards Meng Bei and his companions. The old Blade Master intercepted too, managing to contend with only that number. Any more would surely result in his injury. Meng Bei, shielding Su Wan'er and Master Lu, stood resolutely at the entrance like a guardian deity. Qin Feng swept aside several steel blades and pivoted to slice open a man's abdomen. As the steel blade danced, Qin Feng advanced towards the NS entrance. Together with Meng Bei, they prolonged their defense far more effectively than in solitary combat. Before long, Su Wanqing seized the opportunity to eliminate several more Yunlang gang disciples. Significantly alleviating the pressure on Qin Feng chuckled lightly. The old knife wielder's face flushed, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Feng. Su Wan'er stifled her laughter, giggling softly, and the others joined in the mirth. They had shared life and death experiences together, traversing through storms for many days, inevitably forging some bonds of camaraderie. The Xintian sect is currently seeking you. What are your intentions? Su Wanqing inquired, his smile fading as he turned to Qin Feng. I am uncertain. My martial skills are limited, but I possess some ability to escape. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. You truly do not intend to join my escort agency? Su Wanqing's gaze held a flicker of hope. I appreciate your kind offer, senior, but I know my limitations. This profession is beyond my capabilities, Qin Feng said with a respectful gravity. Su Wanqing nodded, not pressing further. There is no rush for the two of you to depart. Feel free to linger at home a few more days and consider your next destination. Thank you for your generosity, but I am not one to linger. I shall be leaving tomorrow, the old knife wielder replied with a nod of gratitude. I shall not impose any longer. I will depart with you tomorrow, Qin Feng added promptly. Very well, then I shall not detain you further. Should either of you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to visit the Hongxing Escort Agency. I, Su Wanqing, will offer my help without hesitation, Su Wanqing declared earnestly. The two men immediately expressed their gratitude. Despite their shared experiences along the journey, they remained mere small figures in the vast realm of martial arts. Their status significantly beneath that of Su Wanqing. His words were a testament to his regard for them. Just as they were about to rise, Su Wanqing spoke again. But by the way, upon my return yesterday, my brothers informed me of something that may be of use to you, he said, fixing his gaze on Qin Feng. Qin Feng halted, awaiting Su Wanqing's revelation. The Haiwei sect has now been absorbed into the Xintian sect. What? Qin Feng's heart jolted. The Haiwei sect had indeed amalgamated with the Xintian sect. I noticed your martial arts are rooted in the Haiwei sect, and with the Xintian sect seeking you, this news should be pertinent to you. Su Wanqing explained. When did this occur? Qin Feng inquired. Less than half a month ago. The Wanjian sect unexpectedly attacked the Haiwei sect for reasons unknown. Just as the Haiwei sect was on the brink of destruction, the Xintian sect intervened, facilitating their incorporation, Su Wanqing elucidated. Qin Feng nodded. expressing his gratitude once more before departing the main hall. It was no wonder the Shintian sect sought him. The Haiwa sect had indeed changed allegiances. They had transformed, merging with a first-rate sect. But why? The Haiwa sect was at least a second-rate faction. Previously, they had merely been subordinate to the Wanjian sect, playing the role of a little brother, bound by interests and seeking easier paths through their elder brother. The Wanjian sect had never attempted to absorb the Haiwa sect, yet the Shintian sect had swiftly achieved this, indicating prior scheming. It seemed the Wanjian sect had attacked the Haiwa sect upon discovering their intentions to merge with the Shintian sect. Such disputes among top-tier sects were beyond the comprehension of someone like Chen Feng, who would always be swept along in their currents. As for that map, could he truly relinquish something once it was in his possession? Even if he did hand it over, would it guarantee his safety? Matters of life and death were best kept within one's own grasp. Chapter 41. Night guests at the escort agency. After breakfast, Su Wanqing busied himself with preparations for departure. Meanwhile, Su Wan'er warmly entertained Chen Feng and the old knife wielder, expressing her admiration for the sword-wielding lifestyle and her envy of the two men. Chen Feng practiced his sword techniques in the courtyard while the old knife wielder drank quietly beside him. After a few exchanges with the old knife wielder, Su Wan'er discovered his disinterest in conversation and turned her attention back to Chen Feng, for he was closer to her age. "How many years have you roamed the martial world?" Su Wan'er inquired, her curious eyes sparkling. "Less than half a month," Chen Feng replied casually. As for Su Wan'er, Chen Feng held no particular dislike, but he also felt no fondness. He was not drawn to vivacious and cheerful girls. Yet, he fondly remembered the arrow she had shot to aid him in a crisis, which engendered a measure of goodwill towards her, albeit limited. Chen Feng had been contemplating how to repay her kindness. Perhaps Su Wan'er did not place much significance on the matter or had long forgotten it. Nevertheless, Chen Feng preferred not to feel indebted. He firmly believed he owed Su Wan'er a debt of gratitude. Less than half a month. Su Wan'er was taken aback. That coincided with his joining the escort team, signifying that he had only just entered the martial world. "Where were you before? Which sect did you belong to? Was it the Haiwa sect?" Su Wan'er pressed on. Chen Feng glanced at her with mild annoyance. "Why are you so inquisitive? Are you planning to marry me?" Su Wan'er was momentarily stunned. How could he be so shameless? Rolling her eyes dramatically, she turned to leave. "Dft! Ha ha ha!" The old knife wielder burst into laughter, spitting out his drink. Chen Feng chuckled, returning to his practice. "Hey!" The old knife wielder, having finished laughing, called out to Chen Feng. Chen Feng turned to look at him. "What are your plans for the next destination?" The old knife wielder asked. "I have no idea. Wherever the road leads." Chen Feng shook his head. "I told you. I intend to treat you to a drink," the old knife wielder said, pulling out a stack of coins from his pocket, a sum far exceeding what Su Wanqing had just given him for his commission. "Then let us do it tonight. You go buy the wine," Chen Feng replied casually. "All right." Their guest rooms were situated in the back courtyard, where a pavilion stood, and the two men reveled in their drinks there. The moon shone particularly brightly that night, and as the old knife wielder grew animated with drink, he burst into hearty laughter. Naturally, they discussed matters of the martial world, with the old knife wielder claiming he had begun wandering the realm as soon as he could wield a knife. He recounted his many exploits, having engaged in all manner of activities over the years, achieving a martial proficiency that was neither exceptional nor lacking. His greatest fortune, he claimed, was the freedom of a life without borders and the countless friendships forged in the martial world. "Young man, why is the Shintian sect seeking you?" the old knife wielder inquired, his eyes slightly glazed with drink. "I was once a disciple of the Haiwa sect. I killed an elder's son and escaped." Chen Feng stated succinctly. "I see." The old knife wielder nodded knowingly. "Sects are tiresome." He then shook his head dismissively. The two men chatted aimlessly until they had emptied 2 large jars of wine, after which they each returned to their rooms to rest. The thought of departing the next day left Chen Feng feeling a vague sense of disorientation, but the heavy drowsiness soon urged him into slumber. As night deepened, the Hongxing escort agency occupied a vast expanse, its grounds brightly lit even in the late hours. Disciples of the agency patrolled with lanterns, the high walls and expansive courtyard resembling an impenetrable fortress. Just as the clock struck the second hour of the night, Those lying down were in deep slumber when a masked figure leapt atop the agency's high walls, bathed in the clear moonlight. The figure on the wall was quite conspicuous. However, the patrolling disciples had just passed. The masked person dropped down from the wall, glanced around, and upon seeing no sign of patrollers, tilted their head to mimic a bird call. Whoosh, 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 dozens of figures scaled the high walls, landing in the courtyard. These masked intruders were not garbed in black night attire but wore an assortment of ordinary martial clothing, their faces obscured by black cloth. The sheer number of individuals infiltrating the courtyard finally alerted two patrolling disciples. Before they could sound an alarm, they were struck by an array of hidden weapons. Masked figures invaded from all four directions of the Hongxing escort agency, their robust physiques and exceptional skills evident as they wielded various weapons, clearly not ordinary martial artists. Over 100 masked individuals surrounded the entire agency like an iron barrel, pushing inward gradually. Upon encountering anyone, regardless of age or gender, their first instinct was to hurl hidden weapons, followed by advancing to sever heads, ensuring their victims were utterly deceased. Those who refrained from using concealed weapons were undoubtedly as soon as the door swung open. A hidden weapon hurtled towards his face. He swiftly turned to evade it, the projectile embedding itself in a pillar within the room. A formidable iron thorn. With a swift whoosh, two steel blades came slicing towards Qin Feng. One after the other, their gleaming edges radiating a chilling aura of deadly intent. With a swift motion, he drew his long blade, charging forward to meet the assault. After 2 days of restraint, the mere act of unsheathing his weapon made Qin Feng acutely aware of his roughened breaths and the itching of his gums. As if all the energy within him longed to surge into the blade. Clang! The blades clashed, and the first masked assailant felt a sudden numbness in his right hand, causing his sword to fly from his grip. Qin Feng had no time to finish him off, for the second blade was already upon him. Clang! He deflected the second attacker's sword with a swift maneuver, his body lunging forward in a horizontal spin. And within moments, both masked assailants met their demise beneath his blade. Chapter 42. The tragedy of the escort agency. Qin Feng glanced at his trembling hands that gripped the sword tightly and hastened towards the room of the old master. The martial prowess of these masked individuals was formidable. Had it not been for his own significant enhancements in internal energy, he might have found it difficult to maintain his hold on the weapon. The door to the old master's room stood wide open, revealing a chaotic scene filled with the flashes of blades and swords. As Qin Feng leapt inside, he beheld two masked figures cornering the old master with a sword and a dagger. Upon noticing Qin Feng's entrance, one of them immediately broke away, charging at him with the sword in hand. The light from the blade danced with an ethereal grace, unmistakably the work of a skilled practitioner. Qin Feng felt his internal energy surge and swung his blade with determination. The assailant's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily retracted his weapon and stepped back to evade the onslaught of Qin Feng's ferocious strike. Undeterred, Qin Feng pressed forward, his feet expertly navigating the battlefield as he unleashed a flurry of blows. The masked man narrowly avoided 3 strikes, but the fourth was inescapable. In a desperate attempt to trade his life for Qin Feng's, he lunged a dagger towards Qin Feng's chest. With steely resolve, Qin Feng maintained his momentum, his right hand wielding the blade unyieldingly, while his left hand, enveloped in internal energy, swiped at the long sword. With a sickening slice, the long blade cleaved through the assailant's body, leaving a deep gash from Qin Feng's left palm. The tide of battle swiftly shifted to a 2-on-1 scenario, with the old master defending himself against the remaining masked man while Qin Feng launched a relentless assault. In a matter of moments, the last masked figure collapsed to the ground. What has transpired? Have they dared to rob us right at our doorstep? The old master gasped for breath, surveying the numerous slashes on his clothing, perplexed at how he had managed to survive. We must leave at once and seek out Su Wanqing. The two made their way towards the main residence, encountering more masked assailants along the way. They did not linger, opting instead to flee with urgency. As they neared the main residence, the chaos of battle intensified. Cries of alarm ringing in their ears, the Hongxing escort agency occupied a vast expanse, housing nearly 100 disciples along with numerous family members. All those who still drew breath were now racing towards the main residence, where their leader, the formidable Su Wanqing, awaited. Disciples of the agency gathered near the main residence, banding together to fend off the masked intruders. The two sides formed two concentric circles, their formation loose yet determined. Qin Feng and the old master plunged into the inner circle, joining forces with the agency's defenders. Just as Qin Feng began to wonder why he could not spot Su Wanqing, a sudden thunderous sound erupted from the distant rooftops, tiles flying and wooden splinters scattering. Su Wanqing was engaged in a fierce duel against two masked masters, his single blade whirling with ferocity. A blinding golden light emanated from the rooftop as a burly bald man conjured two vividly animated arms from his shoulders, launching powerful punches at Su Wanqing, a martial artist of the transformation realm. The other masked figure wielded both a long and a short sword, attacking with the former while defending with the latter, each strike as fluid as a serpent. Two masters of the transformation realm. Qin Feng silently marveled. Were these individuals also here for that Master Lu? What was his true purpose? Could Su Wanqing truly contend against two such formidable foes? Would the Hongxing escort agency endure this trial? Must we engage in a desperate struggle here? The old master queried. Now that they were no longer in a contractual relationship with Su Wanqing, there was no obligation to risk their lives. You must leave at once. His daughter has aided me, and I must repay this debt. Qin Feng cried, his blade swinging with fervor. The old master hesitated, feeling the weight of his own obligations. You're capable of overcoming those two masters. Or can you drive back this horde of desperate men? Qin Feng shouted in response. Then I shall slay two before I depart. That would be a form of assistance, after all. I must uphold my principles. The old master's conviction wavered. Leave now. Do you wish to perish here? The old master understood his own limitations, yet he was not one to forsake duty out of fear. Driven by his sense of righteousness, he longed to assist, but his strength was insufficient. I will wait for you outside. The old master called back to Qin Feng as he made his way through the chaos. Would he truly be able to break through? Qin Feng felt a pang of concern. After all, the enemy had shown no mercy even to the elderly and children, clearly intent on extermination. The overall strength of the masked assailants far surpassed that of the average disciples of the agency. One by one, the agency's defenders fell, and Qin Feng found himself retreating alongside the others, bewildered as to where such skilled fighters had emerged from. Into the main hall, dropped the steel plates. Su Wanqing shouted, retreating into the hall with his blade raised, pursued closely by the two transformation realm masters. Upon hearing the command, everyone promptly retreated into the hall. Qin Feng included. One masked man attempted to breach the hall but was swiftly felled by Su Wanqing's blade. However, the two transformation realm masters were far too swift, not granting Su Wanqing the chance to enter the hall. At this critical moment, Su Wanqing unleashed the Overlord's assault, sending forth hundreds of blade rays. The ferocious and tyrannical energy forced everyone to evade its lethal edge, halting the two masters in their tracks as they defended against the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, all members of the escort agency rushed into the hall. Just as Su Wanqing entered last, the steel plates fell, sealing the doors and windows shut. Several masked men charged forward, attempting to break through with brute force, but the steel plates remained unwavering. Clear the way. The bald man bellowed, and the masked men stepped aside. Steadying himself, the burly figure manifested golden energy arms from his shoulders, joining his fists together as he struck the steel plates. Bang! After a dull thud. For deep impressions marked the surface of the plates. Yet that was all. The plates remained intact, unmoved by the assault. The bald man's eyes burned with fury, a classic reaction of frustration at his failed attempts. Ah! Raising his forearms once more, he prepared for a second strike. That very moment, the steel plates suddenly opened 3 rows of holes, followed by a relentless barrage of arrows. The bald man found himself unable to evade. Yet he unleashed a flurry of punches, deflecting the arrows that flew towards him. However, the other masked men lacked such fortitude, forced to narrowly escape or shield themselves. The rain of arrows seemed endless, ceasing only when every masked assailant found cover, leaving no one to suffer further injury. Inside the hall, the disciples of the agency lit oil lamps, illuminating the otherwise oppressive atmosphere. Chun Feng stared in astonishment at the descending steel plates, their thickness exceeding 2 meters. The mood within the room was heavy and stifling. Aside from the elderly, weak, and women, all others bore wounds, most of the agency's disciples injured. Xu Wanqing stood at the center, all eyes fixed upon him. Esteemed colleagues, the Hongxing Escort Agency has persevered for a full 82 years, yet today, the legacy built by my grandfather faces destruction by my very hands. Xu Wanqing's expression remained calm as he surveyed the crowd, all faces reflecting sorrow. Over the span of these 82 years, the agency has confronted countless crises, yet this day appears insurmountable. This is the fate we, as escorts, must accept. This is the life we chose. And if we cannot safeguard our own livelihoods, it is a testament to my inadequacy, and I owe my brothers an apology. Xu Wanqing bowed gratefully to the disciples of the agency. Chapter 43. Steel Plates, Feathered Arrows, and Underground Tunnels. Master. The disciples of the agency hurriedly assisted Xu Wanqing to his feet. Master, we can at least fight back. Indeed, we shall take at least one down with us. The agency's disciples were filled with righteous indignation, none displaying a hint of cowardice. Brothers, there is no need for concern. Although the agency may not endure, there remains a glimmer of hope for our escape. With such commotion, the city's guards will arrive before long. The Lord of Tiger City has reaped many benefits from our agency over the years, and will not remain indifferent. As long as we hold out until the guards arrive, these assassins will surely retreat. As for whether we will continue our operations in Tiger City, we shall deliberate on that later. As long as one of us remains, we can revive the agency. Xu Wanqing inspired the group, and the atmosphere of despair began to lift. The steel plates had yet to be breached, and the guards would arrive soon. They had not reached a dead end. This steel plate cost me 10,000 gold coins to commission from the 100 Refinement sect. It is reinforced with a mechanism of feathered arrows between 2 layers of thick steel, making it no easy task to breach. Xu Wanqing bolstered the group's confidence further. The craftsmanship of the 100 Refinement sect. Chun Feng recalled his own concealed arrows, having exhausted both and discarded the mechanism. The 100 Refinement sect is one of the top 10 sects. If this defensive mechanism truly is their handiwork, Chen Feng believed it would not be easily compromised. Bei, follow me. Xu Wanqing strode towards the inner chamber of the main hall, and Meng Bei followed closely behind. Inside, Xu Wanqing's wife held their son in one arm while grasping Xu Wan'er's hand with the other, her expression fraught with anxiety. Father! Xu Wan'er rushed towards Xu Wanqing, her eyes scanning him nervously. You're not hurt, are you? Xu Wanqing looked at his daughter, smiling as he ruffled her hair. I am unharmed. Meng Bei also entered, closing the door and standing at the threshold. Xu Wanqing reluctantly gazed at his beloved wife and children before approaching his writing desk, where he retrieved 2 ancient tomes from a hidden compartment. This is the Tyrant Fist and the Tyrant Blade Manual, the unique skills of our family. Take them, he said, handing them to Xu Wan'er. Why give this to me, father? What are you planning to do? Xu Wan'er exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Your younger brother is still small. When he grows up, you can pass the techniques and blade manual to him. Xu Wanqing pressed the 2 books into her hands. My dear wife, Mu'er. Xu Wanqing turned to his wife and son. His wife's eyes were brimming with tears. She understood what was about to transpire, having long accepted the fate of a martial artist's spouse. Take care of the 2 children. Xu Wanqing gently caressed his wife's hair. Mu'er, father. The 4-year-old boy looked at his father in confusion, unaware of the unfolding situation. All he could sense was the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from his father. When you grow up, you must practice martial arts diligently. The little boy nodded obediently. Xu Wanqing opened his mouth, as if wishing to say more, but ultimately fell silent. He approached the humble bookshelf in the room and twisted a vase. Suddenly, a dark opening appeared in the ground. A blackened tunnel revealed itself before them. Bayer, master. Meng Bei stepped forward to Xu Wanqing. Take your master's wife and children. Teach Mu'er to practice, live in seclusion, and do not seek revenge. Xu Wanqing instructed solemnly. Father! Xu Wan'er cried out, finally grasping her father's intentions. Let us leave together. I am the master of the escort agency. I cannot abandon my brothers. Su Wanching shook his head with a smile. They cannot breach this steel wall. The guards in the city will arrive soon. Fu Wanner wept out. Wanner, remember, there is no need for revenge, Su Wanching said earnestly, gazing into his daughter's eyes. Bear, take them away, he gestured to Ming Bei. Master, Ming Bei forced a smile, revealing a long, narrow sword wound beneath his ribs, blood seeping out intermittently. You? Su Wanching looked at his disciple with sorrow. Master, send other brothers. I will guard our escort agency with you. Ming Bei had a fierce determination in his expression. Su Wanching, heart heavy with sadness, could only nod. Bring Chen Feng in, he commanded. Chen Feng? Ming Bei was taken aback. Can he? Go call him, Su Wanching insisted resolutely. Chen Feng stood in a corner, contemplating whether what Su Wanching said was true. Would the guards from Tiger City truly come? Even if they did, would these masked men retreat? After all, 2 masters at the transformation of weapons realm had arrived. Such formidable opponents were not easily dealt with. Chen Feng, my master wants you in the inner room, Ming Bei stated before Chen Feng. What? Chen Feng was stunned. Go. My master is waiting for you, Ming Bei urged with a serious demeanor. Chen Feng nodded and walked toward the inner room. The escort agency cannot be preserved. You have been dragged into this, so leave, Su Wanching stated as his first words upon meeting Chen Feng. Providing him with a clear conclusion. Leave? How? Chen Feng inquired. There, Su Wanching pointed towards the tunnel, a secret passage. Chen Feng's eyes brightened, but then he realized it was only to be expected. The Hongxing escort agency had been a force for nearly a century, gaining modest fame in the martial world and Liang Kingdom alike. It was not surprising for a household to have secret mechanisms and escape routes. Where does it lead? Chen Feng asked. To a small courtyard beyond an alley. Su Wanching replied. Chen Feng nodded, waiting for Su Wanching to continue. He understood there was more to be said. Help me escort them to Ma City, Su Wanching requested. Do you think I can manage? Chen Feng asked. Those are the techniques of the Tyrant Fist and the Tyrant Blade Manual. Once they are delivered, make a copy for yourself. Su Wanching pointed to the 2 books in Su Wanner's arms. Chen Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. Did he even have a choice? All right. Chen Feng nodded. Agreed? Su Wanching extended his hand. Agreed. Chen Feng mirrored the gesture, and they clasped hands in AVOW'd. Su Wanching led them to the tunnel entrance, where Su Wanner clung to his clothing, unwilling to let go. Father, let us go together, she pleaded, her heart yearning for the safety of their family. My dear, take Muir and go first. Su Wanching gazed at his wife. Though she was equally reluctant, upon seeing her husband's resolute eyes, she steeled herself and took their son down the secret passage. Little brother Chen, I ask for nothing but to ensure their safety. Su Wanching earnestly instructed Chen Feng, his tone laced with supplication. I understand. You can rest assured. Chen Feng nodded firmly and jumped into the tunnel. Chapter 44. The Four-Armed Vajra and the Twin Serpent Sword inside. Only Su Wanching and Su Wanner remained at the tunnel's entrance, father and daughter exchanging silent glances, the daughter gripping her father's clothing tightly. Finally, Su Wanching grasped his daughter's arm and gently pried her fingers away. Remember my words, live well, and do not seek vengeance. Also, no, I want tea. Let us go together, shall we? We can abandon the escort agency. Su Wanner pleaded desperately. Su Wanching wiped away her tears, just as the steel wall outside was struck again, and the masked men resumed their assault. Child, this is the martial world. Obtaining what one desires is difficult, and letting go of what one has achieved is even more so. Father promises you, I will strive to survive and find you again. All right. Su Wanner shook her head, sobbing. Go. Protect your mother and younger brother. As you grow, you must be responsible. Remember my words. With that, Su Wanching gave Su Wanner a gentle shove down the passage. He took one last look at his daughter before twisting the mechanism to close the tunnel's door. Without a backward glance, he strode towards the great halled eye in the tunnel. Su Wanner, her face streaked with tears, remained frozen for a moment before finally crawling toward the tunnel's end in the darkness. Outside, as the rain of arrows ceased, the 2 masters at the transformation of weapons realm advanced together. Bang! The burly man with a shaved head unleashed his fists, striking ferociously, causing the dent in the steel wall to deepen. Following this, the archer unleashed a series of sword energies, accurately hitting the dent until the steel wall was finally breached. The dim light reflected off the steel's glinting arrowheads. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two masters immediately halted, dodging just in time. The feathered arrows were once again loosed, and the disciples controlling the mechanisms in the escort agency turned to Su Wancheng. Master, once this volley of arrows is finished, there will be no more. It's fine. I am here, and I have my blade. Su Wancheng replied with a smile that in the pitch-black tunnel. With suffocating air, Su Wanner gritted her teeth and crawled onward. At last, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. Su Wanner looked up to see her mother, one hand holding a torch and the other grasping her younger brother, gazing back at her. Chun Feng crouched down and pulled Su Wanner up. No one spoke. Even little Su Mu clutched his mother's hand tightly, remaining silent. The exit led to a simple, old room. Chun Feng blew out the flame of the torch in Su Wancheng's wife's hand before gently pushing the door open. The small courtyard was unremarkable. Chun Feng leaped onto the wall, scanning the surroundings. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright, guiding him in the direction of the Hongxing escort agency. It was indeed not far. Let us go. Chun Feng beckoned to the three behind him and dashed toward the city gate. Su Wanner lifted Su Mu into her arms, her face resolute. There's a curfew at night, and the city gate is closed. How do we get out? Su Wancheng's wife inquired. We'll find a place close to the city gate to hide, and tomorrow morning we'll leave the city. Chun Feng replied casually, within the courtyard of the Hongxing escort agency. The two masters at the transformation of weapons realm had already dismantled a steel wall, leaving the launching mechanism empty. Humph! The burly man with the shaved head, seeing that the arrows had run out, brazenly stood before the second layer of steel. Ah! The burly man grunted, his fists and two illusory golden fists creating a flurry of afterimages in an instant. The second layer of steel was soon riddled with dense dents, the remnants of his shadowy strikes deepening the impressions. This action clearly aimed to regain the dignity he had just lost. Dodge! Another master of the weapon transformation realm shouted, Get out of the way. Bald head, as a fierce sword aura began to wreak havoc upon the steel plate. After the sword energy dissipated, the steel plate was utterly transformed into a sieve, full of holes. The bald man, with a disdainful glare, approached the steel plate, poised to dismantle the second layer, when an overwhelming intent to kill sent chills racing down his spine. Years of combat experience prompted him to instinctively evade as a ferocious blade light cleaved through the steel plate with the ease of slicing tofu, continuing its deadly trajectory unabated. Fortunately, the bald man dodged just in time, the blade light grazing his clothing before striking a masked henchman instead. Witnessing the henchman severed in two, the bald man felt a pang of fear in his heart. Su Wancheng burst forth from behind the shattered steel plate, prompting the bald man to hastily throw a punch in response, while the one wielding dual swords rushed to lend assistance. After a flurry of combat, none of the three emerged with a clear advantage. After all, they were all masters of the weapon transformation realm. As long as they were determined to defend, it was not easy to inflict harm. The three stood in a standoff, with Su Wancheng brandishing a single blade at the entrance, his eyes filled with disdain. The four-armed Vajra, Wei Zhan. The twin serpent swords, Rongzhuai. Su Wancheng spoke slowly, and the two masters' expressions shifted dramatically, their murderous intent palpable. Both were also renowned figures in the martial world. Since they had come to Su's residence, Su would naturally entertain them properly. Why the need for masks and such vile behavior? Upon hearing this, the two experts displayed signs of unease, as if their true identities had been exposed. Damn it! The bald man tore off his face covering. What if you recognize me? Today, your overlord blade will surely perish beneath my fists. Wei Zhan declared arrogantly. You came here tonight for a certain individual, did you not? Su Wancheng inquired nonchalantly. Hemph, what do you think? Wei Zhan replied disdainfully. Is there any bounty in this world that Su does not dare to accept? Su Wancheng raised his blade. Kill me, take the person, and spare my subordinates. Ha! Do you really think that is possible? Wei Zhan sneered. Then there's no more to discuss. Fu Changqing's long knife surged forward as he lunged at the two men. Kill! Meng Beiqi charged out from within the building, followed by every capable member of the escort agency. Kill! Kill. The moon shone brilliantly, illuminating the carnage, ensuring that the slaughter was rendered even clearer. Chen Feng, along with the mother and daughter, had only just stepped out a short distance when they abruptly halted. He peered around the corner, spotting rows of heavily armored soldiers patrolling the streets. "What's wrong?" Su Wanqing's wife asked. "There are soldiers." Chen Feng replied. "Soldiers, we must call them to the escort agency," Su Wanner exclaimed, attempting to rush forward, only for Chen Feng to seize her arm. "They appear to be on patrol," he cautioned. "I'll go call them." Su Wanner insisted anxiously. "Can't you hear the sounds of battle from the escort agency? Can they not hear it?" Chen Feng questioned. Su Wanner froze in place. They had not ventured far, and the sounds of combat from the escort agency were clearly audible here. Cautiously, she peered around the corner, but the soldiers seemed oblivious, continuing their patrol. "There shouldn't be this many guards patrolling the streets at night," Su Wanqing's wife remarked. "We must avoid them," Chen Feng said. His expression grave. Su Wanner looked despondent. "Why aren't the guards heading to the escort agency?" "Why?" Chen Feng led the group carefully around, but the sheer number of patrolling soldiers was overwhelming, leaving little room to maneuver. Just as he prepared to dash through a fleeting gap, a voice shattered the silence. "Who goes there?" Chen Feng's heart sank, and he turned to see a sentry approaching from atop a nearby wall. The army had even stationed patrols on the high walls. Chapter 45. That's not my style. The rhythmic sound of marching footsteps, the crisp clatter of hooves, and the clash of blades and shields echoed all around. Chen Feng felt cornered, with no escape in sight. Spearmen, sword and shield bearers, light cavalry, and unarmored sentries on the walls formed a tightening ring around him and his companions. Gripping his steel blade tightly, Chen Feng's mind raced. But he could not devise a way to break free with the two women and a child in tow. Truly, he had reached the pinnacle of misfortune. The soldiers parted to create a path, and a man resembling a general rode forward on horseback. He scrutinized them for a moment, and upon seeing Su Wanqing's wife, his eyes gleamed. "These individuals have violated the curfew. Take them all away." The general ordered. As the soldiers advanced, Chen Feng drew his sword. The general regarded the seemingly weak Chen Feng with a scornful smile. He waved his hand, and the soldiers, spears at the ready, moved in unison. Chen Feng gritted his teeth. He had never fought against such a regular army. The bandits of Dofeng Pass had also formed ranks, but their intimidation paled in comparison to these soldiers. "General Li." Su Wanqing's wife stepped forward, raising her voice. The soldiers halted, for this woman had correctly identified their general's surname. "General Li, my husband is Su Wanqing of the Hongxing Escort Agency. You visited our home for a drink last year. Tonight, bandits have invaded our escort agency, burning, killing, and looting. I beseech you to lend your aid." Upon hearing her mother address the general, Su Wanner's face lit up with hope. Her father was saved. The escort agency would be rescued. "Nonsense. This general does not know you. The night is peaceful and serene. There are no bandits to be found. Arrest them all," General Li bellowed. The sounds of battle from the escort agency were unmistakable to everyone present. Su Wanqing's wife staggered back in shock, while Su Wanner attempted to step forward to argue but was pulled back by her mother. "Chen, little brother," Chen Feng turned to her. "Our Su family cannot escape this extermination today. You should go. Do not concern yourself with us," Su Wanqing's wife stated resolutely. "Wanner, give him those 2 books." Su Wanqing's wife looked at Chen Feng, urging him not to let their swordsmanship fade into oblivion. Chen Feng shook his head. "Theo abandoned 3 defenseless women and children while I escape myself? That is not my style. It is better for us to perish together. There's no need to implicate you. If you truly care, avenge the Su family in the future, even if it's just taking down a few henchmen. The Su family will never forget your kindness." Though Su Wanqing's wife was a woman, her words resonated with conviction. "I've said it before. That's not my style," Chen Feng stated, taking a few steps forward, pointing his blade at the general, namely, "Hey, I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Announce your name." Su Wanner stared at Chen Feng, perplexed by his words. General Li's expression darkened. How dare this doomed wretch provoke him? "Draw swords," General Li ordered, and the spearmen surged forward once more. Chen Feng unleashed a fierce blade light, felling a row of spearmen. He leaped high, swinging his blade wildly, unleashing a frenzy of slashing energy. General Li was taken aback. He expected this young man to possess the cultivation of the Yuan weapon realm. "General, should we fire arrows?" the deputy asked. "Capture them alive." General Li hesitated before responding. Upon receiving the order, the deputy immediately began directing the soldiers. The soldiers attempted to attack in formation, but Chun Feng's relentless blade energy continued to fell them in waves. The shields wielded by the sword and shield bearers were not made of iron and could not withstand the blade energy manifested from true qi. Consequently, if they were to maintain their formation and advance, the cost would be too high. Even if they eventually exhausted Qin Feng's true qi, they would suffer significant casualties. The deputy waved his hand, and the soldiers abandoned their formation, rushing toward Qin Feng. The blade energy continued to sweep forth, but it could no longer fell them in neat rows as before. Moreover, as the soldiers closed in, Qin Feng found himself unable to manage all angles. Several spears thrust toward him simultaneously, and he bent down to evade, swinging his blade to sever the spears in unison. Before he could catch his breath, another wave of spears came stabbing from another direction. After blocking the thrusts, he found himself adorned with several new wounds. With a thunderous clash, two swift strikes dispatched two sword and shield bearers, allowing Qin Feng to expand his maneuvering space. As for Su Wanner and her mother, they had already been captured and were being dragged away from the scene. Qin Feng leaped into action, locating the mother and daughter and immediately employing the 9 stances technique to close the distance. Although he had honed his mastery of the 9 stances, the sheer number of blades and spears made it a perilous endeavor, akin to navigating a forest of blades. Enduring the pain radiating from his legs, he finally leaped onto the heads and shoulders of the soldiers, reaching the side of the mother and daughter. The steel blade flew in all directions, attacking without defense, and through sheer desperation, Qin Feng managed to reclaim the 3 of them. They found themselves on the fringes of the throng. If Qin Feng were to drag the 3 of them out on his own, they would undoubtedly be unable to escape. However, the soldiers inadvertently aided him. A flurry of blade energy sliced through the outermost soldiers, creating a gap in the densely packed formation. "Run!" Qin Feng shouted. Su Wanner cradled Su Mu, and the 3 of them dashed into the depths of the alley. At the alley's entrance, soldiers filled the passage, and bloodied Qin Feng stood defiantly before them. With a fierce roar, Qin Feng's true qi surged, bulking his right arm significantly, causing the steel blade to hum with energy. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade light over 2 meters long, toppling the foremost soldier. Qin Feng turned to pursue Su Wanner and the others. Would they be able to escape? The relentless footsteps trailing behind Qin Feng provided a clear answer. However, surrendering to reality was not his style. Before the armored soldiers could catch up to him, the sentinels patrolling the high walls had already sprinted ahead of Su Wanner and her companions. These sentinels bore no armor, armed only with a waist knife, each one adept at agile leaps. Qin Feng was taken aback by the complexity of the guards' formations, watching helplessly as 2 sentinels pressed their knives against the necks of the 2 women. With a sudden surge of urgency, just as he contemplated accelerating, 2 more sentinels leapt down from the high walls, flanking him with their blades. After paying the price of a wound, he managed to eliminate the 2 sentinels. But more guards seemed to pour into the alley like a deluge. Surrounded on all sides by the glinting blades, Qin Feng was compelled to employ his acrobatic knife techniques for defense. The appearance of the sentinels once again cornered the 3 women of the Su family, plunging Qin Feng back into a state of encirclement. Qin Feng roared in frustration, swinging his blades with a fervor that bordered on madness, instilling a primal fear in the soldiers around him. Thus, no one dared to approach him, while the spearmen maintained a cautious distance. Given the wounds he bore, it was evident that if this dragged on, he would bleed to death. Chapter 46. The Return of the Black-Clad Assassins. Go! Don't worry about us, Su Wanner screamed, a bloodstain forming on her neck where the blade pressed. The figure continued to wield his sword amidst the throng of soldiers, showing no signs of hesitation. Humph! General Li, mounted on his steed, wore a face of indifference. He harbored a particular disdain for these wandering swordsmen, foolish individuals who, despite lacking even a few coins, prattled on about living freely and upholding justice. In truth, they were merely a bunch of self-righteous fools, "Stop dawdling. Subdue them quickly," General Li barked. The deputy immediately urged the soldiers forward. Chen Feng, clutching a spear he had seized with his left arm and wielding a chipped steel knife in his right, felt the mingling of blood and sweat trickle down his forehead. Damn. A word escaped his throat as his eyes scanned the surrounding soldiers like a predator. Just as he prepared to charge into their ranks, dozens of shadows from the high walls flipped into the alley. Thud, thud, thud. The blades pierced flesh, and the soldiers fell unexpectedly. The black-clad figures instantly melded into a chaotic melee with the soldiers. These individuals were unlike the masked assailants who had invaded the escort agency. Those had merely obscured their faces and donned various garments typical of martial artists. The black-clad figures before him not only concealed their faces with black cloth, but also wore attire suited for nocturnal stealth. The sentinels who had held the Su family women captive were all dispatched, and Chen Feng found himself rescued by the black-clad figures. "Hurry," one of them urged, pulling Chen Feng away. Though confused, he had no time to contemplate. "General, should we fire arrows?" the deputy inquired as he rushed to the general's side. The combat prowess of these black-clad figures surpassed that of the soldiers, unless they formed a military formation by the time they organized. The black-clad figures would have vanished. General Li's expression darkened. "Fire! Shoot them all down without exception." At his command, the crossbowmen advanced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the first volley, several black-clad figures collapsed in an instant. "Climb the walls," someone shouted. And the black-clad figures began their ascent. Chen Feng gathered his energy and leapt towards the wall, simultaneously glancing back at the Su family women. This glance startled him. The black-clad figures paid no heed to the three women, focusing solely on escaping. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second volley of arrows soon followed, saturating all targets exposed to the archer's sight. The remaining black-clad figures who had not scaled the wall all fell. The three women of the Su family appeared as if they were accepting death's decree. Staring blankly at the rain of arrows, in the next moment, all three collapsed to the ground. Chen Feng leapt off the wall and rushed towards them. "Come back," a black-clad figure shouted at Chen Feng. "Don't let him die," another black-clad figure growled, and those on the wall leapt down, positioning themselves behind Chen Feng. Xu Wanqing's wife had taken the most arrows, lying on the ground with her breath shallow. Su Wan'er had been struck in the leg and grazed on the cheek, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound from her cheek to her eye. In her arms lay her 4-year-old son, Su Mu, who had shielded his sister from the deadliest arrows. If not for the blood at the corner of his mouth, he would have appeared to be merely asleep. Su Wan'er was not dead, yet she lay as if lifeless, motionless on the ground, her eyes unblinking as they gazed at the night sky. "Let us go." Chen Feng grasped Su Wan'er's hand, attempting to lift her, but she felt like a lifeless weight, unresponsive. The third volley of arrows descended, and Chen Feng swung his blade to deflect them. The black-clad figures formed a line, collectively bracing against the hail of arrows, though some fell in the process. With a sharp slap, Chen Feng struck Su Wan'er's face. Yet she remained unresponsive. One of the black-clad figures looked at Chen Feng and Su Wan'er, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Seeing that Su Wan'er still showed no sign of life, Chen Feng turned and hoisted her onto his back. Exhausted, he struggled twice before managing to scale the high wall, with the black-clad figures closely following. "This way," one of the black-clad figures beckoned, leading the way, while the others surrounded Chen Feng. "Pursue them. Not a single one must escape." General Li seethed with fury. The soldiers dared not slacken their efforts. The sentinels scaled the wall in pursuit while the remaining soldiers flanked them through the alley. Observing the fallen black-clad figures on the ground, General Li's face took on a contemplative expression. "Divide a group to divert the pursuers," commanded a figure who appeared to be the leader of the black-clad assailants. As soon as he spoke, several black-clad figures halted, confronting the approaching sentinels. Chen Feng continued to sprint alongside the remaining black-clad figures, the leader closest to him, occasionally glancing his way. Seemingly ignoring him, Chen Feng pressed on, carrying the seemingly lifeless woman. The black-clad figures led Chen Feng through alleys, traversing only shadowy paths. It wasn't long before the sounds of pursuit faded into silence, as they crossed a dilapidated courtyard. Chen Feng suddenly came to a halt. All the black-clad figures immediately ceased their movements, turning to face him. "What's wrong?" the leader inquired. "Let us rest," Chen Feng replied, placing Su Wanner on the ground while leaning against the wall, gasping for air. "This place is unsafe. We will soon reach a safe location where you can rest adequately," the leader said with a frown. "Just a moment, I'm about to bleed out." Chen Feng raised a finger weakly, his tone extremely feeble. The black-clad leader refrained from urging him further, signaling to others to remain vigilant. Chen Feng tore off his outer garment, revealing a mass of scar tissue resembling writhing worms. While new, raw wounds sent chills down the spine, he fished out a vial of healing powder from his belt, beginning to apply it to his wounds. The sheer number of his injuries rendered him unable to distinguish one from another. After treating several major wounds, he poured the remaining powder directly onto himself. Given the extent of his injuries, even if he applied it haphazardly, he wouldn't waste much. After applying the powder, he tore his discarded clothing into strips, wrapping them around his body. Although the bandaging was a pitiful sight, it managed to staunch the bleeding. The black-clad figures quietly dispersed around him, devoid of conversation. Aside from the leader, no one paid Chen Feng any attention. Leaning against the wall, Chen Feng's eyes drooped as if he were dozing off. Time passed slowly, and the black-clad leader grew increasingly impatient. "This place is very dangerous. We must leave swiftly," he said in a low voice. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, regarding the black-clad leader. "Thank you all for your assistance. I will repay you when the opportunity arises. You may leave now. There is no need to worry about us." Chen Feng offered a respectful fist salute to the leader of the black-clad figures. "Humph!" Another black-clad figure scoffed derisively. The leader joined in the laughter, then regarded Chen Feng as if he were a fool. "Heh, after so many of us died, you think a mere statement will suffice to dismiss us?" Chen Feng chuckled in return, reaching into his trousers to pull out a sheepskin map. "This is what you seek? Isn't it?" Chapter 47. "I dislike your lack of knowledge." The air once again grew tense. Every black-clad figure's gaze fixed on the sheepskin map in Chen Feng's hand. Two of them even made to seize it. The leader raised a hand to halt their actions, observing Chen Feng with keen interest. "You are quite clever, young man. Had I known you were so astute, we would not have had to exert such effort." "Astute?" Chen Feng laughed. "The reason so many of you risked your lives to rescue me is that you feared the map might not be in my possession, correct? What a pity. All those lives lost in vain." "Ha! We of the Xintian sect are never short of manpower," the leader declared. Removing his mask, it was indeed the Xintian sect. Chen Feng's expression darkened. "Friend, I offer you this map. Please spare my life, will you?" Chen Feng spoke earnestly. The leader twirled the knife in his hand, pointing the tip toward Chen Feng. "At such a young age, you have reached the Yuanwu realm. Your talent is commendable. In the past, I would not only grant you your life but also invite you to join our sect, offering you a bright future. However, today, I cannot spare your life. You must come with me, as long as you obey. I will not treat you harshly on the journey." Chen Feng nodded knowingly, realizing it was because of Li Kaiji that he was to be delivered to him. "You truly are quite clever." The leader chuckled lightly. "You have killed his 2 sons, leaving him without heirs. Is it not expected that he would seek your life in return?" the leader retorted. "Indeed." Chen Feng rose, leaning on his sword. "I have sent word to that old scoundrel. If he seeks death, I shall wait for him." "Where is he?" The leader, observing Chen Feng's stance, frowned in dissatisfaction. "I thought you were wise enough to avoid this. Must I break your limbs, shatter your arm bones, ruin your dantian? Drop the knife. Hand me the map," the leader commanded. Chen Feng clutched the map in his left hand, holding it to his chest. "I'll give you the map. Spare me, please, I beg you." His sincere gaze, however, was met with disdainful scorn. "Bring the map over and sever his limbs," the leader ordered his other cloaked men. The black-clad figures advanced toward Chen Feng. "Such a pity. Isn't it better to be alive?" Chen Feng muttered to himself as he stuffed the map back into his trousers. Before the black-clad men could close in, he charged at the leader with his sword drawn. "Capture the thief. First capture the king." The leader was no fool either. He raised his blade to meet Chun Feng's attack. As their weapons collided, Chun Feng swung his sword fiercely. The tyrant emerges, the sharp, jarring sound of metal scraping echoed, and in an instant, the leader's sword was knocked from his grasp. Startled, the leader retreated swiftly. Chun Feng lunged forward, gripping his sword with both hands. A flurry of palm shadows was unleashed by the leader, who was also a master of the Yuanwu realm. His external true energy surged toward Chun Feng. Unfazed, Chun Feng channeled all his true energy into his blade. A stunning flash. The steel blade sliced through the palm shadows, and their figures separated with a jolt. The leader fell in two, while the remaining black-clad men charged at Chun Feng. With blood streaming from his mouth, Chun Feng instinctively summoned his true energy to strike. But he found it depleted. Clang, clang, clang. The steel blades clashed, sparking a few embers as Chun Feng gritted his teeth and swung his sword. Yet he could not fell another black-clad man, without the support of inner strength. The power of Chun Feng's steel blade diminished significantly among the remaining black-clad men. Although they were merely of the Zhenwu realm, their stamina and internal energy were largely intact, engaging Chun Feng in a fierce battle. Chun Feng swept aside several blades, paying the price of a wound as he seized one black-clad man. Holding the hostage, he retreated to a corner, breathing heavily. He was on the verge of collapse, for he could barely grip his sword. There were 6 black-clad men remaining, aside from the one Chun Feng held hostage. Despite their leader's demise, they remained undeterred. This man would not escape. None would miss this opportunity for glory. Chun Feng said nothing to threaten them into releasing him. He merely sought to bide his time, hoping for a miracle to occur. Perhaps Su Wanqing would suddenly emerge, or the heavenly injury body would inexplicably heal him in an instant. But neither came. He felt increasingly weary, longing for a deep slumber. The black-clad hostage seemed to sense Chun Feng's state and began to struggle. Chun Feng, jolting awake, tightened his grip on the blade, causing the hostage to bare his teeth in fear. "Save me!" The hostage managed to squeeze out the words. One of the black-clad men yanked Su Wanqing from the ground, pressing a blade to her throat. "Hey, I'll count to 3, and we strike simultaneously." "All right," the black-clad man taunted. The others erupted in laughter, evidently dismissing the lives of Chun Feng and Su Wanqing. Naturally, they held their comrade's life in equal disregard. 1. The black-clad man began counting. Su Wanqing's vacant eyes held no fear, no desire for survival, merely an abyss of nothingness. 2. The black-clad man continued. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Chun Feng's mouth. He feared not death. Having taken so many lives, he had come to terms with mortality. Yet it was regrettable that the sword manual and techniques would fall into the hands of these individuals. Once the hostages were lost, their steel blades would soon be raised against one another. He would manage to exchange blows. It matters not. Chun Feng gathered his strength, preparing to strike first. 3. The black-clad man's count was abruptly interrupted as a figure leaped into the courtyard, slicing him down. The remaining 4 immediately responded, brandishing their blades. Chun Feng severed the hostage's neck and joined the fray in the span of a tea break. Only 2 figures remained standing, none clad in black. 1 black-clad man, wounded in the leg, crawled towards the courtyard's gate. Old Blade Master gasped for breath, about to finish off the man. "Wait!" Chun Feng halted Old Blade Master, approaching the man and stepping on him. "Spare my life." The man gritted his teeth in desperation. Yet, it had not been long since he had mocked Chun Feng. "I might spare you, but tell me a few things." Chun Feng's tone was icy. "Very well. What is that parchment?" "The map that I know it is a map. You have one more chance." Chun Feng severed the man's right hand with a swift stroke. A wail. The man was about to scream but was swiftly choked by Chun Feng. "What kind of map?" Chun Feng pressed further. "A treasure map," the man gasped through the pain. "What treasure?" "The Dragon Emperor's treasure." "How many copies of the map exist?" 9 copies. "Where are the others?" "I don't know." "How many does the Xintian sect possess?" "I don't know." Chun Feng feigned a strike, causing the man to panic and cry out, "I truly don't know. I'm just an ordinary disciple. I really don't know." "How did you find me?" Chun Feng inquired. "The disciples of the sect are scattered across the land. Finding someone isn't difficult. On our way to the escort agency, We heard the sounds of battle and happened upon you. The man quickly replied. You went to the escort agency? It wasn't you who first broke into the agency, was it? Chen Feng furrowed his brow. No, we didn't know who it was. What were you there for? To capture me and to abduct a man. What is the man's name? Chen Feng pressed. I don't know. I dislike your ignorance. Chen Feng casually flicked his steel blade. I truly don't know. He seems to be a blacksmith. Very important. Chapter 48. The desirable man a blacksmith? Is that Lu with the last name Lu a blacksmith? Upon reflection, he indeed resembled a blacksmith. But what blacksmith could be so significant that so many were going to great lengths to obtain him? Chen Feng knocked the man unconscious and then turned to Old Blade Master. How did you manage to escape? I am an old hand at this. Old Blade Master casually wiped the blood from his blade. Is there a way out of the city? Chen Feng asked. None. The old man shook his head. Is there a place to hide? Yes. Where? At my friend S. place. Let us go. Chen Feng discarded his steel blade. It had become dulled and was no longer usable. Amidst the scattered steel blades, Chen Feng picked up one that felt right. Xu Wan'er lay on the ground like a corpse, and Chen Feng hoisted her onto his back. How did you manage to escape? Old Blade Master asked. Through a secret passage. Just the two of you. Only the two of us survived. Old Blade Master did not press further, pushing open the courtyard door and leading the way. With Chen Feng closely following, the sounds of battle at the escort agency had ceased. The courtyard was strewn with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. Only 1.5 people remained alive in the escort agency. Su Wanqing was one, and Ming Bei was the half. About 30 masked men surrounded the two. Su Wanqing crouched, a sorrowful expression on his face as he gazed at his barely breathing disciple. Master! Ming Bei reached out toward his master's hand. Su Wanqing took his hand, tears cascading down his face. Disciple, I can no longer serve you until the end. Ming Bei forced a smile, revealing blood-soaked teeth. In the next life, we shall still be master and disciple. Su Wanqing spoke hoarsely. That would be wonderful. Ming Bei shut his eyes. Su Wanqing stood up just as 2 masked men emerged from the house. Dragging Master Lu out, 4-armed Vajra Wei Zhan and twin serpent sword Rongzhe were rushed forward to check on him, exchanging glances, and nodded. He has no true energy left. Kill him. Rongzhe pointed his sword at Su Wanqing, and the masked men surged forward. Without the support of inner strength, even the Overlord blade lost its might. Su Wanqing resembled a titan, as the steel blade swiftly consumed his form. Stand back. 4-armed Vajra Wei Zhan parted his subordinates and approached Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing appeared to be drenched in blood, barely propping himself up with his blade. Ack! Wei Zhan roared, delivering a punch to Su Wanqing's chest. Thud! Su Wanqing brandished his blade in defense, yet was still sent flying. Crashing onto the steps, Wei Zhan followed closely, delivering another powerful punch. Su Wanqing, utterly powerless, felt the iron fist collide with his chest, shattering his innards. The famed Overlord blade Su Wanqing met his demise upon his own doorstep. Ha! The Overlord blade is nothing but this, Wei Zhan proclaimed with arrogant bravado. Withdraw? Rongzhe of the twin serpent sword signaled all the masked figures to retreat, encircling Master Lu as they moved toward the main gate. Just a few steps in, Rongzhe suddenly halted. There are people! Whoosh! No sooner had he uttered these words than a steel needle shot toward Wei Zhan, who stood at the rear of the group. Wei Zhan's ears twitched. Although the needle was invisible to his eyes, he discerned its trajectory by sound. With a quick twist of his head, the needle grazed the tip of his nose, narrowly missing him and causing a cold sweat to break out. Just as he turned back, a sharp pain pierced his right shoulder as a needle embedded itself there. 100 cloaked figures surged into the courtyard, becoming the second wave of guests for the escort agency. An endless barrage of various concealed weapons rained down upon the masked assailants. You hold them off. I'll take the others and leave. Rongzhe seized Master Lu and made a hasty exit. Wei Zhan, having just dislodged the needle from his shoulder, caught sight of Rongzhe's retreating figure. Enraged, he cursed vehemently, but before he could pursue, several black-clad figures lunged at him, like a mantis stalking a cicada. The masked figures wielded hidden weapons and sabers, slaughtering the escort agency. In mere moments, they too succumbed to the onslaught of concealed arms and blades. The four-armed golden giant, Wei Zhan, rampaged with reckless abandon. No one daring to approach him. To eliminate a master of the weaponized realm without cost was an impossibility. One black-clad figure gestured, deliberately leaving a gap for Wei Zhan to escape, while the remaining masked individuals all fell lifeless on the spot. Their bodies piled atop those of the Su family. Rongzhua, clutching Master Lu, leaped between the high walls of the building, his lightness of foot allowing him to quickly distance himself from the escort agency. Yet he ultimately paused atop a rooftop, confronted by three individuals blocking his path. In the center stood a middle-aged man, his black hair streaked with two prominent white strands, all of it gathered at the back of his head. The white-haired man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Rongzhua with an expression of serene indifference. To his left stood a burly man, arms crossed over his chest, eyes cold as ice, a flexible whip coiled at his waist. To his right, a gaunt figure resembling a zombie, with a thin, slack face rendering his age indeterminate, sported a sparse head of hair that hung loosely. Ironically, this gaunt man bore a peachwood sword on his back. Rongzhua of the twin serpent sword, the white-haired man spoke, his tone devoid of malice, yet instilling in Rongzhua a sense of trepidation. He detected a confidence that could only stem from an individual with supreme self-assurance. Regardless of who your master may be, release this man, and I shall allow you to leave. Rongzhua had kept his mask on. Yet his twin swords were his signature. He ripped off the mask, a fierce expression overtaking his face. What if I refuse? You do not strike me as someone lacking in self-awareness, the white-haired man replied with a bemused shake of his head. Rongzhua's expression fluctuated, easily sensing that the internal strength of the three before him was also at the weaponized realm. He held no hope of victory. Not only were there three opponents, but he also bore the burden of an encumbrance in a one-on-one duel. He felt he would still be outmatched by the white-haired man alone. Internal cultivation was merely one component of martial prowess. Sometimes it signified much, while at other times it signified little. Yet he was unwilling to concede. If he could bring the one named Lu back, wealth and power would be within his grasp. What if I kill him? Rongzhua threatened, the blade resting against Master Lu's neck, who bared his teeth in fear yet dared not resist. Then you will truly meet your demise. The white-haired man's demeanor shifted abruptly, his voice now cold. Rongzhua felt the temperature of the air drop several degrees. In a fit of defiance, Rongzhua shouted and then turned to flee, leaving the bewildered Master Lu behind. Observing Rongzhua's retreat, the muscular man with the whip scoffed disdainfully, while the white-haired figure swiftly approached Master Lu. Master Lu, is it? I am Yin Kong, the head of the Xintian sect's Huqing branch, he said politely, cupping his fists in greeting. Master Lu hurriedly returned the gesture. Master Lu, you possess divine skills. Wherever you go, riches and honor await. Since fate has brought you to our Xintian sect, it would be wise for you to accompany us without hesitation. Wouldn't you agree? Yin Kong inquired with a smile. Yes, yes. Master Lu forced a smile and nodded. Ha! Splendid. Then let us depart. Yin Kong proclaimed as he and the three Xintian sect masters led Master Lu away, restoring tranquility to the night in Huqing. Meanwhile, Chun Feng and his companions arrived outside a grand estate. Judging by its design, the owner of this residence undoubtedly belonged to the upper echelons of society. Old Blade, do you have friends like this? Chun Feng could not help but ask the lead figure. Old Blade. Silence. Wait here. Old Blade instructed as he led Chun Feng to the back door of the estate and then scaled the wall to enter the courtyard. Why sneak in through the back? Why scale the wall to visit a friend? Chun Feng stood in bewilderment. Enough chatter. Hurry up, Old Blade urged. With no other option, Chun Feng carried Su Wanner and climbed over the wall. Following Old Blade through a series of twists and turns, they entered a small room. Upon closer inspection, Chun Feng realized it was a woodshed. What kind of decent person entertains guests in a woodshed? Who is your friend? Chun Feng could not contain his curiosity. The guardian of this estate, Old Blade clarified. The guardian? Chun Feng finally understood. Make no noise. I will fetch some medicine and food, Old Blade said before exiting the woodshed. Chun Feng's previous injuries had been adequately dressed, but Su Wanner's wounds remained untreated. Sit up. I need to tend to your injuries, he said, looking at Sue Warner, who lay motionless on the ground. In one night, her family had been shattered, the closest ones perishing before her eyes. Once a wealthy young lady, she had now become an orphan without a home. Such a harrowing experience could understandably lead to utter despair. It was the first time Chen Feng encountered such a situation, and he was at a loss for how to comfort her. "Do you wish for vengeance?" Chen Feng inquired. At his words, Sue Warner's hand stirred. Her eyes no longer a stagnant pool of despair. "Trust me. I can help you seek revenge," Chen Feng continued. Slowly, Sue Warner sat up. Just as Chen Feng was about to examine her wounds, she produced 2 books from her bosom. "Here's a martial arts manual and a sword technique. You teach me your skills, and I will avenge my family," Sue Warner rasped, her sorrow now overshadowed by a burning desire for retribution. "I promised your father to protect your lives. I failed in that duty." Chen Feng glanced at the 2 books in Sue Warner's hands, but he still desired the martial arts and sword manual. "If I help you avenge your family, can I exchange that for the manual and skills?" he asked earnestly. "You only need to teach me martial arts. I will take care of my own revenge." Sue Warner replied, her eyes glimmering with madness and determination, causing Chen Feng to feel a slight trepidation. "Then I will assist you with 2 things, teaching you martial arts and aiding you in your vengeance." Chen Feng stated, "I will avenge the Sue family myself." Sue Warner insisted stubbornly. Chen Feng chose not to press the matter further. "Haven't you studied the Overlord Blade?" "The Overlord Blade embodies the utmost strength and vigor. It is not suitable for women. I want to learn your skills," Sue Warner replied, her face pale, the arrow wound on her right cheek rendering her appearance both grotesque and frail. "Very well, I shall teach you. You should rest first," as Chen Feng concluded. Old Blade returned to the woodshed with medicine, clean clothes, water, and food. Sue Warner's calf had been pierced by an arrow, yet her tendons and bones remained intact. She would not be left with a disability. However, the injury to her face. The wound was too long and deep, extending even to her ear. Scarring was inevitable. Yet Sue Warner seemed indifferent, falling asleep after her wounds were dressed. "This girl?" Old Blade watched Sue Warner with pity, feeling a pang of sorrow. Chen Feng shook his head and fell asleep in his clothes. The following morning, Old Blade ventured out to gather information while Chen Feng changed the dressings for both himself and Sue Warner. "What are your plans next? Will you still go to Makung?" Chen Feng asked after finishing the dressings. "I want to go. I need to find a secluded place to learn martial arts and seek my revenge," Sue Warner declared, her eyes resolute, her heart consumed solely by thoughts of vengeance. "Why did your father want you to go to Makung? Do you have relatives there?" Chen Feng inquired. "Why family has a residence in Makung where some wealth is stored." "It was my father's contingency plan. I no longer need it," Sue Warner explained. Old Blade returned to the woodshed after a short while, unsure of how to broach the subject. "Speak if you have news." Chen Feng glanced at Sue Warner, whose face was bandaged, realizing she had nothing left to lose. "The guards are clearing the escort agency. All the valuables from the estate have been moved to the city lord's residence. The Sue family members have all been buried in a mass grave." The old knife wielder spoke. "Are there any survivors?" Chen Feng inquired. The old knife wielder shook his head, casting a glance at Sue Warner, and said, "Your parents and younger brother are buried together, with a stone tablet erected in their memory. You can find it at the mass grave, but you must not go there now." Sue Warner remained silent for a long time, tears welling in her eyes, yet she managed to suppress them with great effort. "When can we leave the city?" Sue Warner asked in a hoarse voice. "In a couple of days, perhaps. The city gates are heavily guarded, and several factions in the martial world are stirring within Tiger City. If you reveal yourselves, you will undoubtedly be discovered," replied the old knife wielder. "Staying here, won't it trouble your friend?" Chen Feng questioned. "If there is trouble, he will inform me. As long as he remains silent, you can rest easy," the old knife wielder assured. Chen Feng nodded. His injuries were severe, and even if he could walk now, he would choose not to. Externally, he was in no better shape. Every inch of him was in disrepair. The shadow of the black-clad leader's palm had struck directly at Chen Feng's chest, compounded by significant blood loss. He was barely holding on thanks to his exceptional physical constitution. Otherwise, before his celestial body could manifest its powers, he might have already succumbed to death. after a night of rest and recuperation. The feedback from his celestial body had reached its peak. Every wound itched torturously, a sensation more tormenting than pain. His skin was shedding like a snake's, layer after layer, revealing a layer of fair flesh beneath. Almost every moment, fresh vital energy surged within his dantian, causing a slight ache from the pressure. Although these sensations were unpleasant, Chun Feng understood he was rapidly growing stronger. Once his injuries were fully healed, it would signify a rebirth. They continued to stay hidden in the woodshed for 5 consecutive days, with the old knife wielder frequently venturing out to scout the situation, while the two of them did not step outside even once. They even resorted to using a chamber pot for their needs. On the morning of the 6th day, they departed from the residence. Throughout these 7 days, Chun Feng had not even seen the old knife wielder's friend. "How do we leave the city? Shall we buy a way out?" Chun Feng asked the old knife wielder. He clearly remembered that during their time in Wolf City, Su Wanqing had once procured a way out through a small gate. Tiger City, being different from Wolf City, should be easier. To his surprise, the old knife wielder shook his head, stating that if the guards conducted a thorough search, the business of selling passage would cease. "Then how do we escape? Shall we force our way out?" Chun Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. His injuries had stabilized, but he was far from fully recovered. "I have a friend who has everything arranged," the old knife wielder confidently declared. "Another friend?" Chun Feng opened his mouth, wanting to inquire about the origin of his many acquaintances and their reliability. Yet, recalling the silence of the past 7 days, where all decisions were made solely by the old knife wielder, he held his tongue. Chapter 50. I feel unclean. The old knife wielder led the two to a place resembling a transport hub. But a foul odor greeted them from afar. As they approached, Chun Feng recognized it as a place for manure collection. Each cart was laden with large dung barrels. "Your friend is," an ominous feeling arose within Chun Feng. "Fear not, reliable." The old knife wielder patted Chun Feng's shoulder reassuringly. An elderly cart driver approached the old knife wielder. "You are knife master, right? My master has already made arrangements. Please follow me," the old man said politely. "Much obliged." The old knife wielder smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. The old man led them to 3 manure carts, each equipped with a hidden compartment spacious enough to conceal a person. "Let us go," the old knife wielder declared proudly, climbing in first. Chun Feng looked at Su Wanqing, who calmly followed suit. This woman, possessed by vengeance, feared nothing left in this world. The stench invaded Chun Feng's nostrils, overwhelming him. Just as he felt he might faint, the cart finally came to a halt. Crawling out, he found the old knife wielder grinning at him, while Su Wanqing was doubled over, retching uncontrollably. "Don't hold it in. Letting it out will ease your discomfort," the old knife wielder chuckled. With a loud heave, Chun Feng began to vomit as well. The trio set off again, stopping by a small stream. Each found a place to bathe. Yet Chun Feng felt that no matter how much he scrubbed, the foul odor lingered. He had discarded his soiled clothes, relying on a spare set from his pack. However, even the spare clothes seemed to carry the stench, and he found himself unable to resist sniffing at them, only to find the smell worsened. After washing, he returned to the shore to find the old knife wielder roasting a rabbit. Su Wanqing, her hair damp, sat expressionless by the fire. Chun Feng approached and instinctively wrinkled his nose. "Did you two not wash properly? Why do you still smell so foul?" Su Wanqing remained impassive, while the old knife wielder hummed a tune, ignoring him. Once the meat was ready, the old knife wielder savored it while Su Wanqing took a couple of bites. Chun Feng, however, could not bring himself to eat, feeling as though he had been pickled in the stench. After their meal, the 3 lay on the grass to rest. After 7 days without sunlight, Chun Feng felt as though he had grown moldy. Now, under the sun, the healing of his wounds seemed to accelerate. The feedback from his celestial body had ceased, leaving only his self-healing ability in action. His vital energy had increased by over 30%, and his skin had become more resilient. His confidence swelled. "Old man," Chun Feng called out. The old knife wielder reclined with his eyes closed, looking content. "Let us part ways here." "What is the matter?" "Afraid I'll drag you down," the old knife wielder replied casually. "I owe the Su family a debt. Having learned the Overlord's blade, Their vendetta is now mine to bear. I shall repay it with my life. Chun Feng stated earnestly. You saved my life? The old knife wielder replied. And you saved mine, Chin Feng returned. Wait until I find a safe place for you too. Then I will take my leave. The old knife wielder sat up, gazing at Chin Feng and Su Wanner. His eyes softened, as if looking upon two younger kin. Very well, the mountains are high and waters long. We shall meet again. Chin Feng rose, smiling as he spoke. The pursuit by the Xintian sect would undoubtedly tighten. And there was no need to involve others. Ha, you two youngsters? The old knife wielder chuckled and shook his head. All right, let us part ways here. He gathered his belongings and bid farewell to the two. You possess considerable talent. Your future is boundless. Always leave yourself an escape route. As long as you live, you will find your way, he advised. Thank you, senior. Chun Feng nodded with a smile. Ha ha, when did I become your senior? The old knife wielder laughed heartily. If you get the chance, do thank your two friends for me. I must admit, an old hand in the martial world is indeed impressive. I am in awe. Chin Feng said solemnly. The old knife wielder nodded, then turned to Su Wanner. Child, a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. The same goes for women, oh not rush. Sometimes, taking your time is the fastest way. Thank you, Su Wanner replied, her face still devoid of expression. 3 days later, in a secluded mountain deep near Tiger City, Chun Feng laid down hay inside a cave. The cave was small, but sufficient for two. This was a remote forest, rarely traversed except by hunters. Outside the cave, Su Wanner practiced her martial arts. Her movements were clumsy yet imbued with an extraordinary seriousness. After finishing her routine, they sat facing each other. From today, I will teach you internal cultivation. I was once a disciple of the Haiwei sect, and all I learned was their martial arts. Why internal technique is the Blue Sea Heart Sutra, which is of average quality, and I have only mastered the first level. Why only the first level? Su Wanner asked. As an outer disciple, to learn more advanced techniques, one must pass annual assessments or make special contributions. Chin Feng explained patiently. Su Wanner nodded, and Chin Feng continued. I will share the internal cultivation methods with you and teach you the techniques for channeling energy. Whether you can cultivate true energy depends on your own efforts. I will also teach you a set of palm techniques that complement the Blue Sea Heart Sutra, as it is my specialty. Additionally, there will be footwork and leg techniques. I will teach you gradually whenever I have the time. As for weaponry, I specialize in blades, and I will instruct you in 2 sets of blade techniques. However, mastering the blade is not urgent. Most sects emphasize practicing fist and foot techniques before weapons. I will teach you in that manner. Do you understand? Chin Feng looked at Su Wanner. I understand. After imparting the heart method, Chun Feng commenced his own practice. His injuries had not fully healed, while the external wounds were negligible. The internal injuries were of greater concern. If the internal injuries did not completely recover, any exertion of internal energy could harm the organs and delay his recovery. Thus, he refrained from immediately engaging in the practice of the Overlord's strength and Overlord's blade technique, choosing instead to meditate and regulate his breath daily. Warriors with internal martial arts cultivation could influence their vital organs through meditation, allowing their vital energy to flow more smoothly and efficiently, thereby accelerating the healing of their wounds. After half a month, Chun Feng was roasting meat before the cave while Su Wanner practiced in the distance. During this time, they subsisted on wild fruits and roasted meat daily. Though it was not enjoyable, they had no other option. Fortunately, their injuries had now fully healed, and Chin Feng felt invigorated and brimming with strength. Su Wanner, whose injuries were less severe, had recovered even earlier, though a long scar now marred her previously beautiful face, leaving her not only looking lifeless but also marked by a ghastly emblem. Chun Feng felt deep sympathy for her, yet he was at a loss for words of comfort. The two shared no superfluous conversation outside of meals and training. Hey, it's time to eat. Chapter 51. The 9 styles of Overlord. There were 2 wild rabbits, one for each of them. In addition to the roasted meat, they had some wild fruits to serve as seasoning. My injuries are fully healed, and I intend to begin learning the Overlord's strength and Overlord's blade, Chun Feng declared after finishing his meal. Su Wanner produced the 2 books and handed them to him. I will return them once I've memorized them, Chin Feng replied. By the way, my father mentioned. Su Wanner glanced at Chin Feng, her expression somewhat awkward. Leaving him puzzled, Tio initially practiced the overlord's strength. One must be a virgin. What? Chen Feng was taken aback. A virgin skill. Does that mean I must be a eunuch for life? But wait, your father is married. Isn't he? You only need to achieve the first level of completion. It is only at the beginning that one must maintain their virginity. Without being a virgin, one cannot practice the overlord's strength. The overlord's blade technique does not have such requirements. Su Wan'er lowered her head, avoiding Chen Feng's gaze. Chen Feng took the two books and walked away. I am indeed a genuine virgin, a pure product of maternal lineage. This technique seems tailor-made for me. For the entire day, Chen Feng did nothing but immerse himself in the text and his view. While the overlord's strength and overlord's blade might not be unparalleled martial arts, they certainly ranked among the higher echelons in any sect. They could be regarded as treasured legacies, reserved for only the most trusted disciples. The overlord's blade consists solely of offensive techniques, comprising 9 styles, all lethal and devoid of any defensive moves. The first style, Overlord emerges. The second style, Overlord opens the heavens. The third style, Overlord splits the earth. The fourth style, Overlord breaks the water. The fifth style, Overlord cracks the mountains. The sixth style, Overlord turns back. The seventh style, Overlord drives the bandits away. The eighth style, Overlord's flying blade. The ninth style, Overlord conquers the world. According to the Blade Manual, apart from the final style, the other 8 do not exhibit significant differences in power. Rather, their effectiveness depends on mastery and the practitioner's internal energy. Each move possesses unique characteristics. Whether for aggressive strikes, breaking defenses, or engaging multiple foes, allowing the practitioner to select different techniques based on their adversaries and circumstances. As for the ninth style, the Blade Manual states that it is the most powerful strike of the Overlord's blade, capable of shattering all martial arts in the world. Though uncertain of its true potency, its description is undeniably imposing. The sequence in which these 9 moves are learned is also intriguing. One must first master the first style. Only after mastering the first 8 can one learn the ninth. However, there are no restrictions on the 2nd through 8th styles. After completing the first style, one may choose to learn any of the others in any order. Having felt that he had grasped the first move, Overlord emerges, Chen Feng considered learning another technique, as the first move alone was merely a prelude. Only after executing the first strike could one proceed to use it. Another 10 days passed, during which Chen Feng devoted all his energy to the cultivation of the techniques and the Blade Manual. After learning the Overlord's strength, he realized just how inferior the Azure Sea Heart method was. The true energy cultivated through the 2 methods was not even comparable. While each had its merits, in terms of attack power, the Overlord's strength far surpassed the Azure Sea Heart method by several folds. Our salt is running low. I need to venture out to procure some. One evening, during dinner, Chen Feng suggested going to buy salt. Su Wan'er mumbled, her head lowered as she ate, offering no further comment. Do you wish to come along? We can go together? Chen Feng inquired. Now fully healed, he felt confident in his strength, assured that he could escape even if confronted by a master of the transformation realm. No need. What do you need? I can bring it back. All right. Chen Feng nodded. Falling silent, Su Wan'er now devoted all her time to martial training, aside from the necessities of life. Her proficiency in martial arts was decent, but she still had a long way to go before truly mastering the basics. The next morning, when Chen Feng opened his eyes, he found Su Wan'er already practicing her punches outside the cave. This had become their daily routine. Su Wan'er rose before dawn, while Chen Feng preferred to sleep a little longer. I'll leave the blade for you, Chen Feng said, placing it beside her. Su Wan'er acknowledged with a grunt. Her stance firm. This blade of average quality was their only weapon, and Chen Feng resolved to acquire another blade during his outing. The journey out of the deep mountains would take about an hour, as there were no paths to walk upon, necessitating a slower pace. With the martial arts and blade techniques acquired, Chen Feng now yearned to learn a lightness skill, whether for escape or travel. The utility of such skills was self-evident, but where could he learn it? A town lay several dozen miles beyond the deep mountains. However, the town was sparse in population, offering little in the way of information. In the small town, Chen Feng purchased a conical hat with a veil and continued onward. The townsfolk informed him that if he traveled north for another 2 hours, he would reach a county under the jurisdiction of whose city. named Iron Mountain County, which was quite prosperous. With his hair disheveled and covered by the veil of his hat, his true appearance was completely obscured. 2 hours was the walking pace of an ordinary person. But a martial artist would cover the distance much faster. Chun Feng completed the journey in less than an hour. However, he was unexpectedly met with a checkpoint just as he approached the county. About 20 men dressed as martial artists were stationed there, collecting fees. As soon as Chun Feng appeared, their gazes locked onto him. Remaining calm, he obediently queued in line. Ahead of him stood 2 young men, one slightly plump and the other robust. The plump youth was dressed extravagantly, clearly resembling a wealthy scion, while the robust young man carried a sword, subtly protecting the plump youth like a bodyguard. 1 copper coin per person, the man at the checkpoint lazily called out as it was the plump youth's turn. The robust young man handed over 2 copper coins, and both passed through the checkpoint. Only 1 copper coin? That's not too steep, Chun Feng thought, recalling that a single copper coin could buy a steamed bun. 1 copper coin? Remove your hat, the man at the checkpoint shouted when it was Chun Feng's turn. Chun Feng's hand, which had been reaching for the copper coin, suddenly froze. You aren't officials, are you? Why are you setting up a checkpoint here? He inquired. The man at the checkpoint shot a glance at Chun Feng, and other muscular men seemed to subtly inch closer. Iron Mountain County owes us money. We have been authorized to set up this checkpoint to collect taxes until the debt is settled, the man declared, his expression brimming with arrogance. And who are you? Listen well, I am from the Xintian sect. The Xintian sect? What a coincidence, Chun Feng replied. If it's merely a matter of collecting fees, why require the hat to be removed? To investigate fugitives, the man raised his voice, clearly growing impatient. Does the government permit you to investigate fugitives? Enough of your nonsense. Pay the fee and remove your hat. Hurry! With that shout, all the martial artists at the checkpoint surged forward, even drawing their swords. The commoners behind Chun Feng immediately fled. First of all, I am not from Iron Mountain County. I am merely passing through, so I will not pay taxes to Iron Mountain County. Secondly, I am not a fugitive, and I only recognize the authority of Liang Kingdom's officials. As I am not a subject under your Xintian sect. Chapter 52. Hey friend. The man at the checkpoint was evidently enraged, stepping forward to seize Chun Feng by the collar. Where do you get off talking so much? Today, unless you strip down to nothing, you won't pass this checkpoint. Beneath the veil of his hat, a faint smile curled at the corner of Chun Feng's lips. Finally, can I kill someone? After nearly a month without taking a life. Chun Feng felt something was amiss. Training in martial arts was fundamentally for the purpose of combat. How else could one gauge the enhancement of their skills if not through battle? He was eager to test his newfound strength. Most importantly, the 20 or so disciples of the Xintian sect appeared to possess rather ordinary abilities. Their stances were unsteady, and few had well-developed temples. Out of the 20, hardly any possessed significant internal energy cultivation. He felt confident he could eliminate them all. Hurry up and remove your hat, the man clutching Chun Feng's collar urged, still wearing a fierce expression, as Chun Feng prepared to unleash a lethal strike. Channeling his true energy into his right palm, a voice suddenly broke through. All right, it's just a copper coin. It's only 1 copper coin. Is it worth all this violence? I'll pay for him. The plump, affluent youth stepped forward, handing over a copper coin. Dio, you think I care about your copper coin? The man loosened Chun Feng's coat collar and with a swift motion, sent the copper coins from the wealthy youth's hand flying. With a clang, a sharp sword was suddenly pressed against the man's neck. The burly youth gazed at him with a chilling stare. Instantly, the disciples of the Xintian sect brandished their weapons and charged forward. In a flash, the burly youth unleashed several sword strikes, causing the garments of all the Xintian sect disciples to burst open. The group stood frozen in shock, their limbs trembling and their resolve crumbling. None daring to advance. We are merely passing through and harbor no intent to oppose the Xintian sect. You ought not to disrespect my young master, the burly youth stated earnestly. I apologize, stammered the previously arrogant man. His lips quivering. I hope this matter concludes here. Should you seek further retribution, it will be you who regrets it. Yes, we will not pursue any further. The man fervently shook his head. The burly youth sheathed his sword and returned to the side of the slightly plump young man. Friend, let us depart. The plump youth waved at Chen Feng. Chen Feng glanced at the still motionless disciples of the Xintian sect before stepping past the threshold. The duo appeared to hold significant standing, and Chen Feng chose not to engage them in conversation, instead continuing on his way. "Friend, where are you headed?" The plump youth inched closer, initiating dialogue. At that moment, Chen Feng felt the attention of the sword-wielding bodyguard shift toward him. This fellow was undoubtedly a skilled warrior, surpassing him in prowess. The way he had unleashed sword energy to tear apart the disciples' clothing without inflicting harm was something Chen Feng could not replicate. "I am bound for Taizhan County," Chen Feng replied, looking at the plump youth. "I too am heading to Taizhan County, then onward to Huqing," the youth said. Chen Feng nodded without uttering a word. "Are you not going to Huqing?" "I am not." "Are you not attending the Alliance Conference?" the youth inquired, puzzled. "What Alliance Conference?" Chen Feng, initially reluctant to speak, could not restrain his curiosity. "The Alliance Conference hosted by the Xintian sect. Many sects will participate. There will also be martial contests. It is bound to be quite lively," the youth exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "The Alliance Conference. What are the Xintian sect's intentions?" Chen Feng questioned, perplexed. "It is said to be aimed at strengthening the martial world, elevating the status of sect members, and promoting the exchange of martial talents through contests. They have also promised numerous rewards, including life-saving elixirs and rare weapons," the youth elaborated, his eyes gleaming as if he could already envision it. "What sects will be participating?" Chen Feng asked. "I've heard there are many. Will several of the top 10 sects attend?" "I do not know. We shall find out when we arrive," the youth responded matter-of-factly. Chen Feng remained silent, realizing that this fellow knew little aside from the excitement of the contests. "Hey, why are you so quiet?" The youth blinked, scrutinizing Chen Feng. "By the way, could you remove your hat? We have been conversing for quite some time, yet I have yet to see your face." The youth's curiosity was palpable. Chen Feng was at a loss for words, yet did not wish to be rude, especially since the individual had aided him moments prior. "Young master," the bodyguard called out to the youth, evidently sensing that his master had overstepped. "Friend, are you a martial artist as well? If you possess martial skills, why not join me at the Alliance Conference to test your mettle? Perhaps you could secure a notable ranking," the youth continued, blissfully unaware that my skills are modest. "I would not achieve any ranking," Chen Feng replied. "Then merely attending to witness the spectacle is worthwhile. Such grand martial contests are a rare occurrence, indeed." The youth chattered on. By this time, the trio had already entered Taizhan County, the streets bustling with noise and activity. "I must take my leave. May our paths cross again." Chen Feng clasped his fists in farewell, then hastily departed. "Hey, I still do not know your name. We've enjoyed such a delightful conversation, yet we have not exchanged names." The youth waved at Chen Feng's retreating figure, but Chen Feng quickened his pace. Taizhan County was thriving, and Chen Feng gazed at the walls lining the street. He was searching for any wanted posters bearing his name. There were none at the city gate, nor on the bustling streets. However, Chen Feng was certain that the checkpoint set up by the Xintian sect was for the purpose of capturing him. He could not fathom why none of the high-ranking martial artists were present. The abilities of those individuals could only be likened to the lowest rank of disciples in the Haiyu sect. The Xintian sect, being one of the top 10 sects, surely could not afford to possess such weak disciples, could they? It was rumored that the Xintian sect boasted the most disciples in the world. Was it merely a fade of numbers? After wandering the streets for quite some time, Chen Feng confirmed that the Xintian sect had not issued a wanted poster for him, likely to avoid drawing attention from other factions. After all, that map was of utmost importance to them. However, their private pursuit of him was surely more intense. He could not afford to let his guard down. What intrigued Chen Feng was the sight of numerous martial artists adorned with swords and knives on the streets. Were they all here to attend the Alliance Conference? As noon approached, hunger gnawed at Chen Feng, prompting him to seek a restaurant for a meal. After a month of subsisting on wild fruits and roasted meat, he was on the verge of losing his appetite. He visited several establishments, all of which were fully occupied. The interior was filled with Jianghu figures, drinking and playing games in a lively atmosphere. Should he attend the Alliance Conference? The thought suddenly struck Chen Feng. He had already resolved to avenge the Su family, yet he was still unclear about the identity of his enemies. The guards of Huqing could be one. But who were those masked individuals? Chen Feng sensed that the alliance conference might provide some clues. Moreover, his grievances with the Xintian sect were deepening. As adversaries, understanding one another was essential for victory in battle. With this in mind, Chen Feng entered a restaurant, where only one table remained. The waiter promptly approached to attend to him. Just as Chen Feng contemplated what to order, an excited voice rang out from behind him. "Hey friend, we meet again." Chapter 53. Ah, it's just money. Chen Feng turned around in astonishment to find a radiant smile greeting him. "You just said we would meet again by fate. I did not expect it to be so soon." The plump youth beamed at Chen Feng. Chen Feng stood in silence for a moment, unsure of how to respond. "Are you two gentlemen here to dine? Our establishment is fully booked," the waiter inquired. "Do you not see we are friends? We shall share this table," the plump youth declared as he took a seat. The bodyguard hesitated briefly, then followed suit. "What would you like to order?" the waiter inquired cheerfully. "Whatever the house specialties are, bring them forth, and a jug of your finest wine," the plump youth said casually, then turned to Chen Feng. "Brother, what would you like to eat?" "Order anything. It's on me." "Are you wealthy?" Chen Feng asked. "Ah, it's just money." The youth waved his hand dismissively, as if it were of little consequence. The cold appetizers and tea were quickly served, and the youth began to eat and drink while Chen Feng still wore his hat. "Brother, why are you still wearing that hat?" The youth took a sip of tea and suddenly realized. "Are you hiding from your enemies?" "Indeed." Chen Feng removed his hat and smiled at the youth. "I am indeed hiding from my enemies. You?" The youth was momentarily speechless. "Let us eat and chat," Chen Feng suggested, feeling more at ease. This plump fellow appeared to be an interesting character, at least devoid of malice. Since he was paying for the meal, it would be pointless for Chen Feng to act aloof. "Are your enemies formidable? Is that why you are so cautious?" The youth leaned in, speaking in hushed tones. The mention of enemies reignited the youth's curiosity. He was eager to learn Chen Feng's story. "Who were those people manning the checkpoint earlier?" Chen Feng inquired casually as he sampled a dish. "Ah, the Xintian sect," the youth recalled. "Yes, they are my enemies," Chen Feng nodded with a smile. The youth's eyes widened in surprise. "The top 10 sects? Your enemies are from the top 10 sects? Is it uncommon to have enemies among the top 10 sects?" Chen Feng asked with a chuckle. "Well, there are many enemies of the top 10 sects, but few live to tell the tale," the youth responded awkwardly. "You are the first I have met who has survived an enmity with the top 10 sections. Then this meal you are treating me to is certainly worth it. At least it broadens your horizons." Chen Feng laughed. "Indeed." The youth joined in the laughter. By the way, the youth suddenly remembered, "we have yet to exchange names. Let us rectify that." He clasped his fists. "I am Jingji Wei." Chen Feng glanced at him. "Do you truly wish to know my name? Are you not afraid of attracting trouble with the Xintian sect?" "Why should I be afraid? I hold no animosity with the Xintian sect," Jingji Wei replied nonchalantly. "Are you worried I might betray you?" Jingji Wei countered. Chen Feng chuckled. "What makes you so curious about me? Even when you know so little?" "Because we are fated to meet," Jingji Wei exclaimed with enthusiasm. "I have ventured out to explore the world, to enjoy the scenery, to witness the spectacle, and to make friends. What could be better? My surname is Chun. My given name is Feng." Chen Feng set down his chopsticks and looked at Jingji Wei. "A splendid name, just as melodious as mine," Jingji Wei complimented. "Are you traveling for leisure?" Chen Feng inquired, sizing him up. "Indeed. The world is vast, and I intend to explore every inch of it." Jingji Wei spoke boldly. "Are we going to explore it all? That would certainly take a considerable amount of time and a great deal of money." Chen Feng pondered for a moment. What is money but a mere commodity? At that moment, the table was laden with an abundance of food and drink. As the two engaged in conversation while sipping their drinks, the guard merely partook of the meal without indulging in alcohol. Jingji Wei was quite intrigued by Chen Feng's experiences, yet Chen Feng found it difficult to be completely open with someone he had just met. He was willing to share his name and the identity of his enemies, as he felt suffocated by the idea of living under an assumed name. A man of honor should not change his name nor his family name. While he could harbor caution towards the Xuantiangio, he must never succumb to fear. That's so. "Do you consider yourself a fugitive?" Jingji Wei inquired while pouring more wine for Chen Feng. "I suppose so," Chen Feng replied while tearing into a chicken leg. "But if you keep running, where will it lead you?" Jingji Wei frowned. Well, once I have eradicated the Xuantiangio, I will no longer need to run, Chen Feng said nonchalantly. Ah, what ambition! Jing Jiwei was taken aback, then raised his cup and declared, I admire you. Ha, what is there to admire? Chen Feng gently shook his head. I lack ambition. It is you who possesses it, and thus I find myself admiring you. You seek to traverse the world. Is that not ambition? Chen Feng questioned. Certainly not. You are? Jing Jiwei cautiously glanced around and whispered. You are aiming to annihilate one of the top 10 sects, and that is true ambition. Alas, it is a pity the Alliance Conference is hosted by the Xuantiangio. Otherwise, I would certainly invite you to witness the spectacle with me, Jing Jiwei lamented. What is there to fear? While the Xuantiangio is indeed my enemy, I have never claimed to be afraid of them, Chen Feng replied casually. You intend to go? Jing Jiwei asked in surprise. Indeed. Did you not say earlier that you would not go? After reflecting on it, I realized I am in need of a good weapon. You mentioned that if one places well in the Alliance competition, there would be rewards. I intend to strive for a place and select a blade. Chen Feng stated earnestly. All for a blade. If you go to the Xuantiangio, they will surely recognize you immediately. If it is merely for a weapon, I could gift you one. There is no need to risk your life. Jing Jiwei said, a look of confusion on his face. You would gift me one? Do you possess many weapons? Chen Feng asked, puzzled, for it was evident the man had no martial prowess. None, Jing Jiwei admitted, shaking his head, but I do have wealth. You are quite wealthy? My family is indeed affluent, Jing Jiwei replied casually. I prefer to earn what I desire myself. Are you afraid to accompany me, fearing I might bring you trouble? Chen Feng asked with a smile. That of course not, Jing Jiwei replied hastily. I merely think you a bit reckless. I could wear a mask, could I not? That is a good idea, Jing Jiwei nodded in approval. After they had eaten their fill, the young guard called for the waiter to settle the bill. The Alliance Conference begins tomorrow, with the official competition the day after. We must depart early to secure a good inn, lest we find ourselves without accommodation, Jing Jiwei said with enthusiasm. I have another matter to attend to, which will take several hours. I may not be able to join you tonight. Perhaps you should go ahead? Chen Feng suggested. You have other business? Yes, I need to visit a friend, which will take some time. No problem. You can ride. You will have enough time, Jing Jiwei assured. You have a horse? Chen Feng asked in disbelief. I purchased one earlier. I initially thought I preferred walking, but I have come to realize I do not, Jing Jiwei sighed, as if lamenting something. Very well, I shall borrow your horse, Chen Feng said. Then I shall wait for you at this inn and take a nap. Jing Jiwei decided. Dong, go fetch the horse, he called to the guard, and at that moment, Chen Feng learned the guard's name. Chen Feng led the horse out of the city, and Jing Jiwei waved goodbye. Young master, are you truly going to accompany this man? The guard, Dong, asked his master with a hint of concern once Chen Feng had walked some distance away. And of course, I have already made arrangements with him, Jing Jiwei replied. This man possesses considerable martial skills. He is not an ordinary figure in the martial world. Regardless of whether he truly has enmity with the Xuantiangio, it would be wise for us to refrain from involvement. The power of the top 10 sects is not to be trifled with. Dong advised. We have no grievances with the Xuantiangio. What is there to fear? Young master, it is better to avoid trouble when we are out in the world. Does the Jing family fear trouble? Jing Jiwei retorted as he pulled out a fan and fanned himself restlessly. Business people value harmony. The Jing family has always sought to avoid conflicts within the martial world. Dong remarked, Very well, I understand your reasoning, but I have made a promise, and I intend to keep it. Jing Jiwei shook his fan and retired to his room at the inn for a nap. Chen Feng rode swiftly out of the city, the horse proving to be an exceptional steed, unlike any he had ridden before. Upon his return to the inn, Jing Jiwei was delighted to see him. How does the horse ride? It rides splendidly. It is both fast and steady, Chen Feng praised. If you find it agreeable, I shall gift it to you. I had Dong purchase another, so we shall each have one as we head to Tiger City, Jing Jiwei announced. Just then, Dong led 2 more horses over. The trio departed Taishan County, galloping with fervor, and as the sun began to set, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Tiger City. Fear not, I have inquired. The city gates remain open these days, and there is no curfew, Jing Jiwei reassured as he produced an object from his pocket and handed it to Chen Feng. What is this? Chen Feng accepted it. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a mask made of human skin. A mask. If you do not scrutinize it closely, it reveals no flaws. You can use it with confidence. Jing Jiwei said proudly that this, made of human skin. Chen Feng asked tentatively, examining the mask in his hands. How could that be? I have heard it is crafted from the oil of a deep-sea beast. Requiring numerous processes, there are likely very few in existence, Jing Jiwei explained. Chen Feng pressed the mask to his face, and to his astonishment, it adhered perfectly. Can you tell? Chen Feng asked. Aside from the slight stiffness of your expression, it is nearly undetectable, Jing Jiwei replied. Thank you. Chen Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The mask would indeed prove invaluable. Friends ought to help one another. After all, Jing Jiwei smiled. The three successfully entered Tiger City. Although the guards at the gate were numerous, they did not inspect the passers-by. With the absence of a curfew, the streets of Tiger City bustled with life at night. Dong found a fine inn, and the trio descended to enjoy a late-night meal. The inn was equally bustling, nearly at full capacity. Most of the patrons were martial artists, their swords and daggers casually placed on the tables. The sounds of lively conversation and drinking nearly threatened to lift the roof off the inn. Does the Xuantiangio truly believe itself to be the leader of the martial world? Do they genuinely think they are the foremost sect in the land? I refuse to believe the other 9 sects will remain silent while the Xuantiangio wreaks havoc. The Xuantiangio has recently gained tremendous momentum. They have just subdued the Taizhan gang, and their disciples are multiplying by the day. It is indeed strange. What audacity does the Xuantiangio possess to so brazenly recruit followers? What are they planning? I have heard. The Hongxing escort was annihilated, and there are, come, let us drink. Various discussions erupted at the tables, and while Chen Feng gleaned no particularly useful information, he did sense a prevailing sentiment. The majority of those in the martial world harbored little fondness for the Xuantiangio. The Alliance Conference's agenda was set. Tomorrow would be for competition registration. With the official contests taking place the day after, Dong, you should register as well tomorrow. Jing Jiwei, while indulging in a late-night snack, addressed the 2 companions. I shall provide you with close protection. You must not stray from my side. Dong resolutely shook his head in response. Jing Jiwei refrained from further persuasion and turned his gaze towards Chen Feng. Are you certain you wish to partake in the competition? I believe simply watching the excitement would suffice. I shall enjoy the spectacle from the arena while you observe from below, Chen Feng suggested. The next morning, the trio departed the city and headed towards the venue of the Alliance Conference. Just outside Huqing, they arrived at the site, adjacent to the Xintian sect's branch in Huqing. The grand venue had been hastily erected, complete with several large and small arenas. The competitors for the martial arts contest were categorized into factions and lone practitioners. The disciples from various martial arts sects and families had already submitted their names. Which sect do you belong to, and what is your name? How old are you? The registration officer inquired. Wing Chun. Yiwan 18, came the reply. Wing Chun sect? The registrar paused, having never heard of this sect before. Very well, you are now registered. Tomorrow, the order of the matches will be posted. Chen Feng was bold enough to enter the competition, yet using his true name would indeed be reckless. The prizes for the contest were displayed. 10 divine weapons, 10 pieces of golden silk armor, and 10 elixirs. The champion would receive one of each category of prize, while the remaining contenders could select one item according to their ranking. This meant that a total of 28 individuals could win awards, as long as one finished within the top 28. A prize would be granted. The higher the rank, the more options available for selection. The match pairings for the competitors were said to be randomly assigned under the witness of various major sects. Commencing in the afternoon, however, Chen Feng had no intention of attending. Returning to the inn for some rest, Jing Jiwei accompanied Dong as they roamed the venue. By evening, Jing Jiwei excitedly analyzed the competition strategy for Chen Feng. You are unfortunate. Tomorrow your opponent will be a disciple from the Hui Chun sect, who is 3 years your senior. Do not let yourself be defeated right from the start, Jing Jiwei cautioned with a furrowed brow. Ah, the Hui Chun sect? I have heard their symbolic fist techniques are quite formidable. It will be a good opportunity to witness them in action, Chen Feng replied. Are you not anxious? That is a disciple from one of the top 10 sects. They would not send out an ordinary fighter to compete, Jing Jiwei remarked, puzzled. The Huichun sect is renowned in the martial world. Even in defeat, they would not resort to lethal force, Qin Feng reassured him. The Huichun sect, one of the top 10 sects, was most famed for its medical skills, followed closely by its martial techniques. Every disciple in the sect was required to learn medicine, and the number of medical experts within was countless. The founder of the sect was a master of both healing and martial arts, possessing a heart of compassion, preferring to aid others rather than engage in slaughter. His unparalleled martial prowess was matched only by his lack of interest in weaponry. The sect naturally inherited his ethos. Although there are now some proficient in weaponry, most members still favored hand-to-hand combat. The elixirs produced by the Huichun sect enjoyed the highest reputation in the martial world, and they frequently offered aid to the common folk, never charging the impoverished for their services and often distributing medicine for free. Additionally, the Huichun sect seldom resorted to violent confrontations with other sects over territory. Their medical expertise alone sufficed for their growth and prosperity. Whenever the Huichun sect was mentioned in the martial world, it was always with a tone of admiration. Qin Feng, having heard of their benevolent reputation, felt a deep respect and looked forward to witnessing the prowess of the Huichun disciples firsthand. On the following day, after having breakfast, the three made their way to the site of the Alliance Conference. As the hour arrived, the conference commenced officially. The host was Yin Kong, the leader of the Xintian sect's branch in Huqing. Though a man of the martial world, he presented himself with the demeanor of a scholar. His 2 streaks of white hair particularly striking, embodying the appearance of a refined gentleman. He delivered a few perfunctory remarks about promoting martial exchanges and maintaining peace within the martial community. But the assembled martial practitioners remained unimpressed. He swiftly announced the commencement of the competition. 30 prizes were neatly arranged on specially constructed stands. 10 divine weapons radiated a chilling light, while half of the 10 elixirs were reportedly purchased at a high price from the Huichun sect. Most captivating were the 10 pieces of golden silk armor, gleaming brilliantly and stirring the hearts of every competitor. The competition quickly began, with a large arena and 6 smaller ones set up for the matches. At present, all combatants were engaged on the smaller arenas, reserving the larger one for the final rounds. Each arena had a seasoned martial artist serving as a judge. The rules were simple. If one was knocked off the stage or rendered incapable of continuing, they lost. There were no restrictions on weapons or hidden projectiles, but once one side conceded, the other was forbidden from striking again, or it would be deemed a provocation against the Alliance Conference. What if someone is killed due to a lack of restraint? Then they had it coming. If someone is killed, can their family or sect seek revenge? That's up to them. Huichun sect, Shen Shiyuan, versus Wing Chun sect, Yiwan. Hearing the judge call his name, Qin Feng calmly approached the arena. The order of matches and arena positions had already been posted, and competitors were waiting at their respective arenas. Go for it, Jing Jiwei cheered, waving his fan excitedly at Qin Feng. Meanwhile, a young man clad in white martial attire ascended the arena. What kind of sect is the Wing Chun sect? Have you heard of it? No, it's my first time hearing of it. Just a minor sect, there are countless like it in the martial world. Perhaps he is the only one left, trying to gain fame to recruit disciples in the future. The spectators murmured among themselves, but their interest waned quickly. Should Qin Feng be knocked off the arena with a single blow, no one would remember him. Huichun sect, Shen Shiyuan, I humbly request your guidance. The young man in white politely clasped his fists in greeting, exuding the bearing of a distinguished sect, making one feel as if they were basking in the warmth of spring Wing Chun. Yiwan, please, Qin Feng returned the gesture. Shen Shiyuan displayed his tiger claws, adopting a poised stance as he awaited Qin Feng's move. Tiger fist, is it? Qin Feng did not hesitate and lunged forward, striking with a palm. With a dull thud, their clash echoed. Shen Shiyuan met Qin Feng's palm without flinching, both enduring the recoil as they exchanged subsequent blows. After a few exchanges, they gauged each other's strengths. Qin Feng launched 3 consecutive strikes, then abruptly withdrew just as his opponent prepared to retaliate. Shen Shiyuan's mastery of the tiger fist was evident. In terms of technique alone, Qin Feng acknowledged he was outmatched. Even with a blade in hand, his own swordsmanship would not surpass the prowess of Shen Shiyuan's tiger fist. Yet, Qin Feng was confident of his victory. He possessed internal energy far superior to his opponent's. Furthermore, The Huichun disciple, Shin Yuan, executed each move with utmost integrity, never resorting to underhanded tactics. Chen Feng knew that by channeling his full energy into a fierce assault, he could undoubtedly bring his opponent to defeat. However, he was in no rush to conclude the match. Instead, he wished to observe the intricacies of the Tiger Fist technique. If he could grasp a few more moves through his own understanding, it would be exceedingly beneficial. With a loud shout, Chen Feng charged forward once more. Shin Yuan's fists danced with the vigor of a tiger, effortlessly blocking each of Chen Feng's strikes. After only a few exchanges, Chen Feng found himself retreating repeatedly as the audience scoffed and lost interest in what they perceived as an unremarkable contest. Yet, only Shin Yuan understood the depth of his opponent's abilities. Although his own martial technique held dominion over Chen Feng, each time he sought to deliver a decisive blow, Chen Feng would counter with unwavering strength. Despite being merely 3 years younger, Chen Feng's internal cultivation was profound. Shin Yuan, a master of the Zhenwu realm, recognized Chen Feng's commendable internal power but remained unaware that Chen Feng had already reached the Yuanwu realm. After a few exchanges, Shin Yuan identified a flaw in Chen Feng's defenses and executed a swift and precise strike. The black tiger pouncing heart aimed squarely at Chen Feng's chest. Shin Yuan's strike was swift, accurate, and fierce. Chen Feng could do little but brace himself. Sensing Shin Yuan's urgency, he prepared to channel his full energy into a defensive posture to absorb the tiger claw. A heavy thud resounded as Shin Yuan's full-force strike collided with Chen Feng's arm, akin to striking a wall. Before Shin Yuan could launch a second strike, Chen Feng's palm surged forward. Raging waves. Shin Yuan quickly retreated, alarmed by the overwhelming energy of Chen Feng's strike that surged like a crashing wave. But as Chen Feng's hand loomed larger in his vision, he realized it was too late. He barely managed to cross his arms over his chest before Chen Feng's palm made contact. With a resounding impact, Shin Yuan was sent flying. Chen Feng refrained from pursuing the attack, instead watching as Shin Yuan gradually rose to his feet. "I have lost?" Shin Yuan gritted his teeth, mustering every ounce of strength to lift his numb arms and salute Chen Feng with a fist. "Thank you for your guidance," Chen Feng replied, his voice gentle. "At such a young age, to possess such robust internal energy is truly admirable," Shin Yuan expressed sincerely, sensing that Chen Feng's internal cultivation had likely reached the Yuanwu realm. "Your martial prowess also astonishes me. The Huichun sect lives up to its esteemed reputation." Chen Feng clasped his fists again. Shin Yuan embodied the essence of integrity, and the Huichun sect's reputation was certainly well-deserved. "With your talent, you will undoubtedly elevate the Wing Chun sect to new heights," Shin Yuan earnestly expressed. Thank you." Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of guilt as he replied. Due to the excessive number of participants in the competition, the results for the advancing martial artists would only be revealed the following day. However, Chen Feng chose not to return to the inn. Firstly, because Jing Jiwei was reluctant to leave, wanting to stay and observe the excitement, and secondly, because Chen Feng himself wished to further observe the proceedings. It was a rare opportunity to witness so many martial artists competing on the same stage, and he was eager to gain insight into the various martial arts from across the world. If he could learn a few techniques through his own understanding, that would be even better. Previously, in order to conceal his martial arts style, he had relied solely on fundamental techniques and his true chi. With the exception of the surging wave's palm, avoiding the use of any skills learned from the Haiwei sect. After all, since the Haiwei sect had merged with the Xintian sect, should any members of the Xintian sect detect any clues, they would surely investigate his background. As Chen Feng watched and learned, he felt a remarkable clarity of comprehension, quickly grasping the essence of each technique, though imitating them was not so easily accomplished. Nonetheless, his understanding of martial arts was significantly enriched. There were a total of 6 arenas, and Chen Feng and his companions examined each one in turn. Upon reaching the 5th arena, Chen Feng suddenly froze. There were 3 figures on the stage, and they were not judges. The judges were seated on tall chairs at the edge of the arena, while 3 individuals stood prominently on the platform. "Why are there 3 people?" Jing Jiwei exclaimed in astonishment. "Not 3 people, but puppets. Puppets from the Qiaojin sect," Adong explained. "Puppets. The Qiaojin sect. Among the top 10 sects, it is renowned as one of the two most enigmatic factions. Alongside the Lingyue Tower, Chun Feng focused his gaze and indeed noticed that one of the combatants was somewhat unusual. Its arms shimmered with a golden light, evidently crafted from metal. Its head appeared somewhat irregular, and its joints moved in a manner distinct from that of a normal human. Its forearms could rotate in every direction. The martial artist battling the puppet displayed mediocre skills, but at that moment, he seemed to be losing his composure, delivering punch after punch against the puppet, which remained utterly unperturbed. When the opponent exposed a flaw, the puppet's arm swiftly swept towards him, leaving 4 bloody gashes across his chest. The puppet's fingertips were also fashioned from some kind of metal. Chun Feng shifted his position to a vantage point where he could clearly see the puppet's front. Upon closer inspection, he understood why the opponent was so anxious and frantic. The puppet's face was half human skin and half wood, an unsettling sight indeed. Anyone facing this puppet would undoubtedly feel a chill run down their spine. How was this puppet controlled? By threads? Chun Feng was standing a bit far away, so he took a few steps closer. He discerned that the puppet was connected to its master by several extremely fine threads. No, those weren't threads. They were true qi. Chun Feng glanced at the puppet's master, a diminutive figure. Not just small, but a child. Chun Feng was left speechless. How old could this child be? 10, 11? Observing the delicate strands of true qi connecting to the puppet, he noted that they fluctuated and tightened rhythmically, a phenomenon achievable only through the transformation of true qi. Transformation of true qi. Did this child possess the ability to manifest martial arts? This was a unique skill of the Qiaojin sect, where internal cultivation progressed rapidly, the true qi flowing like an unfathomable sea, but it had to be employed in conjunction with the Qiaojin sect's martial arts to unleash its full potential. Chun Feng turned to see that Jing Jiwei and a Dong had also arrived behind him. It was a Dong who had just spoken. This guard certainly had a wealth of knowledge. What materials were used to create this puppet? Jing Jiwei inquired, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and curiosity as he stared at the puppet. Gold and stone, wood, animal bones, and human flesh. A Dong replied slowly. Upon hearing the last 4 words, Jing Jiwei visibly shuddered. Chun Feng regarded the puppet's master. What kind of personality would a child who interacted with such creations daily possess? The exact number of disciples in the Qiaojin sect was unknown, but anyone who appeared in the martial world was no ordinary practitioner. A Dong continued, and his grave tone revealed his apprehension of the Qiaojin sect. The martial artist engaged with the puppet was clearly overwhelmed, feigning an attack on the puppet before lunging at the boy. Capture the king by seizing the thief. If I cannot defeat the puppet, I will take down its controller. The puppet reacted swiftly, its legs bending slightly as it leaped toward the martial artist. At that moment, the martial artist unleashed his signature technique, executing an intricate footwork that allowed him to evade the puppet's assault. Although the puppet was fast, it could not match the martial artist's agility. The martial artist halted in the path toward the boy, and as the puppet continued its advance, he dodged while hurling 3 flying daggers at the boy. Chun Feng narrowed his eyes, eager to see how the boy would respond and to gauge his skill level. With such profound true qi, how exceptional could a child of his age possibly be? However, the outcome surprised Chun Feng. It was not the boy's remarkable skill that astonished him, but rather his complete lack of movement. The 3 daggers, aimed at the boy's chest and abdomen, paused momentarily upon contact and then fell to the ground. The young boy remained utterly still, not even blinking. Chapter 57. Thunderbolt Pill. What kind of technique is this? Is it a form of external training, or is it impenetrable? Chun Feng could not help but glance at a Dong, believing he might have the answer. I have heard that the Qiaojin sect possesses a technique known as the Golden Armor Technique, which serves as a protective barrier of true qi, akin to the Golden Bell Shield. A Dong pondered aloud. Chun Feng nodded slowly. No wonder the Qiaojin sect ranked among the top 10 factions. Utilizing puppets in battle and employing the Golden Armor Technique for self-defense rendered their opponents utterly helpless. Chun Feng observed the young boy's aura shift dramatically, a familiar presence that he recognized as murderous intent. Indeed, the puppet began to launch aggressive attacks, leaving the martial artist darting about without any means of retaliation. With a swift motion, The puppet's left arm suddenly extended a short blade, severing the martial artist's forearm. The martial artist leaped backward, panic rising as he shouted, "I concede," before he could finish his sentence. The puppet's right hand shot forward with a thud, plunging into the martial artist's chest. With a whoosh, the puppet retracted its right hand, leaving the martial artist lifeless on the ground, the outcome of the match determined. The judge cast a disapproving glance at the boy, yet the child remained unfazed, shouldering the puppet, which towered over him. As he slowly descended from the arena, he lacked confidence. That puppet was impervious to harm. Merely a humanoid weapon, replete with numerous intricate mechanisms and unpredictable techniques. Its master possessed an extraordinarily terrifying defensive capability, and the puppet's fearsome speed would certainly not allow any opportunity for movement. After the duel, Chun Feng returned to the inn. He did not immediately retire for the night, but instead devoted some time to practicing the Overlord's strength. This martial art was exceedingly profound. Although he had memorized the techniques, practicing it without direct guidance from a master proved to be extremely challenging. Fortunately, his unique physique granted him remarkable comprehension, and after several days of exploration, he finally succeeded in circulating his energy through one complete cycle. The Overlord's strength, akin to the Overlord's blade technique, was characterized by its utmost rigidity and vigor. The energy cultivated and utilized through the Overlord's strength surged within his dantian like restless bolts of lightning. Even with only a single strand of this energy, Chun Feng felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, igniting a desire for conquest and slaughter. He could hardly fathom the sensation he would experience once he mastered the technique and transformed all his internal energy into the Overlord's strength. No wonder he had previously sensed an aura of unyielding authority emanating from Su Wancheng. In retrospect, it seemed more like he was suppressing something, perhaps the tyrannical energy within him. The Overlord's strength and the Overlord's blade technique were intertwined. Only by employing the Overlord's strength could the true power of the Overlord's blade be unleashed. Moreover, this martial art came with an additional technique known as the Thunderbolt Pellet. The Thunderbolt Pellet was a technique for condensing and releasing energy, forming a pellet within the body that could be unleashed in an instant. Named for its swift and powerful nature, it resembled lightning. Like the Overlord's blade technique, the Thunderbolt Pellet could only achieve its full potential when cultivated from the Overlord's strength. Although Chun Feng currently possessed only a mere strand of the Overlord's energy, he was eager to test it. An hour later, Chun Feng, drenched in sweat, stood up from his bed. Gazing at the palm of his left hand, his eyes widened in astonishment. Within the center of his palm lay a thunderbolt pellet, condensed from 50% of his energy. That was indeed a substantial amount. If he continuously unleashed blade energy, he could produce over 50 strikes of considerable length. And now, more than 50 strikes had coalesced into a pellet the size of a fingertip, concealed within his palm. Chun Feng was impatient to validate the power of the thunderbolt pellet. Yet he hesitated, reluctant to expend it. Crafting a single thunderbolt pellet required 50% of his energy and an hour's time. Currently, he had only reached the first level of the Overlord's strength, allowing him to store only one thunderbolt pellet at a time. There were a total of 9 levels to the Overlord's strength. Each level attained would permit him to store an additional thunderbolt pellet. Upon reaching the 9th level, he could simultaneously store 9 thunderbolt pellets and unleash a formidable technique known as 9 Heavens Thunderstrike. The power of the thunderbolt pellet was unquestionable, yet its drawbacks were equally evident. It consumed both energy and time, necessitating prior preparation for use in battle. Once used, it was gone, requiring him to rest and recharge before he could create another. Should he attempt to test it during the duel tomorrow? Chun Feng pondered as he lay down and drifted into slumber. On the following day, Chun Feng's opponent was a swordsman from the martial world. With a glance, he discerned that the other party's abilities were quite mediocre. The swordsman, noticing that Chun Feng might possess greater strength, appeared visibly anxious. Such was the nature of martial artists. Anyone who had cultivated even a modicum of skill could perceive the disparity in strength through the opponent's aura and gaze. If they could see each other strike or sense the fluctuations of energy, the difference would be even more pronounced. "Please." The swordsman cupped his fists and assumed a stance with his sword. "Please." Chun Feng reciprocated the gesture and seized the initiative to attack. Once again, Chun Feng was unarmed, choosing not to wield a sword. Each arena provided weapons of all kinds for free use by the combatants. However, Chun Feng felt no need to take up a sword, as the difference in their strengths rendered it unnecessary. He launched a punch, while the swordsman retreated and swung his blade. From the very first strike, Chun Feng recognized the swordsman's technique as mediocre. Evading the steel blade, he seized the moment the swordsman retracted his weapon to deliver a fierce kick. The swordsman, unable to withstand the force transmitted through the blade, could only watch helplessly as his weapon flew from his grasp. Chun Feng closed in, unleashing a barrage of punches, forcing the swordsman to retreat step by step until he was cornered at the edge of the arena. Gazing at the fists hovering before him, the swordsman swallowed hard. "I concede. I acknowledge your skill." Chun Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you." The swordsman sincerely cupped his fists, knowing that had Chun Feng not held back, he would have been sent crashing to the ground, a most humiliating fate. "Ha, you've won again. Let us celebrate with a feast today." Upon Chun Feng's victorious return, Jing Jiwei waved a fan, his face alight with excitement. "When have we ever dined poorly?" Chun Feng replied with a hint of exasperation. For the past 2 days, Jing Jiwei had been covering all expenses, the finest accommodations and lavish meals. Each banquet was an extravagant feast, far more than the three of them could consume. Martial artists naturally had hearty appetites. Chun Feng always ate to his fill, yet there remained an abundance of leftovers, having never experienced such a lifestyle before. He felt a twinge of regret each time he saw so much food go uneaten. However, Jing Jiwei seemed unfazed, even praising Chun Feng's voracious appetite. Chapter 58. Encountering a disciple of the Xintian sect in the duel. "What do you usually eat?" On the way back to the inn, Jing Jiwei inquired curiously. "Whatever is available. If there's food, I eat more, and if there's little, I eat less," Chun Feng replied. "And how do you earn your living? As a bodyguard or an assassin?" "As long as one possesses martial skills, there's always a way to earn money," Chun Feng explained. "With your prowess, you must earn quite a bit, right? A dong is more skilled than I. As your bodyguard, you should ask him how much he makes." Chun Feng nodded toward a dong. "Right?" Jing Jiwei exclaimed, turning to a dong. "You've been with the Jing family for so many years. How much do you earn?" A dong hesitated for a moment before responding. "Besides the usual rewards, the master gives me 1 gold coin each month." "Only 1 gold coin?" Jing Jiwei exclaimed in surprise. "Young master, that's not insignificant. Moreover, there are often extra rewards, which can exceed the monthly stipend, not to mention food and lodging." A dong glanced at Chun Feng, concluding that the treatment for subordinates was already quite generous. "Oh." Jing Jiwei nodded, somewhat understanding. "What does it feel like to earn your own money?" Jing Jiwei asked Chun Feng. "What does it feel like to earn one's own money?" Chun Feng paused, then chuckled ruefully. "It's exhilarating to hold the money in hand, but the process is quite grueling." "Haven't you ever earned money yourself?" Chun Feng countered. "No." Jing Jiwei shook his head. "What does it feel like to spend someone else's money?" "It feels nothing," Jing Jiwei replied earnestly. "What kind of background does this guy have?" Chun Feng pondered, though he refrained from asking. He chose friends based on affinity. If they could converse easily, even a beggar could become a brother. Conversely, if they could not communicate, even an emperor would be sidelined. On the 3rd day, Chun Feng faced an opponent wielding a 3-section staff. He expected this opponent to be a formidable fighter. Chun Feng deliberately chose to wield a sword, only to find that after a mere 2 exchanges, his opponent was defeated. This opponent was far inferior to Shen Shuyuan from the Huichun sect, who had encountered a master in his first match and met his early demise. However, these 2 novices were evidently luckier, having faced even less skilled opponents before. The tournament allowed unlimited participants, regardless of background, as long as they were under 40 years of age. Additionally, there were no resurrection matches. Losing once meant the end of the competition. Consequently, a vast number of martial artists participated, eager to test their skills. This led to an abundance of matches in the early days, with many being swiftly defeated. Yet, as the tournament progressed, the caliber of participants rose, and the competition grew increasingly intense. On the 4th day, Chun Feng's opponent was a disciple of the Xintian sect. If there were any sect in the martial world with the most diverse martial arts, it would undoubtedly be the Xintian sect. The disciples of the Xintian sect were numerous, proficient in all manner of weapons and martial arts. Chen Feng's opponent was a towering, bare-chested man with dark red skin and a robust physique. Resembling a human fortress, he bore a short blade at his waist, but his stance suggested he had no intention of using it immediately. Go, senior brother, tear him apart, smash his skull with a punch. The raucous cheers from the Xintian disciples echoed from the stands as they rallied behind the muscular man. Noticing Chen Feng's gaze, they brandished their fists and weapons in a show of intimidation. Chen Feng, his face impassive, turned his attention back to the muscular man. Neither party seemed inclined to bow in greeting, and after the referee announced the start of the match, the muscular man approached Chen Feng, albeit with a tremulous gait. With a mighty roar, the brawny man lunged at Chen Feng with both hands outstretched. Chen Feng, rising on his toes, retaliated with a flurry of kicks aimed at the man's head. The burly figure deftly turned his head aside to evade, redirecting his hands toward Chen Feng's legs. Thud, thud. Chen Feng, utilizing the momentum of his descent, channeled his inner energy into his feet, striking the man's shoulder and waist before creating distance between them. Their eyes locked, each recognizing the wariness reflected in the other's gaze. It was evident that the brawny man was a practitioner of formidable martial arts. Chen Feng's kicks had tested the depth of his skills. Though infused with true energy, his strikes felt akin to kicking a mountain of flesh. Kid, your internal strength runs deep, the man sneered, charging forward with a heavy punch. Chen Feng deflected it with a sweeping arm, redirecting his palm toward the man's chest, who chose to absorb the impact without flinching. The strike yielded no effect. Instead, the brawny man seized Chen Feng's arm. Chen Feng struggled to break free, but the man's grip was as unyielding as iron. Thud, thud. Chen Feng kicked at the man's legs, yet he remained as stable as a mountain. Summoning his inner strength, Chen Feng attempted to wrench his right arm free, but the man's wrist followed suit. Nullifying his efforts, a master of grappling, with a combination of martial arts and grappling techniques, the Xuantiangong truly boasts remarkable talent. Aha! Chen Feng bellowed, launching a powerful palm strike toward the man's head. The man's expression shifted in alarm as he hastily released Chen Feng's right arm, raising both hands to block the oncoming attack. Stomp, stomp. With this palm strike, the brawny man staggered back 3 steps before regaining his footing. He looked at Chen Feng with a hint of surprise. His expression contemplative. The palm technique of the Haiwei sect? The characteristics of the Bitao palm were unmistakable, easily recognizable by anyone who had encountered it. Clearly, this fellow had discerned the technique. Such internal martial arts are difficult for outsiders to identify merely by observing the moves. However, those engaged in combat can swiftly deduce the nature of the techniques based on the characteristics of the internal energy and the fluctuations of true energy. Chen Feng approached the weapon rack and withdrew a steel knife. Heh, you dare to play with knives against me? The brawny man scoffed, drawing a short knife from behind his waist and performing an impressive flourish. Brother, if he dares to wield a knife, chop him to pieces. Yes, cut him into 8 pieces, sever his head. The disciples of the Xuantiangong below erupted with excitement, shouting fervently. The brawny man propelled himself off the ground, crashing toward Chen Feng like a moving mountain of flesh. Despite his size, his speed was not to be underestimated. Buzz! The steel knife hummed as it resonated with true energy. Chen Feng met him head-on. Clang! The blades clashed, sparks flying. Chen Feng's knife suffered a dent. A knife that could be used for free was certainly not of superior quality. Yet, it would suffice for this bout. With one long and one short knife, neither party retreated as they exchanged blows. The scene rife with peril. Chen Feng's mastery of knife techniques far surpassed his opponent's proficiency in hand-to-hand combat. Although the brawny man wielded his short knife competently, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Another technique of the Haiwei sect. Who are you? The brawny man demanded, striking to deflect Chen Feng's long knife. Chen Feng ignored him, focusing instead on his relentless assault. Chapter 59. A cranium shattered. Chen Feng's knife techniques overshadowed those of the brawny man. As he controlled the distance to remain within his comfort zone, gradually wearing down his opponent, before long, several white marks appeared on the man's body. Had he not possessed exceptional martial skills, these cuts would have rendered him incapable of continuing the fight. Aha! The brawny man braced himself against 2 strikes, closing the gap to slash his short knife toward Qin Feng's neck. He was determined to risk taking hits to get closer. This was his only opportunity, lest he be worn down to nothing. Qin Feng spun his knife vigorously, generating a whirlwind of blade energy. The slicing wind was sharp and menacing, forcing the brawny man to retreat in pain. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng delivered a heavy blow to the man's right shoulder, but it only left a dent. The brawny man shook off the impact, his shoulder absorbing the strike. This fellow's martial prowess is remarkably solid. Qin Feng's steel knife simply couldn't break through. In fact, within the Overlord knife techniques, there exists a specific move designed to counter such formidable defenses or armored opponents. However, Qin Feng had not yet mastered it. The brawny man offered a disdainful smile as he danced forward with his short knife once more. The two were now simply engaged in a battle of attrition. The first to falter would be the loser. Qin Feng flexed his left hand, sensing the latent power within. You can withstand a blade, but I wonder if you can endure this. Qin Feng feigned 2 knife strikes, deliberately slowing his tempo to create an opening. The brawny man, seizing the opportunity, thrust his left hand forward to grasp Qin Feng's steel knife, while his right hand lunged with the short knife. Qin Feng relinquished his knife and leaped aside. Narrowly evading the man's strike, he vaulted over the brawny man's head, gently brushing his palm against the man's skull. Bam! Qin Feng landed gracefully, the brawny man's head exploding in a gruesome display, red and white matter splattering everywhere. The stunned silence enveloped the arena. It was not until Qin Feng retrieved his long knife and sheathed it in the weapon rack that the Xuantiangong disciples erupted in cries. He killed our senior brother. We can't let him escape. Avenge our senior brother. The disciples of Xuantiangong surged onto the stage, charging at Qin Feng. Standing before the weapon rack, Qin Feng watched their advance, aware that weapons were within easy reach behind him. Quickly go help, Jing Jiwei urged. Patting Adong's shoulder, Adong instinctively drew his sword but hesitated, glancing back at Jing Jiwei. I'm fine. You go help him, Jing Jiwei shouted anxiously. Adong ascended the stage with his sword drawn. However, before the Xuantiangong disciples could reach Qin Feng, a figure stepped in front of him. It was the elder referee of the arena, an old man with his hair tied in a bun. How dare you? The elder's voice boomed, freezing the Xuantiangong disciples in their tracks. Do you dare to disregard me as the referee? The elder's gaze swept over the disciples, a natural aura of authority emanating from him. Instilling fear in their hearts, he killed my senior brother. He must pay with his life. Anyone who dares to kill a disciple of Xuantiangong will surely die today. The disciples stood resolute, emboldened by their home ground. In this arena, skill prevails in battle. Swords are blind to their wielder. If one is outmatched and perishes in combat, there is nothing to be said. Are you daring to take action against him in front of the referee? Disregarding my presence? The elder's tone was icy, clearly incensed by the provocation. Regardless of the circumstances, anyone who dares to kill a Xuantiangong disciple must pay in blood. One disciple, gathering his courage, spoke up. Are Xuantiangong disciples beyond retribution? The elder retorted coldly. The rules of the tournament state that once one party concedes, the other must refrain from attacking. He has violated that rule, the elder pressed, leaving the Xuantiangong disciples speechless. Qin Feng's earlier maneuver had been so bizarre that all they witnessed was his hand gently touching the brawny man's head before it exploded. As if something within had violently burst forth. This is Xuantiangong's territory. I refuse to believe he can leave alive, the disciples boasted. While I may not dare to seek vengeance privately in this arena, should anyone dare to act, they shall face my wrath, the elder proclaimed with authority. His formidable presence silenced the Xuantiangong disciples, leaving them frozen in place, neither retreating nor advancing. Humph! Qin Feng snorted coldly, stepping down from the arena. Yet the Xuantiangong disciples surrounded him. All of you, get out of my way! The elder thundered once more, his voice reverberating like thunder, causing everyone's ears to ring. Qin Feng shielded his ears with true energy, alleviating the discomfort. This elder likely possessed soundwave techniques akin to the lion's roar. Adong stood protectively behind Qin Feng, his eyes warily scanning the Xuantiangong disciples while keeping an eye on his master. Yet, the disciples remained unwilling to disperse, infuriating the elder to the point of trembling, his gaze growing fierce as if on the brink of losing control. If you continue to obstruct my path, I shall make your heads explode as well. Chun Feng's voice was icy, causing the Xuantiangong disciples to instinctively take a step back. The recent memory of the brawny man's head exploding lingered, sending shivers down their spines. Nevertheless, this was Xuantiangong's domain. The alliance tournament had been organized by them, and they were the local powers. A death had already occurred, and with their pride on the line, they could not afford to lose face among the top 10 factions. You speak boldly. If you follow us, I can ensure you suffer less. Bam! Before the disciple of the Xintian sect could utter a word, his body soared high into the air, crashing down far below the arena. Chun Feng refrained from intervening. It was the elder who took action. The elder's sleeves suddenly elongated, striking the Xintian sect disciple, who was instantly sent flying to as if imbued with the force of 1,000 pounds. The elder swiftly retracted his sleeve, prompting the other Xintian sect disciples to instinctively rush forward. Just as Chun Feng was about to take action, the elder once again flicked his sleeve. The sleeve extended 2 zhong, sweeping down like a tempest scattering leaves, sending more than a dozen Xintian sect disciples tumbling off the platform. In an instant, only 2 Xintian disciples remained on the arena, staring at each other in disbelief. After a brief moment, fueled by their scant courage, they gritted their teeth and charged at the elder. The elder casually flicked his sleeve once more. However, this time, the 2 Xintian disciples did not fly away. A soft whip intercepted the sleeve. Wrapping around it, a robust figure descended onto the arena, grasping the whip and casting a menacing gaze at the elder. Old Kong, you dare to lay your hands on my sect's disciples? Do you take us for a joke? The burly man thundered. These fools simply lack insight. I am merely tidying up after your Xintian sect. The elder retorted, shaking his arm as the sleeve broke free from the whip and returned. What is the meaning of this? The burly man demanded, turning his attention to the 2 Xintian disciples. Li, senior brother Li was killed by this man. One disciple pointed at Chun Feng, exclaiming, How did he die? The burly man inquired, noticing the headless corpse. Chapter 60. I make a price senior brother. He? The disciple stammered. Pointing at the stout man's remains, the burly man's expression darkened. Did he die before surrendering or after? Senior brother didn't have time to speak. The disciple replied awkwardly. The burly man instantly grasped the situation and first cupped his fists towards Old Kong. Old Kong, it is our disciple's ignorance that has caused offense. Humph. At least one of you from the Xintian sect understands decorum. Old Kong replied coldly. The burly man then turned his somber gaze toward Chun Feng. I am Zhu Tong, one of the 18 arhats of the Xintian sect. May I inquire your name? Yongchun, Yuan. Chun Feng replied nonchalantly. Yongchun? Zhu Tong furrowed his brow, quickly racking his brain to recall which sect this belonged to, but could not remember after much thought. Yuan. I will remember that. The people of the Xintian sect are not so easily slain. You may leave. Zhu Tong waved his hand, signaling the Xintian disciples to step aside. Chun Feng looked at Zhu Tong. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Zhu Tong's brow furrowed. He was taken aback that Chun Feng dared to provoke him. The Xintian sect does not intimidate others. Nor do I doubt with that. Zhu Tong departed with his men. Chun Feng nodded at the referee, Old Kong, and left the venue alongside Jing Jiwei and A Lu. Will the Xintian sect send someone to assassinate you? Jing Jiwei asked with concern. The Xintian sect has staged such a grand affair. They would not tarnish their reputation over this trivial matter. If they were to act, it would surely be after the conclusion of the tournament. Chun Feng replied casually, Young Master Chen is correct. The Xintian sect will not retaliate so swiftly. Adong added promptly. Jing Jiwei nodded, somewhat understanding. What martial art was that technique you used today? How did you so effortlessly cause that man's head to explode? Jing Jiwei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Young master. Adong hastily tugged at his master's sleeve. What is it? Jing Jiwei asked in confusion. Such esoteric techniques are closely guarded secrets. Martial artists do not readily divulge them. Your inquiry is rather impolite, Adong said awkwardly in a hushed tone. Oh, I see, Jing Jiwei replied. Realizing the gravity of his question, it's fine. We are friends, so it does not count as impolite. Indeed, we are friends? Chen Feng affirmed. That technique is a form of charging power, condensing true energy into a sphere, which is then released suddenly, resulting in such formidable force. Impressive, impressive. Hearing you describe it makes it seem truly extraordinary. Jing Jiwei remarked, somewhat in awe. Dong gazed at Chen Feng in astonishment, not expecting him to actually disclose the intricacies of the technique. Although he had surmised it involved some form of internal energy, he never anticipated such detailed information, especially since Chen Feng had merely touched the stout man's head at that moment. That evening, Jing Jiwei ordered a lavish feast, accompanied by copious amounts of fine wine. Insisting that Chen Feng indulge until inebriation was unavoidable, Jing Jiwei realized that Chen Feng genuinely regarded him as a friend, which lifted his spirits immensely. Throughout the meal, he repeatedly invited Chen Feng to accompany him after the alliance conference concluded. They could explore the mountains and rivers while evading the Xintian sect's pursuit. Since the Xintian sect will undoubtedly retaliate for this incident, there is no need for you to continue wearing a mask. Tomorrow, remove it and boldly take the stage, infuriating them, Jing Jiwei declared, filled with righteous indignation, as if he too had taken the Xintian sect as an enemy. Ha ha, Chen Feng chuckled. If they were to discover my true identity, they would rush over in the night, not waiting even a moment. Oh, I see. Jing Jiwei continued to drink with Chen Feng, but his tolerance for alcohol was quite limited, and he became drunk after only a few glasses. Bringing the dinner to an end as the three men returned to their respective quarters, in his room, Chen Feng first sat in meditation to dissipate the effects of the alcohol, then proceeded to condense the Thunderbolt pill once more. For a martial artist with internal energy cultivation, the effects of ordinary alcohol could be easily neutralized. Chen Feng reflected on his astonishing experience with the Thunderbolt pill earlier that day. He had anticipated its power would be considerable, but he was unprepared for such overwhelming might. That man had possessed formidable martial skills, yet his head had still been reduced to pulp. He wondered how many levels Su Wanqing had achieved in the Overlord's strength. It seemed he had never used the Thunderbolt pill either. However, such concealed killing techniques would surely be used with caution and discretion. The next day, as Chen Feng and his companions made their way to the venue as usual, they unexpectedly encountered a group of individuals blocking their path. Dong nervously positioned himself in front of Jing Jiwei, while Chen Feng observed the group with curiosity. There were over a dozen individuals standing arrogantly in their way. Wasn't it said that the Xintian sect wouldn't take action before the alliance conference concluded? Jing Jiwei whispered anxiously to Dong. They don't seem to be from the Xintian sect. Dong's right hand rested on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw at a moment's notice. Young Hero Yi, please step forward for a moment, a long-faced man called out, cupping his fists towards Chen Feng. Who are you? Chen Feng asked, taking a step forward. I am Yi Zhihai, the deputy hall master of the Flying Dragon Gang, the long-faced man declared. What business do you have? Young Hero Yi, may I ask if your participation in this alliance conference is for fame or profit? Yi Zhihai inquired with a smile. You block my path. Do you intend to kill me or compel me to kill you? Chen Feng tilted his head, intrigued by Yi Zhihai's intentions. You? Yi Zhihai's tone faltered, and the feigned smile vanished from his face. I'll be straightforward. Today, your opponent is one of our Flying Dragon Gang members. We cannot afford to lose, so name your price. Chen Feng stifled a laugh inwardly at the absurdity of the situation. What was the purpose of this? Was it simply to secure a spot in the top 28 for the sake of prizes? The competition had now escalated to a stage of elite confrontations. And even if they managed to bribe him, it would merely be the beginning. Did they expect to keep buying him off? On what grounds do you think I would entertain your offer? Chen Feng retorted curiously. Humph, there has never been any mention of a Yongchun sect in the Jianghu. You came here to gain notoriety, did you not? Yi Zhihai scoffed disdainfully. How about this? 10 gold coins for you to open a martial arts school, which would also serve to promote your sect. Chen Feng's expression darkened, but his mask concealed the shift in his demeanor. What if I propose a price? Chen Feng said. What do you have in mind? Yi Zhihai asked. 100 gold coins. What? Yi Zhihai gaped. Have you lost your mind? I haven't finished speaking, Chen Feng continued. For 100 gold coins, I'll ensure you lose with some semblance of dignity. Humph, do you truly believe yourself to be a master? We merely wish to conserve our strength for the subsequent matches. We never expected you to be so ungrateful, Yi Zhihai retorted, preparing to leave. Wait, I have another offer. Chapter 61. A clean cut in two. The members of the Flying Dragon gang halted, and Yi Zhihai looked back at Qin Feng. 100 gold coins. Qin Feng extended a finger. Can secure the life of the one who will be competing against me. Upon hearing this, the Flying Dragon gang erupted in a commotion, ready to charge forward. Qin Feng chose to ignore them. Despite the presence of over a dozen men, they were merely a bunch of inept fighters. Hold on, Yi Zhihai commanded his subordinates. We need not resort to violence. Once the competition concludes, the Xintian sect will inevitably deal with him. However, he added, but do not mistake us for soft targets. Do not be too arrogant, pointing at Qin Feng. Is the Flying Dragon gang also one of the top 10 sects? Qin Feng spoke. You? Yi Zhihai clenched his fist and left with his subordinates. As Qin Feng arrived at the venue, he finally caught sight of the participants from the Filong gang. A brash young man, brandishing a sword, regarded Qin Feng with an air of disdain. The moment the competition commenced, the arrogant youth lunged forward with his sword. His swordplay was characterized by swiftness, with a sharp momentum and a steady footing. Instinctively, Qin Feng compared this individual to his first opponent, Qin Shuyuan from the Huichimen, and he still believed Qin Shuyuan would emerge victorious. Thus, he felt no pressure in defeating this opponent. Having boasted in front of the Filong gang, he naturally had to follow through. Before the brash youth conceded, he must eliminate him. Qin Feng advanced with his blade drawn, each strike fierce and formidable, adopting an offensive stance that exuded overwhelming force. The brash youth responded with caution, aware of Qin Feng's considerable strength, as his gang had warned him to be vigilant and to exert his utmost effort. After several exchanges, the youth's mindset began to shift. He realized that although Qin Feng's strikes were ferocious, none had achieved a decisive hit. He perceived Qin Feng as merely possessing ample vital energy with average swordsmanship. Moreover, wielding a swift sword, he was able to counter Qin Feng's somewhat sluggish attacks with his agility. With this thought in mind, the Filong gang's young man fully unleashed his capabilities, becoming bolder in his strikes, and his steps turned from steady to increasingly aggressive. Indeed, the youth noticed Qin Feng beginning to retreat, his sword techniques overwhelming Qin Feng, leaving him no opportunity to counterattack, forcing him into a defensive position. The youth's confidence surged, and his swordplay quickened. Zing! Qin Feng's clothing was sliced open by the youth's blade. Whoosh! A strand of hair was severed by the sword. The young man's eyes gleamed with excitement, channeling his vital energy into his right arm, continuing his relentless assault. The onlookers from the Filong gang cheered from below the stage, astonished that Qin Feng was being restrained by their gang's swift sword. Beware his palm techniques? Yi Zhihai anxiously cautioned from the sidelines. He had invested in having Qin Feng throw the match precisely because he feared the seemingly gentle yet brutally powerful palm techniques that could obliterate a perso. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. And Qin Feng soon discerned the identity of the individual in question. The god of death, Feng Wujie, hailed from the demon sect, one of the top 10 factions. Shortly after Feng Wujie spoke, 3 figures surged onto the central arena. Yan Kong, the master of the Xintian sect's Huqing branch, Zhu Tong, one of the 18 Arhats, and a gaunt, zombie-like man bearing a wooden sword. Feng Hero, are you intending to oppose my Xintian sect? Yan Kong inquired coldly. It is not I, Feng, who seeks enmity with your Xintian sect, but rather your sect that has met misfortune, stumbling upon my path while engaging in unsavory deeds, Feng Wujie proclaimed with a resonant voice. What do you mean? Yan Kong pressed. Esteemed friends of the martial world, Feng Wujie turned to address the crowd. Last month, while wandering the mountains, I lodged in a village. The villagers, warm-hearted and hospitable, provided me with a hearty meal and a warm place to sleep. To my dismay, the following morning, a throng of Xintian sect disciples descended upon the village, pillaging ruthlessly, seizing whatever they desired, and threatening with blades to slay anyone who dared to intervene in gratitude for the meal I received. I avenged the innocent by eliminating all 33 of the Xintian sect disciples. As Feng Wujie's account unfolded, astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Xintian sect was a renowned righteous faction in the martial world, and to permit its disciples to massacre a village was a heinous act. The demon sect, while not a righteous faction, was known for its ruthless methods and unconventional martial practices, yet such indiscriminate slaughter of innocents was beyond their scope. Neither the martial realm nor the imperial court would tolerate the emergence of such a ruthless force. Feng Wujia, one may indulge in reckless consumption, yet one must not speak recklessly. What evidence do you possess? Yin Kong's expression shifted, his voice rising sharply. I, Feng, do not concern myself with evidence when I act, Feng Wujia retorted casually. Yin Kong pointed an accusatory finger at Feng Wujia, evidently taken aback by this brazen assertion. I found it quite peculiar that a prominent faction like the Xintian sect would resort to such banditry, even in dire straits, Feng Wujia continued, seemingly unfazed. Alas, I have eliminated all the perpetrators, leaving no one to inquire further. Just as I pondered this, I discovered an outsider in the village. Upon seeing me, he recognized me and immediately knelt, beseeching my assistance in avenging his family before Feng Wujia could finish. Yin Kong and his companions launched their assault. The soft whip, wooden sword, and palm strike converged upon him. In an instant, Feng Wujia, who had been speaking so effortlessly, pushed forward with both hands. An unseen wave of true qi surged forth, effortlessly deflecting the attacks. What ails your Xintian sect? Must you silence a speaker before he has concluded? Is this how Wang Laodao teaches you to treat guests? Feng Wujia's voice remained steady. You come here to tarnish the reputation of my Xintian sect. Your audacity is intolerable, Yin Kong shouted. In an instant, over 100 Xintian sect disciples encircled the central arena, while 4 rows of archers aimed their arrows at Feng Wujia. Yield, and in deference to the demon sect, we may still negotiate today's events, Yin Kong declared solemnly. Esteemed friends, Feng Wujia called out to the crowd, my words are not yet complete. Do you wish to hear more? Yes, continue. The audience clamored, their enthusiasm undeterred by the escalating tension. Feng, the god of death, they dare not harm you. Please, continue. The spectators were eager, reveling in the unfolding drama. Master Yin, we are all renowned factions of the martial world, not mere mountain bandits. The implications of a village massacre are grave and could tarnish our martial reputation. It is prudent to allow the god of death to elucidate further. An elderly man with a white beard rose from his seat, representing the Divine Blade sect. Every sect's disciples are descendants of common folk. Such a calamity must be thoroughly investigated. Another middle-aged man from the Rejuvenation sect added, Master Yin, since the god of death has arrived, let him clarify the matter. A beautiful woman in a purple robe, representing the Purple Feather sect, interjected. Let him continue. A raspy voice emerged from a seated cripple, beside whom lay a metallic cane and a puppet. This voice belonged to a member of the Clever Gold sect. Yin Kong, why are you so uneasy? Could it be that everything the god of death claims is true? I have long suspected your Xintian sect of dubious dealings, and it seems you have finally revealed your true colors. A young man clad in white laughed boisterously, flanked by others dressed similarly. They were disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect, known for their flamboyant attire. This is no trivial matter. Clarity is essential. A robust man in silk garments chimed in, surrounded by a menagerie of animals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. This faction, the Beastmaster Mountain, was the most adept at taming beasts among the top 10 sects, as these voices rose. The venue gradually quieted, while Yin Kong's expression darkened, yet he dared not command the capture of Feng Wujia. The Divine Blade sect, Rejuvenation sect, Purple Feather sect, Clever Gold sect, 10,000 Swords sect, 100 Refinement sect, Beastmaster Mountain, Cold Moon Tower, Demon sect, and Xintian sect. These constituted the top 10 factions of the martial world, the largest martial force apart from the 3 kingdoms of Liang, Qi, and Zhou. The Alliance Conference was hosted by the Xintian sect, extending invitations to the prominent forces of the martial realm. However, the 100 Refinement sect, Demon sect, and Cold Moon Tower did not send representatives, while Feng Wujia had barged in uninvited. The 100 Refinement sect, known for its craftsmanship and mechanisms, needed no territory to thrive. Its disciples learned their craft well, ensuring sustenance at all times, thus rarely participating in the martial world's alliances. The Demon sect, on the other hand, was generally unwelcome. Its members acted impulsively, heedlessly, and without regard for law or logic. They held disdain for rules and were averse to reason, regarding all other factions and even the imperial court with contempt. While the demon sect was indeed capable of indiscriminate slaughter, they adhered to a code. They must not engage in mass extermination that would provoke the ire of the martial world or the imperial court. Should the massacre of a village by the Xintian sect be proven true, it would certainly incite widespread outrage among the martial community, prompting intervention from the court. The Xintian sect, in a gesture of courtesy, had issued an invitation to the demon sect. Whether the latter attended or not was of little surprise. The demon sect was known for its unpredictable actions, and Feng Wujia's presence was no exception. With 6 of the 10 factions now speaking out, the Xintian sect was compelled to allow Feng Wujia to continue. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wujia sensed the room had fallen silent, awaiting his next words. The individual in question was a nameless thief who had never stolen anything of value in his life. Yet, as his skills improved, he finally pilfered his first valuable item, the treasure map of the Dragon Emperor's hoard. Feng Wujia enunciated each word deliberately, revealing the 4 shocking words that left everyone astounded. Dragon Emperor's treasure. The treasure map had surfaced. The legend of the Dragon Emperor's hoard was indeed real. It was said that the Dragon Emperor's treasure contained unparalleled martial arts, divine weapons, and boundless wealth. The one who discovered it could even seize dominion over the world. The Dragon Kingdom had vanished over 1,000 years ago, existing merely as a legend. Did not the god of death just proclaim that a treasure map has indeed appeared? Murmured the martial practitioners, their focus shifting from the Xintian sect's alleged massacre to the authenticity of the treasure. Dragon Emperor's treasure, Qin brother, have you heard of it? Jing Jiwei inquired, turning to Qin Feng. I have heard a little. Qin Feng instinctively shifted his legs, concealing a portion of the treasure map between them. And you, a dong, do you know? Jing Jiwei asked his bodyguard. It is said that the Dragon Emperor's treasure was constructed by the last emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, housing innumerable riches, supreme martial arts, and wealth beyond measure, a dong replied. How remarkable, Jing Jiwei marveled. Feng Wujia remained unhurried. Once the crowd settled down, he continued, the thief stole the treasure map from the Xintian sect and was relentlessly pursued. His wife and children met their demise at the hands of Xintian sect's blades. That fateful night, the Xintian sect finally caught up to him, to prevent any whispers of their deeds. They resolved to slay everyone in the village, masquerading as bandits. Little did they expect to encounter me, allowing that fortunate thief to escape with his life. Under my relentless questioning, he divulged the entire tale and entrusted the treasure map to me, imploring that I take vengeance for his family and annihilate the Xintian sect. As Feng Wujia concluded, he turned his gaze toward Yin Kong. Preposterous! Yin Kong, seething with fury, could no longer contain himself. This is intolerable. Kill him! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, arrows rained down upon Feng Wujia from the archers below. In that fleeting moment, a swirling darkness enveloped Feng Wujia, rendering the arrows futile as they struck the dark mist, failing to penetrate and forming an impenetrable spiky sphere around him. Drink, with a mere grunt, the halted feathered arrows were crushed into powder by the swirling black mist, settling at Feng Wujia's feet to form a circle of wood shavings and iron fragments. Yin Kong's eyes widened in disbelief. The command to continue the assault lodged in his throat. I detest being interrupted while I speak. Should you persist in silencing me, I assure you, I shall take your life. Feng Wujia declared, his gaze fixed intently on Yin Kong without raising a hand against the disciples of the Xintian sect. Addressing the crowd below, he continued, though the Xintian sect may have fallen from grace, it still ranks among the 10 great sections. I, Feng, am not foolish enough to engage in a losing venture. However, I desire that treasure map, and thus I agreed to assist that little thief in causing trouble for the Xintian sect, or tarnishing its reputation. He consented, which is why I stand before you today. Having concluded his statement, a sudden figure and a simple tale effortlessly shattered the excitement of the martial arts competition. Abruptly halting the alliance conference, Killer, are you speaking the truth? Inquired an elder from the Divine Blade sect. I am not one to utter falsehoods. From my first act of killing to this day, I have never spoken a single lie, Fang Wujie responded with nonchalance, his expression betraying neither disdain nor concern. You think you can tarnish my sect's century-long reputation with mere words? And what of this Dragon Emperor's treasure? Truly, what a farce! Yin Kong retorted sharply. If what you say is true, then produce the treasure map. Do you possess it? Do you dare? The treasure map? Fang Wujie paused, then replied, very well. He retrieved an object from his bosom and raised it above his head. The atmosphere in the venue thickened once more, all eyes fixated on the piece of sheepskin in Fang Wujie's grasp. A wave of chaos erupted below as onlookers instinctively surged toward the central arena. Chen Feng stood unmoved, allowing the throng to sweep past him. Jing Jiwei seemed eager to join the crowd, but was firmly restrained by a dong. This is the treasure map of the Dragon Emperor. Fang Wujie declared, his tone still composed, his expression unwavering, as if oblivious to the restless assembly beneath him. Who can ascertain its authenticity? Yin Kong shouted in a frenzy, as I mentioned, I never speak lies. Fang Wujie asserted with conviction. The crowded masses disregarded the formation of Xintian sect disciples, trampling their ranks into disarray. Why is this treasure map incomplete? A keen observer shouted. Indeed, it is not whole. It is missing several pieces. Another echoed. Fang Wujie's voice, laced with internal energy, resonated in the ears of the crowd. This treasure map is indeed incomplete. I know not how many pieces it comprises. The Xintian sect may have more knowledge on this matter. My sect has never heard of the Dragon Emperor's treasure. This dubious map is the first I have encountered. Yin Kong regarded Fang Wujie with a serious expression. Fang Wujie, I do not comprehend your intentions. Retract your statement now. Given that the demon sect is also one of the 10 great sects, there may still be room for negotiation. Otherwise what? Fang Wujie inquired, his interest piqued as he gazed at Yin Kong. Otherwise, you will become the sworn enemy of the Xintian sect, and we shall be locked in a life-and-death struggle. Yin Kong's voice grew cold. With those words, the air chilled noticeably. Some individuals in the crowd finally diverted their attention to the two adversaries. As I have just stated, I have never uttered a falsehood. Fang Wujie's words had barely left his lips when a figure suddenly soared from the arena's edge, swiftly lunging towards him. The individual, exhibiting remarkable agility, had a singular aim. The treasure map in Fang Wujie's hand. Chen Feng was left astounded by the speed of the assailant, imagining how he would laugh in his dreams if he possessed such martial prowess. However, the instant the person's hand brushed against the treasure map, they froze entirely. Unbeknownst to them, Fang Wujie's hand had already clasped around their throat. Please, spare me, killer, knowing my name yet still daring to provoke me? I am amiable, but not one to be trifled with. As Fang Wujie's words fell, the assailant collapsed with a thud, a dark imprint left upon their neck. The individual's demise did not quell the unrest in the arena. Rather, it ignited the latent desires within the crowd. Seize the treasure map. A voice rang out, prompting a surge of more than 10 individuals to charge forth. What of the killer? Do you truly believe that just because you call him killer he considers himself a god? No matter how formidable he may be, he can be worn down, master. What shall we do? A disciple of the Xintian sect whispered to Yin Kong. Let those fools go first. We shall withdraw our people to the perimeter and encircle the venue. Fang Wujie will undoubtedly attempt to flee, and we must follow closely. Understood. Zhu Tong, Yin Kong called out. Master, send a message to the main sect via carrier pigeon. This matter has escalated. Yin Kong's expression darkened, and Zhu Tong had never witnessed him so flustered. Understood. Zhu Tong complied and departed. Yin Kong led the Xintian sect personnel away from the central arena, leaving Fang Wujie alone upon the vast platform. Fang Wujie thrust his palms forward, sending the dozen or so martial artists charging toward him sprawling back. They fell to the ground, their internal organs ruptured and lifeless. This treasure map is mine. What right do you have to seize it? Fang Wujie gazed incredulously at the eager crowd, finding their audacity more shameless than that of the Xintian sect. Since you have come this far, I, Fang, am eager to meet the heroes of the world upon this stage. Is there anyone who wishes to spar with me? Fang Wujie surveyed the multitude, yet none dared to advance. The killer Fang Wujie? Having roamed the martial world for over 20 years, is said to kill without fail when he strikes. It is rumored that his internal energy, known as the true chi of annihilation, has reached the pinnacle of the transformation of martial arts. Even nearing the realm of spiritual martial arts, the death of one individual stirred the greed of many, yet the loss of several lives calmed the crowd once more. Is there no one? Feng Wujie lamented, shaking his head in pity as all eyes remained transfixed on him. He took 2 steps forward before halting again, tension gripping the hearts of the spectators anew. Since you all have placed your trust in me, it stands to reason that the Xintian sect's massacre of villages is indeed a fact. They may not have succeeded in slaughtering the village, but their intentions are undeniably vile. Inform Wang Laodao that the name of your sect must be changed. Black-hearted sect would suit you well. Henceforth, withdraw from the righteous path and align yourselves with our demon sect. Alas, what ill fortune! Feng Wujie sighed, shaking his head as he propelled himself off the platform, vanishing into the crowd. Before the spectators could even discern his form, an invisible force had already whisked Feng Wujie away. Chase, pursue. Another voice rang out, prompting half the assembly to rush after him. But what purpose did it serve to chase? Even if they caught up, could they contend with the killer? And besides, it was merely a fragment of a treasure map. No one pondered these questions, or perhaps they did, yet regardless, they resolved to give chase, unwilling to fall behind others. Qin Feng and his companions were once again swept up by the tide, with he and a dong wedging Jing Jiwei between them, remaining rooted in place. Half of the attendees departed the venue. The ones pursuing were merely wandering martial artists and minor sections. The 10 great sects had remained idle, not once moving to intervene. Yin's sect leader, regarding today's incident, how does your Xintian sect intend to respond? Will you provide the martial world with an explanation? The elder from the Divine Blade sect inquired, the oldest among the 10 great sects present. He was not the leader of the Divine Blade sect, but rather the hall master. The other leaders of the 10 great sects had not attended, leaving it to their elders. As leaders of the 10 great sects, they held significant weight in the martial world and seldom appeared in person. Everyone, Yin Kong addressed the assembly with a bow. Since you all wish to comprehend the true purpose behind this alliance conference, I shall lay it bare today. For nearly 2 centuries, the Xintian sect has dedicated itself to self-cultivation and benevolence toward the world. Now, with the Liang kingdom in turmoil and the populace suffering, our sect has resolved to fully engage with the world and assume the responsibility of upholding justice. Yin Kong presented an imposing visage of righteousness, as if he were the very embodiment of justice itself. Yet, the single faction I teach is frail and outnumbered, prompting the sect leader to decide upon convening this alliance conference. The purpose is twofold. Firstly, to foster camaraderie among the heroes of the realm through martial prowess, and secondly, to sincerely invite allies to jointly uphold righteousness. A comprehensive engagement with the world, united in the pursuit of noble ideals. The expressions of the leaders of the major sects varied. They appeared neither astonished nor particularly pleased. Meanwhile, the wandering swordsmen and lesser sects present wore expressions of utter bewilderment. The Xintian sect, plotting a rebellion. Here, the Xintian sect is forming the Xin Alliance, and all who join, regardless of martial prowess or sect size, shall be allies of the Xintian sect. The Xintian sect will provide financial support to each ally, alleviating their worries about livelihood. To oppose the allies of the Xin Alliance is to oppose the Xintian sect. If anyone wishes to join the Xin Alliance, the initiation ceremony can commence immediately. Upon finishing his address, Yin Kong maintained a calm demeanor, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, appearing far more at ease than before. The Flying Dragon Gang, join the Xin Alliance. We recommend sect leader Wang of the Xintian sect as the leader of the Xin Alliance. Yi Zhihai proclaimed loudly, leading his disciples towards the Xintian sect seats. The Hunyuan village joins the Xin Alliance. We endorse sect leader Wang as the leader of the Xin Alliance. The Lihua sect joins the Xin Alliance. Pledging allegiance to sect leader Wang as the leader, the Qingfeng Society joins the Xin Alliance. The Five Elements Sword sect joins the Xin Alliance. As if prearranged, scarcely had Yin Kong concluded his speech when around a dozen sects simultaneously declared their allegiance to the Xin Alliance established by the Xintian sect. These sects ranged from small factions with merely 100 members to second-tier sects boasting thousands of disciples. The sudden influx of so many factions aligning with the Xintian sect all willing to endorse sect leader Wang as their leader, effectively doubled the sect's power. The expressions of the remaining leaders of the 10 major sects fluctuated between shadow and light as they silently observed the unfolding allegiance. In total, 14 factions announced their entry into the Xian alliance. With their disciples numbering well over 10,000, coupled with the Xintian sect's own multitude of disciples, the Xian alliance, merely established today, boasted an impressive force of over 20,000. Should this newfound coalition truly unite, the Xian alliance would emerge as the preeminent faction of the realm. Friends, regardless of your sect backgrounds, all who wish to join the Xian alliance are warmly welcomed. You may not be aware, but our sect has recently expanded numerous enterprises and established many sub-branches, creating a pressing need for personnel. Thus, we earnestly hope for the heroes of the martial world to join the alliance and showcase their talents. Yin Kong reiterated, bowing to the assembly with a tone that was both courteous and self-assured. The newly added enterprises and branches signal a clear message to all. Come forth, and both wealth and power await you. Prosperity and affluence are within easy reach. At this moment, disciples of the Xintian sect promptly set up a table, allowing those wishing to join the alliance to register immediately. New members would receive a silver coin as a settling bonus. As long as one possesses martial skills, regardless of strength, the Xian alliance welcomes all. 10 large chests stood open, filled to the brim with dazzling silver coins, glimmering enticingly before the eyes of all present. Most gazes were captivated. Why pursue martial arts? Certainly to attain a better life, filled with wealth and security. In this world, martial prowess is revered, yet power and wealth reign supreme. Mastering both literary and martial arts, one can find favor with the wealthy. Who are the wealthy? The ones who bestow riches are the true masters. Skilled martial artists need not worry about sustenance, yet the martial world is rife with those of mediocre abilities. Even the most impoverished and weakest sects shun these martial artists, and they are abundant in the realm. These lower-tier warriors often become the most affordable lackeys or guards. Without a sect to guide them, they are unlikely to acquire superior skills, and their martial arts will likely stagnate throughout their lives. They might enlist in the military, yet as mere soldiers, they would receive far less favorable treatment than sect disciples. The least desirable path is to become bandits, a route fraught with peril and uncertainty. The bandit king enjoys wealth, while the underlings struggle to scrape by. Thus, for the average lower-tier martial artist, finding a refuge is no easy feat, and a favorable opportunity is even rarer. Yet now, the Xian alliance has emerged from thin air, formed by the Xintian sect, one of the 10 major factions. It possesses a formidable background, with over a dozen sects already joining. It appears trustworthy. The alliance boasts numerous enterprises. There is wealth and security. The newly established branches are in need of personnel, presenting an opportunity. What more is there to wait for? I shall join the Xian alliance. A swift-footed swordsman raced to the registration desk, becoming the first lower-tier martial artist to seize this opportunity. I, too, wish to join the Xian alliance. With the first brave soul having taken the plunge, those who had hesitated now surged toward the registration desk, emboldened by the example. The moment their names were inscribed in the Xian alliance's registry, they envisioned a bright future ahead. I wondered why your Xintian sect orchestrated this martial spectacle, even investing so much of your own wealth. So it turns out you aspire to become the leader of the martial world. The leader of Spirit Beast Mountain rose to declare. This burly man was accompanied by a white-striped tiger, which obediently followed him. Your Xintian sect harbors grand ambitions. Spirit Beast Mountain shall refrain from interference. Farewell. The burly man departed with his disciples from Spirit Beast Mountain. Alas, how many lives will be lost in the martial world this time? The leader of the Huichun sect sighed, uttering not a word more, before leading his disciples away. The beautiful matron leader of the Ziyu sect wore a frosty expression, uttering not a single word as she too departed. The Qiaojin sect left even more briskly, not even casting a glance at Yin Kong as they exited. Not only did they disregard Yin Kong, but they also ignored all other sects and individuals, leaving as if they had isolated themselves from the rest. The leaders of the Shandao sect, Wanjin sect, and Bailian sect exchanged brief greetings with Yin Kong before taking their leave. But it was merely a formality. Among the 10 major sects, who would be pleased to see one aspiring to be the world's greatest? Friends, The martial competition shall continue. Any disciple of the Shin Alliance who places in the top 10 will receive double rewards. They may assume the roles of deputy hall masters or elders within the alliance. The champion of the martial tournament may become the hall master. Yin Kong exhibited no signs of dismay at the departure of the other 10 major sects. Rather, he fully unleashed the potential of the event, allowing the competition to proceed while simultaneously increasing the rewards. This action ignited the atmosphere within the venue, prompting even more individuals to sign up for membership. While fine weapons and elixirs can be purchased with money, a promising future and secure positions are far more challenging to acquire. Yet today, by joining the Shin Alliance, such opportunities abound. If the previous minor rewards were aimed at lower-tier martial artists, this newly added incentive targets the remaining mid-tier martial artists who have yet to be eliminated. Among them are skilled individuals, devoid of mediocrity. The backbone of any sect comprises these mid-tier martial artists. As long as they remain, a sect shall not disband. Compared to the chaotic and low-quality lower-tier martial artists, the Shin Alliance seeks to attract those mid-tier martial artists filtered through the competition. Thus, the Shintian sect has raised the stakes. Although the 10 major sects carry great names, their participation in the tournament has been minimal, barely comprising 1/10 of the total. Now that the 10 major sects have departed, the attendance at the venue has not significantly dwindled. The martial competition has not commenced immediately, as some participants wish to join the Shin Alliance first. After all, what if too many people join later and they refuse to accept more? What is happening here? Jing Jiwei was perplexed, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Wasn't this merely a martial competition? Why had the individuals from the other 10 major sects left when some had yet to be eliminated? Jing Jiwei's expression was one of confusion. Young master, just as Adong was about to speak, Chen Feng interjected. Let us go, Chen Feng urged, weaving through the crowd towards the exit. What's the matter? Jing Jiwei inquired. Let us leave, Chen Feng replied, pushing through the throng. Young master, we must depart from here, Adong insisted earnestly. Very well. Jing Jiwei sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly followed the two out of the venue. The trio returned to Tiger City, ensuring they were not followed before retreating to the inn. The Shintian sect had already broken through their fade, disregarding even the other 10 major sects, let alone a mere insignificant figure like myself. Now they were preoccupied with significant matters, and once they realized, they would undoubtedly turn their attention to me. Inside the inn, Chen Feng explained to Jing Jiwei. So that's it. Jing Jiwei nodded in understanding. Having never been involved in the martial world, many matters eluded him. What a pity. You've already participated in so many rounds. Had you reached the end? You surely could have won a fine weapon, he lamented. Chen Feng too felt the loss. He was confident he could secure a place among the top 28. He had initially planned to take advantage of the Shintian sect. But little did he know their strategy was far more cunning. By showcasing such an array of rewards, they not only retained everything for themselves, but also gathered a host of skilled individuals. Thank you for your mask. I must take my leave now. Chen Feng removed the human skin mask and handed it to Jing Jiwei. You're leaving? Then let us go together, Jing Jiwei remarked. My enemies extend beyond the Shintian sect. While they seek revenge against me, I too have others to pursue. Chen Feng chuckled. I cannot accompany you. Shaking his head, Chen Feng added, Is it truly that complicated? Jing Jiwei blinked in confusion. If fate permits, we shall meet again. Chen Feng pressed a human skin mask into Jing Jiwei's hands. Jing Jiwei clearly hesitated to part with this newly forged friendship. Alas, I had hoped for you to journey the world with me. Once I have dealt with my foes, I shall seek you out. Chen Feng responded, The world is vast. Where will you find me? Jing Jiwei returned the mask to Chen Feng. You should keep this. It may save your life, while to me, it is merely a trinket. Chen Feng regarded the mask thoughtfully, then nodded and accepted it once more. I have nothing to offer you, Chen Feng stated. You are my first friend. Jing Jiwei smiled. How delightful it is to have a friend. I do not have many, but when we meet again, I shall treat you to a feast. Agreed, it is settled, Jing Jiwei laughed. Indeed, it is settled. You must depart swiftly. Should the Shintian sect wish to pursue, they could easily find this place. Chen Feng cautioned, Fear not, I shall leave with you at once. Adong replied, I cannot ride that horse. You may take it with you. Very well, Chen Feng nodded, By the way, Take this jade pendant and these silver notes. Jing Jiwei offered a stack of silver notes and a jade pendant to Chen Feng. Chen Feng hesitated at the sight of the notes. Money is the least of my concerns, but your funds seem limited. This should suffice for your sustenance, Jing Jiwei said earnestly. And what of this jade pendant? Chen Feng inquired, taking the notes while examining the pendant. Though he was no connoisseur of jade, he could discern its exquisite quality and fine craftsmanship with the character Jing engraved upon it. This pendant is mine. Consider it a token. Should you require assistance, have nowhere to turn, or wish to seek me out, present it at the Jing Family Bank, and they shall aid you, Jing Jiwei explained. The Jing Family Bank. Chen Feng murmured softly, indeed, larger towns should have one. You may have heard of it. Are you affiliated with the Jing Family Bank? Chen Feng asked, surprised as he looked at Jing Jiwei. He had heard of the Jing Family Bank. Renowned for its extensive business reach and stellar reputation, my father is associated with the bank, Jing Jiwei revealed. Ah, I see. Chen Feng nodded. I shall safeguard this pendant. Once I am finished with my affairs, I will visit the bank to find you. Very well, then, you must take your leave, Jing Jiwei said, a mix of reluctance and resignation in his voice. Take care, Chen Feng said before turning to exit the inn. He did not utter a single word of thanks, yet he made a promise to reunite over drinks and a meal once his tasks were complete. Young master, how could you so carelessly expose your identity? Adong expressed his concern to Jing Jiwei. We are friends. What is there to fear? Jing Jiwei waved the fan dismissively. But Adong's face contorted in worry, unsure of what to say. Young master, we must leave Huqing at once. Must we be so hasty? I would like to rest a bit longer, Jing Jiwei replied, stifling a yawn as he waved the fan. We truly must go now. Adong was growing increasingly anxious. Very well, Jing Jiwei shrugged. Chapter 67. An awkward standoff. The sun dipped low, casting its last rays upon the solitary tree in the wilderness. A flying dagger sliced through the air, silently embedding itself into the trunk, leaving only a small portion protruding. Whoosh, another dagger followed, this time fully penetrating the wood, save for the hilt. Whoosh, a third dagger met the same fate, and soon 3 daggers aligned neatly upon the tree. So this is how it is. No wonder Su Wanqing's flying daggers are so formidable. Chen Feng muttered to himself as he approached the tree to retrieve the daggers. Since parting ways with Jing Jiwei, a day and a night had elapsed. During this time, he had remained near Huqing, gathering intelligence on the Xintian sex branch and the city lord's manor, while also practicing the bawang knife technique several times. The knife he wielded was an ordinary steel blade he had purchased for a mere silver coin, of average quality. Of the first 8 forms of the bawang knife, he had only barely grasped the first. Bawang emerges. He had attempted to practice the remaining forms but encountered numerous difficulties. Thus, he began to recall Su Wanqing's knife techniques, having observed them meticulously in hopes of gaining insight. This highlighted the disadvantage of lacking a master to guide one's learning. Without exceptional comprehension, even the most extraordinary martial arts would be challenging to master. Furthermore, the more advanced the technique, the greater the difficulty in learning it. Without the unique insights granted by his Tianshang body, coupled with his prior observations of Su Wanqing's knife artistry, Chen Feng could only ponder how long it would take him to master the bawang knife. The 8th form, known as bawang flying dagger technique, involved throwing the long knife to shatter all obstacles. This technique epitomized the aggressive nature of the bawang knife, casting away the weapon in a desperate gamble. Moreover, this move proved exceedingly challenging to practice, primarily due to the difficulty in controlling the knife. An ordinary steel blade measures about a meter in length. Managing its flight trajectory is no simple task, and the internal energy required to execute this form was considerably intense. Chen Feng struggled even to stabilize his arm, let alone the knife itself. As he contemplated practicing other forms, he suddenly recalled Su Wanqing's use of flying daggers against the inn's female assassin. What if he adapted an ordinary long knife into a concealed flying dagger for this 8th form? With this thought in mind, Chen Feng purchased several concealed flying daggers. After a few trials, he was pleasantly surprised. Employing the concealed flying daggers to execute the 8th form of bawang flying dagger was significantly easier. While the power could not compare to that of a regular steel knife, the control was far simpler, and the consumption of true energy was considerably reduced. It was akin to a simplified version of the Bawang flying dagger. Yet despite the simplification, its utility should not be underestimated. Though Chen Feng had not mastered the true Bawang flying dagger technique, he had acquired a formidable skill in concealed weaponry. It seemed likely that the dagger Su Wanqing had thrown also utilized the eighth form of the Bawang knife, a technique derived from knife mastery that translated into the art of throwing concealed weapons. With merely 2 days until the martial arts competition concluded, Chen Feng had ventured to the venue during the day to observe. The contest had devolved into a solitary celebration for the Xinming. All sects not affiliated with the Xinming had withdrawn, leaving only a scattering of onlookers from the Jianghu. The remaining contestants who had not been eliminated were all members of the Xinming, while those who had not joined dared not continue competing. Previously, the judges had been selected from the top 10 sects and renowned figures in the Jianghu, but now, all judges were affiliated with the Xintian sect or Xinming. Did one truly expect to compete for prizes on their territory? With a mere flick of their fingers, they could take your life. As night fell completely, Chen Feng arrived at the Xintian sect's branch in Huqing. The branch of the Xintian sect was more magnificent than the average sect's main hall. Situated 10 miles to the west of Huqing, it was built against a small mountain. The mountain gate of the branch was impressively constructed. Chen Feng compared it to the previous Hai West sect's entrance and found both to boast similar grandeur. Yet this was merely a branch, dressed in dark attire with his face concealed. Chen Feng carried no sword but was armed with concealed daggers. He had opted not to bring a steel knife for convenience during infiltration. Fortunately, with his newfound ability to utilize the simplified Bawang flying dagger, it would serve him well tonight. Chen Feng's incursion into the Xintian sect's branch lacked a specific objective. He was simply incensed. Halfway through the competition, and he felt cheated. Having won several matches only to come away empty-handed, the very reason he had entered the contest was to win a weapon. Since victory eluded him, he would take matters into his own hands. The defenses at the Xintian sect's branch were not particularly tight, yet Chen Feng proceeded with utmost caution, aware that his lightness skill was lacking, requiring him to tread with care. After much hesitation, he finally navigated through the outer patrol zone and arrived at the mountainside. The expansive training ground, dotted with pavilions and towers, left him momentarily bewildered. Unsure of where to go at that moment, 2 patrolling disciples of the Xintian sect approached with lanterns, providing him with direction. Bang! Suddenly, from behind the 2 disciples, a figure emerged, and with a heavy thud, one fell. His heart shattered and lifeless, the other, about to turn, found a hand clamping around his throat. Chen Feng kicked the corpse into the nearby brush and dragged the remaining disciple into the shadows. The lantern-bearing disciple met Chen Feng's icy gaze, his face trembling in terror. With a puff, Chen Feng extinguished the lantern and leaned closer, saying, "I will ask. You will answer, understood?" The man nodded vigorously, his complexion turning crimson. "Where are the prizes from the martial arts competition stored?" Chen Feng inquired. "Those prizes were only displayed on the first day. After that, the Xintian sect has not produced them again. They are likely waiting to be presented during the awards ceremony." In the scripture pavilion behind the hall, the man struggled to articulate. "Lead me there." The man raised his hand, pointing towards a building. "Thank you." Chen Feng sincerely nodded at the man, then with a swift motion of his fingers, he abruptly severed the man's neck. His expression of gratitude manifested as a painless demise. The gratitude was genuine, and so was the death. The hall was an expansive structure, significantly larger than the scripture pavilion situated behind it. Occasionally, patrolling disciples would pass by, making it difficult for Chen Feng to approach. After the patrol had moved on, he leaped onto the roof of the scripture pavilion. The pavilion comprised 2 levels, and Chen Feng pried open the roof tiles. Descending into the second floor, producing a fire stick, he utilized its faint glow to illuminate the rows upon rows of bookshelves that came into his view, all laden with tomes. Finding nothing of interest on the second floor, he decided to venture down to the first. Cautiously, he made his way down the staircase, observing that the first floor was distinctly brighter than the second, prompting him to extinguish the fire stick. However, as he reached the bottom of the staircase, he froze in place. A figure clad in dark attire had appeared on the first floor, stuffing vials into a satchel slung over his shoulder. Adorned with a golden-threaded soft armor, he was heading towards a high table that displayed 3 ornate boxes, just as Qin Feng descended. The two figures, both shrouded in black and revealing only their eyes, exchanged an awkward gaze. Chapter 68. Uneven divisions of spoils. What transpires when a thief encounters another thief already at work in someone else's home? It devolves into a situation of both thievery and robbery. Qin Feng propelled himself towards the high table, but the figure in black was swifter, reaching the table in the blink of an eye. They were nearly equidistant from the table, yet the other was far too quick. Whoosh! A flying dagger shot towards the black-clad man's back. Remarkably, the man dodged as if he had eyes in the back of his head, evading the dagger with a swift motion. Qin Feng was taken aback. Hastily launching a second dagger, the speed of the dagger was astonishing. How could the man evade it so effortlessly? Under Qin Feng's watchful gaze, the man twisted his body, causing the second dagger to strike nothing but air. Such exquisite lightness and remarkable agility. Qin Feng marveled, recognizing this man as the most adept practitioner of lightness he had ever encountered. The man stood at the table, surveying Qin Feng from his elevated position, emitting a derisive snicker. Qin Feng, from below, could clearly discern the mirth in the man's eyes. Hey, there are 3 boxes above. I will take one, and you can have the other 2. How does that sound? Qin Feng proposed softly. The stillness of the space was abruptly shattered by his words, causing the black-clad man to momentarily freeze, as such an occurrence had never transpired in his professional experience. Ha! Ha ha ha! The black-clad man burst into hearty laughter, pointing at Qin Feng, seemingly on the verge of speaking but unable to contain his mirth. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, wondering, is he mocking me? This is my first encounter of this nature. Is he jesting with me? The black-clad man finally spoke, appearing quite relaxed, as if conversing in his own home. I'm not joking. We are strangers here for the same purpose, to acquire some items. There's no need for discord. Qin Feng responded calmly, I'm not picky. I only require 1 item from the 3 boxes. This was the truth. He had merely come to steal a fine weapon, and if he could procure a few additional items along the way, that would be splendid, but it was of little consequence if he could not. The first floor contained various other items, including antiques, calligraphy, and treasures. The prizes from the competition were all displayed on the first floor. This man had taken none of the 10 weapons, only 1 piece of soft armor, and all 10 vials of elixirs. This indicated that he had no interest in weapons, which aligned perfectly with Qin Feng's intentions. Each party could benefit without conflict. However, it was evident that the most valuable items were the 3 boxes atop the table. This was why Qin Feng instinctively rushed towards the table. Such treasures were right before him, and not to take them would be a disservice to himself. He proposed this arrangement due to his apprehension regarding the man's lightness skill. They had merely crossed paths. They were not enemies, and since they were both pilfering from the Xintian sect, perhaps they could even become allies. There was no need for conflict. Qin Feng believed he had shown sufficient goodwill. A mutual benefit would serve everyone well. You wish to negotiate terms with me? The black-clad man scrutinized Qin Feng with curiosity. Those 3 boxes are within my grasp. What gives you the right to negotiate? The man crossed his arms defiantly, waiting for Qin Feng to speak. What if I alert the guards? Qin Feng inquired. A fish dies and the net breaks? Trying to play that game with me? I expected something more novel, the black-clad man replied, shaking his head in disappointment. You may attempt it and see if I can escape before they arrive. Qin Feng fell silent, discerning the confidence in the man's words. This individual believed he could flee before the disciples of the Xintian sect arrived. Thus, his threat held no weight. Then let us fight. If you win, all 3 boxes are yours, and if I win, they all belong to me. Qin Feng proposed. Is that truly necessary? I could simply take what I want and make my escape. The black-clad man replied nonchalantly. Very well, let us test it. Qin Feng's demeanor shifted dramatically. A killing intent surged within him, and his eyes glimmered with a chilling light. No more chances. This man was pushing his luck. Wait. Hold on. Just as Qin Feng was about to make a move to seize the items by force, the other party called for a halt. I am not unreasonable. Tell me who you are and why you are attempting to steal, the black-clad man inquired. Why should I tell you? Qin Feng retorted. Hey, you! The black-clad man pointed at Qin Feng, seemingly reproaching him for his lack of appreciation. I merely wish to ascertain what kind of person you are. If I find you agreeable, we could reach an amicable arrangement. And you are? Qin Feng adopted a firm stance. He had initially chosen to concede to avoid complications, but now that dialogue had broken down, there was nothing left to consider. Who was he afraid of? Who am I? You wouldn't he recognize my name if I told you, the black-clad man replied. What nonsense is this? You lack the courage to reveal your identity yet expect me to disclose mine. Qin Feng stepped forward. What do you have to be so arrogant about? Just because you are quick. Quickness leads to a swift demise. Qin Feng's frustration grew, angered by his own lack of agility, the opponent's swiftness, and his own initial concession being met with disdain. Hey! The black-clad man was caught off guard by Qin Feng's sudden shift in attitude. He too was seasoned and recognized that Qin Feng was no ordinary opponent. Though I may be a thief, I pride myself on being forthright, the black-clad man declared with a hint of arrogance. Huh? A masked individual daring to claim forthrightness? Qin Feng scoffed. Hey, I dare to remove my mask. Do you dare? The black-clad man taunted. What is there to fear? Will you take yours off? Qin Feng responded without a hint of hesitation. I will. The black-clad man removed his mask. Qin Feng, slightly taken aback, followed suit, both men locking eyes in a fierce stare. Such youth, yet such a fierce gaze. The black-clad man remarked as he sized up Qin Feng. Enough of this chatter. If you are afraid, you may as well leave. Qin Feng urged impatiently. Ha, this is entertaining. It seems you possess quite a bit of skill, the black-clad man acknowledged with a nod. Why do you dare to steal from the Xintian sect? He inquired. I have enmity with the Xintian sect. Is that answer satisfactory to you? Qin Feng responded casually. Indeed, satisfactory. The black-clad man nodded eagerly. I too have grievances with the Xintian sect. How fortuitous, Qin Feng replied with a sarcastic tone. Very well, you may have one of the 3 boxes, the black-clad man declared, turning to open the boxes. The 3 ornate boxes consisted of 1 elongated and 2 square ones. The long box contained a strip of black-veined mineral, its strange patterns seemingly imbued with some arcane allure that drew one's gaze involuntarily. One of the square boxes held a porcelain vial, while the other contained a tattered parchment map made of sheepskin. Chapter 69. Your little mouth sure can chatter. What are these items? The black-clad man examined the black-veined mineral, glancing at the porcelain vial and the damaged map. You can take this dark mineral, he said, reaching for the vial and the map. Wait a moment, Qin Feng interjected. What now? Well, I desire that map, Qin Feng stated. You just said you weren't picky, the black-clad man observed with amusement. Yes, that is true. However, I am retracting that statement now, Qin Feng replied, nodding. Hey, you. The black-clad man laughed in frustration, then contemplatively looked at the sheepskin map. Do you recognize this map? He asked. Indeed, I do, Qin Feng affirmed. Thus, I have use for it. Give it to me. If you have use for it, then, The black-clad man paused, looking at Qin Feng. Are we well acquainted? Ah? Please do not push your luck, Qin Feng urged. Let us strike a bargain. You take 2 items you can use, and grant me one that you cannot. Is that not fair? Unacceptable. The man in black scrutinized Qin Feng from head to toe, inquiring, what exactly are you up to? What is this map? The more one knows about certain matters, the closer one comes to death, Qin Feng replied coldly. The man in black smirked. Are you trying to intimidate me? Spare me that. Something you desire so desperately must be of great value. Once it is in my possession, I will eventually uncover its nature. Very well, Qin Feng shifted his tone. I no longer want the map, but I demand that porcelain vial. Absolutely not. The expression of the man in black changed drastically as he grasped the vial tightly in his hand. Take the black stone if you wish. I've no care for it. What you truly covet is that porcelain vial, correct? Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon the man in black, questioning him. Is this vial of great importance to you? Qin Feng speculated slowly. Are you searching for medicine? What kind of medicine? A flurry of inquiries caused the man in black's complexion to shift multiple times. Enough with the nonsense. Take it or leave it. I will take it. Qin Feng pressed down on the black ore, while the man in black reached for the parchment map. At that moment, Chun Feng suddenly cast a terrified glance behind the man in black. Shouting, "Who goes there?" The man instinctively turned around, and upon seeing nothing, realized he had been deceived. Chun Feng seized the parchment map and the black iron ore, retreating swiftly to the lower platform. "Ha! You audacious brat! You dare to toy with me?" The man in black stuffed the porcelain vial into his robe, pointing angrily at Chun Feng. "I offered you a fair share, and you have the gall to deceive me?" "First of all, your intentions were hardly generous," Chun Feng corrected him, shaking his head. "I made a concession from the outset, proposing a deal of 2 for you and 1 for me. My concession stemmed from a desire to avoid trouble. Not from fear of you, nor from any belief that I could not prevail against you. It is you who misinterpreted my concession as submission, elevating yourself to a position of superiority, believing you held absolute authority over the distribution." Chun Feng articulated methodically. "You?" Chun Feng spoke assertively, while the man in black, flustered and exasperated, could only utter a single word in response. "You mischievous little brat, you certainly have a sharp tongue." The man in black twisted his neck and tightened his grip on his belongings. "Let me tell you, I am the one who seizes from others. No one has ever managed to steal from me." Just as the man finished speaking, 2 concealed weapons suddenly shot towards Chun Feng from his hands. One was a willow leaf flying knife, and the other a silver needle, both launched at an exceptionally cunning angle. Had Chun Feng not been on guard, he would have never noticed the silver needle. He dodged swiftly while simultaneously launching a flying knife in retaliation. "Oh!" The man in black exclaimed in surprise, not anticipating that Chun Feng could evade his silver needle. Whoosh! After narrowly avoiding the flying knife. The man in black fired 2 more concealed weapons. This time, they were small iron pellets the size of a fingertip, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Chun Feng dashed towards a rack of weapons, crouching down just as 2 iron pellets grazed his clothing, striking the wooden rack instead. Whoosh! 2 more concealed weapons sliced through the air. Chun Feng deftly drew a long knife from the rack and turned to sweep it horizontally. Clang! The 2 gold coins used as throwing stars were knocked to the ground. Chun Feng was astonished by the man's extensive array of concealed weapons. It became clear that he was a master of such tactics. The man in black, with a grin dancing on his lips, observed Chun Feng, his eyes brimming with provocation. "Hand over the items willingly, or else I shall turn you into a sieve." Chun Feng remained silent, instead using the knife to sever a length of belt, wrapping the black patterned or within and securing it behind him. Since this object was displayed prominently, it must possess considerable value, though somewhat heavy. It was worth taking. Chun Feng glanced at the long knife in his hand, its blade a palm's width, featuring a blood groove, and inscribed with the words Lanyu, imbuing it with true energy. The blade emitted a crisp hum. "That a fine weapon. Come then, let us see how you intend to turn me into a sieve." Chun Feng brandished the long knife, charging at the man in black. The man in black smirked, tossing his hands forward simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of various concealed weapons slicing through the air erupted, length and breadth varying, as they swiftly descended upon Chun Feng, with a calm demeanor. Chun Feng wielded the long knife, enveloped in true energy, executing a dazzling blade technique. The clang of metal echoed as all the concealed weapons were repelled. Chun Feng lunged forward, the long knife dancing wildly towards the man in black, who retaliated with a flurry of concealed weapons while deftly maneuvering away. The 2 exchanged blows for several rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. Chun Feng's heart raced with trepidation. He felt as though he had witnessed every conceivable form of concealed weaponry and throwing technique. This opponent not only possessed remarkable agility but also unparalleled expertise in concealed weaponry. Yet, he appeared to be no older than 25, a veritable prodigy in both agility and the art of concealment. The man in black was equally astonished. All his concealed weapons had been thwarted. The opponent's swordplay, seemingly unremarkable, was executed with an impenetrable defense. Both combatants were evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate, and the first floor of the library was on the verge of collapse. Just as they were fully immersed in their duel, 2 patrolling disciples of the Xuantiangong passed by the library. Whoosh! A dart shot from the window of the library, embedding itself in the ground before the 2 men. The sudden turn of events left the disciples of Xuantiangong momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed towards the library. Woo! A sharp, piercing whistle echoed outside the library, followed by a cacophony of alarms ringing throughout the Xuantiangong's branch. The disciples of Xuantiangong scrambled from their beds, seizing their weapons as they rushed outside. Chen Feng and the man in black ceased their combat simultaneously, each recognizing the same two words reflected in the other's eyes. It's over. Chapter 70. I will follow you. Get lost? Chen Feng dashed to the weapon rack, grabbing the sheath of the Lanyu knife. Noticing another knife on the rack, he also slung it over his back. Each of these 10 weapons was a rare treasure, and Chen Feng longed to take them all. Bang! The window shattered, and the man in black leapt through the broken pane. Chen Feng, too, covered his face and followed suit. Someone, quick, pursue! The two Xuantiangong disciples instinctively chased after the man in black, but in the blink of an eye, they found themselves far behind. Just then, Chen Feng emerged from the library, albeit at a slower pace than the man in black. The two Xuantiangong disciples rejoiced, thinking, this fellow will surely catch up. As they rapidly closed the distance, Chen Feng decisively drew his blade, unleashing a flash of knife light, and the two disciples were instantly dispatched. What happened? Yin Kong emerged from his room, hastily donning his clothes. The library. One disciple stammered as he hurried over. Yin Kong's expression shifted dramatically as he seized the disciple by the collar. Shouting, what has transpired at the library? Someone infiltrated the library. It's over. Yin Kong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Nearly losing his balance, a disciple rushed forward to steady him. What has been lost from the library? Yin Kong pushed the disciple aside, demanding answers. I don't know. You ordered that no one was allowed to enter the library, so no one dared to go in, the disciple replied with a pained expression. Seal the mountain immediately. Not a single fly shall escape. Yin Kong bellowed in a fit of rage. Chen Feng sprinted with abandon, pouring true energy into his legs without concern for exhaustion. He kept his eyes fixed on the black dot ahead. Fearful of losing sight of it, as he vaulted over a building, he discovered that the black dot had come to a halt. He maneuvered swiftly, landing beside the man in black. What's wrong? We must leave at once, Chen Feng urged. The man in black's eyes blazed with fury. If you continue to follow me, I will kill you. If I don't follow you, I won't be able to escape. It's the same as death, Chen Feng retorted defiantly. The man in black felt his blood pressure rise, wishing he could devour the insolent man before him. However, the approaching Xuantiangong disciples left him no time to spare. Then hurry the hell up, the man in black howled in frustration, turning to sprint away once more. His speed was indeed impressive, but it was not merely a race against time. He had to consider the disciples of Xuantiangong in pursuit, thus allowing Chen Feng to keep pace. Why follow him? Chen Feng realized that this man was well acquainted with the terrain, and by shadowing him, he had already escaped the perimeter of patrolling guards. This individual had clearly conducted meticulous reconnaissance on the Xuantiangong and prepared an escape route. Although Chen Feng had observed the Xuantiangong branch, his understanding was far from thorough. The interior paths were not discernible from afar. This man was undoubtedly a professional, a true master of stealth. Just when Chen Feng believed that following him would lead to a successful escape down the mountain, the man halted once more. What now? Without needing to explain, Chen Feng immediately spotted a throng of people at the foot of the mountain. The disciples of Xuantiangong were inching their way closer, conducting a meticulous search. Did you not prepare an escape route for yourself? Chen Feng inquired hopefully, looking at the man in black. I did, but now it has been blocked. The man gestured towards a grove of trees. Chen Feng peered in that direction, only to find it packed with people. Torches outnumbering the trees. We must break through. Quickly. The ones blocking the exit are likely not experts, but those pursuing us from the mountain will definitely have skilled fighters, the man in black declared. His hands laden with various concealed weapons, emanating a palpable aura of murder. We shall cooperate. I will handle the close range, and you take care of the distance. Chen Feng drew 2 blades from his back, leaving behind 2 empty sheaths. Who would have thought I'd have to fight alongside you? What a stroke of bad luck, the man in black self-deprecatingly remarked. You'll soon be grateful, Chen Feng declared. Leading the charge down the mountain, at the foot of the mountain, a narrow path had been thoroughly barricaded by over 60 disciples of the Shintian sect. A captain of the sect brandished a steel spear. His eyes scanning the slopes above, he could hardly fathom that anyone would dare to intrude upon the territory of the Shintian sect at night. Were they truly so reckless as to court death? The alert sounded, and within a mere moment, the area was encircled as tightly as a drum. You may enter, but can you escape? The captain regarded his 2 squad leaders. The 3 of them were all at the Yuanwu realm. Generally, squad leaders were the lowest rank in various sects, yet even in the Shintian sect, such positions required a mastery of the Yuanwu realm. Coupled with a majority of disciples having already entered the Jinwu realm, he felt confident that even if a master of the Wawajing realm were to come, they could be held at bay. Thus, he harbored a flicker of anticipation, hoping that the intruders would attempt to break through his defenses, allowing him to earn merit. Just as he contemplated launching a proactive strike and sending some disciples to scout ahead, a figure clad in black, wielding 2 long knives, erupted from the underbrush. The captain's lips curved into a slight smile, his eyes glinting with excitement. Fortune favors me. They have truly come to my doorstep. Hold the formation. Archers, ready your arrows. Frontline disciples, brace for impact. Signal for reinforcements. A captain who ascended to such a position within one of the top 10 sects was no mere amateur. His martial prowess and combat experience were on par with the elders of ordinary sections. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 archers drew their bows, their arrows aimed with precision at Chen Feng. He spun and danced with his blades, deflecting the initial volley of arrows, then surged toward the ranks of the Shintian disciples. With a swift motion, he swung both knives, unleashing arcs of deadly light upon the throng of disciples. A cry echoed through the air as a round-faced man wielding a solid iron staff leaped from the crowd, raising his weapon to shatter one of the arcs. Meanwhile, another arc was intercepted by a slender man wielding a sword. Truly, the top 10 sects are formidable. Even their ordinary disciples possess such skill. Chen Feng's gaze hardened as he lunged toward the sword-wielding man. The slender man, undaunted, twirled his sword and met Chen Feng head-on. The round-faced man shouted again, charging at Chen Feng from the side. Just as he lifted his staff overhead to strike, a silver needle shot through the air, piercing his left armpit with pinpoint accuracy. The round-faced man felt a sharp pain, and his left side abruptly went numb. With a clang, the iron staff fell to the ground, and he was swiftly incapacitated by his fellow disciples. There are others in the bushes. Archers, rain down arrows. The captain of the spear suddenly sensed the shift in the tide and issued an urgent command. 2 intruders, his brow furrowed. It seemed this would not be an easy victory. However, reinforcements would soon arrive. Chapter 71. The alliance of 2 rogues. Chen Feng's dual blades slashed with ferocity, overwhelming the slender man's defenses, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Observing the unfolding chaos, the surrounding Shintian disciples rushed to assist, but Chen Feng paid them no heed, pressing relentlessly down the mountain. Anyone who stood in his path was met with his relentless onslaught of blades. As for the attacks from behind, he dealt with lethal strikes while ignoring the feints in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng's back was drenched in blood, yet he had penetrated deeper into the throng, inching closer to a breakout. His reckless combat style instilled fear in the hearts of the Shintian disciples, who were hesitant to confront this daredevil directly. Meanwhile, another group of Shintian disciples advanced toward the underbrush. Silence enveloped the bushes. Had the arrow rain dispatched the second figure in black? As these disciples cautiously approached the underbrush in search of a corpse, a barrage of concealed weapons erupted from the foliage, and all those who ventured too close fell to the ground, wailing in agony. A shadow leaped from the underbrush, and as the rear disciples attempted to close in, they felt a sharp pain in their necks as silver needles found their mark. The Shintian disciples, encircling Chen Feng, suddenly heard the whistling of projectiles approaching from behind. Before they could react, they were struck down. Chen Feng roared, his blade slicing through the air, toppling another group of Shintian disciples. The slender man lunged with his sword, but Chen Feng leaped into the air, bringing both blades down in a powerful strike. The sword grazed Chen Feng's arm, leaving a gash, yet the slender man's arms were cleanly severed. All of you advance. Cut down anyone who retreats, the squad leader, now desperate, shouted, charging forward with his spear. Just as Qin Feng dispatched another lackey, he saw a flash of cold steel aimed at his midsection. Clang! He parried the spear with his left-hand blade, sliding closer to the squad leader, and with a swift motion, his right blade descended. Clang! The squad leader, skilled in his own right, deftly maneuvered the spear, deflecting the incoming strike. Qin Feng poured his true energy into his dual blades, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon the squad leader. The ferocity of his strikes, combined with his mastery of technique, forced the squad leader to retreat step by step. Gritting his teeth in determination, whoosh, 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 the cacophony of piercing sounds filled the air as the figure in black joined Chen Feng's side. United, they began to fell the surrounding Xintian disciples en masse. The squad leader swung his spear with great vigor, but ultimately, he was pierced in the neck by a concealed dart launched by the figure in black. After dispatching 2 more lackeys with sweeping strikes, Chen Feng found himself momentarily free, carving a path out of the encirclement. "Let us go," Chen Feng shouted, as the figure in black released a flurry of concealed weapons, preparing to retreat. Just as they took a few steps, 2 sharp whistling sounds pierced the air. Instinctively, they dodged. The figure in black evaded successfully, while Qin Feng, less agile, could only defend as he sidestepped. Clang! A short spear collided with Qian Feng's blade, ricocheting into the earth below. As they prepared to continue their escape, a robed figure appeared, blocking their path. With 2 strands of white hair swept back and clad in elegant attire, Yin Kong stood before them, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You two have some audacity. It has been over a decade since anyone dared to steal from the Xintian sect." Yin Kong was both furious and astonished. Upon receiving news, he had rushed to the library. The loss of weapons and elixirs was inconsequential, as he could easily procure more if necessary. However, the contents of the 3 boxes were irreplaceable. The library was typically guarded by a handful of experts, but he had dispatched them to pursue the ruthless killer Feng Wujia. He hadn't yet had a chance to reassign personnel when intruders appeared. Fortunately, he had intercepted them at the entrance and arrived just in time. Noticing both intruders were at the Yuanwu realm, he regarded them with disdain, intent on uncovering their identities. "Speak. Who are you two? If you cooperate, I may spare your lives," Yin Kong demanded. Chen Feng and the figure in black exchanged a glance, seemingly understanding each other's intent. "Speak? Speak of your mother." Whoosh, swish, the figure in black launched silver needles, while Chen Feng unleashed a blade of light. They attacked Yin Kong simultaneously, one from the left and the other from the right. "Humph! Overestimating yourselves?" Yin Kong scoffed, dismissively countering their assault with waves of palm shadows. The force of his true energy sent the silver needles flying and dispersed the blade's light, as Chen Feng swung his blade. Yin Kong sidestepped effortlessly, delivering a palm strike toward Qin Feng's chest. The long blade cleaved through empty air as Qin Feng retreated hastily, yet the gust from Yin Kong's palm still left him feeling winded. Whoosh, whoosh! Several concealed weapons flew toward Yin Kong, yet he neither flinched nor dodged. Suddenly, a layer of frost enveloped his right hand, and with a sweep, he captured all the incoming projectiles. With a flick of his wrist, Yin Kong hurled the weapons back. The figure in black scrambled to evade, unsure whether to launch his own weapons. Bang! Yin Kong's palm met Qin Feng's blade, forcing him to stagger backward. Just as Yin Kong prepared to pursue, 2 leaf-shaped flying daggers hurtled toward his forehead. As he dodged, Chen Feng seized the opportunity to withdraw. The figure in black positioned himself protectively before Qin Feng, instinctively standing side by side. "You must reveal your true abilities. This man is a master of the Wawajing realm. We cannot defeat him." The tone of the figure in black had lost its earlier levity. "I still have a deadly move left. What about you?" Qin Feng replied, "I have few concealed weapons remaining," the figure in black confessed. Qin Feng retrieved 2 flying daggers from his person and handed them to his companion. "There's no point in dragging this out. Let us wager it all. If we live, we live. If we die, we die," the figure in black declared resolutely. "All right," Qin Feng replied casually, sheathing one dagger in his back, leaving only the moonblade in hand. "Heh, Are you two still unwilling to relent? Yin Kong sneered, shaking his head in disdain. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura shifted dramatically. A terrifying pressure enveloped Chen Feng, causing his heart to constrict. Yin Kong unleashed the full force of his Wawajing realm, his true energy radiating from every movement, creating ripples in the air. Kill! Chen Feng emitted a fierce roar imbued with murderous intent, gripping his blade tightly as he lunged forward with a sudden burst of speed. The figure clad in black quickly followed suit, their feet barely touching the ground. Upon reaching a few paces from Yin Kong, Chen Feng swung his knife with great force. The Overlord emerges. A commanding aura radiated from Chen Feng, the blade slicing toward Yin Kong. Yin Kong raised an eyebrow, his frost-laden hands striking toward the long knife. The swift momentum of the blade abruptly halted, mere inches from Yin Kong. That moment, a claw, connected by a golden thread, darted toward Yin Kong's head. Yin Kong exerted his strength once more. The long knife was instantly deflected, one hand reaching toward Chen Feng while the other grasped the flying claw. Chapter 72. The Two Thieves' Pyrrhic Victory. A desperate escape. Yin Kong's palm, covered in frost, showed no fear of the claw's sharpness. With a resounding thud, he clashed palms with Chen Feng. Chen Feng had unleashed the full force of his qi, yet still felt a numbing sensation in his arm, finding himself at a disadvantage. Yin Kong yanked on the thin line attached to the claw, drawing the distant figure in black closer. Swish, swish, swish. The black-clad figure unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons. Each one deftly evaded. As the two approached, the figure executed a series of intricate leg techniques. However, the disparity in their internal cultivation rendered his efforts largely ineffective. Yin Kong exclaimed, seemingly unwilling to remain entangled with the duo any longer. A chilling aura emanated from him, sending a bone-deep cold coursing through Chen Feng. What manner of technique is this? Before Chen Feng could fully process his shock, Yin Kong extended both palms toward them. The terrifying cold rendered them unable to evade, forcing them to brace themselves for impact. With a mighty shout, Chen Feng summoned all his qi for a counterattack, while the figure in black delivered a kick. Their bodies trembled slightly, yet they managed to withstand Yin Kong's initial onslaught. Observing their struggle, Yin Kong smirked with anticipated amusement. Another thud. He unleashed a second strike, prompting both to retaliate with palms and legs. Their quaking intensifying. Thud. A third strike. The figure in black, eyes wide, kicked out again and somehow endured. Chen Feng held his ground as well, though blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth beneath his eye. I am not lightly injured. I am unable to use my internal energy, and I cannot contend with the disciples of the Xintian sect who are on the hunt. If we travel together, our chances of survival will be greater. Chen Feng remarked. Very well, wait for me half an hour, the man in black replied. While Chen Feng bandaged his wounds, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Half an hour later, the man in black stood up. He had sustained minimal injuries due to the golden silk armor he wore. The man in black gathered the scattered medicine bottles and strapped them to his back. Both of them had discarded their outer night attire. Yet the bloodstains on their bodies were undeniable. We must find a place to acquire some new clothes, the man in black suggested. They moved towards Taizhan County, but had not traveled far when they spotted disciples of the Xintian sect galloping down the main road. The two quickly veered onto a smaller path, only to encounter members of the Flying Dragon Gang in the Hunyuan village, among other minor sects allied with the Xintian sect, searching along the route. We cannot proceed without changing our clothes. Let us head to a nearby village, the man in black stated. After much evasion and concealment, they finally located a small village. However, two martial artists were sauntering about. Clearly disciples of the Five Elements sword sect by their attire, I will steal 2 sets of clothing. They won't notice, the man in black proposed. Steal from common folk? Chen Feng countered. The man in black hesitated. I will leave a silver coin. There is no need to steal. Are those not 2 ready-made outfits? Chen Feng pointed towards the 2 disciples of the Five Elements sword sect in the village. These 2 disciples not only possessed clothing but also had 2 horses. If we disturb them, it won't take long for them to reveal our whereabouts. The man in black warned. Be why then? We will have already fled. Chen Feng assured him. Very well, I shall use needles to incapacitate them, the man in black said, producing 2 silver needles. Incapacitate? Chen Feng drew his knife. I have a better option. The 5-element sword sect has a good reputation. They have produced many chivalrous individuals in the past. The man in black hesitated. Too bad they have now aligned themselves with the Xintian sect. The lackeys of our enemies must be dealt with decisively. Chen Feng replied. What enmity do you hold against the Xintian sect? Why such ruthlessness? The man in black inquired with curiosity. The Xintian sect has provoked me multiple times, showing utter disdain, Chen Feng casually remarked. What grievance do you have with them? My master has a grudge against the Xintian sect, which is why I do as well, the man in black reflected. Filial piety. Chen Feng praised. Heh. The man in black chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed. You, at such a young age, possess remarkable skills. Your master must be an extraordinary person, the man in black asked. I have no master, Chen Feng replied. Oh? Then you are truly impressive, the man in black marveled. It is because my master is formidable that I possess this level of skill, he continued. By the way, what is your name? We have fought together and can now be considered acquaintances, the man in black inquired. Chen Feng appraised him and responded, I am Chen Feng. What about you? Chen Feng. The man in black nodded. A good name. I am Yi Zhantian. Yi Zhantian? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Heavens, if I didn't know better. I would think you were the protagonist. A splendid name, Chen Feng affirmed. Well, I came up with it myself, Yi Zhantian replied with a proud expression. Wow. Chen Feng's astonishment turned to admiration. The 2 disciples of the 5-element sword sect sat idly at the village entrance, engaging in mundane conversation. Chen Feng and Yi Zhantian approached them slowly. Look, one disciple of the 5-element sword sect immediately noticed and pointed at Chen Feng and his companion. His partner cautiously drew his sword. Observing that the 2 men, one tall and one short, bore injuries resembling the individuals they were seeking, signal. The other disciple began to retrieve a signal flare, but before he could ignite it, a silver needle had already pierced his neck. With a thud, one man collapsed to the ground, while the other charged at Chen Feng and Yi Zhantian with his sword drawn. 2 injured fellows. I can handle them, Yi Zhantian declared. I'll leave it to you. Chen Feng replied, twisting his wrist with the knife. Clang! The clash of blade met blade, and the long sword was sent flying. The man clutched his injured. You rascal. Yi Zhantian voiced his discontent with a dismissive pout. At the very least, I am 5 to 6 years your senior. It's one thing for you not to call me brother. But how could you refer to me as thief? What should I call you then? A divine thief? A chivalrous rogue? Chen Feng countered. Call? Yi Zhantian found himself at a loss. To be fair, both divine thief and chivalrous rogue resonated with him on a deeper level. However, such titles were not something one could casually toss around. If I were to ask you to call me brother, you wouldn't actually do it, would you? Yi Zhantian inquired. Then just call me Old Yi, Yi Zhantian proposed after careful consideration. Must we have a title? Chen Feng replied with a hint of exasperation. I can just call you Hey, and you can refer to me as whoever. Fine, Yi Zhantian shrugged. Although there were many disciples of the Xintian sect in Taizhan County, none approached the 2 for inquiries. Chen Feng successfully purchased healing ointment, along with a plethora of food, seasonings, and daily necessities. The 2 exited the county town, and by this point, they were relatively safe. I must take my leave. Chen Feng stated. I never anticipated this outing would be so fraught with misfortune. Yi Zhantian lamented with a wry smile and a shake of his head. I too must depart. Youngster, may we meet again if fate allows. He tossed a vial to Chen Feng. This is for you, a fine pill for internal injuries. Take one every 3 days until your wounds heal. Thank you, Chen Feng said as he caught the porcelain vial. Do you know? This is my first time fighting alongside another, Yi Zhantian remarked, gazing at Chen Feng with a sense of nostalgia. I am not. Chen Feng replied. Yi Zhantian blinked. We might consider ourselves as having formed a bond through battle. A bond that could be likened to life and death, especially since we both harbor grievances against the Xintian sect. Therefore, I shall accept you as a friend. I reside in Yi City. Feel free to visit me anytime. Yi Zhantian expressed sincerely. All right. Chen Feng nodded. I am a wanderer, so I may indeed visit Yi City. Then I shall take my leave, Yi Zhantian said with a clasped fist and a smile. Farewell. Chen Feng returned the smile. Appreciating the simplicity of Yi Zhantian's character, as the sun began to set, Chen Feng finally returned to the remote mountains. Burdened with injuries and numerous items, his pace was exceedingly slow. Su Wanner was roasting a rabbit when she instinctively displayed a flicker of joy upon Chen Feng's return, only to quickly notice his frail condition. Are you injured? Chen Feng nodded, gently settling down by the fire. Is it serious? Su Wanner asked, a hint of urgency in her voice. Not particularly. I managed to procure some medicine. After a brief period of recuperation, I shall be fine. How did you sustain your injuries? The Shintian sect. Neither spoke further. A heavy silence enveloped them. The flickering firelight cast their shadows upon the stone wall, rendering them indistinct and solitary, as though they had been forsaken by the world. Chapter 75. How to Avenge at Dawn. Chen Feng awakened to the sound of Su Wanner practicing. He had enjoyed a restful and comfortable night. Sufficient sleep and proper nourishment were essential for recovery, and he had managed to secure both. After washing by the river, he approached the fire. On the wooden rack above the flames lay freshly roasted fish and flatbreads, prepared by Su Wanner that very morning. Chen Feng savored the fish as he walked towards his belongings, picking up one of two blades and heading towards Su Wanner. I brought back 2 fine knives. This one is lighter. You can use it. Su Wanner paused her actions, accepting the knife and unsheathing it. The glint of the blade caught her eye, and the 2 characters engraved on the hilt prompted her to read aloud. Prison Shadow. She swung the knife lightly, performing a few simple slashes. From her expression, it was evident that she was quite fond of this weapon. How has your training progressed these past few days? Chen Feng inquired casually. I have already developed a sense of qi. Oh? That's quite fast, Chen Feng remarked, surprised. Achieving a sense of qi marked the threshold of entering the true martial realm. It had taken him 2 months to discover his own sense of qi. So Su Wanner was indeed progressing rapidly. When can I take my revenge? Su Wanner asked hesitantly. Chen Feng paused, not responding immediately. After finishing the roasted fish, he turned to her earnestly. Once my injuries have healed, I will take you down the mountain. The power of our enemies is vast, isn't it? Su Wanner questioned. I merely made a brief visit to the city lord's mansion, intending to capture that generally for interrogation. But unforeseen circumstances arose and I sustained injuries. This time, I will make sure to uncover the truth. I fear not their numbers. Opportunities for assassination will always present themselves. The Lord of Tiger City, General Li, and any others I uncover. One by one, they will be dealt with, Chen Feng stated nonchalantly. I wish to annihilate their entire family. Su Wanner spoke calmly, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Her vacant gaze, coupled with the jagged scars on her cheek, revealed that Su Wanner had shed any remnants of her former life as a pampered young lady. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, the blood feud must be repaid in kind. What must I do to achieve the revenge I desire? Su Wanner asked, her eyes resolute yet laced with concern. Setting aside the obvious, annihilating the entire family of a city lord was a daunting challenge for her at present. Well, Chen Feng pondered carefully before responding. There are 2 paths. First, master exceptional martial skills, the kind that could face thousands of foes. Second, if martial prowess is lacking, then wielding influence akin to that of 1,000 warriors can suffice. Having a loyal entourage willing to risk their lives for you can also achieve your goals. Those are the only 2 methods I can conceive of, Chen Feng concluded after a brief pause. You must have other methods you haven't mentioned, Su Wanner observed, catching the flicker in Chen Feng's eyes. I am only aware of these 2, Chen Feng replied earnestly. Rest assured, he continued, I will assist you in eliminating all of the Su family's enemies, regardless of how you wish to exact your revenge. Thank you, Su Wanner said, her gaze downcast. This is also my matter. There is no need for gratitude. Your father has compensated me in the subsequent days. The absence of conflict and chaos allowed Chen Feng to focus on healing. Curiously, he began to suspect that he might possess a hint of masochism, as he found himself increasingly enjoying the process of recuperation. Relishing the time spent nursing his wounds. Of course, he was aware that this inclination stemmed from his heavenly wounded body. Each injury and subsequent recovery augmented his strength, which was why he found pleasure in being wounded. Yet, he feared that this habit might adversely affect his judgment and mental state, leading him to act recklessly. For instance, his reckless nighttime infiltration of the Xintian sect's branch had nearly cost him his life at the hands of Yen Kong. Chen Feng took this lesson to heart, recognizing that while he healed rapidly, he was not invulnerable. After 10 days of dedicated rest and medicinal treatment, the cold energy in his chest had completely dissipated. Absorbed by his true energy, the revitalized true energy from his heavenly wounded body was even more potent, gradually eroding the true energy of the martial transformation realm, no matter how formidable. The peak phase of this true energy feedback had passed, and only a few wisps of true energy were generated each day. It would not be long before this feedback cycle reached completion. By this time, Chen Feng's Dantian had accumulated a volume of energy comparable to that of an entry-level martial transformation realm warrior. Only its quality remained lacking. The realm of internal martial arts merely classified the ability to control true energy and did not accurately reflect the quality of the true energy within. For example, the techniques of the Qiao Jin sect allowed practitioners to cultivate true energy rapidly and in abundance. Yet their power remained weak, only able to unleash formidable force when paired with their unique martial arts. With the influence of the cold poison eliminated, Chen Feng could now utilize his internal energy without reservation, allowing him to practice martial arts while healing. As his comprehension deepened, his understanding of the Overlord's might and Overlord's blade techniques advanced further, making practice increasingly effortless. One day, while bathing in the river, Chen Feng gazed at his reflection in the water. His body bore scars, each one a testament to a painful past, layered upon one another. The scars that remained were all significant injuries. The smaller ones had long since faded away due to the remarkable self-healing capabilities of his heavenly wounded body. It is often said that scars are a man's glory. Yet as Chen Feng surveyed his grotesque and ravaged form, he felt only trepidation. If he wished to grow stronger, the number of scars upon him would only multiply, becoming ever more terrifying a month later. Before the cave, Su Wanner swung her blade toward Chen Feng, who raised his own to parry the strike. Sensing the extraordinary strength surpassing that of an ordinary woman, Chen Feng realized that Su Wanner had fully entered the true martial realm. Su Wanner sheathed her blade, took a deep breath, and then struck with her palm. After exchanging blows, Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "You have made remarkable progress. You can now be considered a true warrior of the true martial realm." Chen Feng praised, recognizing how challenging this achievement was for someone who had never before engaged with martial arts. "When shall we descend the mountain?" Su Wanner inquired, her eyes finally glimmering with vitality. "Tomorrow," Chen Feng replied, as his injuries had fully healed. The following morning, the two gathered their belongings and stood before the cave. "Will we return?" Su Wanner inquired, yet her voice faltered. Chen Feng scattered the campfire before the cave. Extinguishing the dying embers, their belongings were scant. Apart from a blade and 2 tattered garments, they possessed little else. A fleeting glance at the cave stirred a hint of nostalgia within Su Wanner. But it was merely a whisper of sentiment. She sought vengeance. Once her deep-seated grievances were avenged, there would be nothing left in this world to bring her joy. The pair ventured out of the dense mountains, heading toward Tiger City. Chapter 76. The conflict between Zuaniangio and Tiger City. When Chen Feng returned to the mountains, he had released his horse, for riding was futile in the pathless terrain. Though they did not traverse Iron Mountain County, reaching Tiger City necessitated passing through the border between Iron Mountain County and Tiger City. Chen Feng intended to clarify the situation regarding General Li. The identity of the masked assailants who annihilated the Su family could only be unraveled through General Li. As they neared the border, Chen Feng suddenly heard the sounds of battle ahead. "Hide," he urged, pulling Su Wanner behind a mound of earth. Before long, 2 factions came rushing along the path, one after the other. Chen Feng immediately recognized the first group as his old adversaries, over 50 disciples of Zuaniangio. Following them were the soldiers of Tiger City, clad in armor emblazoned with the distinctive tiger emblem of their city. The Zuaniangio members fled with speed, leaving the Tiger City soldiers far behind. "What on earth has incited this confrontation?" Chen Feng mused aloud. The martial and political realms coexisted in a singular world, inevitably intertwined and entangled. Although both sides would engage in mutual slaughter, a blatant clash such as this was unheard of. To dare openly battle the imperial forces was to be branded either a bandit or a rebel. The imperial court could swiftly eradicate you without hesitation. Xuantiangio had numbers, but could they outmatch the might of the empire? Had the Sioux alliance truly swollen to such proportions in such a brief time? At that moment, the distant sound of hooves thundered forth, as 100 light cavalry charged toward the rear of the Xuantiangio. This cavalry unit swiftly overtook the infantry of Tiger City and, in the blink of an eye, encircled the Xuantiangio disciples. Panic ensued among the Xuantiangio members as a squad leader hastily attempted to form a defensive formation. Such formations were effective against infantry and masters, yet utterly futile against cavalry. Qian Feng had never witnessed a proper cavalry charge, but he had experienced the onslaught of horse bandits. Back then, he believed he had grasped the terror of cavalry. Yet the sight of the orderly ranks and professional gear of the Tiger City cavalry left him feeling woefully ignorant of their true prowess. It wasn't long before the slower infantry arrived. Their pace deliberate as they maintained formation. Rows of strong bows and crossbows were readied, arrows poised to unleash their lethal intent. Surrender and lay down your weapons, and we shall spare your lives. Commanded a figure among the cavalry. Brothers, charge with me, cried the squad leader, brandishing his sword as he surged toward the cavalry. Loose arrows, shouted the commander, and a rain of arrows descended upon the Xuantiangio ranks. The disciples of Xuantiangio, caught off guard, fell in droves as the first wave of arrows struck. The squad leader and a few skilled disciples managed to withstand the initial barrage, pressing onward toward the commander. A second wave of arrows followed swiftly, and after it passed, the squad leader, pierced by several arrows, fell to the ground, his eyes filled with unfulfilled resolve. Retreat, the commander ordered, signaling a withdrawal. Su Wanner's face turned pale as she witnessed the unfolding chaos. Memories flooding back of that fateful night when her mother and brother met their end by arrows. We must go. Qian Feng gently tapped her shoulder, bringing her back to reality. They resumed their journey toward Tiger City, but the main road leading there was beset by military checkpoints. After inquiring with several passers-by, they learned that war had erupted between Tiger City and Xuantiangio, and the city was under martial law, making entry or exit impossible without proper documentation. As for the reasons behind the conflict, the common folk remained baffled. Where shall we go now? Su Wanner asked. We must find a soldier from Tiger City to gather intelligence. Qian Feng replied. They halted at the border between Iron Mountain County and Tiger City, meandering along the main road. Iron Mountain County belonged to Tiger City, yet it had inexplicably fallen entirely into the hands of Xuantiangio. In history, it was unprecedented for a martial sect to seize control of a county from the imperial court without inciting rebellion. The Liang kingdom had long since lost its former grandeur. The emperor had relinquished control over various lords, princes, city leaders, and generals, resulting in a fractured warlord landscape. Conflicts erupted among the warlords over territory, rendering it commonplace for martial factions and military forces to clash. The common people could scarcely distinguish between bandits, soldiers, and martial sects. To them, all wielded blades, while they had only hoes. By midday, Su Wanner leaned against a tree, nibbling on a flatbread. Qian Feng had finished his meal and was idly gazing down the road. Suddenly, he perked up. A cavalry scout from Tiger City emerged from a side path, his attire indicating he was tasked with reconnaissance and message delivery. Such scouts were more skilled than ordinary soldiers and possessed greater knowledge. Swoosh! The scout heard a sudden whistling sound from the side and instinctively ducked, yet felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as a flying dagger embedded itself within. The force of the blow toppled him from his horse, and before he could rise, a blade was already poised at his throat. Qian Feng yanked him into the underbrush and demanded, "What is your purpose, Tiger City scout?" The scout gritted through clenched teeth. "Why has Xuantiangio engaged in battle with Tiger City?" Xuantiangio? No, the Sioux Alliance has seized Iron Mountain County. Seized Iron Mountain County? Are they rebelling? Qian Feng pressed. They claim the Lord of Tiger City is tyrannical and oppressive, leaving the common folk in despair, while the imperial court remains indifferent. They of Xuantiangio have come to rectify this, to act as the will of heaven. They also speak of capturing Tiger City and overthrowing the Lord's estate. The scout explained. They're a general by the name of Li, either within the city or outside. Chen Feng inquired. A general, namely? The scout pondered for a moment. It General Li Zhua? Are there any other generals, namely in Tiger City? None. The scout shook his head. Where is he? Chen Feng pressed further. At Shirley Slope. He commands the troops to encircle the Sioux Alliance rebels in Iron Mountain County. What do you know about the annihilation of the Hongxing escort agency? Chen Feng changed the subject. Xu Wanner's expression shifted slightly at this. Ah? The scout hesitated, swallowing hard. I am unaware. I was not in the city that night. I heard from others that it was a matter of martial rivalry. Did the garrison of Tiger City have any involvement? I do not know. I have not heard anything, he replied. Thank you. Chen Feng nodded. But the scout appeared perplexed, unsure of what this meant. I have finished my inquiries. You may act now. Chen Feng gestured to Su Wanner. Su Wanner looked at Chen Feng in confusion. Eliminate him, Chen Feng instructed. The scout's face paled, and he began to plead fervently. Spare me, spare me. I am merely a hired hand. I know nothing. Disregarding the scout's pleas, Chen Feng continued to gaze at Su Wanner. If you cannot manage even this trivial task, then abandon your quest for vengeance. Su Wanner's gaze hardened as she approached the scout with her blade drawn. Chapter 77. I brought you down the mountain to teach you to kill Ugh. Su Wanner retched against the trunk of a tree, while Chen Feng observed coldly from a distance. The body of the scout lay before them, a sight so gruesome that it defied description. A discerning eye could easily recognize this as the work of an inexperienced hand. It appeared that several stabs had been delivered to the abdomen, leaving the victim alive in agony, dragging his entrails across the ground in his struggles. The throat had been slashed, yet the cut was poorly executed, with a gash across the chin as well. Chen Feng had watched as Su Wanner wielded the blade, offering no guidance or words, allowing her to navigate the task on her own. For a young woman in her prime, this was undoubtedly a cruel initiate.